care. You know what I mean? Like it's for me to maintain that and to curate that for myself and what's meaningful and gives me energy and strength to go through tough shit or something to appreciate when things are great. So you know whatever the hell that means, but I'm happy to have engaged in this topic. I think it's given me a lot. So I just wish other people could share in that. And it really confuses me some of the attitudes that people come in here with, or presumptions that they might come in here with, concerning the topic or concerning the people that might be interested in the thing. But I mean, I love my flatties, man. Some of the most high quality people you'll ever meet. I'm almost 100% sure that that's true. Like to each one. There are people who are awakened to something and looking for ways to improve their world around them. And anytime somebody wants to interrupt me, I'm happy for that to happen because I don't necessarily love talking on these levels. It's not my thing. It's uncomfortable, but that's okay, right? Maybe it'll make somebody else that's feeling uncomfortable maybe want to say something.
Bullshit.
Thanks.
This is cathartic for you, catharsis, and that's okay. It is for a lot of folks. It sounds good. You sound comfortable talking. I know, but you sound genuine. So that's the thing. You just let it flow, and it sounds really good because you're not trying to force nothing.
Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, I can't push anyone. I can't push anything on anybody. I try to let everybody be them. And maybe they'll let me be me too. That's kind of the give and take of this. And well, I appreciate it. I mean, there's some people like I have differences with, I guess, maybe they're very about a book or something like that. And I'm like, oh man, is everything around a book? I don't know. But that could be anybody, right? Somebody could be pointing to their Einstein book or their this book or somebody else's book or what have you. You know what I mean? But that doesn't encompass and sum up all of reality or, I think
it's a great mistake to mistake great mistake to confuse, or rather being exposed to something your whole life and having that be the case instead of it being also the truth. I think you can separate those just because, let me say it differently and better, hopefully, just because you've heard something your whole life, every teacher, every, quote unquote authority person, everyone you looked up to, right, for one reason or another, why has been telling you these things. And even if they're wrong, it's like, number one, how could it be, right? The incredulity. How could it be that they're wrong? But then also just saying to yourself, I mean, how uncomfortable is it? It's like telling someone to live a completely different life. You know what I mean? It's like showing up on, dare I say, another planet with, everybody speaks different language, and you got to learn how to live again. Nobody wants to go through that, and I think a lot of people are afraid of taking that leap out of what's comfortable, out of the accepted consensus norm. And most people, especially people coming up these days, are not comfortable with getting out of their comfort zone, getting, swimming in the deep end of the pool for a little bit and fixing some problems you got cognitively and emotionally, right?
Yeah, but then we're talking to people that are claiming that they're all about science and stuff, and they don't seem to be as developed in all these other things because they're spending a lot of their times in equations. And I'm not saying that that's everybody, but it seems like that, So,
well, they make it seem like that here on the internet, but that's not how real life is, dude. Trust me.
I hear you, right? Because real life is
not having anything like these conversations.
They're regular people. The right. Types that we talk to on here they're their own unique people. I know that. I mean, they're not like everybody else. Like,
you're telling me.
Yeah.
Goodness. Broke the mold there. But anyway.
Yeah. Well, that's okay. I mean, maybe they'd be like super religious if they were like into religion.
Dude, these people are so smart. They're so fucking smart, right? But they're like book smart, but street smart dumb, right?
You like
they don't get it.
You know, I think it's your intelligence really. I think it vacillates, right? Like if you're really under stress, there's a lot of times like when your intelligence will leave you. You know what I mean? Or there's just certain times when you're kind of forcing any intelligence out, like and,
Well,
there's
to admit
smart
that it's
people.
not genuine facts and information, to admit that most of it is based on presuppositions and that's it, is very hard. I'm saying it's got to
It's
be
tough to
very hard
swallow.
for the academic minded. But again, it's academia that's the biggest fucking problem on earth. So what do we do with that?
Can you give me a softball question?
Uh, um, what is the horizon?
No, I mean, like what? Like, there's got to be some. Well, I honestly I feel like things have been changing in our country and across the world. Yeah, I said that right. Okay. In terms of the internet, all the different ways that we can find information and educate ourselves. So like, does it need to come from like your third grade teacher now? Like, all of these things. Like, no, they're like a part of your more part of an education that one might receive, rather than like being like the end all be all sort of thing that we kind of just do to our children. Just march them off to school and just like trust in these teachers that their knowledge and their education is
Yeah, I mean,
sufficient
it's
enough to
really
guide.
irresponsible, right? How
It's like
200
your
years ago,
soul's
you were
fucking
going to
work
send your
to
kid
like
off.
have a child. Go ahead. Sorry.
If you're going to, sorry, real quick before I lose it, if you're going to send your kid off to be an apprentice, that's one thing, right? Learn a trade, learn a skill, a real world craft. But to fucking take all the creativity, the moments of neurological development, right? When it's most important to be able to explore and think about every fucking thing. Like I said, you relegate them to 15 textbooks and, a couple papers they have to write, and that's fucking it. And you call them smart. It's horrible.
It'll be like one textbook company that makes all the textbooks for like.
Right. Yeah. Scholastic. Like I said, they're to blame on this. God bless it.
Yeah.
But it's for real. As long as I grew up hearing the same thing that I see on the news and I hear from my fellow man, I feel good about myself. That's rough.
So every PhD that we see from now on, whether it's on here or out in the real world, we just go up and tell them. Some people do, and some people teach BS. There we go. Tell that to Professor Parks when you talk to him next.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's like if you're going into that field, it's like you are going to have to lay down, right? Like your information, you go in there to learn, right? So it's like you just have to fall in line with what they're saying. And if you're a noisy voice in the back of the classroom, I don't think that's going to help your career out. So it's like it's not a free form liberal education. You know what I mean? To develop around. I mean, it's training for a specific field that has corporations that use those methods. So that's really what universities are, the universe, right? But right, like that's why we have these educate. That's why higher education kind of I think exists in this country, is really because we're feeding the corporations our people so that they can do the jobs, all the important jobs.
Check this out.
Go ahead.
So, universe, city, where they teach you about the universe. It's a city where they teach you about the university. University.
Yeah, it's right in there. Like, and other ones will be like college. Not everything's a university though, but like, I do wonder about the commonality between all of the universities. Right, something is backing them up to have that work.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry, Snacks. The person like picking up on the city bit of university. It's like it's the universe bit of university.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it may or may not mean something.
Well, I
Like-
think, I mean, like whether or not you believe in the universe, the etymology in the word
Right.
universal or university is encompassing all. It's everything, right?
Right. Well, but that's the thing. It's their version of the universe, and I think that's the tongue-in-cheek thing about the word itself.
Yes, that's what I was trying to get to.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Sorry to interrupt. Carry on.
Right. So then, but you live in an infinite universe. You go to the university, right? It's just that concept of infinite universe that's baked in a lot of people's brains. You know, a couple of them in here. You know, and
Well, again, imagine having to say that a lot of the stuff you thought was infinite may be finite given our understanding. That's another big pill to swallow for a lot of these folks.
it is. So, like, you know, when I heard people that come in here and they're not on an academic, like, or they start off academic, but then it gets just all personal and stuff like that, trying to get into feelings and stuff. Like some people who seem really shilly or, you know, whatever. It's like, they're just trying to like massage their own cognitive dissonance with this whole thing. But I think this does go back to, you know, the sort of creator God type ideas. I mean, you know, this is when you talk about like this fundamental physical world around us and like all these, it's in the domain of religion. It's in the domain of God. You know, I guess in those ways. Oh, that's tough. That's tough to swallow, I guess, too, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I feel that. I've spoken to some of these people. I've just jumped in, and I'm sorry if I'm talking shit, and please just mute me if I am. But yeah, for sure. Like I struggle with my scientific belief, my religious belief, and also just my like moral belief of my sexuality and my and the way I am and stuff like this.
Yeah.
It's massive.
I didn't hear it in your voice,
every
but
day it's fight.
I thought back to like the wing chair that you posted, and I thought to myself, okay, maybe. Yeah. It's a difficult one to even reconcile for a lot of people who are have some kind of sexuality that's not supported by the Bible or what have you, you know, and then
Yeah. I mean that is,
and those people oftentimes will just
sorry.
reject. I'm sorry. Let me just say this real quick. It's like,
yeah,
I've seen a lot of cases where people just reject that, and then they become like hardcore atheists, and they want to like bash all of us that are, you know, just trying to talk about ideas because it, you know, for them there's an alarm bell going off. Still, so.
Yeah. Thanks for saying that. Because I mean, for sure, right now, you know, I don't mean to hit those alarm bells but you know, I don't want to change the topic from Earth Awakens and Flat Earth, you know, to a gender and sexuality thing. I don't want to do that. Obviously not. But yeah, but genuinely, it's part of it. It is part of it that yeah, it's part of it, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's like it's part of
factual.
your politics. It's part of how you grocery shop. It's part of everything. You know, all these things like they tell us about who we are and who are where we live. You know, like the people around us. You know, like how are we different than them or whatever. And,
I mean, I would rather not have I mean, I did at whatever point, but you know, I kind of wish like I hadn't sort of mentioned my sexuality or anything like that. Because you know, I wonder about the motive of some, you know, they have their beliefs and it's this and it's and quite often it seems very black and white, you know. Whereas I'm, well, I don't know how to. I've not said that the right way, so please excuse me. But I don't know. Anyway,
You're fine, right? You're fine. No worries. No worries.
Let's take sexuality out of it. I don't mean to bring that up. Yeah. So let's go back to. I don't know. Yeah. Let's go back to.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just like that. There's like a Judeo-Christian sort of. I guess it's just a big percentage of, I think, what a lot of people kind of ascribe to being, you know, whatever their what do you I don't know, their spiritual grounding is sort of in that, and that's very old stuff, and I appreciate old vintage things, so I do find value in that.
Dude, it's nobody's
there's
business.
like a lot of
none of that stuff's anybody's business. Let's be honest, right?
About your religion or what you do with your life. Yeah, I guess that's
yeah,
personal
religion,
stuff.
sexuality, all that stuff. All those, it's all opinion based. So technically, we shouldn't even be talking about it, right? This is,
Yeah,
are we not
exactly.
trying to have the most hyper specific, empirical, scientific conversation we can? I mean, who gives a fuck about all that religion and politics, and who cares? None of it matters.
Yeah, right.
That's my opinion.
Yeah,
my opinion.
Yeah, no, and I think you're right. You know, I sort of jumped on a bit of a thing of, you know, because of belief about flat Earth and then religion.
Because it's nobody's business what you believe.
Yeah,
sir.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like
exactly,
if anybody brings up your sexuality, you could smack them. Say, you know what? It's none of your fucking business. None of that shit is anybody's business. And what they're doing with this woke culture is making it seem like everybody's little tiny business is everybody's little tiny fucking business. And it's just not how life works. It's gonna backfire that way pretty bad.
Yeah. No, and I genuinely I apologize for making it a thing just there because I didn't mean to make it a thing.
Bro, I can't understand any words you're saying. I don't know what's going on. Is my earbud up too high? Like, what's happening? Are you too close to your mic? Can anyone else understand this guy?
Me. No, sorry. I may be too close to my mic. But I'm going to shut up now for a little bit. But yeah, I'm sorry. If, yeah.
Don't apologize, dude. You're good.
No, I think my volume was up too high or something because I kind of heard you at the end. I don't know.
That's cool. Do you want me to do a test? Like, mic 1 2, mic 1 2. Test.
I don't know. I'm having a hard time understanding the words that are coming out of your mouth.
All right. Well, genuinely, I went to the dentist yesterday, and I'm having some work done. So, yeah, it's maybe because of that. Because I'm struggling with the letter F and the letter V.
Yeah, we can hear that. Got it. Now it makes sense. Now I know what to listen for.
Yeah, right on. Okay, yeah, we got you. Okay, I'll shut up. Cheers, guys.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I just think it's a lot of people's like it's I wouldn't really talk about it too much. You know, we're always trying to stay on topic here. I just feel like in the background somewhere, you know, people are struggling with their beliefs and things like that outside, like, and what I guess in context of like this flat Earth idea might mean in terms of their having to reconsider certain things or not, or maybe some of the mental block here. That's all I was trying to.
It can compound. It can be like a compound fracture of the mind to do that. To consider, you know, to have to reconsider so much all at once, right?
Snacks, but you know, some of the greatest minds in history, Newton, Einstein, Galileo, they all, in their journals, in their diaries, in their literature, they all spoke about philosophical ideas beyond the empirical science. You know, it's impossible to talk about the beginning of the universe and the Big Bang and in creation without invoking a creator. Like, I mean, you can leave it out, but I think it's wise to invoke the idea of a creator. I think that science and Judeo-Christianity in their purest forms can actually coexist synergistically. It's the ideas and opinions of awareness lacking individuals who basically pervert both frameworks.
Well, you're talking about the original denotative science versus the current connotative science. Because yes, the original denotative science was based on logic and rationalism, where modern science is all reification fallacies of general consensus. But yeah,
No, even modern science is based on logic. It's
Really?
an if-then. It's an if-then statement. Yeah, your hypothesis is an if-then statement. If I
Really?
manipulate my independent variable, then my dependent variable will happen or whatever, be affected.
But I mean, you would have to be able to explain both of those two things, not just like ad hoc pre-assume.
It's logic based.
Okay.
I don't disagree with what
Hold
you
on.
just said about. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say it tries to be logic based. It should be logic based.
How about it appears to be logic based, i.e., apparent, but not actual?
It's pseudo logic. You're saying it's pseudo logic?
Yeah.
Well, sometimes it's logical, sometimes it's not. So I guess overall it
Fictitious.
would be pseudo. But yeah, I don't know, because listen, like I'm saying, it wants to. Well, I want to be logical, don't you? See, but the procedures that we're all fumbling over is a big problem.
There's nothing logical about gravity or gravitational fields. There's nothing logical about quantum mechanics.
Yeah, well,
There's nothing
I was gonna
logical.
say about logic, right? And logic might be or something that makes it. It isn't. Science isn't logical.
Bro, are you saying
It
words
isn't.
right now?
Yes, I am. Why can't
I didn't
you
hear a single word out of all that.
Okay. Would you like me to talk more slowly? Is that better?
How do you
Can you
pronounce
hear
your
me?
name?
Yeah, that's actually better. Yeah.
Okay. So, for me, logic is science often is illogical, right? It's
Right.
it is unexplainable. It's
It's leaps of logic. Yes.
It defies
Yeah.
natural order and breaks Occam's razor, i.e., it's not science, rather general consensus.
Well, okay. So you spoke too fast there. I didn't understand, but yeah, the whole logic thing. I don't know.
I get what he's saying though, because I agree that we depend on logic to determine truth, but according to the scriptures, what we consider logical, right? Like Elohim, according to 1 Corinthians 1:20 says, has not Elohim made foolish the wisdom of the world? Because when it comes to
but to me that meant the wisdom of the world.
well, hold on. Let me just finish my train of thought.
I'm sorry.
Like, who was it? I think Jeremy mentioned quantum mechanics is not logical, right?
That was me. And yeah, I mean, the other day you were saying quantum computers was a thing, which is nothing more than a concept reification, because quantum doesn't denote anything in nature.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is that there are things in the ethereal realms that aren't logical. They're just not like logic at the fringe of reality, right? Beyond our senses, beyond our minds. What we consider logic crumbles. It deteriorates because what we consider the laws of this realm disappear in that realm. In that
What's the
realm,
point?
like things can go through walls. right? Things can manifest, pop in and out of existence, which is not logical. But just because it's not logical does not mean it's not true. And that's where we make a critical error in our wisdom and understanding, that we think because it has to be logical in this realm, that's logical universally, or in other theoretical other dimensions. You know what I'm saying?
You have to have a logical framework as to perceive what it is you're talking about. Like, if you're going to step outside of dimensionality in a counter spatial realm, then yeah, I would agree. Things fall apart. It's imperceivable, and it's hard for us to make heads or tails of much. But I don't think we really dive into that too much. Like, as far as we go is 0 point energy and things of that nature.
Yeah, we can't. It's impossible to dive into that because that's where empirical science ends. And this is the problem with materialists. That's why they don't believe in God, because there's no evidence for God, because there's no way to prove it. There's no tools that we have to our disposal that can measure.
Well, I just gave a good one. I just
ahead.
gave a good way to validate God's existence by the if you were to hypothetically assume the Earth is flat, you can't have this realm without creation through intelligent design. There's no other way. There's only two viable options: either creation or spontaneously manifestation, which makes no sense to anybody, really. It's just a belief system.
It's funny you say that
makes
because
no sense to me.
go ahead.
Well, sorry, say it again. Say it again for me. Die slow.
Oh, you want me to repeat what I said?
Yes, please. So, I'm sorry if you could.
No,
Yeah.
don't say that whole shit again. Go back and listen on YouTube.
Oh,
Holy shit, man.
sorry. Well,
Go
I
ahead,
wanted
say it
to
again.
hear
Say it slower, die slow, so we can catch it. Say it slow.
Fuck, bro. I don't even remember what I said.
it.
He
Okay.
just be saying words.
I think
You
I
just
got
you
this.
I
just
just be
saying
saying
words.
shit,
Don't worry.
bro.
Don't worry.
Okay.
But it's ironic that you say that, because one of the only ways to prove the evidence of a creator is the creation itself. Other than that, you don't have any actual evidence of a creator. Like,
Yeah,
empirically, you
That's
don't.
not true.
and you shouldn't
Well,
prove.
hold on. Well, let me just finish this. So Psalms 19:1 says, "The heavens declare the glory of Elohim, and the sky above proclaims his handiwork." And there's another verse that talks about if you look at the creation, right, and you can see the handiwork of a creator, so that you have no excuse come the time of judgment. You have no excuse for doubting
So
a
this ain't a
creator, because
biblical thing.
it's all around you, right? But that's
This
basically,
ain't a
besides
biblical
that.
thing.
Yeah, I don't know if people are, when they're saying God right now, I don't know if they're talking about like the biblical, like that particular kind of tradition, you know?
Oh, I'm aware. I'm aware of that. I'm invoking my faith in this conversation, but I'm just saying that you have the evidence all around us by looking at the complexities of nature and the cell and the DNA and the sky and the luminaries, even the sun, how it's the same diameter as the moon. There are things that are inexplainable scientifically that lead to the rational conclusion that there is a divine architect, whatever Elohim that may be, right?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I believe there is an architect, and there is a God. I genuinely do believe that. However, I believe he made a globe Earth, not a flat Earth.
That's fine.
Dude, there's lots of evidence for a creator. You ever see, a lot of people don't like QE here, but you ever see QE's video, Evidence for a Creator? It's pretty good.
I don't know who QE is.
Part of the Bible, isn't it? Is about the mystery. You know, the mystery and the mystery of faith, right? You know, we're not expected to understand everything. Neither should we. No, I'm going to contradict myself. But I do believe in a universe. And I don't understand it, as scientists don't understand it. But I'm not confined by the Bible. Yes, I believe in God, believe in Jesus. I do. However, I'm not confined so much that I deny modern science. I cannot deny modern science. I can't. So therefore, I must believe in it, but I must counter it with the God that I believe in. So does that mean I manipulate the Bible in my mind? Perhaps I do, but I can't deny the truth.
The thing is, like,
the truth is Jesus, but also the truth is science. It's undeniable.
There's an ideological clash. You can't have it both ways, like that. And if you do, and then you got to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Like, you literally can't have it both ways. Either you believe in the scriptures and Jesus, or you believe in scientism and men in white lab coats to be your priest. Like, that's what it comes down to, because, you know, the scriptures are clear, bro. Like, the word is everlasting. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my word will never pass away. And his word contradicts science so-called. You know, there's a scripture in 1 Timothy chapter 6 says, laying up in store for themselves a good foundation against the time to come, which is our time, that they may lay hold in eternal life. O Timothy, keep that which is committed to thy trust. Avoid profane and vain babblings and oppositions of science, falsely so-called.
Falsely
so-called, because what you're claiming is science, which has proven over and over again, irrefutably, right? That it's science, falsely so-called. Like, it's not real science, bro. They're not using the scientific method to come to their conclusions. They're not using empirical evidence.
But
what what they've contrived, right, is their own religion, bro.
Yeah, and no, it's not against. No good scientist will deny a benevolent God. No scientist will deny God, because you cannot deny God, because there is no proof for or against a God. There is no. So no science. All science means knowledge, right? That's it. So So what was that reading? I did love it.
It says, avoid opposition. It says, avoid profane and vain babblings and oppositions of science, falsely so called, which some professing have erred concerning the faith. You can't, like I said, you can't have it both ways.
Avoid science, falsely so called. So avoid false science. Yes. So avoid science, falsely so called. So false science, yeah. So and to me, you know, that sort of leads into, you know, don't worship false prophets and things like that. You know, basically, don't be led astray. Don't be told this is one thing, that's the other, and go
who are
wrong.
the modern day false prophets, bro? That wear white linen coats.
No, but they're not false prophets because they don't profess. No, they don't. They don't profess to be prophets.
I'll pray for you, bro. That's all I can do is pray for you.
No, honestly, to me, right, science is it's undeniable what is happening. You know, satellites in the sky, globe Earth, this, that, the other. It is undeniable. To me, anyway, and I think that's more fascinating, right? Because I do still believe in God. in spite of all that, you know. And I think, okay, right, maybe, you know, I think it's almost patronising to God to go, oh, what? Well, what? Well, no, it's just a flat Earth, and it's just like God drew a picture, like a child would draw a picture of, or man, woman. Yeah. Oh, there's a tree. Nice flat Earth. No, it's much more than that, and yes, it's complicated, and yes, it's hard to believe, but that is the point of faith. I believe in a globe Earth and the universe, right? And that challenges my faith every day. It does. But that's a good thing. My faith is challenged, you know, with that. So, you know, I think that's great. I think that's brilliant. I think, you know, God has done something that I can't understand. None of us can understand, which is why we're here debating it, discussing it, arguing about it.
That's true. I mean, I was a glober and still believed in God too, so I feel you, bro. I can't be a hypocrite, but I'm not there anymore, and I pray that one day you'll wake up to it too.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to have. There's another chat. He might not be here, but there's another Rose Patton I've spoken to before, and you know, I love her attitude towards Christ and the Bible and stuff. I love all that. And she said similar to me, you know, well, it's a flat Earth. Wake up to the truth, you know, all this. I really find it hard. I'm open-minded to it. I am. I genuinely am. You know, I've Googled certain things. I've read certain books or a little bit. You know, I won't lie. I've not studied it properly or anything like that. But you know, I am open-minded, and I get where you guys are coming from. I do. But for me, it's just that I just do think there is undeniable proof, right? That the Earth is a globe and there's a universe out there. What isn't what we don't have undeniable proof of is a God, and you know, the Christ, you know, Son of God, and that's where faith comes in, you know. So I have faith in the fact that
keep digging, bro. So just keep digging.
Yeah. Am I talking shit?
Well, when you were saying undeniable, like, so the heliocentric model claims that the Earth moves 1.6 million miles within a 24-hour period. So by the time you would fall asleep and wake up, depending on how many hours you've slept, you would have gone to sleep in one position in space. And when you wake up 8 hours later, you're going to be, you know, whatever the math is, 650, 700,000 miles. Let's just call it 700,000 miles. 700,000 miles in a different position. So when you fall asleep, when you wake up, do you think you're 600,000 miles in a different position? Or do you think you're in the same place you went to sleep at?
Well, I think I'm in the same place I went to sleep at. Of course I do.
Okay, well then you're denying heliocentrism right there. You just said it's undeniable. You just
exactly. Yeah, well, exactly. But that's the thing. Yeah, exactly. I'm not denying it. I'm not denying the heliocentric thing. I'm not denying it. From my perspective, I fall asleep and wake up in the same bed, in the same position, whatever. But I know from looking at the sun and so forth, you know, that not flying through galaxies and stuff, but through looking at the sun, it appears that the sun moves around the Earth, not the other way around. Yeah, it looks like that. It does. But I believe that there are satellites up there. There are pictures that have been taken of the Earth. There are measurements that have been. So the Earth spins 15. Is it 15 degrees every hour or something like that? But it's something like that. And there's been tests done, and and it does. Why do we have a leap year?
Do you think that if you weren't exposed as a child and through your life watching that Geo and Discovery Channel and the Cosmos and Bill Nye the Science Guy and all these videos and CGI, do you think if you've never seen any of that, you would come to the same conclusion that you have now regarding the universe? Or do you think that you are a product? Like, think about it. We're all products, right, of indoctrination and just straight up psychological warfare since we were children, right? Watching the television, watching,
it's a
the
great
Big Bang
question.
theories and all. I used to stay up at night watching these videos, bro, of how everything came into existence, and I was fascinated. And that, it was very hard for me to let go of that.
Yeah, it's a great question, right? You asked, if I hadn't been brought up, with the globe Earth model and I had a conversation on a Christian chat room, just last week, saying, well, if I was born in India, I might be a Hindu or a Sikh, or am I just a Christian because I was born in the UK, which is a Christian country? So am I the product of where I was born? And so it's a great question, and have I picked the wrong religion just because I was born into that religion? Well, I mean, I don't know. It's a hard question to answer, isn't it? Really, and equally, I grew up in a Western country, that teaches us that the Earth is a globe. The ISS is up there. Tim Beek went up there. Satellites, and we've got for us, Brian Cox. So there's Bill Nye, etc., etc. Good question.
Do you think that the sun
but
was created first?
If I grew up in North Korea, I would be told that Kim Jong Un is the be all and end all. Doesn't even have a shit. He's a benevolent God in himself. I can't do that. So
those people don't believe that, dude. They're terrified of that, dude.
Yeah, but the people in North Korea believe it.
They don't believe that, dude. Do you think they actually believe that Kim Jong Un is God, bro?
The people in North Korea whether they believe it or not, they have to pretend to believe it.
All right, that's what I was saying.
Yeah. Sorry. Anyway, no, that is a different thing. That's an unfair argument. Yeah, but sorry. Carry on.
No, I want to proceed and ask you: do you think that the sun was created first, or do you? Because according to the Big Bang theory, the sun was created first, and then the Earth came later, and all the other planets started spinning around the sun. But scripturally, it's unbiblical.
Yeah. Okay. So, Big Bang wise, I don't need to test my science now, but Big Bang. It was a long time before our solar system was created, from the Big Bang to then us. But it was the sun, and so kind of the sun was before any of the planets, but the sun helped obviously form the planets and the orbits.
So you choose man, right, to dictate to you the beginning of creation rather than the Holy Scriptures? Only because, we know in Genesis and in Jubilees that the sun and the moon were created on the fourth day. The fourth day of creation.
yeah, but this is the trouble I have with it. Like, yes, I want to believe scriptures, and I do believe in God, and I do believe in Jesus. You know, I'm Protestant.
That's good, bro. That's good.
But you know, with like Noah and the Ark and that sort of thing, you know, a bit of a struggle. Was it? But it was black and white as that one. Yeah, I really don't think that God went, oh, day one this, day four that. That I really don't think.
All right, that's fair, bro.
I think perhaps, yeah, man has written it down to simplify it and go, yeah, okay, yeah, on the fourth day he gave light, you know, but the fourth day could have been 4 billion years into the project. Do you know what I mean? I believe me believing in the universe and the globe Earth, it isn't denying that there's a God. I just think it's a God that that we're not looking at them. I'm looking at the creation the different way, you know.
Yeah, so it says here on the second day he created the firmament in the midst of the waters, and the waters were divided on that day. Half of them went up above and half of them went down below the firmament. In the midst over the face of the whole earth. Do you believe in a firmament?
Yeah, I hate you right now.
I'm just wondering. I'm picking at your brain, bro.
No, I know. No, I know, and I'm joking. But
don't?
Yeah, the firmament is the bit that always stifles me. Yeah, firmament. But I don't know. I wish I read. I should read the Bible more. Maybe if I did, I would be on your side. I was going to say it's not about sides. Sorry, but right, the firmament thing. So water below and above.
Yeah, yeah. How do you separate waters from waters on a sphere?
On a sphere, well, you don't because it's all on a sphere.
Right.
Yeah. So it, yeah.
So it's incongruent.
So yeah.
The sphere Earth is incongruent.
Sorry, say that seriously. I didn't hear it.
I'm just saying a spherical Earth is incongruent with the concept of separating the waters from the waters.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So so the water thing, the firmament. It's about waters above, is it? Or it's literally about how do you separate? Because
if you separate the water, like you're separating waters above from waters below, and then creating a gap in between it, which would then be the plane of existence that we're on.
Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. That.
The surface above and the surface that we're on, which is what we can observe.
Okay. Well, could that be about rain? Like where rain comes from? Like, so there is water above. That's the condensation. The clouds. That's rain. But I mean, if you're asking me how water like stays on a globe and underneath, I will say to you what is up and what is down. Imagine yourself right in the void of space. What is up, what is down? And I'm sure you've all seen like the videos of like people in the space station or the vomit comet or anything, you know, when there's no gravity, like water will form like like the surface tension thing. It's just a little bubble of water, isn't it? Does that? So in space, there's no up or down. It is the thought of a human mind that all right, our north is up then. Oh, so we're at the top. Okay, so Great Britain, like, all right, we're near the top. Australia is underneath. So, but in a globe Earth model and a heliocentric thing, there is no up or down. It's just go out to space. Why is the North Pole at the top? Well, it isn't, because it's as much the top as the top. Do you know what I mean? If you go out into space,
well, they don't show us pictures of
what is down.
Yeah,
you know,
it's all relative to the center of the fabricated spherical idea. Yeah, on the globe.
Yeah.
It's all just a concept. I would say up and down are related to the Earth's magnetic field. Down is the ground and up is the sky, positive and negative. It's connected to the actual magnetic field. They're very real things. Up is a real direction, which is opposite of down. And it has to do with the magnetic polarity of the field and of the Earth.
Yeah, but that's not up or down.
Hold on real quick.
The magnetic field of Earth is from pole to pole, right? But that's nothing to do with me sat here now on Earth pointing up at the stars. Yeah, my perspective as a tiny ant on his little tiny anthill going right that way's up. Yeah, but the magnetic poles, that's not up or down. That isn't up or down. If you're out in space and looking at that, well, one, you can't see it, but if you're out in space, there is no up or down.
Okay. There's definitely an up or down. Oh. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go. Yeah, maybe go for it.
There's definitely an up or down in the globe model. It's where time moves slowest. I don't know if you're familiar with Einstein or not, but they definitely assign an up and down.
No, but okay, I couldn't quite hear you. But no, I'm saying like up in space, there is no up. There is no up or down in space, right? So why like if you zoomed out of this planet, if you had a camera, right, zoomed out of this, why is north the top and south the bottom? Like, who told us that? It should, yeah.
I don't think anyone's saying that, man. I think everyone in here would agree that up and down on a globe model, down is towards the center of the sphere and up is anywhere away from the center of the sphere. It's relative to each individual person. Every time you move on the sphere, you have a different up or down. Everybody has a different up or down. Yeah. Nobody said up or down is the North and South Pole. So yeah.
Okay, yeah. All right. But people were saying about about the firmament and the water. You know, how does the water go upside down? Well, I'm trying to say that it doesn't go upside down. There's no upside down.
Well, it is upside down in relation to someone else. I mean, where I am right now,
yeah.
Right. So you have to believe that rain falls upside down in terms of where you're at, and that you're moving millions of miles every day.
No, but relative.
I mean, those are
relative to me. Relative to me now, right here in the UK. Relative to me now, if I imagine rain falling in Australia, yeah, relative to me, rain must be falling up. But when I get there, it won't be, will it? It'll be falling down.
You need to stop drinking the Kool-Aid, bro.
I don't get why that is hard to understand. It's
not hard to understand. It's hard to relate that as being reality because it's not reality. That's the problem.
But it is reality.
All right. Well, you believe it is for whatever reason, but where do you have any validation that rain's falling upside down in relation to where you're at?
Well, it isn't. It isn't falling upside down. Rain is always falling down wherever you are on the globe. Rain is always falling down towards
What about
the
stars? What about stars? Do the
Well,
stars?
what?
Have you ever seen a star falling up?
No, I've seen shooting stars, and that's cool. Yeah,
And
but that's not stars falling out of the sky.
so when you see a shooting star, have you ever looked out in the distance and seen one go up? Or are they always coming down to the earth or at an angle?
Well, kind of neither. They've always just shot across the sky. To be honest, like
They shoot across the sky?
yeah.
Okay.
Hey, you ever thought about like the biblical model and how like, and there's multiple verses, bro, that talk about this, but there's one specific verse that's really remarkable, and it says that the earth takes shape like a clay or like clay under a seal. Its hills stand out like the folds of a garment. And if you actually look at even NASA elevation maps of the earth, it actually shows the Antarctic region, which is the outer circle of the disk, right? If you believe it's a flat earth, the outer disk has the same elevation as the tip of Mount Everest. It's pink. So the tip of Mount Everest on this contour map, and it shows elevation, it literally shows the tip of Mount Everest pink, and all of Antarctica basically is pink, showing that Antarctica is the same elevation as Mount Everest, but yet they'll tell you that Mount Everest is the highest point on Earth. But I would argue that no, there's regions in Antarctica that are actually higher than Mount Everest. And what it seems to be is that the Earth is actually a crater with the continents that are like mountains inside this crater, but at the rim is literally Antarctica, and it seems to be holding everything in. All the water is contained.
Right.
It's literally a seal or like a crater. Like, I don't know how else to explain it. It's remarkable, bro. It's better than
I think I know what you mean. I'm sure others do as well. I think I know what you mean. Yeah, where it's like the edge of the bowl kind of thing.
Yeah,
if all the water's in. But like my thing right about Everest, and it's the first time I've heard that there are taller structures in Antarctica than Everest. It's the first time I've heard that. So excuse me for being ignorant, but as far as I knew until a minute ago, Mount Everest was the tallest like structure on Earth, tallest mountain. So why? I don't know how tall it is. Does anybody know how tall it is?
32,000 feet up. I think pretty sure.
Right. So why isn't it 40,000 feet? What stopped it? What stopped it getting taller? Or what stopped your Antarctic structures getting taller than they are?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question, bro.
Yeah, well, I do. It's gravity. Gravity stopped it.
All right.
And that is why objects, large objects in space become spherical, is because they, tectonic plates, etc., push together, but they form the shape of a globe. And that because if it was a flat Earth, why wouldn't Mount Everest just keep going? It can't, because it has a limit.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Respectfully, no idea.
Yeah. I'm maybe not explaining it very well, but essentially, if the reason Earth is a globe and every other
Hold on.
planet is
So
a globe.
gravity is holding the mountains right down. It's holding the mountains, keeping the mountains from growing. Is that what you're saying? To clarify.
Well, not exactly, but yeah, it's the mountains will. So it's like plates and stuff pushing together, and they'll get so high, but can't go any higher because then it's like distributed across the planet, and that's what makes it spherical.
Where did you learn that?
So right in the center of a planet, right, is the gravitational pull. Okay.
Where did you learn that? About the mountains not growing any taller because the gravity's holding them down. But where did you learn that?
In science class at school.
What school was that? What grade were you in?
School in Yorkshire, and I don't know what grades are, but year 10 maybe.
What did they teach you the limit was? What's the limit on the growth of a mountain in the school you went to?
Well, I don't know. I don't think they taught me that, but so on Mars, there's a mountain called Olympus Mons, right? It's the biggest volcano in the solar system. Okay.
Does it have a limit?
Yeah, well, it does, and it's crazy, right? Because actually,
why does it have a limit? Why does it have a limit?
I can't tell you that in feet wise, but Olympus Mons just sort of peeks out of Mars's atmosphere. Right, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Yeah. But I think the reason, oh shit, I'm gonna have to look this up now because I might have shot myself in the foot. but Olympus Mons peaks out the atmosphere of Mars because you know what? I don't know why, and I'm not gonna sit here and make shit up. So give me a second while I Google that. But yeah,
what did they tell you was at the center of the Earth? What was it they told you?
What was at the center of the Earth? An iron core.
An iron core?
Yeah.
Is it solid? What's the temperature on that iron core?
I don't know. Without Googling.
How do you know it's an iron core? What kind of instruments did they use to find out it was an iron core?
I think they know it because of what comes out of volcanoes and the sort of rocks that are made from volcanic islands like Iceland, like Cyprus. Cyprus is from volcanic rock, and there's I think islands in the Atlantic. I think.
Are they clear on all the things that come out of volcanoes, or are they unclear? Like some things could be coming from deep below the Earth's surface, or they may be coming from the sky. You know. Are there anything like that? Are there any things like that that you're looking at, or what kind of materials are you looking at coming out of the volcano? What kind of rocks? What are you looking at?
Well, I'm not, but what they're looking at, what they are looking at, is like the lava and stuff that comes out of volcano, and the and like in those basins, like I think it's called a basin.
How does that tell them?
Yeah, those volcano like craters bits, like all the rock, or like the material that the chemicals and things, they can test them and go, all right, well that's that's copper, that's iron, that's the
so copper and iron, but we're gonna go with iron, right? You saying it's just iron? Is it just iron core? Is that all it consists of? And what about the volcanoes told you that? I mean, there's substances on the Earth, and we know what they are, so therefore we're going to pick one of those things and say that's what's at the core. Is that what we're doing?
Well, no. We're not making it up, are we? I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I'm Googling. I was going to Google Olympus Mons, but yeah, now I'm gonna Google.
Yeah, find out about the core and tell me how you came to a conclusion on what it consists of, and how deep is it? How many miles to the sun?
Okay, so I'm being told, unlike the mineral-rich crust and mantle, the core is made almost entirely of metal, specifically iron and nickel.
Did they take samples from the core, or what happened there?
Well, mate, honestly, I don't know. I wish I could answer those questions. I can't. But I'm sure there are answers to those questions.
I'm sure people in here have told you, we've only been 8 miles down, and you're talking about another 3,951 miles to go.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you asked me how far it is to the core. Yeah, it's loads of miles, and yeah, we've been 8 miles. But what I was saying is
Do you know you can't find tunnels?
The answers are through volcanoes, eruptions like that, through looking at things on the seabed, and all these things. There is evidence of. All right, that comes from the center of the earth, and that's okay. Right, it's an iron thing.
What's the evidence on the seabed that tells you that what the center of the earth consists of? What would that be? Anything?
I don't know. I'm telling you, I don't know. I was saying volcanoes, but there's volcanoes undersea. But there are rocks and stuff. I mean, I don't know, and I'm just saying stuff. Not really, but
have you thought about people dig tunnels, right? And you wouldn't even know it if a tunnel's under your house, as long as it's deep enough. But we're talking about 3,950 some odd miles, right? So whatever you're using to tell us what the Earth's core consists of, that technology would be very beneficial to a lot of people. I think you'd be a billionaire in no time if you could do that. But
yeah, but we can only dig down 8 miles, and even then, it was it's the Russians, and when they got to 7 miles, their equipment started melting.
Yeah,
so
because
we can't just dig down, can we? We can't just dig down and go, "Oh, here's the diamond."
Well, the reason that they were so incorrect on their drilling, right, is because they measured this core. They knew it was this core because they knew the radius of the Earth and the density of the Earth. So they weighed the Earth by weighing a mountain. They knew the radius by measuring a mountain. And then they said, well, we know the density, and we're going to drill down according to what we know is below us and how dense these layers are. And as they drilled down, they were incorrect about the density of what was beneath them every single time until they bottom out at 7.5 miles, because their density calculations were that far off. Yeah. So the same method that they used to figure out the core is the same method that they use for drilling. What they used to drill was amazingly incorrect. Therefore, the original calculation of a radius and the Earth's density is incorrect.
Okay, so what is would it be diameter? What's
Well, this is what somebody with a globe would say. Hey, the globe is amazing because it has amazing predictive powers, and one of our predictions is that the Earth has a magnetic molten metal core, right? And the reason that we know that is because we know the radius, right? And the reason that we know that we have a molten magnetic core is because we know the radius and we know the density of this Earth, right? So it's a prediction. So they made a prediction with their globe, and their prediction was horribly incorrect while putting it to practical use and drilling down to the supposed core. So what were they incorrect about then? They must be either incorrect then either about the radius or about the density. You have to pick one. Are they wrong about what the Earth
Oh,
is made
sorry.
out
Are
of?
you asking me?
Yeah. I'm saying I mean, it's a
Yeah.
binary choice now because that's how they got to calculate. That's how they calculated the core to be present. Right, was from the radius and the density. So which one were they wrong about? Were they wrong about the radius of the Earth, or are they incorrect about the makeup of the Earth?
To be honest, mate, you've blown my mind with a lot of information. I don't know. I can't answer because I'm not the scientist who bloody said all this. But
No, you don't need to be a
what?
scientist. You just need. I'm
But
just telling. They're the scientists. They
yeah,
know that
yeah.
the
But
core is
you
is
very
a
cleverly, like you
oh.
know, I love a sensible conversation, and that is what we're having. So, I don't want to be an arsehole, but kind of typically, you've like flabbergasted me with a lot of information. What?
No worries. Yeah.
Because I can't. Yeah, and essentially, you guys know this. You know that I can't sit here and prove anything, and and yeah, there'll be globe earthers who know stats and figures and can go, oh well, this degree and that. I'm not one of them. I can't do that.
I'm not asking to solve the problem, right? I'm just saying that they're one of the scientists gathered the information in whichever way they did to determine the radius, right? So now they have this radius, right? And then they use whatever scientific method to determine the density of the Earth based on on whatever they had around them to do it, right? So now they took these two things, right, and they figured out using science that what the Earth and all of its layers are made of, by whatever scientific method it was.
Yes,
But when
like
they
the crust, the mantle, and all that stuff. Yeah.
right by having a given radius. So when they put it into practical use and said, you know what, we got it all figured out with whatever science stuff we figured it out with. They said we're going to put it into use and we're going to start drilling down because we're very confident now because we know the radius and we know that the Earth is made up of these materials. Right, so we're going to start digging down now. But then when they went to dig down, they were wrong every step of the way. The crust wasn't a crust; it was water. The water wasn't water when they thought it would be. It was crust. Everything was wrong. So what were they wrong about? The radius or what the Earth is actually made of?
Well, I mean, thanks for explaining again, because I understand what you're saying now. But I don't think like one day, like all the scientists got together and measured the radius and this and that and that's. I think it was over the course of a long time of discovering stuff and. Yeah, I wonder what's at the center of the Earth, and this, and by looking at other objects in the sky, like the moon and things like that. Well, perhaps this is underneath it, and right, a volcano's erupted. Well, there's let's see what's in the lava. Oh, that's rock. Oh, it's turned to rock now because it's cooled down. Well, what is? Oh, so there must be that type of rock in the middle of the Earth, or or some meters down. I don't think they all went. Okay, let's start digging and see what's there. Maybe there was
No,
an
they thought
element.
they knew what was there. But
Uh,
if
but,
I had like a leak, just like springing up from, I don't know, let's say like my bathtub, right? Would
yeah,
I start to just hypothesize that my bathtub must have a center somewhere? That's weird,
that-
you know.
but that's just like a crazy analogy, isn't it? Because
Well, that's what you
the
said.
thing
You
about
said these
science
things were
is,
popping up
is
straight up out of the ground.
curiosity, right? Science is curiosity. Yeah, it's well, what is that? Well, why and how? So if your bathtub sprang a leak, yeah, if you're a good scientist, you wouldn't just assume, oh well, it comes from the middle of the river. No, you would pull the panel off your bath. Well, where's the leak coming from? Why is it? And why is it coming from the... How can the leak come up? The kitchen's below me. How can the leak be springing up? Well, so I'll have to get in the loft and have a look at the tank and da-da-da. And you get and you research and you look at everything, right? You discover, you search, and you might find one answer. Oh, it's leaking because the bolt isn't tight enough on the cold tap. So you take the pan off your bit. Okay, I'll tighten that up. Okay, there's no change. So you're out, right? Try and discover more. No, well, that didn't work. I don't know. I could go on for days with this analogy, but I guess what I'm getting to, right? Yeah, science is about discovery, and it isn't about denying anything, because scientists have entertained the idea of a flat Earth. They have. However,
yeah, I'm not denying. I mean, I'm not denying.
Yeah.
Like, what am I denying? Like, if I were to deny the Earth is a globe, like, what am I denying?
Oh, well, I don't know. Are you denying the Earth is a globe?
I mean, if someone were to say I don't believe the Earth is a globe, like, what is it that they see right in front of their damn face that they're denying? Like, can you see that the Earth is a globe? Like, what are you denying when you deny that it's a globe? Like, that you believe it's a globe?
Well, are you denying that it's flat if you believe it's a globe?
Okay, so I mean, what do you see in front of you that's flat? Like, what can you show? I mean, is that what you see when you look around that things are flat?
Well, I see hills and stuff.
Right, so then it's not flat. Right? Do you see globes everywhere?
Well,
I mean,
no, of course not. Well, kind of.
right, then it's not a globe. I mean,
I see
maybe.
the moon. I see the moon in the sky. That's a globe. That's spherical.
Not
are
on
you
the
sure?
Earth.
Wait. Are you sure it's a globe?
I've seen Venus on the
Wait.
horizon.
You're taking somebody else. Wait. Dude, you're taking that on good faith that it's a globe, right? Because I don't know it's a globe.
I'm not taking it on good faith. I'm taking it on good education. You know,
Good. You mean
I'm,
indoctrination?
but I'm right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. Well said.
Programming.
But I'm being challenged here, which is fair enough. I'm being challenged here, and I love no thanks. I love that, and please stay in this conversation because I did enjoy that, right? But I'm being challenged. Well, so what? So why? And how do you know it's a 9 core? And what's you know? If I turn the question round, yeah, and I'm being honest, you know, I said, well, I don't know actually, and I don't know, but I can find out, and more often than not, I'll find out with proof that I'm satisfied with, you know.
How would you find out?
But if
Like,
if
like
I
you were
asked you,
stating.
because I'm leading up to this one, but if I asked you, where is your proof of a flat Earth? And that the moon is a hologram or whatever. Where's your proof of that? And
Well, I would
I
say
guess
I wouldn't have. I mean, the Earth is not flat. We both see hills. We both see, grass and flowers. It's not flat at all. I mean,
okay.
and the moon, I don't
So is
is
the
not.
Earth
Yeah,
a globe?
the moon is not on the Earth. The moon is not the Earth. I don't see any moons on the Earth. I mean,
Right.
so
Is
both of those like observations are a little bit like kind of like out there, right? Like,
yeah. Okay then. So is the Earth a globe?
I don't
Can you
see
guys hear
anything
me?
that I don't see
No.
anything that would present. I mean, what do you see that yeah, I hear you, Jeremy. Yeah. Like, what do you see
Yeah,
on
so
the
you know
Earth?
that's not what we mean when we say Earth's flat. That there's no hills and valleys. That's dumb.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever. Yeah. So
Do
I
you think
mean,
it's?
but
Do you think that's really what people mean when they say flat Earth? That it's 2D?
I don't know if I was talking right to you. What do you want to know about?
I'm listening. Well, I know you weren't talking to me, but I'm listening, and that's like some kind of ridiculous thing when it's like Earth's not flat because there's hills and valleys. Yeah, no shit.
All right, well, cool. Then we can move right past it. So yeah, I mean, I don't see a lot of like flat things, right? Like all around me, and I don't see a lot of like globe shaped things all around me. So how do we determine that it's either one of those?
Do you think a piece of glass is flat?
Flat? What is that? I
Yeah.
mean, how's flat?
Yeah, like a pane of glass. I do.
Yeah, because like if you zoom in on the glass, I mean, you're gonna find peaks, valleys, and troughs just like you would upon the topography of Earth. So like, what are we really saying here?
Yeah.
No, I don't know. You guys are really
Great word,
stuck on that.
I mean, nothing's perfectly flat. That's the point I'm getting at. Unless we're like maybe talking about a wafer of graphene or something, like hypothetically. But the point is we're talking about the overall totality not being a sphere, right?
Yeah.
It's not a fucking
the
sphere.
whole thing.
And that was my question.
Oh, the whole thing.
If it's not a sphere, then what is it?
Well, yeah, but yeah, exactly. Well, that's my question. Yeah.
Does it have to be? I mean, does it have to be one or the other? It has to go. If it's so, it has to either be a sphere or nothing or something. Like so, where
Well,
did you?
I mean,
see
you
it?
can't have nothing. Nothing is just a concept at best. But
There's either
it's definitely
curvature or
not a
there's
sphere.
not.
Right.
There's either curve or there's not curve. It's a dichotomy.
Oh, it is a
So
dichotomy. That's
yes,
what it has to be. So you're forced to pick one, guys. Pick one.
there's either curve or no curve. Water is either curving. Water at rest is either curving or it's not curving. There's no other
What say
option
you,
that I
No
can see.
Tanks?
Let's not go back to square one.
What say you, No Tanks? Is it curving?
Water at rest.
Yeah, water
Yeah.
at rest. Yeah,
In a cup. Like where do you have water at rest?
whatever container you want.
So a container. So in a container, does water at rest in a container? It takes the shape of a container. So is water like cup shaped? I don't know. Is the Earth cup shaped?
Top of the
We've
water,
had this
dude. Top of the
conversation.
Oh, the
water.
top of the water. Man, in a cup,
Yeah.
I mean, there's a slight meniscus in a small cup.
Yeah.
So I guess a larger body of water. I don't know. I guess we'd have to measure.
So
it.
does that meniscus follow the Pythagorean theorem at 8 inches of curvature, whatever it is per mile squared?
I've never measured it in a cup.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I mean, you picked the setting, you chose a cup. I mean, we can bring this to the ocean.
Yeah.
Okay, let's bring it to the ocean.
I want
So
to bring
the
it to the ocean.
I guess bring it to the ocean. That the ocean's a large body of water at rest. What shape is that?
No, it's not at rest. It's dynamic, but the surface of the water, has some turbulence across it, but it's not curving following the Pythagorean theorem. That's the point that I'm making. I mean, you can point at those small little imperfections and
But
maybe try to talk about that if that's what you want to do.
Of water and the meniscus of water is in a small confined area, like at the top of a glass. The meniscus in in a large body of water. It reacts differently, right? And like I was saying before, there is no up or down, so it's not like well, why does the water not fall off the bottom of the earth? Well, there's no bottom of the earth, really, is there? Because, well, there just isn't. There's gravity in the center.
There is an
of
up
the
or down.
earth, which
Yeah, but
is why mountains.
There is an up and down. I know. There is an
but I
up and
also
down
wanna-
in your model. You keep saying that. I don't know why you keep saying that. And a lot of people say this. There
Yeah,
is
it's a
an
weird
up and
thing.
down in the globe model.
Yeah, but we use that down, like that gravity thing that you were talking about, to measure the density, right? That's with like the rate of these things falling, right? And then we use that radius they gave us, right? And we drill down. This is what we used was things falling, right? To measure the density. And then we used that radius and we dug that hole and it didn't work. So something's wrong.
Okay, but so okay, right. But back to the
So
water.
is gravity wrong, or is the globe
What?
a different size? Yeah, it's got to be one of those two.
Okay, so what? Rather than me answering that question, mainly because I can't answer it, I'll be honest with you. What does that tell you about your flat Earth?
My flat. I'm not doing. They got the flat Earth. I mean, I got waves. I don't know. Yeah,
So
I
you're
don't
you're
see
gonna
it.
stick with the waves in the ocean versus what I specifically specified in my question towards you. No, Tim.
I guess I forgot your question.
Yeah, I'm asking you, is there curvature in the ocean, and does that curvature follow the 8 inches per mile squared within the Pythagorean
Not
theorem?
not at all.
Okay, so why are you talking about the fucking waves of the water then?
You guys brought it up, not me. I mean, that was my answer to what you brought up.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, he was telling us where he sees the curve, and he saw it in the moon. I don't know. And then you got it on me, but
Oh, there's
yeah.
Rins, Ryzen. How do you pronounce your name, dude? Rinsey, Risey.
Rinse.
Okay.
Yeah, rinse.
You're a Glober, yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I am.
And you've tested this. You've seen the curvature on the ocean.
Um, um, I'm always scared about these questions. No, I've never seen the curvature of the Earth. No, but I do
Why
feel
not?
like I've seen the horizon, and I've
Yeah.
seen like I get
Is it
that.
physical or is the horizon physical or is it apparent?
Is it physical or is it
Or is it apparent?
apparent? Is it
You choose
physical?
apparent. What are you choosing?
Is
Like,
it
what do you
physical
think
or is
what do
it
you think the
apparent?
horizon? Yeah, what do you
I
think the
don't think I
horizon is,
understand.
Rins? What do you think the horizon is?
Well, I think it's the edge of the curve.
It's physical then. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah.
so they give us the this physical radius. They say it's 3959, right? Right. So that's like a shape, a place, a geometric place, right? So that means that like a 6-foot observer, right, at the edge of calm water, wherever that is, right? They would see boats disappear from the bottom up at 3 miles away, right? Because it's a physical place, right? You're going down over top of this curve, right?
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
So
So
if
if I was, so like if I was, if I was watching, like a ship go over the horizon, the last thing I would see is the mast of the ship. You know, it'd be like going downstairs, like an escalator. If I'm stood down at the end of the corridor in a shopping mall, and you stepped on the escalator at the other end, I'll see your shoes go down the escalator first. And
Right. That's because the water, because the water is flat, right? Perfectly flat, and the that would be the only explanation for the boat to be disappearing bottom up, is to be going down a physical hump of water, like over and then under it. Right?
Mm.
Yeah, but we have observations, right, of seeing much further than that. Right? So what happens on those days?
Oh yeah. What do you mean? Like the pictures of? Well, yeah.
Like now we have these cameras, like a P900, P1000, and you have the ability to zoom in once a ship starts to obstruct from the bottom up, right? And then you can zoom in and make out more of the whole of the ship.
Okay, right. So
No.
Yeah.
Where did you see that?
Hold
Hold on, mumbling guy. Where did you see that happen at?
Hold on, mumbling.
Me?
Yeah, you said you could zoom in if there's a ship cut off at the horizon. You could zoom in and see more of the bottom of the
Yeah,
ship.
more of it, not the entire ship. Yeah, so watch out. Careful with your little things. Not all of it, more of it. Yeah.
Well, I've
So
never
you can bring
seen
it back. Yeah,
anything.
you can bring it back into view.
I've never seen being able to see more. Once it's cut off by the horizon, I don't think there's any level of zoom that'll bring more of the
Yeah.
ship back.
Okay. Well, then that's what you think, right? But but yeah, what you
Well,
can
have you
demonstrate.
seen it? Do you have that
Yeah,
on video or something? Like that'd be dope because that would be awesome to show.
Awesome. Yeah. So what you can do is you can go check it out, I guess, right? So what you can do, anybody can do, right, is you can see something fade from view without any zoom, right? And then you can zoom in and see it again.
Yeah, that's because its angular size got too small. But we're talking about seeing something at the horizon cut off and being able to zoom in and see more of it.
You're talking about seeing something at the horizon, yeah. What's the horizon again? A physical place?
Well, you said we could see a ship cut off and then zoom in and see more of it. I thought you just said
Yeah, you
that.
can.
All right, my bad if you didn't say that.
Yeah,
No, I
exactly.
No,
said
you
exactly
can't.
that, yeah. I said exactly that.
Sorry,
Yeah,
mumbling
you can't. You
guy.
can't see once it's cut off by the horizon. You can't zoom in and see more of it.
Oh, you brought the. I mean, the horizon. What's that? What's that?
You don't know what the horizon is? You can show
No,
me like a globe?
I guess explain it back to me. Where's the horizon?
The place where the sky meets the ground. Yo, guy, hold on a second.
Sorry.
The place where the sky meets the ground.
Right, and where is that?
That spot. In the distance, and objects get cut off at that point.
Why?
What kind of weird game you playing, bro?
Right, what kind of weird game?
You playing some weird game?
So that,
I don't know.
place where
I'm not playing a game.
If I'm 1 inch off the ground, where's the horizon?
We could do the math.
You could do math. Okay.
You could do math, or you could just view it and see where it is. I don't know.
You could. Okay. So when you can't see anymore, that's the horizon.
Where the sky meets the ground, yeah, where shit starts to disappear. Yeah, that's
the sky meets the ground everywhere. What are you talking about?
The Earth is flat. The dog's a cat.
Where
dude,
the
in the
sky meets
distance.
the ground. In the distance. Okay.
Yeah.
In a place that you can
in
measure
the distance.
with the math. Awesome. Well, measure it. I'll get the video of zooming.
We can. We could go out and see where it's at.
Well, listen, I'm going to get the video.
Like sometimes in the black swan photo.
Yeah, I'll get the.
Have you ever seen the black swan photo?
Oh, listen, I'll get the video. I just want some math from you, right? So I'm going to get the video of zooming in and resolving more of something in the distance, and you go find where the sky meets the ground at a specific distance with some math for me and get back to me. I guess it's a physical place for you. I just want the math.
Have you ever seen the black swan video?
Dude,
or pictures from it?
I just want some math.
Have you ever seen the black swan stuff where the oil rigs?
What about it?
You know, sometimes one of the oil rigs is hidden and you can't see part of it because it's cut off.
Okay.
What do you mean? Okay, have you seen it or no? Do you not know what I'm talking about? Is this your first day?
Yeah. So there's a picture of an oil rig with something cut off at the bottom. Okay.
Yeah, the horizon's cutting it off. Yeah.
That horizon, is there one horizon in that picture?
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, one horizon. Yeah, one horizon.
There's one horizon in that picture. Okay. And that's the one place where everything's at. Is that one place?
What? No, Tanks, don't be weird, bro. Come on, man.
Yeah,
Stop
you're
being a
being weird.
weirdo.
You're telling me the horizon is a physical place that you measure to in the distance when you watch boats disappear from the bottom up at any distance. All right. Well, then I guess you guys want your your flat water. I'll leave you guys to your flat water.
Well, what the
and,
fuck y'all are talking
and you
about?
enjoy it.
How does the
I don't know.
water not fall off the bottom of the globe like drip?
Because it's flat, man.
Don't start. I've already explained this. Here's that.
All the water would drip slowly off the bottom.
Would it? So it would rain up.
If there's an ether above us, is there an ether below us?
Hey, Rob, did anybody tell you, like, did any flat earther tell you that we think that the water would fall off the bottom of the globe Earth?
Either you're with me or against me.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Okay.
No, flat earthers don't even think, they don't talk about the bottom. They don't talk anything below the earth. They just talk about the firmament above. You bring up some Sheol, some Hebrew shit from the Bible. You guys don't even believe in the Bible, but you'll use it. I've seen it all, man.
Oh my God, is this the Coriolis guy from last
You've
night?
seen it all. Your appraisal of the situation Your appraisal of the situation is staggeringly accurate. God bless, Rob. Keep talking.
Is this the same guy from last night with the Coriolis curvature thing?
I'll let the
He's
guy
an expert on Coriolis.
I'll let the guy that was destroying you keep destroying you. You don't need my help.
No thanks. I scared him off. My bad.
Oh.
I mean, he didn't have to leave. I was just challenging his. I don't know. I don't know what he was doing.
Nope, I'm actually.
Anyways, are you the Coriolis expert from last night, bro?
Yes, I am. I'm about to do an experiment. Actually, that's why I got on here to tell you guys I'm gonna do an experiment. It's gonna replicate.
Are you gonna use your gun with this one? Or what?
Nope, it's gonna replicate the 2017 eclipse, and I'm gonna show you on a scale.
You're gonna show us how to adjust for Coriolis with your rifle. Is that what you're gonna do? Like you said last night.
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I gotta go to range.
Okay, gotcha.
Make a
where you adjust for the curvature.
Yeah, 1,000-yard shot.
You're gonna walk us through the steps,
and you're gonna adjust for. And you're gonna adjust for Coriolis by adjusting for the curvature, right?
Well, I just take the shot.
No shit.
So, how do you count for spin drift?
Are we trying to steel man the globe here?
No, just trying to prove that this guy is full of it. Has nothing.
Oh, I thought he did that with just what he said.
Yeah,
and the way he said it.
Yeah.
No, Rob, do you think people are taking you seriously right now?
The Earth is flat. The dog is a cat.
Yeah, I didn't think you did. Think that people were taking you seriously.
Yeah. You guys aren't taking me seriously. This is the best. This is serious shit, Rob. And you guys show me your book filled with math equations that calculate the Earth's anything?
Calculations.
Anything. Show me anything.
So calculations in place of direct measurements is what you're after? Are you? So you're a glober then?
Write some calculations in a book and show them to me.
So would you prefer measurements, observations, or calculations?
Measurements and calculations, and then I can run them back and go through them. And if you're legit, you're legit. I'll go back and we'll do the flat Earth
Cool.
dance.
When was the last time you took anything that we posted out into the real world and tested it?
I've never seen a flat Earth calculation or any type of math.
So never. That's too
measured.
bad. So how are we to believe you're here in good faith?
Because I'm looking for measurements and calculations, and I haven't found any yet.
So go get them. Yeah, go get them.
How would I find them?
Well, my friend, how long you been here? A couple months?
Been where?
In this conversation.
Oh, this particular one with this server, or just in general?
Sure, the server.
Oh, not very long. Maybe a couple weeks.
A couple weeks, okay.
Yeah, I've only been in here like 3 times, probably now. Like where I mainly made a comments. Like.
And how long have you been familiar with the flat Earth as a topic?
Like 20 years.
20, you say?
Yeah, I went through this yesterday.
Yeah.
I used to.
So, and you're gonna come against it without having tested any of it in the real world yourself, yes?
Oh no, I've tested many things. Like I said, I do experiments on my YouTube channel. I do experiments all the time. I've been around the world. I
can't find my baby. Yeah, I know that one.
In boats, all kinds of shit, man. There's so many things it's not even worth naming them all. I'll be here for too long.
Right, but what you said earlier is that you would take what we show or what someone would show you, and you would calculate to see if it matched reality. Is that right?
No, I didn't say that. I just said I would do the math and see if it works out.
Right. Do the math. Yeah, so you would do the math to see if it matched reality, but you wouldn't actually go out to physical reality to check yourself. You just sit in your room and do math.
No, I'm asking you guys for mathematical equations, okay, or measurements. It's that
You're
simple.
trying to masturbate.
So all you got to do is produce them. Then they can be looked over by the peers of scientists or mathematicians, and then be proven. It's simple as that. It's not like nothing hiding, nothing more, nothing less. It's just that
Okay.
simple.
Well, I have a few hundred videos to show you. Go ahead and check the live stream text here in a second.
A video. Was it a video with the equation on it? So someone else's equation or your equation?
These are avenues down which you may glean information or not. Depends on your attitude.
Oh yeah, the only information I want is measurements and equations. So unless it's that, there's not really much left to look for. That's all I have left. I mean, I looked at all the other stuff, all the histories and ancestors and all that shit.
Yeah, man.
That's just
There's
all.
plenty of what you're looking for in these few hundred videos. I think 450 plus.
Yeah, that's not that many. I probably watched 4,000 plus videos in the past couple of months here. Probably fucking
Good
tens
for
of
you. Then
thousands.
you must be very familiar.
Tens of thousands of hours of this stuff. As I'm saying, I haven't seen one equation, one measurement. No one's measured the flat Earth. No one's
So then there's
registered
no
the flat
excuse for
Earth.
you to still be a glober, right?
No
Is that what you're
one's
saying?
no one's photoed the flat Earth. No one has done anything with the flat Earth except talk about it and say it
Yes. So
exists.
you are saying there's no excuse for you to still be a glober. Got it.
No, I'm saying there's no excuse for anybody to be a
Go ahead
flat
and check
Earth.
that live stream text.
No one's done anything to
links
prove
up.
it. No one's done anything to prove it on your side at all, in any way, shape, or form.
Proof of burden's on the globe, but
No, it's not. You're the one making the
of course
claim.
it is.
No, it's not.
Of
You're the
course
one
it
making
is.
the claim. That's
It's
absurd.
it's the
That's
general
absurd.
consensus.
The general consensus is the Earth's flat. Are you out of your mind?
No, that's not what I said. It's the generally accepted consensus of academia that our reality is that of a heliocentric model that they propose. So the proof of burden is on you.
Yes, because science can't disprove it. That's why. You
Is
try to
that what science
disprove.
does?
Yes, science disproves things. Science does not prove anything. It disproves things. You don't believe me? Look it up.
Really?
Yeah, look it up. Look it up right now. You don't think so?
Uh-huh.
Ask chat GTP. Ask Google. Whoever you want to ask. Does science prove anything? And read what it says.
Your entire model is based on gravitational fields which can't be falsified.
The entire model of science is based on disproving things.
Your entire model
That
of
is
the
how it
heliocentric
goes.
model is what I said is based on your gravitational field which can't be falsified.
If something can't be disproven, then that's what you go with until you find something that can disprove it. That's how science works.
So I could just say unicorns is responsible for the attractive force between objects.
No, you can't just say something. You have to have a unicorn. Bring a unicorn.
Oh, really? You've isolated gravity? You found the particle that it's consistent with gravity?
They have accurately described, measured, observed everything you could think about of gravity.
All you said was descriptions, which is not science. Science is about explanation at the end of the day, none of which you've explained.
Yeah, he makes a lot of bold claims he can't back up.
Yeah, you know why. You
already
know why. You already
That's
know
a
why.
personality flaw, though. That's
So where's the
not an
graviton?
argument flaw.
Where's the graviton particle?
There's no such thing as a graviton particle. We're making
Where's your gravity at? How
we're sitting on the ground right now. Can't you feel your body getting heavy?
Why is that?
Density, man, density.
So where's this gravity you speak of? I'm waiting to see it.
Yeah, you wouldn't see it if I showed you, man.
Is it a particle?
No.
Is it the bending and warping of time and space?
This is the conversation is really irrelevant of what.
I'm just curious. I mean, you have to believe it, right?
It doesn't require belief.
Really?
Break us off with the Coriolis.
So give me some logic upon this gravitational field you attribute to the responsibility of the heliocentric model. Let's hear about it. Tell me what you know about gravity, other than things go down. I thought you watched 4,000 videos and all this extra shit, bro.
Yeah, he probably watched so many videos. It's hard for him to like, like use words to
Dude,
like prove his point. You know what I mean? He's got to just go.
Yeah, there's so much evidence they can't even pick one piece of it. There's
Yeah,
just so
it's tough
much.
sometimes.
Evidence is overwhelming.
It's okay, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys got it all figured out, man.
Apparently you do. Apparently
we
you
just-
don't have a belief. You just have knowledge.
There's nothing to figure out. That's why I'm not wasting my time trying to figure it out.
Right, but we've got you
You
figured
just
out.
accept it. You just willingly accept it.
Oh hell no, nothing's willingly accepted ever.
Well, it sounds like that's what you've done. Like you haven't obviously thought deep enough upon the matter. You just come to accept it.
Well, like I said, how many experiments have you done in life to prove your flat Earth?
It's irrelevant. We're talking about you and your
Okay.
mom.
Yeah, well, I've done experiments to prove my model and show my model, and that's you can go recreate the experiment. If multiple people can recreate my experiment and get the same results, that therefore disproves flat Earth.
Long distance observations. What?
I live on one of the largest freshwater lakes in the world. Okay.
Just like I thought. Long distance observations, which you probably didn't take
That's
into
one way. No, that's
an
one way I've
account
done
of the
it.
multitude of variables you left out.
I've took account of all the variables, dude. I went with different people.
How about
different
perspective? How does that work?
different perspectives too. I went from ground level. I went from standing on a pier. Okay, so I'd probably be 15 feet from my headlight or my head height above sea level. I've gone to in a kayak at sea level, maybe 3 feet because your head's probably 3 feet off the water, and then I've gone to about 210 feet inside a fucking residential apartment tower, looking at the same spot. I can show you the spot on Google Earth.
How does the human eye work in regards to perception?
It's irrelevant. We're not going to delve into that. Let's talk about what I was talking about.
That's a
I look
variable
across-
you have to account for. You're talking
Well,
about long distance
I already-
observations.
We haven't
You
even
have
got
to
there yet.
account for that
You don't
variable.
even know how far I was talking. You just want to get into something that you think that's going to divert something. But
Largest
you know-
freshwater lake, bro. Enough said.
Okay, well, the lake I'm talking about is called Lake St. Clair. It's in Lake St. Clair, Michigan. It's in the Michigan waters. And if you look across the water, it's 23 miles across to the other side to Canada. And guess what? You can't see the land on Canada's side. But guess what you can see? The windmills that are on land, and they're like miles within land. They're probably 5 to 10 miles inland. You can still see them.
Pictures of that?
Yes, I have pictures of that. So when you're sitting on the pier and you're looking off on a clear day, you see the windmills. You don't see all the windmills. You see a portion of the windmills. That right there is a simple observation. Now
You got the pictures to post or no?
Yeah, hold on one second. I'm gonna finish my statement. So then, at the same pier, there's a residential tower where people live. It's the tallest building in the fucking county. It's 200 and something feet tall. We went to the top of the building. They have a lookout where people can go. You look across the fucking lake, and guess what you can see now? You can see land. You can see Canada, the land.
I mean, it sounds subjective. I mean, I'd like to see what you're seeing if you could provide a picture or something.
You gonna run away?
Did he take off?
No, but he's gonna. Why can't he? Why can't he do what he said he could do last night, which is like show that he can adjust for Coriolis and stuff like that? He was so big on himself last night.
I can't. Where do I? It says do I post in live stream text? Because it won't let me post anything.
Yeah, live stream text one.
It won't let me post a picture.
You're not like verified or what?
Oh, probably not. I don't know. Because I haven't been here a long time.
So you've been sailing for 20 years or something?
Been on boats all my life. Use the stars all my life. We didn't even use fucking GPS. We use the stars.
What's your favorite star?
I don't have favorites. They're just stars.
You're probably lying to me. Anyway, hey Daslo, I know nobody like really cared, but I posted some stuff about one of the creators for Star Wars. He designed the TIE fighter, which I feel like it looks a lot like the ISS now. Yeah.
When
really
when did you post that? What time?
Scroll back. It's like a Wikipedia article on a guy who did that. But he was also responsible for stuff that Kubrick did. He was sitting shotgun in the during the moon landing, telling Walter Cronkite what the fuck to say. He's an ex-NASA guy. So that's interesting. Just on a hunch, I thought that the TIE fighter looked a lot like ISS, so I like wanted to see who designed the TIE fighter. And it's that guy. He's also ex-NASA employee, all this stuff. Also, like he suggested to Kubrick.
Oh, I
he's
see
like,
it.
hey, he's like, dude, yeah, you should use that song "Also Struck with Zarathustra." You should use that in 2001. And then Kubrick was like, hey, I'm Stanley Kubrick, but you're a fucking model designer. I'll go with that. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I got those pictures. I had to fucking find them. They're old, so I have the pictures if you want to see them.
Yeah, you're old too.
53 minutes after the hour.
I ain't old. I'm fucking old. I'm not old, man. How old are you?
Older than you?
Exactly. I ain't old. I'm only 43.
I'm just throwing shit around here, bro. Don't worry about it. But anyway, I thought it was really interesting that those correlations are there. You know, and then Reagan had the Star Wars program too. I mean, it's all just so wonderful. And then they dropped like you know, like the Jedi is actually like a religion. You know that across the world there are many people who claim to be Jedi, which is so interesting. Like a space religion, literally born on Hollywood screens, and it's too amazing to. I don't know, man. Do you see what I'm seeing here? It's crazy.
It's a pseudo Jewish religion.
Oh, you guys are running. Don't want me to post them pics now. I got the pics. I told you I bring the.
Post your pics, bro. Where's your pics?
Someone give me the plus mode, man. I can't hit plus.
Oh, Jeremy's got to search you and do an STD test on you.
2-3 days you should get results.
I see windmill.
I'm like Sauron, dude. Hell yeah. The moment that guy gives me that plus, it's gonna be bad news. I actually did the math too, so I have the math written down in a book too. So that's next.
Yeah, anytime you want to do that Coriolis thing, I'm happy to listen to you explain it.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Yeah.
But why aren't you going to do it then?
Hey, Rob, not was that your voice I heard before?
Uh-oh. Someone knows me. Shit. What's up, Bossy?
No, it's trouble. How you going?
Shh.
This lady is annoying. I'll see you guys later.
Hey, Deal City, are you here? I'm happy to discuss what we're talking about.
Yeah, tell me how a company is scamming public money when it's funding its own project.
Okay, well, let's stick to the moon, right?
No. This is about the scam. I want to hear
Of
about the
course it's
scam.
about the scam. Gosh, listen, you
Yes,
can go right now and verify where the moon is going. You can
that's
verify
not,
it for
not
the next
relevant
3
to the
days.
scam. That's not relevant to the scam.
Because the moon goes back to the sun every 14 days for about 3 days. So you tell me, do they get to pick and choose when they go to the moon and for how long? 14 days out of the moon?
This is about the scam.
The
Lockheed Martin
scam
has a
is
plan.
you're not going to the moon. I don't understand why you don't understand what I'm
I
saying.
want to know how a private company is gonna fund its own project and scam the public.
I told you, NASA.
That's not
And
an
if
answer.
you read the article, you might find out.
I read the article. Didn't say anything about scamming the article.
It's NASA's going to be a client.
And
And
what?
this, they're claiming they want to put people and have private missions on the moon. I'm saying, you know what?
Lockheed Martin is claiming this. We're gonna have private
Yes,
missions.
you didn't read the article.
I did read the article. They
Well,
said
you need
that.
to read like the 3rd paragraph.
Yeah. Okay. So Lockheed Martin is gonna fund its own project, and somehow this project
Oh,
is scamming the public.
so go down to like the 4th paragraph towards the end where it says NASA is already in the process of establishing its own communications and navigation system for the moon called LunaNet. However,
Yeah.
the space
Sounds like it.
agency has previously expressed the need for multiple systems working together.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, how
So
convenient.
is NASA funding Lockheed Martin? It didn't say that in the
I
article.
mean, I don't know, war, the government. I mean, you know,
War the government is how Lockheed Martin is scamming on this project. Okay, got it.
I know it's so weird to believe something like that, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah. It is. It's really hard to see how you read that article and come away from it saying it's a Lockheed Martin scam of the public whenever it's privately funded by Lockheed Martin.
Okay, so there's a growing number of private missions to the moon,
Yeah.
namely Japanese company iSpace. These are other clients that aren't going to the moon. Okay, so back to the moon, which you don't want to really seem to stick on.
No, because
How are
we're
they?
talking
How are
about the
they?
scam.
How are they? Going
Who's they?
and creating the operative, the satellite, the mission to put the satellites up there too, and have private missions there
Lace,
14
this
days of
is
the
your
month.
allegation. This isn't my allegation. I asked the question. I'm waiting for you to tell me how it's a scam. I mean, how is Lockheed Martin privately funding its own expedition, but yet somehow they're scamming the public money?
For the private missions
So
to the moon, the
yes.
private missions to the moon.
So how is that scamming public money? How is Lockheed Martin spending its money a scam of public money? Not. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah. Okay.
I found a couple more, guys. I'll be back later. Hopefully the plus is on. I can show you guys these pictures. Real pictures. Taken by me. No excuses.
I get a mic check. Can I get a mic check? Mic check. Does Enigma just sitting here day after day, not saying anything still for like the past 6 months? Can I get a mic check?
Yeah, I hear you.
Test 1 2.
Great success.
So what's going on here?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
What's it? There. What's it? What's it? You there yet? My one of my science teachers gave me a refraction demonstration earlier. He had a whole bunch of refraction shit written all over his board, and I was reading it. He's like, "You could erase that." I was like, "No, I'm just reading it." And you know, I was like, "What is this? What are you doing with this, Snell's law?" He's like, "Yeah." And then he got some curved piece of glass, went over, showed me how the laser beam blings off and shit. It was pretty neat. He showed me this internal reflection thing. It refracts so hard that it comes back. Crazy. Yo, where's everyone at, man? What's going on? Did I go to do some drunk shit or something? Rob, tell us how you adjust for the Coriolis effect by adjusting for Earth curve now, and then tell us how we're all idiots.
Can I tell you guys are idiots first?
I mean, it'll be funnier if you tell us how to adjust. What happens when you adjust for Coriolis effect?
You better adjust your Wi-Fi for the Coriolis effect. Sounds like you're digging a tunnel. Why don't you guys launch a rocket, man?
Why? That ain't gonna do nothing. Do you understand that a flat Earth would curve as you went up? It would appear to start curving.
It'll hit the firmament, right? How far up's the firmament?
Oh, dude, can you hear me?
Unfortunately.
Yeah. So do you understand that a flat Earth would appear to start curving as you went up higher?
If you say so, buddy. What about the firmament? Can you hit the firmament? How high is that? You don't know?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if there is a dome on top of us or not.
Oh, you're a non-domer. No domer. Got a no domer, guys.
There could be.
Could be anything, right?
There might be.
Could be cheese up there. Could be covered in cheese.
If the people that were going there weren't continuously lying to us, faking video,
I know,
doing wild shady shit, I might be able to take their word for it, but I can't, can I?
If everybody wasn't lying, I wouldn't have to follow lies to find the truth.
I mean, if I didn't see so much fakery come from NASA and shit, like I might could believe them, but I've seen the fakery, so I don't believe them. I don't know. Call me crazy.
Yeah, you seen the string, the wires on the guys and shit when they spin around? See all that shit?
I seen the wires. I seen the all the goofball shit. Yeah.
Yeah, the see-through satellite. Yep.
I remember Chris Hatfield posted a thing on Twitter that said "hole in ISS," and then we found the fucking picture and it was actually a hole in a satellite that was on an album cover like 20 years earlier or some shit. That was some goofball shit.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
That's crazy. Yeah, they just be doing mad, fake, wild, fake shit all the time. I know.
Oh yeah, same with our government. Everybody in charge, all the elites, Hollywood elites, they're all in on it. They just control us. We're like little lemmings, peddlings, peons. You know, nothing, peasants. Name changed throughout history. We're the same people. So what do we do? How do we expose this shit? So this is the point you get to at
It
the end.
would.
At the end of your run, when your conspiracy run is done, you had your fun and smoke your last cigarette.
What up?
Last song on the jukebox coming up. And you realize at the end of the day, what the fuck are you really gonna do about any of this shit? Even if it was true, what if Bigfoot was true, Loch Ness was true, aliens are true? What are you gonna do about it? If they're true and you're living now, that means nothing happened anyways. So I mean, you're wasting your time. You have so much time on this planet. Average about 75 years for us males, and we're wasting it. Me too. I don't really care. I'm on a mission from fucking God. But
I
you
mean,
guys,
I don't know. You think us trying to get to the truth is wasting our time? It's weird.
yeah, because I'm telling you right now, even if you find the truth, what you claim to be the truth, it's never going to mean anything. It's not going to change anything. You're not going to do anything. You don't think people have had these type of thoughts forever? And what did it become? Nothing. You only have so much time on this planet. You're worried about fucking windmills and fucking curvatures and Coriolis effects. What the fuck is going on?
Bro, we're trying to get. I'll tell you what's going on. We're trying to get down to the truth of things.
For what? Then what? Then what? Well, okay, let's say we get down. Everybody's at the table. The truth's on the table. Now what happens? What happens in our society?
Then we can all. Then we'll know the truth. Do you not care about the truth?
I do. I want to
Okay,
know
then you
what.
should be on my side. You should be on our side, bro. That's all we're trying to do is get down to the truth.
Truth is self-evident, man. You're speaking as if you're speaking for everybody, but yet you guys all claim to be solo people. It's you can't coexist in both universes. You have to pick one. You speak of this truth. If all these truths you guys speak of, because it ain't just flat Earth, most of you guys believe in other stuff too. If all these truths you speak of, it's not going to just be another day tomorrow. It's going to be probably a lot of people going to have to answer a lot of fucking illegal questions. People are going to want some shit back because there's a lot of conspiracies. So if they're lying about one thing, they got to be lying about everything. You know, well, a lot
I
of
don't
people
know
don't.
about everything, but they may be lying about other things. Sure.
You want to know why I know? Because I watched a guy lie right in front of everybody on national television. The general, his name was white guy. What's his name? Rumsfeld. Donald Rumsfeld got in television and in front of Congress and said we found weapons of mass destruction. And there was no weapons of mass destruction. Everybody knows that. They know that. It's all known now. And nothing ever happened about it. And that's a real. You don't have to like search. You don't have to find anything. Ain't got to debate it. It's factual. Nothing happened. Nothing's ever going to happen. You're never going to change anything. Unless you have an army. You have an army? You have an air force? Tanks? Because unless you have that shit, you're not doing nothing.
I don't think you need all that. You just need the people on your side.
Yeah, okay. And then you have the people on your side, and you attack something, and then you'd be called treasonous, you'd be called insurrectionist, and you'll be branded as the outlaw. And you will
You
be
know, in ancient Rome, the Roman emperors, they had all these armies, tons of troops, catapults, all that shit. They still needed the people to be on their side.
what happened to Rome, dude?
It fell. What do you mean? We know what happened.
Yeah, exactly, because the people didn't give a fuck. That's what I'm saying. You guys, no one's going to do anything.
if we could show them the truth, that people might do something.
Well, I'm just here for the show. I want to see it all happen in front of me. That's all I'm saying. I think this is hilarious, dude. The internet has unlocked the human mindset or mind psyche. It's just crazy. This is just open up the whole world of fucking nonsense. This is hilarious. And it's all going to culminate eventually. I know all you guys probably have families and shit. Some of you guys probably have families and kids and shit. If this is truly what you believe, dude, and this is what you teach your kids.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's
No,
fucked
I
up.
don't teach kids none of that. No, I don't teach the kids that because we're waiting for some solid evidence before you start saying something's fact. Unlike
Why
what you
not?
guys did, where you
Why
started
not?
saying shit is facts, but you didn't
Man,
really know.
I gave my kid a globe the fucking second day he was born.
I bet you did.
You know why? Because a human being, a Homo sapien, walked on the moon. I know. I don't want to want to debate it, but as I'm saying, you'll never believe it, and I don't think you guys could ever believe it. I don't think you guys are capable of believing anything that you don't want to believe, even if someone showed you proof. You're right. I might not be able to debate the numbers like rocket scientists, but I can definitely debate the philosophy of it, dude. And the philosophy of it just states if this many people are in on something and everything is wrong and everybody's lying, then there's only one logical explanation. You either have to live in a simulation, a computer simulation, or you're crazy. You know, I mean, billions upon billions of people, millions upon millions of writings. It's just endless compared to 8 years on YouTube with memes and pictures of windmills and the pictures of a Jewish fucking Sheol map with a globe in it and fucking Pro Sanchez. I mean, this is crazy, dude. What's his name? The fucking your guys' Godfather, Murray. It's like I bet like it just seems like the people that would be like you go back in time and you take out a lighter and you like put it to a caveman, you're like light up a lighter. Like, oh, everybody just start bowing away and like run away scared. No, globe proofs are mostly the most prominent people, scientists that you will see. Most people you see on the street. I mean, the flat Earth is a small segment of society. Out of 330 million people, the last estimate I heard was like 6 to 10 million. So that's a very small. It's not mostly scams. It's mostly science.
I mean, I don't know what script you're reading off of, but don't you know science doesn't prove things?
Yeah, sure. Well, in your layman's terms, what
You
you guys think,
say yes,
think it
yes.
is,
What's up?
make it easy for you guys, because when you say science only disproves things, then you throw people in another loop, and then you're going to start another argument. It's just simple to keep with common speak. If people don't understand it and they want to dissect it, that's their problem.
No, it's fine. If you think science proves things, I'm actually with you on that. I think
Mm.
science proves things.
Well, science disproves things.
You just told me it proved you just told me they prove shit though.
No, but I explained to you why I'm saying that to you, because I don't want to have this conversation, because the conversation is never going to end, because people cannot comprehend what science even means and what it's doing. You're not doing science to prove your point. You're doing science
What?
to disprove it. If I want to prove that a basketball bounces, I'm not going to try to prove that it bounces. I'm going to try to disprove that it doesn't bounce. That's how it works.
So science's whole goal is to disprove things. Do you know what a hypothesis is?
Yes, man. Yes, the whole point of
And
science
you think your whole goal is to try to disprove your hypothesis. That's what you think the goal is?
it's to disprove your initial observation.
Why would you can't disprove the observation? That's the observation. That's just what happens.
No, it's you can disprove
Dude, you
your
don't
thought.
even know what you're talking about, man. This is
All right.
ridiculous.
No, this is exactly what you wanted to do. You just want to get into the weeds because you don't want to talk about the meat and potatoes. And the bottom line is exactly what I said it was. You're the one
Bro,
around me.
when
You
you
got
when you're when you do science, you make the observation. You're not trying to prove or disprove the observation. The observation is the observation. You have the observation, you make a hypothesis. Then what you want to do is either verify your null or your hypothesis, one or the other.
or your observations aren't always true. What your eyes see is not always true. That's a ridiculous statement. That makes no sense.
Dude, you got an
Again,
observation. That's your dependent variable.
it's just so trivial, dude. It's like it's so much deeper. The problem is so much deeper than this argument, and we almost had it for a
What's the
second.
problem? What's the problem? Get deep.
You guys are already too deep, man. That's the problem. It's like you guys are like this. Soon you guys will end up to be another group will come in, a new batch. You guys will grow up, get out of it, do some more shit. Some of you guys are old, probably. You know, most of the weirdos and shit. You get the weirdos that come in here all drunk and shit, nothing else to do.
You sound drunk right now, honestly. I mean, I don't
Those
know.
guys are lifers. Those guys will always be here. And most of the people, it's like a fad, it's something to do, hang out in a group. We always did the same shit. Ain't nothing new under the sun. We did the same shit, different time.
Bro, I could take you serious if if the shit you were saying made any kind of sense, but it just doesn't, and I can't.
I could take you serious, Rob, if all of scientific consensus backed you. Oh shit, it does. I'm sorry, man. Come on, NASA's a lie, man. You ever been to NASA? You ever been there? Why don't you go there? Why don't you go there and talk to some people? Why don't you email them? Why don't you do
Why,
it?
so they could lie to my face?
Well, yeah, for sure. Why don't you just email them and then show the lie as a lie? I mean, if they're lying, you can see it. I'm saying you don't even want to try. How are you gonna say how are you gonna claim to be a scientist and then say when I say do an experiment, it's like, well, I already know the end of the experiment. That's what I'm saying. I can expose you people like fucking strippers, dude. It's just so easy. I just throw a couple fucking dollar bills at you guys and you take your fucking thoughts off because you guys don't have any thoughts. You guys are just so easy to read. Like I said, why don't you try to contact them? Be a man about it. Go find out for yourself what the fuck's going on at NASA. And don't lie about it. Be like, hey, I don't think you guys are real. I want to know what's going on. And I guarantee these people will be straight the fuck up with you and be like, oh, okay, what can we do? They might
Oh,
even
they're
give
gonna
you.
be straight up with us? You think?
You gotta find out, dude. I'm saying it's like saying
You ever heard the?
it's like being a kid saying, I don't want to go to a coaster. You never been on one? No, I don't know. I know I don't like it though. I don't want what? It's like go on the fucking roller coaster, bro. Go see what it's like. I mean, how you gonna claim something, but you really truly don't know? It's really your opinion. It really is your belief and opinion, right? That NASA's a fake, right? It's not like you don't know for a fact, right? Just say be truthful. It's your belief that it is.
From what I've seen from the footage NASA's put out, I have no doubt that they have faked massive amounts of space footage.
But it's your belief, right? It's your personal
It's
belief.
not a belief. No, that's not a belief.
So you're saying it's a fact?
Yes, it's a fact. From the footage I have seen, from the hours and hours of NASA footage I've seen, there's no doubt in my mind that they have faked a lot of space footage.
Gotcha. A lot, or all of it?
Well, I mean, a lot. The things I could point out where that was fake were fake.
So you think they can go to space then, at least? So you're at least one of those guys who believes they can go to space then?
They may be able to get up in the sky, possibly. I don't know. I don't know how high they can get or what. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I
I
don't
don't
know
know
where
what's up there.
I happen to be pretty lucky. My area where I live, my life is we have a museum. It's called the Henry Ford Museum, I believe it was. When I was a kid, we went there, and you could sit inside the original fucking module that dropped into the ocean. So I can't remember which mission it was, but you could sit inside of it and fucking get inside of it. Shit, you know what I'm saying? They had an explanation. You could see the suits. I mean, I don't really understand why things you can see with your physical eye would be so important, but when other people say they've seen these things and done these things, it's not good enough. It's like, and then when someone tells you, well, can you guys go see it or do it? You guys would rather not do it I don't know if it's the reason you don't want to change your mind or.
Do what? Do what, dude? Go sit in a pod that they say they dropped from space into the
No,
ocean?
they launch rockets all the time in different places around the country. Go to Cape Canaveral, drive down to Texas. If you're really serious about this, drive down there and watch a rocket launch. Just watch one. Get a telescope.
Dude, I can see it
I
on
know.
video. I've seen
On
rocket
video, I
launches.
know. I see one on video. Go experience it in person where you're miles away, can feel the rumble and it shakes your body. Have you ever done that?
No,
You don't
but
know?
why?
Yeah, see, because they say
It's not
why. You know what
necessary.
I'm saying? You sound like a person born in the fucking new age, like where you just think everything is okay, is just the same as being on a screen. Are you out of your mind? Go there. I want you to look up in the sky and see that rocket and follow it with your eyes, not with a fucking camera, with your own eyes. With your human being there. You guys are so big on chakras and being there and magnetism of your body. I want you to feel the magnetism and the chakras of your body as you watch the rocket penetrate the Earth's atmosphere and then into the stratosphere, into the ionosphere. I want you to fucking visualize, not on a fucking smartphone from some guy posted 6 months ago with 10,000 likes. That's just the most ridiculous statement I've ever heard. I'd rather just experience it digitally, man. I go to a concert. One time I went to Woodstock digitally. Would you rather go to Woodstock digitally, or would you rather go to Woodstock?
Sick argument, dude. Did you
Have you ever seen the time lapse or long exposure shots of a rocket? How they go up, and then they start coming down, down, down.
They're not coming down, down, down. They're curving. They're going on a fucking trajectory out into fucking space. They have to have there's a fucking certain area they can only go through to get through the fucking radiation belt. It's a very small spot. They always have it open. They always go through the same spot.
Dude, they ain't going past the radiation belt when they go
I
up there.
know. I already been through the Van Allen. I used to use the Van Allen as a fucking thing.
They're not going up that high, dude. They're going to like ISS missions and shit. These rockets ain't going past the Van Allen belts.
I'm talking about the guys who went to the moon. I'm talking about when you go out. In the ISS, man, if you have a guy, you can go to any high school, or not any high school. Find a high school in your area that has a fucking a good telescope, a real good one, or go to a fucking observatory in your neighborhood and talk to the people. Like, be a man about it and say, hey, I really have doubts. Please show me some of this stuff in the sky, and they will show you whatever you want to see in the sky. You'll be able to fucking see it with a real telescope, not no fucking one you're gonna buy. Not even $1,000 telescope. You're gonna buy get a good one. You can see the fucking International Space Station. It's fucking huge. It's not the size of a car. If I'm in Detroit, Michigan, and someone is in Key West, or I'm sorry, not Key West, if someone is in the Virgin Islands, U.S. Virgin Islands, St. Thomas, we're off by probably 3 degrees east or west of each other, but we're pretty much on the same longitude, but not latitude. So we're a little bit off. But relatively speaking, my whole point is this. Coming soon, at June 21st, it'll be light where I live until about 10:15 at night. Like, it'll still be daytime. Not daytime, but it'll be like fucking pretty much still be able to walk around and see shit. That's how crazy it is up here. But if you go to fucking the Virgin Islands, no matter what day of the year it is, because I've been there, it always gets dark at about 5:45 every day, every single day. If we have the same sun, it's the same day of the year, and the same sun. How the fuck is that? How is that happening? How is their day ending or their nighttime is at 5:45 and mine is at 10:15, and we're at the same fucking side of the sun. They're just lower towards the equator, and I'm just more towards the North Pole. That would explain it rationally. That just explains it so rationally. I replicated it in my garage experiments.
We've demonstrated light disappearing on a flat surface. I mean, multiple times we can make city skylines disappear, lights disappear, or line of sight lights.
Yep, I've seen that stuff.
So what do you mean?
What
That's
about
how.
the sun? Like I'm able to even take a light bulb, a toy globe, and a fake moon, and I'm able to create any shadow I want, replicate any lunar eclipse I want. How come you guys cannot show me that replication on a flat Earth experiment? I want you guys to take a flat Earth model and show me where the moon and the sun orbit on it, and show me the light directing towards whatever part is lit on the globe, and how the moon phases at work. If you could do that, then you guys would have something. But you could never do that experiment. That's the best thing I ever said in my life, right there. That proves it right there.
That's the best thing you've ever said in your life.
Yeah, think about what I just said. I could take my model, my 3 things. You take your 3 things. I can replicate everything that happens every day and explain it perfectly. And you cannot replicate anything. There's no
What
way
was
you
the
could
best thing?
show me.
Can you just repeat the best thing you ever said in your life? I missed it. I'm sorry.
I have
miss all the good
experiments.
things.
So I do experiments, okay, in my garage, and I represent lunar eclipses and different models of the moon and the sun, how it affects the shades of the Earth, it affects the shades of the moon, how the moon affects the shades on the Earth, so whatnot. So I use a light bulb in my garage and my camera as the sun, as a model of the sun. And I have a toy globe. It's a model globe or whatever, and then I have a little moon.
You don't think that's goofy?
What do you mean it's goofy? It's a representation of the
Like
sun.
goofy, like a kid might think that they could do that.
Well, that's because this is child. We're talking about childhood stuff, buddy. This is
You're acting like a child, and this is doing what?
I'm not acting like a child. I'm just called a science experiment. And I'm proving exactly
With your sun light bulb. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, the light bulb is a representation of the sun. It's a very simple thing. I can show you. You want me to show you? I can stream it right now. I want me to stream it for you, but it's up to you. Anyways,
I'm sure it's real good, dude.
So the same thing I said. I want to see your 3 things. Take your flat Earth model, however it's set up. Okay, your little flat Earth model, globe thing, whatever the fuck it is. Give me a moon. Give me a sun. Shine the fucking light onto the fucking flat Earth. Making sure I want to see the lunar. I want to see how you simulate lunar eclipses. I want to see how you do solar eclipses. I want to see how you do fucking the sunrise and sunset around the planet. So you have to make sure that sun is a cone. Is going to be a cone or something. It's going to be like a cone of light coming down.
This is
and
so
only
dumb, dude.
No, it's not dumb. It's a total fucking derailment of your argument. What are you talking about? You want me to do the fucking experiment right now? I'll do the experiment right now on my fucking camera. You want me to
Yeah,
prove
do your
it to you?
dumbness, dude. Definitely. Yeah, show us your dumb stuff. I want to see it. I want to see your childish shit. Yeah, please. Fucking throw down,
Well,
dude.
I probably can't even
want to
fucking
see it.
stream it here.
I want to
can-
see it now, please. Like you were posturing like you could do. I want to see you do that. Or I would like to see you do anything that you've ever claimed that you can do. I would love to see you
Well, I can't.
provide a
I
shred of something.
I don't
right?
have. I don't
Wouldn't that
have
be
screen.
cool? Oh, you don't have.
I-
Oh, now you can't.
I
do
don't
it.
have
Okay,
screen
gotcha.
sharing.
I would love you to.
They won't let me screen share or show pictures in here. I already have been through it. I have 3
Oh, so
pictures
you-
to show you
so
that I
you-
took to prove it already too. I can prove it
Oh,
with my experiment. Turn the
must
screen
be so
share on.
frustrating.
Yeah, turn the
Wow.
fucking screen.
Just saying it was too loud.
He doesn't know what's going on.
It's not like a loud. Not like loud. What do you call it? It's like goddamn. I don't know the technical word. Over something. Modulated.
You're fine. Gio, you sound fine.
All right. Thanks. Sorry for interrupting. I usually don't do mic.
No, you're good.
I usually don't do mic checks on the live stream, but yeah, I needed to check it. All right.
I do a
Carry on.
mic check. One mic check per hour is mandatory for me.
Yeah.
Is there any way I can get the privilege to show pictures and screen share in here?
I could give them to you. I'm driving. Gio, I'm driving right now. Can you do it, Gio? Or
Yeah.
Anybody?
Yeah, I'll
I mean,
give it to you.
I'd like to
You
do
got
this. I mean, I have no problem doing it. You know, like I said, I already have everything set up.
Alright.
I don't. I stay out my garage most of the time because I smoke buds out here and cigarettes. So just like my little hangout. But I can definitely pull up my experiment shit and do this again for you because I did it yesterday on Bro Sanchez's channel, and I'll do it for you guys. And he didn't have no answer either.
I mean, when it comes to the sky, we could postulate all day on how the sky works, speculate, and maybe you're right, maybe it's a different way. Who knows? We have no way to like check to make sure that that's actually what's happening.
Oh, I'm about to show you how you can check right now. You definitely can.
You definitely can't.
Watch this, dude. Watch this garage scientist, dude. You're gonna blow your guys' minds, dude. I'm gonna have to put it on just open thing here so I can talk as I do this. So sorry for the feedback if you hear anything.
Snacks wanted to see how you adjust for the Coriolis effect, though.
You were just claiming he was claiming it so hard. I thought he actually could do it, but it seems like it's just some talk.
Well, I'm setting up my thing again, man. Give me a break, dude. God damn it.
You're gonna show Coriolis, bro? You're gonna show us how you do it with a gun too, and then you're gonna show us the formula.
I'm not
and
gonna
then
shoot
you're
a gun on fucking here, dude.
Oh, you claimed it. You were gonna do it last night. That's all. I
That's what
just,
she said.
if you're gonna make claims,
That's what she said.
if you're gonna make claims, it would be cool if you follow through. That's all.
That's all good, brother. I'll follow through.
Wait,
Like a man would, Do it.
Oh, okay, guy. I know, guy. I know. To try to.
What is the thing you're gonna show?
I'm not 14, bro. That shit don't work with me, dude.
Oh, but you try it on us. Is that what you do? Okay.
Well, yeah, because you guys are youngins.
Does
All right,
the
so
Coriolis effect also affect
What were you gonna
planes?
show? What are you gonna show?
Hold on. God damn it. I want to get this the right angle. I'm gonna show this guy a model that you guys can never replicate on a flat Earth. And I want you guys to replicate it. And I'm going to show this model because I can replicate every lunar phase. I can replicate every solar phase. I can replicate every eclipse, solar or lunar. I can represent the sunrise and sunset, time
what's the
zones,
solar phase?
time zones, everything.
Crescent
everything.
sun.
Solar phase.
Yeah.
Everything. The stars, the moon, and the quasars, dude. Get ready, boys.
What happens when there's a full sun or a crescent sun? Yeah, it's neat. I can't wait.
Yeah, crescent sun, half sun, all this fucking real shits that we see.
Behold the great Rob Noctis, dude. Wait till I get my YouTube shit going. You guys are gonna shit your pants, dude.
And while you're at it, if you could show us a Selenelian eclipse as well, modeled on your glob, that'd be
I will,
really
and
killer.
actually, I'm going to show you the eclipse
Love
of
to see
2000.
that.
I'm going to show you the eclipse of
Yeah, please do
2017. Actually, so actually, I'm going to show you the eclipse of 2017. Okay.
I'm pumped for the solar phases. I can't wait.
So I'm going to
I
show
might
you
vote.
guys. I'm also going to show you guys the
Calm down,
eclipse
Jeremy. It's gonna be a cool.
of 2017. I'm going to replicate that. I'm going to show you how the phase of that the special. I'm sorry, the peculiar oratory, whatever the fuck the word is, how peculiar it was.
Try it again.
Not off to a great start here, but
well, I need to drink some water, dude. Give me a break. And then whatever. The lunar eclipse.
Were you gonna say peculiarity? Is that what you're gonna try to say?
There you go, buddy.
Oh, that's a word. Okay, you go.
All right, so we got that set up now. Let me get my camera angle going here. Let me see if I can screen share yet.
Yeah,
Hey,
show
I
us
can
the
screen.
Selenelian after those solar phases, though. I need to see these solar phases, please. Thank you.
All right. Just let me get this shit set up, and we'll be rolling in a minute.
Crescent suns, here we come.
Crescent sun, won't you come? Make flat Earth go away. Crescent sun, won't you come?
The truth's not going anywhere, dude.
I know. Okay, hold on, guys. This is gonna be the shit. You guys are gonna like this, dude. I'm telling you. Garage scientist, Rob Noxious, extraordinaire. So easy, even a Slav can do it, right? That's what my buddies say.
Okay, can you turn your telephone maybe so we don't have to turn our heads 90 degrees?
Well, I don't know that anyone's contending that on a globe model the moon phases work more or less okay. I mean, is that what you're trying to show? Because I don't know that.
No. I'm trying to prove to you that you cannot do this on any model you'll ever make on yours.
What is yours?
You
What
may
are you
be
referring to?
overmodulating. I know
All
you're
right, so
sensitive
here we
about
go.
overmodulation. I know you're
Okay,
sensitive about overmodulation. But just you
So here
are
we go.
currently.
Everybody's going to start. Okay, I'm going to keep low then. I'm going to keep my voice tone low. So here we go with the experiment. As you can see, the light represents. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me do this. You guys there?
Yeah.
Oh shit! All right.
Real
can't see anything.
No, that was my
Go
bad.
gadget solar phases.
So, anyways, as you can see,
Do you want to start with the crescent sun, or you don't
Yeah,
have?
we'll
You
do-
just start wherever you feel like.
so this experiment is going to prove to you guys the Earth is fucking round.
What's the girl's
But-
bike represent? Oh, that's
That's
just
my
part of the. Okay, that's part of the background.
It's my daughter. I got kids, man. So that's the sun. That light represents the sun. And actually, god damn it, man. See, I gotta turn this light off too.
So the sun's above the Earth.
No,
Bro, the
because you.
sun's not even in the tropics.
Well, no, because I don't want you guys to get.
Looks like you're already fucked up.
You gotta have the sun in between the tropics.
I gotta turn off the other light because I don't want any guys to say, "Oh, it's another light." So, anyways, so
Yeah.
that's the sun.
Well,
This is awesome, guys.
Is this to scale? You got this all to scale, I guess, right? You got your
No.
measurements down. You probably have them
Listen,
marked
dude,
out right there.
It's not
because so
about that.
important.
It's not about. Listen, it's the fucking.
Oh, it's just
listen.
about you creating an optical illusion. Is that what it is?
No,
Gotcha.
watch. Okay,
Okay.
so there's the
Seeing's
sun.
believing, right?
There's the thing. Here's the moon. Okay, the moon goes around the fucking Earth. All right. All right.
Yes.
So, as you can see, this is the main part. As you can see, the sun is casting a shadow on the Earth. Right.
Yes.
Can you guys see that?
No. Can't.
Yes, you can. You
Yeah,
can
we
see the
see the
fucking shadow. Okay.
I can't.
So,
That's your only light source. I don't even know that I can tell that.
That's
Oh,
the
you
fucking
mean the
sun. Okay.
backside.
So here's the moon. The backside of the moon's dark, right? So when the moon
Play
comes
ball.
around, moon's dark. Can't see the fucking moon anymore. It's in shadow. Dark, right? See, dark moon. Can't see. Can't see the moon. It's in shadow. Look at light. Quarter phase, right? Boom, coming through into the full moon phase, right? Boom. Oh, it's daytime. Can't see it no more. It's daytime in California, right? But look at people in California. Guess what they can see now? They can see the fucking. Hold on. They can see the moon right now in the daytime.
Wow.
Okay. Do you understand that?
Yeah, all you had to do is stop the Earth from moving. You got it.
No, listen, it's all relative, bro.
It's cool.
Everybody's
Oh,
spinning
it's all
right
relative now.
It is. You have to take into account for wherever everything's spinning right now. The moon is spinning, the Earth is spinning, everything's spinning right now. Okay.
The room is spinning.
So as you get to this side, the people on the fucking dark side of the planet see the fucking moon. They see the fucking full moon on this side, okay? Because the fucking it's dark over there. And now the moon is fucking light because it's out of the path of the fucking sun. Okay. Now I want you to take the other experiment is this. So here's flat Earth. So here's what flat Earth is stating. So flat Earth is stating this. That this is the fucking flat Earth. That white board represents the flat Earth.
Hold on, before you do flat Earth. Hold on, before you do. Hold on, bro. Before you do flat Earth, can you show us the Selenelian eclipse on your globe?
Please.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. But look at this is the flat Earth.
No, forget flat Earth. Just show us the Selenelian.
How can the sun only be in one spot and any fucking part of the flat Earth at one time? And there would never be any phases to a moon. There would never be any phases. It would always be a fucking shade. It would always be a fucking nothing. You would never see the moon.
Can
There's
I
no.
explain this one?
We would
Look
never
at
see the
look at.
moon.
No,
You said
because
we would
look at
never see the moon on flat Earth.
no,
Dude.
because no, look at. There's no light underneath it. It's all shade. There's no light under the moon, you idiots. How would you
but in
see?
the model we're building, it's not the sun isn't 40,000 kilometers away.
I know it's like 5,000. That's what I'm saying. Either the sun has to be above the moon or the moon has to be above the sun. They can't be together, or you would never have any moon. You would never see the moon. Your whole model, it makes no sense. Do an experiment like I just did. Something like that with the flat Earth. Show me right now. Show me the fucking light where it shines on your flat Earth. Show me anything. You can't show me shit. I just showed you an experiment that it totally explains how the fucking moon revolves around the Earth as the Earth revolves, and the fucking the shadows change. It's a real simple concept, guys. And you guys have nothing except fucking, oh, well, I'm going to do this and we have something coming. You have nothing. There's your flat Earth. That's flat. That's flat.
Hold on,
That's a
man.
flat object.
All right, you got to slow down for a second, dude. We can have a discussion. We can go through things one at a time. But if you're expecting just to do some kind of a machine gun, gotcha, ridicule kind of shit show thing, we're not going to do that. So if you want to go through one thing at a time, we can address it. We can discuss it. Nobody has to prove anything to anyone. Nobody has to roast anyone. Nobody has to point fingers and laugh. Nobody has to do that. We can go through things. We can have a discussion. If you want to do that, we can do that. So let's try to.
I want you guys to say the Earth is a globe, dude. Come on, man.
All right. Well, whatever
crazy.
inner needs you have, this is not the place to actualize that desire. So,
it is. It is, Gio. If he comes forward with great arguments, something we can work with, then we should always be able to be open for such possibility, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying he can't present his side, but I'm just saying if he has some kind of extreme psychological desire to make people see it his way, I'm just saying if he's going to use all kinds of tactics related to that, I'm just saying that's not productive.
Well, that wasn't my way. That's the way. That's everybody's way. How I just did it. I have a globe, I have a moon, and I have a sun, and I did an experiment, and I could do it 5, 10, 100 times over, and I get the same result. And if I had my neighbor do it at the same time, he would get the same result. If I had my other neighbor do it, if I had my enemy do it, if I had my best friend do it, if I had anybody do it, a blind person, a retarded person, it doesn't matter. They would all get the same results, and they could all do the experiment because it's the truth.
Okay, so you're presenting an idea of two balls and the lunar phase is working on a heliocentric model. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm trying to display that these things would never be possible or visualized on a flat Earth scale. Because
okay, first of all, let's just do the first thing. Is anybody in here contending that moon phases work on the heliocentric model? Okay, yeah. Sounds like nobody's contending that. So no offense, but we don't, nobody's contending that at the moment. Now, am I understanding that you have questions as to how the lunar phases work over a stationary planar Earth type of structure?
So you're saying there's no such thing as eclipses and there's no such thing as moon phases?
I didn't say either of those things. Why would you think I said those things when I didn't say those things? I first just validated that you were showing moon phases on a heliocentric model. I asked if anybody was contending that, and nobody spoke up, so nobody's contending that. I then was asking you, do you have questions or concerns as to how the lunar phases work over a planar stationary Earth? Is that what you'd like to discuss?
They don't work on a flat Earth. I actually have I have a map being made. It's a flat Earth model. I made a model. It's a 4x4 square. It's a flat Earth model. It's the one that you guys use. It's got the little ice wall on the sides, and I'm going to do it. And I'm going to have a light above it, and I'm going to put the moon next to it first, and then I'm going to put the moon above the light, below the light, in every direction I can do it. And I'm going to have that light shining down. And I want to see on that map where it's going to be dark in one part of the world and light in the other part of the world, because light does not. You cannot. Sun does not a cone of light. It doesn't shoot one single ray of light at one area. It goes everywhere in all directions at all times. So you guys cannot turn off the light on one side of the flat Earth and have light on the other side of the Earth. It doesn't work like that. It's not a light bulb. It's not a night light.
All right, you know what you're doing? You're just straw manning and then answering your own straw mans, and then you think you're beating something up, but you're not, dude. Do you want to have an actual conversation that's an engagement that would be able to go through something?
Explain that. Yes,
Maybe you
explain
could
that.
hear. Hold
I'm
on,
waiting for you to explain it.
now you're interrupting me. For example, if you'd like to hear my perspective or Snacks's perspective or Jeremy's perspective, we can do that. But to just make up straw mans that nobody claimed and then throw out this beating up the straw man, it's not productive.
Well, to be dishonest and say you don't know what I'm talking about is dishonesty. But honestly, you can debunk it, and I want to hear what you have to say. That's why I'm trying to get you to talk, but you won't say nothing. I want you to see. Tell me why you can't make this model. Tell me why it won't work.
Well, we probably know your model better than you do, but
Okay, cool. I hope you do because
Well,
it's been around for
I haven't
thousands of years.
stated any of the things you've said. So if you want to ask somebody their viewpoint, we could maybe get into a discussion. So far, you've just said a bunch of things that
No.
nobody claimed. Nobody claimed that things work the way that you're saying they work. And then, like I said, you're making a straw man and then beating down the straw man and then saying, see, it doesn't work. But we haven't actually even begun an engagement yet.
No, the question still remains from the beginning. Explain to me how the sun is above a flat Earth and how it shines down in only one part of the Earth. And then show me how the moon is either next to it, top of it, bottom of it. Explain how the moon is around the sun and explain how it's going through phases with no shade of any fucking celestial object to cause it. The exact experiment I did. Just explain the experiment I just did. Explain to me on a flat Earth model. You cannot. I want to hear it.
Well, you just keep talking to yourself. You're not even letting anyone respond. Are you finished? Okay, so you're asking how lunar phases work over a planar stationary type Earth. Would anyone in the room like to respond to him and give their thoughts on that? We could just start there. I have little interest at this point with the tactics and shenanigans you've already done. I have little interest, but I could respond. But would anyone else like to?
Can you repeat the question?
He wants to know how lunar phases work over a planar stationary Earth.
Not just of lunar phases. I want to know how the sun shines down upon a flat Earth and only shines up North America, each hemisphere at a time. Or you guys have, I don't know what you guys call hemispheres, but how would it light up one particular part of a flat Earth at one time and the other part of the Earth not shined up?
Okay, and that's a separate question, separate than the lunar phases, but we could start there. I would say that the sun is a local light. It's a local, sort of like if you have a heat lamp or any type of light, it's only going to light up a local region. And due to light attenuation, the light attenuates over distance. So it's not going to be able to travel forever through the medium. It's going to dissipate at a point, at a distance. So even if you took like a lamp and if you have like a dark room and you have like a lamp and you hold it over the ground, if it's shining down, it's only going to light up a circle on the ground. It's only going to light up a local region due to light attenuation.
That's what you believe, or you have any proof to support that?
Yeah, the light is activated locally, meaning that when the sun comes within a particular range, the sky begins to turn blue, which I think has to do with the sun activating the sky. And then the light we see from the sun becomes visible. And as it gets further away, due to light attenuation, it's no longer visible.
Well, how can it be light in Nome, Alaska, and be light in Santiago, Chile at the same time?
I'm not really plugging this app, but do you know David Weiss's app?
No, I just know that it's daylight. It's Alaska and Santiago, Chile, and that's farther away than it would be from, let's say, England to Hawaii.
All right. The only reason I brought up David Weiss's app is because it shows the path of the sun over an AE map type layout, and that is accurate with timeanddate.com, and it's accurate with the way the continents are lit up over a planar surface. So I was just mentioning that because it shows it visually pretty well because he synced it up with that.
I know exactly what you're talking about, and that map does not show London being lit up the same time that LA would, which it would be. Yeah, that's what I'm
Oh my
saying.
gosh.
You
Dude,
can't take
where the sun shines doesn't help the globe. Like I just did a whole stream like debunking the globe based on that very thing.
No, you didn't. You didn't do anything of the sort. You thought you did.
Perfect coincidence.
No, I actually did. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I know. Yeah. So,
Yeah, I mean,
everybody, take heed. The smartest guy in the last 2,500 years is here. He was on YouTube. He did a stream with 5 people watching.
All right, dude, you hold on, man. You're running tactics again. Hold on. You're doing tactics and ridicule-based stuff again. Remember, that's not what we do here. So let's get back to the conversation. First about lunar phases over a planar stationary Earth, and then the second thing was the local lighting of the sun. So that's where we were at. So let's continue with that. Let's not derail into whatever shenanigans like you tend to do. Let's just stay on the topic. We're talking about the way that
a guy made a model.
Yeah,
a guy made a model.
I was mentioning David Weiss's app because it accurately shows the position of the sun and the lighting, the lighting patterns on the Earth as it links with timeanddate.com, and it is accurate in terms of the continents and the areas that are lit up by the sun. That's why I mentioned it. Yeah, like you can use coffee cup caustic effect just to show it, but what's even more interesting is that based on the time zones that we have on the Earth, it doesn't match the globe at all. Right. And the time zones are, of course, based upon the sun's position and when it's directly overhead. And on a globe, we should have 24-hour time zones in both the north and the south because it's supposed to be a symmetrical globe, which means that there should be longitude.
No, that's not how it works. The time zones run all the way down. What are you talking about? That's why I just pointed out. If it's daytime in fucking Canada, it's going to be daytime in fucking South America. That's how it works.
That's literally my point. So on a globe, it would be symmetrical.
But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think you're afraid to hear me destroy.
No, it's just because you're not understanding it, and the ignorance is like it's just bothering so much. The ignorance of what you're trying to misinterpret what you're learning, and I
you
feel
have
bad
no
for
idea
you.
what you're talking.
I want you to learn the right way. You're taking things, and I don't know if you're purposely saying I'm going to change it, or you're just making it harder on yourself by not understanding.
Really, what's my argument? What's my argument? Pretty much.
You're making it right now.
What is it? Since you know it's wrong, what is it?
Just keep going. So make it sound sillier.
So you don't know. So stop interrupting me.
Wait, can I ask Rob one question?
Jesus.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen Level?
Why don't we let Witsit finish what he was saying originally when Rob interrupted him?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So, like on the globe, we have the North Pole and the South Pole of a sphere, and then we have our longitude lines coming out from the North Pole. They diverge slightly till they get to the equator, and then they begin to converge back towards the South Pole. Right.
No.
So we have the same longitude line from the top of the sphere all the way down to the bottom, and the north and south should be symmetrical. Right. So that means what we should have is, since the Earth is a sphere that's rotating, giving us day and night, we should have 24 1-hour time zones.
No, that's not how they do it. That's not how they do it, dude. Don't you haven't you read Mr.
Hold on, man. You interrupted him again. Please just let him finish, and then you'll have as much time as you want to respond. But we have to hear the full thing that he said, because otherwise it's just chaos, and it's just, please don't do that. It's just running tactics, and then we can't even get to anything. So please let him finish. So the most efficient and accurate way to do the time zone on a globe would be you would have perfect 24 1-hour time zones based on the longitudes. It would be a perfect 24 of them. But in reality, what we have is we have 19 in the north, and we have like 32 in the south. This is because and in fact that at one point at the strait in between Russia and the United States, there's actually a 3-hour difference on the same longitude. On the same longitude, there's a 3-hour difference, as in it's midnight and 3 a.m. for people in the same longitude, which makes no sense at all on a globe, right? And so what they've done is they've stretched out the land masses in the north. They've removed 5 time zones in the north, right? And they removed 3 there in between Russia and the United States. And then as you go further west, they remove like the 20th and 18th hour time zone. And then as you go to the south, they added tons of time zones up to 32. This is because on a flat Earth, the north is going to be closer. To turn a flat Earth into a globe, as you transform it and transpose into a globe, it's going to get wider in the north and then smaller in the south than it is on the flat Earth. So they had to subtract time zones in the north and then add time zones in the south, when it could be perfect on a globe, should be perfectly symmetrical, 24-hour time zones based on longitude. But that's not what it is.
It's because it's based on time, dude.
What do you think time's based on? The sun?
Your understanding of it is just not going to work, man. You're just because you're trying to look for a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. So it's really hard for me to break your mindset out of what you're thinking about, because it's just not right, man.
You can't even you can't even articulate a coherent response.
The time zones were based. They're based off the degrees of longitudes. Okay.
That's the point. It should be the same in the north and
I know.
south.
No, because they change it for fucking terms of human fucking whatever they want to do. The way they want time to work, the way they want zones to work. That's why that's why time zones aren't all exactly straight. You know what I'm saying? That's why one part of Michigan is an hour behind and one part isn't, because that's just the way it works.
That's just the way it works. Okay. No,
yeah, that's the way it's set up.
No, in reality, you would have it be the same in the north and the south. It would be exactly the same.
It technically is. There's 24 time zones. Okay. But technically, there's 24 time zones, but there's also different time zones. Some people have local time zones. Some people, there's up to 37 different time zones in different places. But you're speaking of things like that makes a case for why a globe shouldn't work. No, the people that live on the globe are making their own rules when it comes to the way they read the clocks. It does. I'm saying they can change. People actually joined different time zones before. So you're not saying I joined a time zone, so the Earth must be doing something different. No, it's the people on the fucking planet doing it.
Dude, you're so lost. You don't even understand the argument. So, in the north, in between the United States and Russia, there is a missing 3 hours. It has nothing to do with people deciding arbitrarily what time zones to use. From one time zone to the next, in the same longitude, it is a 3-hour difference.
Where's this at?
What? It's like called something Balter Strait. I forgot what it's called.
Well, I mean, can you like find it for me? I'd like to know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So can you rebut it?
Yeah, I don't think it's true.
You don't think it's true?
No.
So then you agree if it's true, then you don't have a rebuttal?
Yeah, I do, because I'm looking at a time zone map.
Okay, so then you see that there's 3-hour difference between Russia and the United States on the same longitude.
Same longitude?
Same longitude.
No. Same latitude, maybe.
Yeah, I don't see the same longitude.
Dude, it's so funny. We have it broke up into 24 zones based on longitude. In that same longitudinal zone, there's a 3-hour difference between Russia and the United States.
No, there is that longitude. If it's the same one, what is that longitude?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't remember. Look,
Yeah,
it's 24 zones. Dude, the fact you guys are just denying it shows that you have nothing. Look, I'm about to give you the name.
I'm looking at I'm looking at it, man. I'm looking at the goddamn time zones. There's no difference. It goes from 12 p.m., 11 p.m. You can look right at it.
Oh my god, dude. This is gonna be so embarrassing for you.
I know what he was talking about. Like, I was actually Googling the same thing like yesterday, and when you try to look up some time zone maps, like from the Earth, it doesn't really say it clearly, especially the part between America and Russia.
So this is just a fact. Yeah, this is a fact.
It says it. No, it says it exactly. I'm reading it. It says it right there.
Do you want to bet money on it?
It goes 12, 11, 10. So you're saying maybe when you get to like the middle of Russia, you might have a 3-hour difference. But from going right across the Bering Strait from the tip of Alaska to the tip of Russia is a 1 hour difference. That's it.
I'm about to dunk on you, dude.
So it is what it is.
You're wrong. I'm about to show a picture of the time zone map right now.
Okay, so that's it. I got a picture too.
This is where the fun begins.
Everybody's got
Yeah,
pictures.
this is goofy, bro. Like, and you guys should come up with an excuse for it, not just deny it. So I'm about to show you when it's 12 a.m. When it's 12 a.m. in Russia. When it's 12 a.m. in Russia, it's going to be 3 a.m. in the same longitudinal coordinate in Alaska. Here's the picture.
That's a mistake. The same longitude doesn't go through both Russia
Dude,
and
did you know
Alaska.
I said the longitudinal section. So it's broken up into 24 sections based on longitude.
We know. There, I posted mine.
Yeah, obviously he doesn't know.
And you're wrong, dude. I mean, it's just you can read it right there.
So you
There it
posted
is.
yours
Thanks for
wrong. Hold
playing.
on.
Thanks
Hold
for
on.
playing.
Listen,
Zoom
let
in.
me-
Thanks for playing. It says 24 hours and it says 3 hours right there. It has the date
me-
line all crooked right there. And if you look at the longitudinal parallel line based
No,
on
it
the
doesn't.
zones,
It actually stays 12. It actually stays 12. You're so dumb, dude.
Hold
Look at
on.
the fucking line.
Let me
dude,
explain.
imagine being this guy. So
Hold
zoom
on.
in.
I
Zoom
beat
in
the
where the
great
line's
Witsit.
crooked.
I thought you were good.
Zoom in where the line's crooked and tell me that it doesn't say 24 hours and then right beside it say 3 hours.
So hold on. Let me show you what he's saying. You see where I circled it on my picture. You see where it says Alaska's +9, and then if you go across to Russia, it says +12. There's a 3 hour difference there.
Yeah, so are you embarrassed right now or?
That's what he's saying.
No, because your interpretation of a map is retarded.
You
That's
should
not.
you should be embarrassed.
You put a because you put a fucking red thing. That's like the starting. You don't even know what you're reading, dude. It's not 3 hours.
It literally is 3 hour difference.
Okay, how about this? How about this right now? Look up the time in fucking Juneau, Alaska, and look up the time in what's it? What's it?
Okay, do you want to bet on it?
Railvik. Yeah, Railvik.
Before we look it up, you want to bet on it?
I'm gonna look it up right now before you do.
Yeah. This is embarrassing. Even the Glober told you.
Wait, I can see this map and I can see the stuff between Alaska and America. That's not that big, you know. But like you said earlier, like in the southern half round, there should be more hours, right, or something.
No.
In the South, what they did was they added time zones. So there's 32 time zones in the South and only 19 in the North.
Oh my god!
Which is so obvious why they did it.
You don't even know why.
I do know why. Yeah, it's because the Earth is flat.
Okay. All right, so look up the city of Wales, Alaska.
Look, I'm about to share my screen.
Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this right now. I'm gonna expose you right now, Witsit. I've been waiting to get a hold of you.
I'm about to share my screen. This is hilarious.
Wales, Alaska, and then we're gonna take the time in. Oh, I don't even know the name of these fucking cities. It's in fucking Russia.
Is none of the Globers going to try to save him before he does this? Yikes. Maybe they're annoyed.
No, I think they're laughing as hard as we are.
Okay, I just switched over to my computer. So now, oh man, this is kind of embarrassing. Okay, we're going to share screen. Can you see my screen share?
No anime porn, right?
No, I don't watch porn, dude. Literally corrode your brain. Are you looking at my screen share? This is about to be brutal because now we get to go through all of it.
It's 7:38 p.m. in Wales, Alaska, and that's the border of the fucking right on the Bering fucking Strait. And now we're gonna go to Russia.
Now let's look at the time zones here. Can everyone see my screen? So if you look right here, you can see that this goes 24 hours, and then you have the date line in between, and then it goes to 3 hours. Okay. Now what they did, if you look at the time zone here, they slowly stretched the time zone out further and further west. So this yellow time zone that says 5 hours, it actually goes over 1, to 3 longitudinal zones. One time zone goes over 3. Now on the globe, it would be very simple. Each one of these lines would be an hour, and you would have 24 of them. But what they did was they made the time zone stretch out further and further west. You see this one that runs adjacent to it also does the same thing. And then you get to this part, you have 3 hours, and then it skips all the way over to 24 hours, which means if it's midnight here, it's 3 a.m. here in Alaska. Now, if you keep going further west, you're going to get over here to where it says 19 hours, and it's going to jump over to 17 hours. Where's the 18th hour? Then you're going to move over to 16. So they skipped the 19 and 20, and they skipped the 18th. So it goes from 21 to 19 to 17. They skipped the 18 and 19. Okay, this is why they had to do that, though. So if you look at a flat map, okay, the flat map's going to show that the land is closer in the north. As you try to bend and transpose this flat map onto a globe, what's going to happen is land masses are going to begin to cover more surface area. It's going to stretch out compared to where it was on a flat map. So on a flat Earth, if you tried to wrap the flat Earth onto a globe, you're going to have to stretch the north, and then you're going to have to compress the south. So what they did with the time zones, and it's actually pretty brilliant, is they to the more northern portion where it's going to be smaller on a flat Earth, they stretched the time zones to actually overlap 3 different time zones. Again, in case you guys don't get the concept, there should be 24 1-hour sections on a globe, because the globe is supposed to be symmetrical, right? So you have 24 hours. The Earth's supposedly a ball that rotates and causes day and night, which means that it should be, where's it at? It should be symmetrical like this. You have the longitude coming down and then coming back down. So it should be symmetrical in the north and the south. The corresponding latitude should be the same. You should have 24 1-hour time zones. It would be perfect on a globe in both the north and the south. It would be super easy, super simple to keep the entire world's time.
It's not about that. It's about sunsets and sunrises, man.
That's what we're talking about on a globe.
You guys aren't talking about anything. You guys are talking in circles, man. Jargon, pseudo, fucking crazy shit.
Yeah, on a globe, the sunrises and sunsets would be super easy to track, and it would be it would be a 24-hour time zone on a globe. It would be very simple based on longitude being symmetrical on a globe. Very simple. Here, I even showing you cartoons. Are you not looking at the screen share? Here's the animation for you. Okay.
It's because that's not why they set it up that way, man. They didn't set it up.
Okay. So on a flat Earth, as you go further out from the center, the longitude lines diverge away from each other. They get wider in the south. But on a globe, they don't do that.
They get wider in the middle. They get wider in the middle.
And then they get smaller again. Right. Okay.
You're not even comprehending the fact that there's no model for what you're speaking of. You're just saying on a flat Earth, but you've never done any of this on a flat Earth. You never done any of it. You never.
Can I say something?
Like the worst debater I've ever heard ever.
In Australia, the reason that there's 3 time zones taking up Western Australia is because it's a big state, and it goes off the capital cities. So from Adelaide to Perth is thousands of kilometres. But that's where the time zones are set. And that's why there's not 3 different time zones from Adelaide to South Australia, to Western Australia. Because Western Australia is one big giant state, and they decided to make the whole state the same time as Perth. It doesn't really work on the border, but it has nothing to do with Earth being flat.
Well, I know
it's because that's what the locals decided, just like Rob said.
Okay, so I'm about to expose that. Please don't interrupt me. Thank you.
Okay.
So actually, it just covers 2 hours. So they put a half-hour time zone in the middle to say there's 3, but actually it just covers 2 hours. Now, if you look at the same corresponding width, because the width of the United States is very close to the width of Australia, they're also very close to corresponding latitudes, which means on a symmetrical globe, they should have the same time zones. But in the United States, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 different entire hours of time zones. But in Australia, the same width and the same latitude, relatively speaking, for the intents and purposes with time zones, it's perfectly matched up. It should also be 4, but it's only 2 hours.
No, because we don't want them. We don't have that many states. You have 50 states. You
It's
need
not
these
about-
different time zones
it's about
so
what
that
you
your
want.
music works properly. We
It's not
don't
about
have
what
that
you want.
many.
It's not
There's
about what you
2.5
want.
hours. There's a 2.5 hour time zone between Adelaide and Perth. All right, it's not half an hour. That's between Melbourne and Adelaide. All right, the one between Adelaide and Perth. You don't even know Australia very well. You can tell.
It's not about what you want. It's
And it
about where the
includes
sun is.
the latitude time zones that you say. They still exist. We just don't recognize them. That whole state runs on one time zone.
Exactly. That's what I'm
It's not
saying.
about what you, dude. You're not gonna both just interrupt me and then not let me respond. Okay, so it's not about what they want. It's about where
It
the
is.
sun. It's about where the sun is. Okay.
No, it doesn't matter where the sun is. We ignore that because we want one state in the same time zone. We don't want to split up in 4
Trouble
time
says that
zones like you
Australia
do.
ignores the sun when they take time.
Stop trying to make Australia like America. It's not.
It's
So
just the way
profound.
it is. How
Just
about
because you
this?
don't
How about
understand
Winston?
You guys
Southern
couldn't still man
Hemisphere,
my argument if I paid you $100.
Winston, how about this, Winston? On the same map that we're looking at here with the
don't
last
get
one,
it.
the last one that was put up. Like, see how Australia is in the blue, right? Like, look right above it to fucking like where Siberia would be to the right of it. That little orange spot. So they're not in. They're right next to each other, but they offer different time zones. The same way as the people living in Michigan go to Indiana or Chicago. It's a different. You lose an hour. So I don't understand why you think it's a big deal. These
No,
are
I know you
man-made.
understand.
This is all man-made concepts. This isn't like it was given to us by some fucking deity. These are man-made concepts to fucking keep people fucking
I don't even know
organized.
where time zones came from. They didn't just come from
If-
random people picking out stuff in different places. That's not where time zones came from, which goes to show that you guys are just making stuff up. Can you please stop interrupting when you don't know
If
what
you're in
talking
Western Australia, just
my
over the
God.
border from South Australia, the
Yeah,
time
she's
zone
gonna
won't suit
interrupt with
you.
some nonsense.
It
Yeah.
won't suit you. Shut up, snack. It won't suit you because you're not in Perth. Perth is like 1,000 kilometers away.
Okay,
So
now
that time zone's not going to match for the sun, but that's the time zone you live in for your clock.
it
So what
actually
you're
does
saying
match.
is
It actually does match for the sun. So do you seem to live in Australia and not even know what the sun does there? That's embarrassing. So actually, the 20th and 21st hour.
How are you going to tell her what goes on in
Mute
the sun?
you?
She
Do I have
lives
to
there.
mute-
You've never even been here.
Do I have to mute you guys?
No,
Because
no.
you're interrupting me every
That's
time
all.
I talk. So, yeah, so she just left. So basically, the Glober either gets to scream over you or they can't engage, which is typical behavior, right?
Yeah, that's
So,
typical for her.
I'm sorry, man, but you just said something ridiculous, man.
okay, yeah. So here you have the 20th hour and you have the 21st hour in Australia. Just 2 hours. This 20 and a half doesn't mean anything. The fact of the matter is that the sun is over their head at noon. That's how they keep time in Australia. Okay? Well, it's the 20th hour and the 21st hour based on the longitude system. That's the facts of the matter. They added this little half here to make it look like there's 3 time zones. There's only 2 hours. There's 20th and 21st hour based on where the sun is at noon. Okay, this is roughly 4,000 kilometers. Now we look at America, that's 4,500 kilometers. And at roughly the same corresponding latitude, north and south, yet it has double the hours. It has 1, 2, 3, 4 hours based on where the sun is at noon, yet a similar width continent
Can I hop in?
has half the time zones.
Can I hop in real quick?
If you can address that, it's based on where the sun actually is.
Yes, for sure. The same map is also showing that it's going to be sunlight in Santiago, Chile, and the northern tip of Greenland at the same time. So how's that happening on a flat Earth model with the sun?
No, see, now you're trying to avoid this point. So
No, that's the whole point. That's the whole point in a nutshell. You're trying to talk about timelines and how the sun is above it at noon and how that's the orientation of timelines. And I'm telling you right now, if that's the truth. Then the sun orientation of the timeline at noon above Greenland would be the sunlight above Greenland would be the same fucking sun as the sun above Chile, according to the fucking timeline. Now, how can that be if the sun is either above Greenland? Why is it not shining to anywhere in the fucking eastern United States. It's not shining anywhere fucking else, but it's shining there. You're not making any sense.
If the Earth was actually flat, would you want to know?
Of course, I'm trying to disprove the
Then you
globe
need.
Earth. Every time I come on here, I'm trying to disprove the globe Earth.
Well,
It
then
never happens.
you need to listen, though. There's no way you're going to disprove the
Witsit,
globe
you're
Earth.
pseudo, dude. You're pseudo, bro. You're like a miniature bro Sanchez, man.
Good one, man. So here we see that there's a 24. You wouldn't even admit you're wrong about the 3-hour thing, which is just utterly embarrassing. So here's the date line, and it obviously makes this crazy crooked symbol here. And there's a 3-hour time difference, but this landmass and this landmass are both in the same longitudinal zone, but there's a 3-hour difference. We covered why, though, if you were paying attention, because they took the time zone and they stretched it out over 3 different longitudinal systems. When on the globe, it should be each hour is in one time zone based on the longitude.
It's not like that anywhere. Go check any timeline and show me where it's all in a line. Show me one.
I'm about to show you. This is going to get really embarrassing for you. So
no, there's none of them.
What's it? There are 3.5 time zones in Australia.
Dude, you're just going to keep saying the dumb thing. So
what's the dumb thing? The actual what it is? The actual answer?
No, what's the total amount of hours?
3.5.
No.
I linked a thing. You can see the actual time right now. It's 11:50 in Perth. It's 12:35 in Ayusia, 1:20 in Adela, 1:50 in Sydney, and 2:20 in Lord Howe Island. 3.5 hours.
There you go. Boom. And it's irrelevant. It could be 9 hours apart. It doesn't matter because it's fucking created by man.
Deceptive. So real fast. Okay. So when we actually look at these time zones, there's the 3-hour difference, and that makes no sense in the north. Why is there 3-hour difference? Why is there a 3-hour difference here? Right? You guys don't want to talk about that. But
back to Australia, there's 3.5 hours where you keep saying there's only 2. You obviously didn't bother to double check your source.
Wait, where is Lord Howe?
Lord Howe, it's standard time. I'm sure you can click on that link and find it.
What is that though? That's not in Australia.
Part of Australia.
No, it's not. Wow.
Not part of Australia.
Yeah, just click on the freaking thing, dude. It's off in the water away from Australia. That was so difficult. Now we're gonna get back to the point you guys are so terrified of. This right here shows a 3-hour.
Come on, dude. Winston, are you serious, man?
Dude, I eat you guys for breakfast.
That's the way he has to play it. That's the way he has to.
Just dunked on you.
But wait, now I want to ask you one question with it. If you look at the place between on that picture there. Oh, never mind.
Hey, is this all here? Is this Australia? Is this Australia?
Yes,
Okay,
that's
cool.
Australia. That's
Yes, part of Australia.
Yeah, that's totally part of Australia. Off in the water when we're talking about the width of the country.
Is Hawaii Australia?
Do you actually not understand the argument?
Or is Hawaii the United States?
Okay, what's it? So from Perth to Sydney, 11:52 to 1:52. How many time zones are in between? 3.
3. Yeah.
3. So not 2.
I have to wait. What are they? Let me see.
From Perth to Sydney, current time 11:52 in Perth, 1:52 in Sydney. So there are 3 hours of time zones between those 2 cities, both on mainland Australia.
Just a second. Okay. And at 12 o'clock, the sun's going to be above head for them or not? Because other guys basing it based on when the sun is above your head at noon.
Okay, but we're talking about the actual time zones that are the official time zones.
The argument, dude. So that's why this is one of those situations where you actually have to be like open to maybe you were deceived about the Earth. And frankly, I think you guys are not. So
your claim was that there are 2 time zones in Australia when actually there are 3.
Based on where the sun is overhead at noon.
Oh, come on, man. That don't mean shit, dude. The fucking reality is there's fucking not what you said. The reality is there's fucking 3 time zones.
Oh my God, you guys just don't understand. The fact that you guys don't understand.
There's 3 hours of difference. It
actually means that I'm wrong.
At noon over Perth, it'll be 11:53. At noon over somewhere in the middle, it'll be 12:53 or whatever, and then 1:53 in Sydney.
Okay, so you're positive.
Sydney and Perth are 3 hours
You want to
apart.
bet on this? Still, so you want to bet on it?
You want to bet on it?
Yeah, yes.
Sure.
Where the sun's position is overhead is noon.
We're talking about official time zones, and there are 3 official time zones.
You don't want to bet on it. And this is what you don't understand is the actual argument. They used the time zones, which different time zone maps say different things for starters. Okay, they used the time zones
How do different time zone maps say different things?
Well, we're sitting here looking at a different time zone map right now, and it's saying something other than that. Here it is, 20, 20 and a half, 21. So in reality, where the sun actually is, and this is actually showing you longitudinal lines parallel to one another, where the sun actually is, which is what this one's built upon, then
According to your map there are 3, right? There's the one in the far left, one in the middle of the city or of Australia, and one to the right of Australia.
I guess you actually don't understand it, so I'll just have to keep repeating it over.
I understand. I can count to 3. You seem to be stopping at 2 for some reason.
How many hours are here?
How many hours are where?
In Australia, on this map right here. How many hours?
Which map are we talking about?
The one I'm screen sharing. How many hours on the map? How many hours? There are 3 hours right here?
Yeah.
Really? That's crazy. So 20 hours, 20 and a half hours, 21 hours is 3 hours?
I just wrote off the time zones or the current time in those 3 zones. They're 3 hours apart.
Hey, do you see my map right here? How many hours are on Australia in this map?
There are 3 zones, right?
How many hours?
3.
Okay, so you're just gonna this is bad. So
no, I'm going to tell you that there are 3 time zones in Australia, and if you look at the official times in those 3 in the cities, you will see 3 different time zones.
Yes, but if you look,
but wait a second. Why wouldn't you look up fucking current time right now? You want to fucking argue on a meme, but you can look up the fucking time right now. Go look at the up the fucking time.
Unbearable. So yeah, they used the time zones to hide the flat Earth. So what we're talking about is how they claim there's a different time zone in Australia, but they just made up a half an hour to make it look like there are 3 time zones in Australia. But in reality, we're talking about reality and where the sun actually is. There's only 2 hours in Australia based on where the sun actually is.
No, there are 3.
You're talking about reality.
Bet $500 Steel City.
If you want to do that, then you better go look up sunrise times in the 2 coastal cities. Look up sunrise times and see if they're 3 hours apart.
Okay, well, this is what you have to...
I'm going to bet you they are not 2 hours apart.
Well, this is what you have to understand about sunrise and sunset, right? On the plain Earth, it's just relative to how far you can see. So
what?
Before we get...
what does that even mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean?
This is the truth. You guys are all never going to know the truth of where you live. And frankly, the creator or whatever the metaphysical balance of this place is not allowing you to see it. And you deserve it. The way that you behave, where you can't even take in the actual information, you can't even let it come out. You have to do everything you can to make sure it can't be said. It's because you're frightened about what they did to hide the Earth, which is why the first thing I said, not one baller in here responded to. Not one baller.
Why is comparing sunrise time not fair, but comparing a sun overhead?
Tell me what the sunset and sunrise times are.
You can go ahead and look them up. I don't have them in front of me.
So you're just basically asserting that it's 3 hours.
Because I'm pretty certain. Yes, I know what's going to happen.
He just read the times to you off the fucking.
The current times, yeah.
Hey, do you guys want to hear the actual truth of where you live, or are you afraid to hear it?
What's it? We already know. You believe we live on a flat plane. That's why they're trying to hide it. But who's they, and what are they trying to hide it for?
Okay, look, let's start at base one. Let's see if you guys have any intellectual honesty.
We already know. There's no Asgard.
Stop. Let's see if you guys can be honest at all. So on a globe, do you guys agree that the north and south is symmetrical? Yes or no?
What does that even mean, man? What does that even mean, dude? I want to hear you explain what that even means in your fucking head.
Is it not pear-shaped?
Not enough
is
to
it the ball?
not enough to change this at all. It has an equatorial bulge of 14 meters, completely irrelevant.
Okay, so the sunrise time in Sydney would be 6:41. The sunrise time in Perth would be 6:59, which is approximately 3 hours apart.
6:41 and 6:59.
Yeah, and since their time zones are 3 hours apart, that fits because their sunrise times are at the same time relevant.
I know this is covered in this presentation.
No, it doesn't. It's covered that.
Okay, I'll show you right here. Since
there are 3 time zones,
you're so smart,
and there's 3 hours in between the official times between the 2 cities, and their sunrise times are at about the same time. So therefore, their noon will be at about the same time. But somehow there's 2 time zones because somebody did a presentation and you bought it hook, line, and sinker.
No, because you have to actually, that's what I'm saying. This is actually not for people that are closed-minded, right? And so it's not for you, frankly. It's just the truth. You're not in a position to hear the truth. Okay. But in reality,
you're making shit up. 2 does not equal 3.
Buddy, listen carefully. Okay.
Yes, I'm listening carefully.
So where we see the sun is based on our vision. That's why there is a illusion of symmetry when it comes to sunrise and sunset relative to the equinox and the solstice in the north and the south, because of course it's going to be the same because everyone has the azimuthal grid of vision or a dome in which they can see. We're not Superman, okay? But whenever you look at the actual distribution of the time zones and then you look at how quickly the sun sets, you find out the sun sets much faster in the south than it does in the north. Now, that doesn't make any sense on the globe.
No, it doesn't.
Where did you get this from?
No, it doesn't.
Well, yeah, actually it does. He's saying the
According
guy
to who?
sailed for 20 years and did the whole little globe race that everyone talks about proves the
So
globe.
one person
That's
is your
not
source.
true all the time. It changes with the seasons. What are you talking
One person YouTube video is your source. And this is the guy that said there were two time zones in Australia, when in actuality there are 3.
Wait, he showed an actual time zone map that shows the half hour that they count as the extra hour. And here's what I want.
No, it's not a half hour. There's a full hour.
Okay, so the time zone map is wrong.
Australia actually has 5 time zones, but
Yeah,
because
it's a
they
bullshit
have half-hour time zones.
You posted a made up map.
Dude, I could literally stay in here for 5 hours and we'll never actually get to the point. And so what I'm going to do is just talk over you and say the point, and then you guys can cry about it all you want. I'm just going to talk through you, and you interrupt me this time, I'm going to talk through you, just so you know. Okay, so when we actually look at the north here, what we see is that they added 3 hours. There's 3 hour difference here. In the same longitudinal zone, there's a 3 hour difference. So it's midnight here, and it's 3 a.m. here in the same longitudinal zone. But for the globe, that should be the same hour. It's supposed to be based on longitude of a globe, which is symmetrical. What they did was they stretched this out. So what he then said was, show me one place in the whole world that has the 24 hours. Again, according to a globe, there would be 24 hours of symmetrical time zones on the north and the south. On flat Earth, it would not be that way. They would get wider as you get to the south. Okay. Well, when we look at this, we see that right here. So the northernmost portion is missing 5 hours. You have 3 hours missing here. You have the 20th hour missing here. You have the 18th hour missing. You guys can't hear the truth. That's what I'm saying. Like,
if you go all the way to the top, there are no missing time zones.
Now, can we respond? Can someone respond to what you just said? Can you go back to the flat Earth map, please?
No, you're going to change the subject.
Yeah, no, it's the same subject. It's the same thing we're talking about. Just go back to the flat Earth map, please. The one you just had on the screen.
All right, I was just gonna say I'm here so I can help moderate. You guys, it's not fair to try to make Witsit moderate his own combos. So this is not the type of mode where there can be quick little interruptions and stuff. You have to let one go at a time. So just
I got you.
if anyone interrupts, I'll just do a temporary mute. But I mean, everyone will get their time to speak, but we definitely have to go one at a time. So go ahead.
Yeah, I thought we've been pretty fair. So on this map right here, so you have the time zone, okay? So that's a flat Earth map, and you guys say the sun is located above the North Pole. So how is the sun and how is the time zones even going to work if the sun is in that location behind it, or on the left or the right of it, or anywhere near the other side of it? You're acting like light could be directed in one direction, like it's some kind of fucking spotlight. Your time zones make no sense.
Did you say the sun is at the center?
No. Yeah, that's a flat Earth model, right? Oh, let me guess, it's not now, right? Not today. It's not.
No, Polaris. No, hold on, dude. Polaris, the star Polaris, is at the center. The sun is not at the center. No one in the history of the world has ever said the sun's at the center of the Earth.
You guys said it revolves around the northern hemisphere, what we call the northern hemisphere. You said the sun never. You said the sun never goes down to South America, never goes to Australia.
Do you see on the map? Do you see where the equator is on that map?
Yep.
The sun at the equinox is traveling in that circle. You can see the Tropic of Cancer, which is a little bit inward. It skims through like the Caribbean. The Tropic of Cancer. That's where it is in the northern summer, and then at the Tropic of Capricorn in the outer ring is where it is in the winter. So it moves in that band between them. Yeah, it's not at
even better for my argument. So say sitting directly in the middle of the blue and the ice wall in the fucking land. So how is it sitting in the middle and not shining behind it, and not shining and only shining in front of it? It makes no sense. This is like absurd, man.
If you feel like you really knocked it out of the park, I say we just.
There's no line of shadow. What's causing your line of shadow on a flat Earth?
Good point. Oh my God, let's wrap it up. Wow.
Well, it is. It's the dagger. I mean, what causes your line of shadow from dawn to dusk?
What do you think should happen? That the entire Earth should be lit up?
There's no dawn and dusk model. How would you create dawn or dusk on this model that I'm looking at?
Do you know what light attenuation is?
I don't need to. I don't need to. Reproduce it on my fucking map. I just reproduced an experiment in my garage with fucking second grade materials that totally proved lunar eclipses, solar eclipses, the orientation of the sun and the star.
You did that?
All right, we're scattered.
I know I did that.
Hold on, we're scattergunning again. We were on time zones. Now we're talking about the light attenuation. I don't know what topic you want to be on because we were right in the middle of the time zone one. So was that one finished or?
Our topic is destroying.
The time zone is how they hid the whole Earth, but there's no way that they can actually sit through and hear what they did to lie about.
Okay.
Their cognitive starts freaking out.
I still had a question about the time zones.
Yeah.
Could you go back to the ones a little bit further in the video, like with the dark and light blue stripes? Yeah, so if you look at this, you can see like there's like 3 stripes between Alaska and Russia there at the time split zone. So that would kind of make sense, like if you were going from those dark and light blue lines, right? There's like 3 time zones.
Okay, well, yeah, so check this out. So what the map should show is this. Right? It should show 24, 1, 2, 3, 4. But it doesn't show that. It shows this. So the question is why? Well, the answer is actually very obvious once you start looking into it. There's no way the Globers can make it through this. It's such a death blow. So this is the zone here that's super sketchy. What's going on? You have the same longitudinal zone having a 3-hour difference. What's going on? Well, they could just have depicted it correctly, but this doesn't match a globe. This right here, this doesn't match a globe. So that's why they didn't put it on here. So then we get over to, wait, what's going on with this? That would mean that these distances are sketchy. These distances can't be right. But there's no way in 2023 that they would be able to hide the distances, right? There's no way. Well, when you actually look into it, which we're going to right now, they do hide the distances. Right there. What a coincidence. No flights go right here. In fact, the only people that have gone from they've only gone from the closest point around 83 kilometers right here. I zoom in right here. And there was like a windsurfing competition where it was really dangerous, but they went from here to here. But that's it. But the planes, they don't ever fly. The planes never fly from anywhere up this coast directly over to here. They never fly directly over here. What they do is they fly from down here over to here, then up to Seattle.
What about those 2 planes?
This right here?
Yeah, and I want to get that.
Yeah, watch. I'll show you. So what you do is you put the playback in, and you just watch the planes. Unless it freezes. And what's even crazier is I have a screen recording. I guess I can share it too. There's a plane that starts going up here, right? When I'm screen recording it, and it freezes. Like every other plane keeps moving, but the plane that's going up towards here just stops. While every other plane's moving, it stops in the middle of the water and then just disappears. So none of the planes are going from up here over. Now, again, if you look at the time zone, this is the area right here. This is the area that they've hid the land, or they've hid the distance. What a coincidence that this happens. And I can actually show you the video. I'm going to play the video where the plane that starts going towards that area, it literally freezes and then disappears.
One problem with it,
Whoa, going into
there are very few flights. There are very few flights coming out of Russia right now. So traffic is very low, and that's why you're not seeing much. If you go back 3 years, you might see different flight patterns.
Yeah, you're just basically saying things. So,
What?
Does everyone see my cursor? Can you see my cursor?
Yeah, this is great. Actually, just going to hand wave. Oh yeah, what we see now is what we've always seen.
You said you might see something different.
Can you tell what those planes are? Can you tell what those planes are?
Hey, real fast, are you guys really trying to avoid this? Do you see this plane right here?
These people are freaking out, man. What are you saying in here that's making them so uncomfortable? Wow.
It's so much worse. So, like, you see this.
How many flights are coming out of there right now, Russia? I mean, how many flights are there?
My statement, or are you trying your best to not hear it? Are you scared?
I want to point out that you're comparing flights during a time when we have a embargo with Russia. So yeah, we're not going to see many flights coming out of Russian airspace.
Oh, no, he's going to make the plane disappear. Make the plane disappear, Winston. Go ahead. Make it disappear.
Okay, so I randomly screen recorded it, and you see right here, I just went back a few days, and then I just turned the speed up just to see. I just wanted to see. I was like, there has to be planes going across here right here. So watch, this plane starts going up towards this area in question, right? And watch what happens. Watch this plane right here.
I'm going to explain why at the end.
What up, Shane? You globetard.
What is that?
Can I explain?
Magic.
Yeah, please, make up your excuse.
It's a military, probably a military aircraft.
They must have crashed into
If it was a military craft, it would have never been tracked in the first place. Try again.
I like how you guys spout like guesses as if they're fact with such confidence. I do admire that. It's kind of
well, you're guessing too. I mean, no one knows. We're all guessing.
It was a Malaysia flight. That was a Malaysia flight.
Yeah, it could have got shot down. Who knows? It could have been a lot of things.
Like I said, it's really for truth. People interested in truth. Dude, you got to tell me that that's pretty crazy. I just randomly went back from 3 days today just to look, and I randomly decided to screen record it so I could show it on my stream. And then I just press play, and within a couple, look how early in the video this happens. This happens. It's like the creator.
I agree.
Like
That's strange. I'm with you.
What are the odds? The creator did it because he wants to expose the globe. But like 3 seconds into the video, all of a sudden, this plane, out of 3 days at full speed, 3 seconds from when I screen recorded, which I did one time, it's every other plane's moving. This plane just stops as it's going towards the area in question and then disappears, as if they have this radar shut off. They're not allowing the radar to read here. They're not receiving data there.
Well, that could be because honestly, like you just said yourself, that they're at war. Russia is at war, whether you think or not. Maybe they have shit blocked off. Maybe they're blocking radar up in the northern part. That's why there's no shit up there. Maybe they're blocking shit. They don't want anybody over there.
You can't even go back years. So you just guys are making baseless claims like always. You have to find some unfalsifiable.
Well, what's your claim? What's your claim that it fucking disappeared into the flat Earth fucking chakra?
No, my claim is that it's probably not a coincidence that right as one plane out of all the planes are going towards the region in question, and then it disappears off the radar.
If all the planes disappeared, I would probably agree with you. But just the one,
all the other planes are not going where we need them to go, though.
Well, they're going in the same direction. They was just
No, they're
disappeared.
dude. What they're
Oh, okay.
they're
So
not.
it's just that, again. So it's just that general area. So then again, your argument's even more invalid because it's just a generalized area with one plane. It's a generalized area off the coast of Russia with one plane
I
compared
don't
to
think
all the
this is for you.
all the hundreds of planes that are flying around.
You
They're
see
all
how none of the planes go there, bro? None of the planes go right
'cause-
here.
yeah, because they're not going there. It's Russian
Because where
airspace.
they hid the 3 hours. And what's super
No,
interesting,
it's Russian airspace. You fucking
oh
goof.
my
It's
Shut
Russian
up,
airspace.
dude.
dude, you're just the worst.
Jesus.
It's okay,
And like,
Rob.
Shane, I don't
Damn,
know if you noticed,
Shane.
so look,
Damn, man.
you see the flat Earth right here, right? What happens is, if you want to make a flat Earth a globe, as you begin to fold it over into a globe, the north gets bigger than it would be on a flat Earth. The north gets bigger, and then of course the south, being bigger on a flat Earth as it gets further from the center, it gets smaller on a globe. So you had to come up with some way to make the north bigger and the south smaller. What they
No,
did, and it's
don't.
pretty
Oh my
brilliant.
gosh,
What they
dude.
did, and it's pretty brilliant. You're going to tell me that this is just a coincidence, okay? And that's really cool. It's like a religion, I get it, but this is just a coincidence that if you changed a flat Earth to a globe, then you would have to make the north bigger and the south smaller. And just coincidentally,
No,
stop interrupting me. Just coincidentally, all the world's time zones just so happen to accomplish that mission by literally subtracting time zones from the north and then adding them to the south. If you look at this right here, these are parallel longitude lines on a globe. So those should go from north to south, all the way down, longitude lines. There should be 24 of these all the way across. You have this one time zone right here that says 5 hours. It goes from this longitudinal zone to this one to this one. They just stretch the zones out more and more, and then they hide the difference right here in this 3 hour period. Then if you come over here further west, they took out the 18 hours and they took out the 20 hours. And that way they got rid of five. That way they got rid of 5 time zones in the north so that they could stretch out the north to make it a little wider. But then when you get a little further south, all 24 are right here. You see how 20 comes back into view right here? And 18's right here? When you come right here a little bit further south, all 24 are there. That's because there's going to be a crossing point between the flat and the globe where it's going to be accurate, right? Because the globe is going towards the equator, they're going to get smaller again. And the flat Earth is getting bigger as well. So there's going to be a crossing point where you can actually have the 24 hours. And that's the one place in the world, coincidentally, that has the actual 24 hours all the way across the board, the one place that the flat Earth would be. But then in the north, they took them out. Then when you get to the south, they added them. In the north, we have 19 time zones. In the south, we have 32 time zones. And a lot of the hours they hit are in the South Pacific Ocean that's not inhabitable.
Okay, at 12:15, I posted the postal flights between Alaska and Russia pre-Ukraine war, and look at the flight path. So those planes went there up until the time of the
No,
Ukraine war.
that's not where we needed to go. Are you not paying attention?
Where do you need it to go? Where else?
Don't worry, I'll show you again.
That's the way you were just showing. You said you wanted to see them,
I guess
see them crossing between.
I'll show you again. Don't worry. I got your back, bro. So I already explained that right here, right where they're about to meet, has been mapped out, and it's inconsequential on both maps. Where's it at here? Right. Sorry, I'm trying to find it. This guy did this path that you guys think proves the globe, which is hilarious. He's a flat earther, but moving.
Wasn't that Captain Cook? Or
well, this is a race that they do in the south, and the Globers think it proves a globe. And here's a flat earther who did it for years, telling you that the Earth is flat, but no, the anti-flat earthers on Discord know. He just doesn't know what he's talking about. Where is the freaking part of the video that shows? Okay, here it is. Okay, so for starters, one important part of this deception is, okay, they didn't put the real time zones there to hide it because this is obviously doesn't work on a globe, so that's why they didn't do it. If you look at the old flat Earth maps, the time zones work perfect. And this area is actually closer together on the old maps, and the time zones work perfect. Even this old map, you see how, like, look at the actual angles of the coasts and look at the distance between it. They're closer and the angles are different. But now look at the modern map. They changed it. They changed the modern map. And this is a Gleason, of course, which uses the globe coordinate systems of longitude and latitude, right? So this is just a globe projection.
Are you getting to the point where the flights are supposed to be?
Yeah, somewhere. Yeah, right here. So this is the distance right here between here is around 83 kilometers. And these people went on they did like a wind, whatever. They did something wind selling or whatever it's called.
Yes.
And they went there. That's no big deal. Right here is no big deal. 83 kilometers. What we see this right here, this general area right here is no big deal. The difference, see, it's the same right here on the ancient flat earth map. The big difference is right here. It's down here. This is where the difference is. This is what we need. We need someone flying.
The flight path I just showed you.
You did not show me someone flying from down here in this region, or even down here, down in this region, and flying across here. You absolutely did not. That's not what that region is at all. That's not what you're showing. So why are you saying it is?
Because it's what I showed you the first time.
It's not. I'm sitting here looking at your picture. I still have it pulled up on my screen. Do I need to show everyone else what the picture is or something?
Go back to the one prior to that. We'll just be right up a little bit.
This also isn't showing that. Like, I feel like you're almost intentionally being dishonest, right?
No, I just feel like you keep moving where it has to be in this one particular
Right
point.
in this area where it's actually getting bigger and hiding the discrepancy. This is the area in contention right here. Right here. This is where they would hide the distances. They would make it wider than it really is. Okay? Because we're comparing it to the ancient maps where the time zone actually work. Right here. We're comparing it to this. This is where it gets different.
Okay, so my second map, how much am I off?
Look at that big landmass there too. That's pretty cool. Like just south of that, I'm saying. Look at that big land on the ancient map.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. It needs to be further south, bro. It needs to be down like from here across, just like he breaks down in the video.
You know, that big land is probably where all the Elon Musk clone come from.
Yeah, it's sort of like if you have like let's just say like pepperonis on a pizza, and I'm not trying to use a pizza as an earth analogy. I'm just using a pizza as a pizza analogy. If you have like two pepperonis on it, and then, you know, let's say they're like ½ inch apart. Then if you take that piece of pizza and you like bend it or put it on a sphere, then those two pepperonis are going to have to spread out. They're going to separate.
Okay, the map that Full Jerry just posted at 1216 covers that area.
No,
That was a flaw.
dude, it's like you guys are. This is crazy. I'll just pull it up for everyone to see. Okay, they're claiming this covers the area. Okay.
Okay, so how much is that off?
I just have to show you how. I just showed this. I just showed all kinds of paths going right there. I just showed all kinds of planes going right there.
Yeah.
So why are you going to turn around and tell me that this is it? This is what I'm asking for. I pulled it up right here and showed all these flight paths going here. We need this region going across. Why is it so hard?
There's no airport there.
Oh, do you know that for a fact?
I don't see anything landing there. It's certainly not a international airport.
Okay, so now we've turned into actually you don't have any verification of people going across here with distances.
No, I showed her right over the Barren Straits.
Hey, where do we go to check the like the shipping routes?
Wait, but there seem to be some planes that are crossing it.
No, they're not.
Right
They're coming from down here up towards this. We need
No.
over
No,
here.
like right at the line. Right, there's two at the line, like at the crossing. Up.
Yeah.
Up.
Right here.
Those two.
Right here. This region right here is what I'm trying to explain to you. This right here, it doesn't mean it's the same on both maps. It's inconsequential on both maps. The closest area, right, you're going to see it right here. This doesn't mean anything. It's roughly 83 kilometers. Okay? Like, this area right here doesn't help us at all. That's not where they hit it. That's not where they hit it.
Where are they
hit
hiding?
it down here.
Where are they hiding the key to get through the ice wall? To get to Asgard?
Dude, that's not on topic.
Dude, this is so damning. It's so obvious to anyone with eyes to see. So, like, right here doesn't help us. These people did it. These people did that. They windsurfed right here, 83 kilometers. This doesn't matter. This is inconsequential. It makes no difference between the two types of maps. It makes no difference. That doesn't help us.
Winston, I'm about to leave. Thank you for the conversation. I appreciate everybody. I just want to know, can you give me the lottery numbers?
33 77 0733.
Sweet. Thank you. If I win, I'm a flat earther. Later.
Nothing you say is valid. Thanks, Robo, for nothing.
So you see,
I'd
right
like
here,
to have
like,
a cut.
these routes, like these maritime routes, are no good. Like, why are the maritime routes all starting so far south? Why would the maritime routes not just go right here? There would be all kinds of ships going right here.
There's nothing there.
There's nothing there.
There's nothing there on the Russian side. All that's that is going there is going to be fishing.
Okay, so you agree there's nothing there. Therefore, they could have hidden distance there. They could have lied and said there was distance there. Well, how would you verify it then?
Planes are flying over it.
They're not flying over it. We just debunked that with every single.
They're flying close enough.
They're not.
Does that directly over it from point A to point B?
This is the distance that's in question, man. Why is that so hard to grasp?
Why is that distance in question? What happened to make that distance a question?
Because we looked at the time zones, and this is where the distance could be made to transform the globe into the flat Earth to a globe.
So we have the distance a little bit south from that, so we know what fits up there.
Yeah,
this doesn't make any sense,
buddy. It does make sense. It does make sense. I'll do the exact math for you if that's what you need. Okay, they hid the 3-hour time zone there. Okay, how about this? Can you tell me why there's 3-hour time zone right here? 3-hour time difference.
The blue and dark stripes.
Because the government's established that.
Well, each one of those stripes would represent one, and there does seem to be a mismatch here because it goes from 24 to 3, and there's
in the same thing, right? Like in this light blue area, this is 24 and this is 3. It's in the same stripe.
Well, the Russian landmass is 24 because they probably wanted that whole province in the same time zone, but the water below and above it is the first time zone. Is time zone 1 up to 24, and then time zone 2 is the Bering Straits, and time zone 3 is Alaska.
No, actually, it shows that this right here is 24 and this right here is 3 in the same longitudinal zone. So this right here gives you a perfect opportunity to finesse the map.
That's just because of the way that
there's nothing there in Russia. There's nothing there.
Alaska wanted the entire state to be one time zone.
This is where a truther will actually understand, and then someone that's not a truther won't. This is why they constantly told you for over 4 decades that there was a Cold War with Russia. This is why, because now it separates this area. There's this war here. We can't go here. We don't even think about going here. Russia's our enemy. It's scary that they're so close. Most people don't even realize that they're this close. That's how much of a secret it's been.
That's not where the Cold War was.
Interesting.
Potentially getting hot
between Russia.
There was it isn't like the Bering Straits were seen as the place not to go.
Oh, really? So the place closest to the United States wouldn't be of any concern if Russia and America were going to go to war?
Didn't say that.
Okay, so then your argument is just so desperate, dude. It's weird.
No, it's just practical.
And dude, this is what I'm saying. This is what the globe. Oh yeah, can you answer this question? So, are you saying that it's just a coincidence that to change a flat Earth like this right here, to change a flat Earth to a globe, you would have to make the north have more area and the south have less area, right? You agree with that? Like if the Earth was flat and you wanted to make it a globe, then you would have to make the north have more area and the south have less area, right?
Yeah.
You think it's just a coincidence that where they subtracted all the time zones are in the northernmost region, then right down in the middle where the flat Earth would have the 24 hours, that's where we have exactly 24 hours that come back. And then as you go further south, they start adding time zones. You think it's just a coincidence based on what people chose around the world based on time?
It's what the individual countries chose. That's why China is 1 hour ahead of us. It's because of the way that one time zone, but it covers what should be 3 or 4 time zones.
So do you think it's just a coincidence?
Not a coincidence. It was a design to do it this way for the purpose of the convenience of the countries.
But the convenience of the countries would all be different and random based on what they chose, according to you. So why would
because country borders don't run north and south.
But why would it work in such a way that all the time zones were subtracted from the northern region? It's exactly 24 time zones right in the middle, like around 40 degrees latitude. And then you go further south and it starts to add the time zones, which is exactly what you would have to do if you wanted to stretch the north and shrink the south from a flat earth. You think it's just a coincidence?
I think
it has to be a coincidence.
I don't think it's anything. I think
I mean,
you get to choose what your time is going to be. As an independent country.
Well,
nobody dictates what that is.
I mean, Steel City, I know you strongly believe the globe, and it would make sense why you would want to come up with a on the fly kind of explanation. So I'm not criticizing that, but just from what the difference in the north and south, and knowing the difference between a globe and an AE map type of layout, would you at least be able to concede that it is possible that this is going on and that this is a factor?
No, doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
Can I ask for another example?
Okay, so you're just at a 0% right now. So
for this argument it's an absolute zero, because this is how time zones. It's why China has one time zone, but it should have 3.
Look, this
because
is how
China decided they wanted to have 1.
This is how the time zones would work on a flat Earth. As you get wider, as you get further out, then the time zones are going to get bigger because the longitude lines diverge out. But of course, out here, they're converging on the globe. Just coincidentally, everyone in the South and the whole world just decided, even people that didn't decide because it's actually out in the Southern Oceans that's not inhabited at all. So I'm really curious as to who chose the time zones for the uninhabited Southern Ocean that added tons of time zones that would explain a flat Earth, but they did it on a globe when no one lives there. Who was it that decided the time zones of the uninhabitable Southern Ocean?
Yeah, okay, but that should explain the third time zone in Australia. But is there any other proof from added time zones in the southern hemisphere?
Yeah. Like these are the actual time zones. Look, I'll show you. It's so bad, dude. It's so. Let's see if it'll clear up the picture here.
I was going to say
there are habitable lands in the southern oceans. Those habitable lands belong to nations, and those nations also had options to.
In terms of what they'd have to add in the north, if you have a 24,901 mile circumference equator on a planar Earth, it's 3959 to the North Pole. Ironically, 3959. That's the radius to the center. Whereas on a sphere, if you make that same thing a sphere, it's like 6,225 miles. So there's like an extra 2,000 miles from the equator to the North Pole if you make that same 24,901 circumference into a sphere versus an AE map.
But that's why the Gleason map is like how they got us. And like Gleason was a flat earther, right? But it's like he had to conform to the globe and make it a flat Earth.
He had to use the coordinate system, right? The Royal Society dictated if you make a map, that's what you have to use. I mean, I guess he did the best he could, but yeah.
But that's how they got us, because this right here shows you the accurate time zones. And like, look, the South has 32 time zones, bro. But the North has 19. So they subtracted 5 from the Northern region, and then they added 8, and actually even up to 12, because there's like 38. So actually 14. They added 14 in the South, a minimum of 8, and then subtracted 5 in the North. But look, right in this middle region right here, it's 24, which is exactly what it would be on a flat Earth. It would be less, again, on a flat Earth, it would be less in the North. It would be 24 as you go out, and then it would be more in the South. Or more so, when you say more, really, they would just be bigger.
Where are you counting 32?
Wow.
And the north is where they would be the same, roughly. You know, that's the more consistent region. The most consistent region would be that
this part
equator.
right here. Yeah, this part right here would be the same as like globe and flat.
Yeah.
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 Which is where there actually are 24. What a
But you know, a lot of us didn't, you know, never claim that map was, you know, they want us really bad to claim that that's our map.
You don't have to claim it as your map to get caught in the trap. You can use a tool if you're aware of what it's good at and what it's not good at. I hate people going crazy over getting caught in the Gleason's map trap and try to say it's a straw man. It's a tool. It's a tool like any other tool. Everyone calm down.
Yeah, I know. It was a great tool, of course, but I never claimed that that was the actual map here. But they want you taking straw man.
If you look at the bottom here, you have 14, you have 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, right? It just goes all the way up. And then you get up to 24, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? So these are parallel longitudinal zones. There's 24 of them. Now look up from these points. Okay, this right here is 20. Look, you have 21, 20, right? Now this is 21. You have 20 and a half, 19. Here you have 22. You got 21. You got it spilling over into that. Australia is one of their biggest deceptions. That's why it's so funny they're honing in on it. Then you look right here, they added 24, right? 24, they add the 2 and the 3.5 and the 2.5. So here's 2 they added right here. So it totals up to 32. They add like little half zones and then they overlap. Why is 20 and 21 both in 20? Why is 21 and 22?
Who cares?
Why is
Why do you
24
care?
and 23?
Why do you think they make the time zones that they do? They include certain.
This has 2.5 and
You hear me?
3.5. Yeah, unfortunately.
Okay, well, dude, you're the one making a big stink out of time zones.
Zanuck, do you have anything of value to offer, dude? You've come in with 3 ad homs so far.
One of the things I could offer is time zones are usually determined for convenience of those certain cities with relation to other cities near them.
And coincidentally, everyone's convenience in the whole world matched exactly what it would be on a flat Earth.
I don't see it like that, but okay, I'm listening. Why do you think that is true?
You don't even know that. Okay, so right here, this is a good example. If you have 2 in Australia, well, it's because as the longitudinal lines go out, they get wider, right? As it goes towards the northern latitude, the correlating latitude in the north, they're smaller. So that means America will have 4 different hour time zones. But as you get further out, the time zones get bigger. So what they did to hide it, instead of having like huge spans in the south with the, like, say this is 3, if this is 3 in the north and it's that small, but then this is 3 in the south and it's that big, people would notice it. So what they did was they broke it up into half hours and they started mixing everything up so that you can't actually tell. But coincidentally, there's 19 in the northern region. There's 24 right around 40 degrees latitude, right where it would be on a flat Earth. There's perfectly 24. And then you get further south and there's 32. But on the globe, it should be 24 from beginning to end.
Zanuck, you got some kind of echo going on your mic.
Oh,
It should be 24 beginning to end on the globe because the globe should be symmetrical. See, of course, it's symmetrical.
Well, this is awesome. I thought this was that foreign language guy who did this video. That's why I had trouble watching it and understanding it. Did someone like redo it in English? Or?
Yeah, I covered it in Schooling Globers tonight.
I missed it. All right, I'll go back and watch it.
But yeah, so I just basically read what he said and explained it. Because I'm like, someone's got to do this in English, or you don't have to read it.
Yeah, it was a big deterrent. Even I was like, so yeah, I got it. I'm gonna go do something else. 40 minutes of subtitles was bad.
Yeah. And dude, I just happened to go here and look at this, and none of the planes go like from here over to this region. None of the planes fly right here. And then the planes that start going up towards this region, they just disappear. What are the odds? And of course, we already know the South is super sketchy, right? Like, there's no undersea cables. Like, there's no shipping routes down here around the 50th latitude. It should just be the same distance as the North latitude on the globe. So you would just go south to south, and you would just you come over here, go all the way south, New Zealand to here. You would send all kinds of stuff to Antarctica and from Antarctica. It'd be like you would go all around here, but there's like a huge lack of shipping routes in the south. And then there's no undersea cables connecting the southern continents. It's because the south is bigger. The south is actually bigger than they said. The Gleason map is not accurate, which is why it's so easy for them to strawman it, because it's literally just globe coordinate system.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And as you move out from the center, then the longitude lines are going to get bigger, which is why the time zones get crazier. And this is what's so wild too. He says that, so he's done this, he's sailed for many years, right? And he's done this race, for example, many times, which the Globers claim prove the Earth's a globe. And of course, this guy's actually done it many times and is a flat earther. And he explains that when you're in the north, the sun sets and rises way slower, and you see the glow from the sun much longer after sunrise and sunset, like much longer before sunrise and much longer after sunset. Then in the south, he said the sun sets super fast, and then boom, it's like super dark, like super
Yeah.
So far away.
Well, the twilight time is different. Yeah, from
Yeah,
when the sun, when this like circle of the sun is in, is gone versus how much twilight, which twilight's usually the term for like the light that's still there after the sun has set. And yeah, like one idea there, if this is the one you're referring to, where in the south, if it's a much wider circle, then the sun is far away and the light is going with it to the point. It's like going around the bend so far away that once the sun disappears, boom, there's like almost no twilight in the south. Whereas in the north, since it's a tighter circle, like when it's summer in the north, there's a massive amount of twilight time after the sun sets, because there's just the proximity and then the arc of the circle as it's going around. There's like way more twilight time in the north than in the south. Whereas on a globe, it should be even.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And he brings up how, of course, the whole like symmetrical sunrise and sunset thing is just because of our atmospheric dome, or our personal dome.
Is that what he said? He used those
Yeah.
terms. Nice.
Yes. Yeah. I'm like, because he goes straight for the gusto. He's like, okay, well, let's look 33rd latitude north, 33rd latitude south, Australia and the USA. We have a perfect like Savannah, Georgia to San Diego, and then Perth to Sydney. You have right around 3,900 kilometers in both correlated latitudes. And then you see the sunrise and sunset times correlate, right? And they're like, okay, so does that mean the Earth's a globe? He's like, no, like we just see so far. Of course it's the same. We have a personal dome. It's going to be the same for everyone. But what shows you the difference, there's one major difference, is the twilight time in the south and the north is drastically different, which doesn't make any sense on a globe. Just like the difference in time zones don't make any sense.
I was just going to say, what's the Glober explanation for prolonged twilight in the south?
Nuh-uh, that's not real. You're just listening to this guy's anecdotal story.
Right.
This should be like a real like eye-opening like moment for some of the ballers. Like this should actually be a moment, and like still see left, Like this should be a moment where you're like, oh my god, like they did hide the Earth.
It's been like that for me, and I've already seen this movie, but I guess I didn't pay attention to this video. I mean,
yeah,
this is the part.
This is how they did it, dude. It's honestly it's pretty genius. And then like time zones in the south, no one inhabits the south there. So like, how are we gonna know? No one lives down here. They put a lot of the added time zones in the southern oceans and islands and random portions of the ocean that no one actually operates. And then what they did, it's so ingenious. They added magnetic declination. Right? They mess with the magnetic declination, so the people that travel won't be able to tell. The people that travel won't be able to tell that they hit all the time zones in the south.
So my question, that as I'm thinking about it, is like, how do they hide a time zone in someone? Like, if the sun is overhead, right, like at my zenith, then it's 12 noon, right? They're gonna convince me that actually when it's 1 o'clock, it's 12 noon or something, because isn't like noon absolutely measurable to everyone?
That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, somehow people just have time zones that don't match where the sun is. Which is like insane. Why?
I'll bet they're scrambling right now.
Dude, on a globe
I bet
Earth,
they're scrambling about anything.
maybe on a globe Earth, it would be so easy to do time zones on a globe Earth, dude. It would not be easy on a flat Earth. Like what you would have to do is have much wider time zones. So it would still be easy. You would just have way wider time zones in the south. It wouldn't be symmetrical, But you could still just have 24 time zones emanating out from the center. They would just be wider as you go further out. But on the globe, it should be cake, dude. It would be completely symmetrical north and south, 24-hour zones as the Earth rotates for a day. It would be so easy to have time zones on a globe. You would have 24 evenly distributed zones based on longitude.
Right. You might make a little bit of adjustments for okay, there's this, country line or, so there could be a little bit of overlap, but yeah, you would think it would be very consistent if you have a sphere like that and it's rotating in the way that they claim it is 15 degrees an hour, all of that. Yeah, you would think they would all be pretty symmetrical other than maybe some of the, boundaries and countries would be a little off, but there wouldn't be this dramatic difference.
Well, this is where you've seen their only argument is it's just a man-made concept. Now, mind you, the ballers used to say that time zones debunk the flat Earth. But now they're going to trust me. They're going to completely go 180. And now they're going to say that time zones don't mean anything. They're just arbitrary. They're completely unimportant. Let's not talk about them. They used to say, how would time zones work on a flat Earth? That debunks a flat Earth. Now they're going to literally do a 180 and claim it doesn't mean anything, doesn't prove anything, and it's just arbitrary based on what people make up, which is how you know they're defending the lie. Whether they're lying or not is independent. Probably not. They're defending a lie. So that's why they have to keep changing their story, just like with the physical curvature of the Earth. Anyway, they have to claim this. They have to claim that it's just people randomly picking time zones. It's just based on what convenience they chose. And just coincidentally, based on how all the random countries chose, it just happened to line up where they subtracted time zones from the north, left exactly 24 where it would be on the flat Earth in the middle, and then added all the way up to 32 time zones in the south. It's just a coincidence that the way everyone in the world chose their time zones, it lined up perfectly to where there's less in the north, right below it near 40 latitude where it would be flat Earth, there's 24, and then right in the bottom there's more. And if you want to believe that, you're more than welcome to, but that is absolutely insane.
Yeah, that's pretty devastating.
Does that make sense? Am I saying it well? Tell me honestly if I'm not saying it well, so I can refine it.
It did just fine.
Yeah, I feel like I just got a nice synopsis of your stream that I missed. You went over it pretty well.
Yeah, just because
I watched it earlier,
and someone's talking about the sun on the flat Earth and how it's impossible, and I'm like, bro, what are the odds? He said, yeah.
I was gonna say something. I said nope. I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut and let him just destroy this guy.
Dude, the personal grid of observability kind of solves all the sunrise angles problem for every observer. But that guy who did the video already knew that. He called it something else. I love it.
Well, we're working together. So he shouts out taboo. I'm sure he's keeping up with our stuff. That's the part that's dope about it. It's as we start to iron out these specifics, it's flat Earth is becoming bulletproof. It actually is. And the globe just looks it's just like that old dusty jacket. Just go give it to Bill,
Well, you can tell from that trouble about in text. Just keep.
Oh, that was Shane.
All right. He disappeared.
No, you did a great presentation, man. This is awesome.
I jumped to the stage.
This is crazy awesome.
I was gonna say you can tell by that pick trouble about because she keeps picking on the sides of Australia. That's something that totally destroys us. We have no idea. We've already clarified the map as a tool. It uses the globular longitude system, and she's like, "Nah, Australia debunked." That's where the globe is at nowadays.
Yeah, it's bad. It's just over. It's I don't know. I can't imagine putting myself in their shoes. I can't imagine, dude, convincing myself that it's just a coincidence that every country gets to pick their own longitude, their own time zone, and they all just coincidentally, without corroborating, they just all coincidentally picked it in such a way that it does exactly what would need to be done to hide a flat Earth and make it look like a globe, where there's 19, 24, then 32, and in the south, there's more in the south. And this is actually including areas in the Southern Ocean that are not inhabitable. So there's no country making any decisions about time zones in the Southern Oceans.
I wonder if we could find someone who lives on one of those islands to show us that 12 noon is actually like 1 o'clock, or the sun's never over their head at 12 noon.
That's all you got to do is find out or call somebody in Australia.
Not Australia, Zanuck.
Even Australia with the 3 time zone rather than 5 of the states.
4 in the states.
4, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
doesn't matter. All of them are usually for convenience. They say it time and time again. I said earlier, it's for convenience. You don't want people driving over state lines over short distances, going to certain cities to commute for work, and having going over certain time zones. So they strategically do it so that those kind of things, there's less a probability or statistically incidence of that to happen. They don't want that to happen. They fix it to not happen by carving out these time zones to accommodate the populations. And the populations of the United States are much more condensed than they are in places like Australia, where there's more spread out. Less confusion, less time zones, makes more sense.
Dude,
and coincidentally, it comports with the roughly of this flat Earth that Wissit's talking about.
The part that really blew my mind, that made me had to concede that this was like a very ingenious way to hide the nature of the Earth, is this part in the north, like where all they had to do was they take these time zones right here and they just slowly stretch them out to the west. So like this time zone is in what is that, 7, 6, the 5th hour. You see this is in the 5th hour right here. And they take that time zone, the yellow, and they slowly stretch it out over 1, 2, 3 time zones, just discreetly. Where in Canada you have one, in America you have another. They do the same thing with this one, right? The 6th hour, they stretch it out all the way over here. So what they're doing is, as you're moving west, they're able to stretch out the land to make it match a globe slowly and slowly and slowly. And then they come to a head where they have a problem. So they just make this jagged date line, just make it jump 3 hours in one longitudinal section, and no one says anything. It's like insane. It's so obvious if you have eyes to see. It's so obvious what they did. And then like they also took the hour out here, right? The 20th hour and the 18th hour. Because I'm going to stop talking because I'm being really redundant. But it's very obvious. They took out this hour here, this hour here. But as you go a little further south, because obviously on the flat Earth, it's getting bigger as you're going out, right? So as you get down here, it's going to match the globe. So then all of a sudden, where the flat Earth will match the globe for a second, right around 40 degrees latitude, that's where in the entire world, the only place that we have 24 hours. On the globe, it should be that 24 hours all the way up and down. Just coincidentally, the one place that the flat Earth and the globe would match around 40 degrees latitude, that's where the 24 hours are. You see the 20 hours come back right here. See, it comes back right here, right where the 18 hour comes back, where it's missing right here. Right along this line, you have 24-hour time zones, right where it would be for the flat Earth. Dude, there's like, I can't even imagine doing the mental gymnastics needed to believe that's a coincidence. This would wake up 90% of normal people. So,
dude, it's re-waking me up right now.
It's crazy.
So up here by the Bering Strait, they have all those crab fishermen, right? That show, whatever it's called. Anyways, they're always saying how they could see the ships, the ocean, the Russian ships, in that area where you're talking about, that area where the Bering Strait, where all these crab fishermen fish, and they can see the Russian ships. So I mean, this distance here, yeah, it's got to be much closer. They're not that far off of land. They might be 20 miles out or something.
You're breaking up a bit.
I wish you could get the shipping lanes.
Maybe it's a little better now, but we could only hear like 20% of what you were saying.
The question is like, what's going on here? Like, can we find someone in Russia that can go over here?
Looks like very unpopulated land. Like not a lot going on there. Yeah, that's always been kind of in my mind, like on the whole Earth, like there is a thing of like, yeah, like it seems very unpopulated in that area.
See, going here to here doesn't help us. It's the same on both the maps. But the ancient flat Earth map, they make this region right here is way tighter
Well, that's where it would stretch out on a globe. Yeah, like the two
Yeah.
pepperonis on a pizza kind of thing, and you curve it. It's like that's where it has to split. So it makes sense in that way.
I wonder. Oh, there it is. Shane gave me the map.
Yeah, I missed all those requests. I forgot. Of course, it was
Oh,
for your
it's
stream.
all good. Yeah, it's all good. I'll drop it, and then I just open it up. So,
Oh yeah, the Monty map.
yeah, this one's has it way different.
There's definitely a way to wrap this map around Google Earth. There's like a packet you can download to put on Google Earth Pro that'll make this map be Google Earth.
Wow. I find it very fascinating to me, to be honest. Like when you said it rewoke you up, like that's what it did to me, dude. That's why I was like, oh, I know what I'm doing.
Almost feels like sacrilege to take that that map and put it on a globe, though. To make it
To be honest, I did it and I was like, ugh.
Just press Control Z real quick on that.
Well, plus there's like it's a different language and there's a whole bunch of land on the side, so it was almost like a fantasy thing to me. I'm like, this can't be right, but who knows?
Yeah, that was pretty wild.
Like all the outer Antarctica is like green,
Oh, yeah.
and there's so many like foreign script or whatever. I can't read the writing on it, so you're just guessing what you think it means.
Oh, you can't read ancient fucking.
Well, all the sun would have to do is go a little further south in the Tropic of Capricorn, like if it was on a slightly different like magnetic frequency line, and all that would potentially be warm. It would all be, like inhabitable land if the sun just went a little bit further out.
I don't know. I don't know if that's the full one. Here's the 17 meg one.
Okay, but so if I just save that, then it'll be high res.
17 meg is pretty damn big. Yeah. But I think the one you just opened was probably like a thumbnail version or something.
What?
Yeah, this is it definitely.
Nice.
Where'd you post that at, Shane?
Jeez.
Honestly, I forget, man. It was in my Flutter folder. Like, I forget where I got it. I think it's from a website that has it all piecemeal.
Yeah, nice. UI.
It's crazy because it just makes you zoom all the way in. Like, yeah, break. You saw what it does? It makes you zoom all the way in.
And then you can like zoom out a little bit manually to make it readable. But even then, it's mostly for pictures because I can't read any of the writing.
Yeah, it's still on the guy's website, David Rumsey Map Collection. I can post the link. 1587. Monty's 10-foot planisphere of 1587. An extraordinary 60-sheet manuscript world map made in 1587.
Yeah, that's it. Yep.
Yeah, 1587 by Urbano Monti has been added to the David Rumsey Map Collection at Stanford University. A 10-foot square, this map of planisphere is the largest known early map of the world. It was hand-drawn by Monti in Milan, Italy, and only one other manuscript copy exists. The digitally joined 60-sheet map image below is the first time the Monti map has been used and seen as one unified map, as Monti intended, in the 430 years since it was created. And there's more information. I'll post the link to the site.
Yeah, I gotta rebookmark it again because there was definitely like a walkthrough on how to add it to Google Earth if anyone wants to do it.
I mean, I definitely want to do it.
Yeah, I figured somebody would. Thanks, Alan.
Yeah.
Can I get a mic check?
Loud and clear, brother.
Yeah, that's it. That's the perfect one. Thanks, Gio. Crap, and of course it's already bookmarked. Stupid me.
It says the North Polar azimuthal projection of the planisphere uses the advanced scientific ideas of his time. The artistry in drawing and decorating the map embodies design at the highest level. Yeah, I won't read it all, but yeah, there's a lot of information on it. And yeah, the level of zoom on this thing is incredible. So it's apparently 10 feet tall. How cool would that be to see in public? A 10-foot tall, or I mean, in person. I mean.
Right, to put it on like your wall for your den for guests to come over. Okay.
I know.
Carpet.
That needs to be a thing. We need to like this could be recreated in that sense, you know, like and either sold as a product or have at least a couple of them. That'd be cool. Like a replication of a 10-foot one.
There's the Nos Confundus map of all the different islands, of all the different outer lands. That one actually, he comes in like a canvas type like wall thing. I think it's like 10 feet. It's a little bit of money, but one of my friends bought it and put it up in his house.
Nice.
Should definitely be
What I
done
was
for this
saying
one.
earlier was that up by the Bering Strait and all those boats that catch the crabs, that show that's on Discovery. So when they go offshore and they start fishing for crab, they're always seeing the Russian ships that are, you know, fishing in the Russian waters. And the mileage between there, and they're not separated by a lot because they're always spotting these Russian, you know, and they're telling them, get out of our waters. They're like fighting over the territory up there for the crabfish. So I know that landmass has got to be way closer.
They already put this map on Google Earth. There's the link to it. It's on the David Rumsey site. They already did it. There it is. That's this map on the sphere.
Right.
Did somebody say Outer Ponders?
Only briefly, Dave.
Somebody
did
whispered
now. It was a ethereal thought, and here you are.
I heard Outer Lands. I was close enough.
Dude, I mean, that map on the glob looks pretty good, though.
It's so I mean, I don't know if this is interactive. Can I zoom in like on Google Earth style?
Yeah, it's moving around.
It looks like a fixed animation.
You can spin it.
Yeah.
I'm spinning it right now.
Yeah, it kind of spins maybe on its own. Like maybe you can't like 3D it, you know, like spin all around. It seems it does like a little like presentation where if it plays, it takes you through like several little motions of it.
Look how giant Africa is on that thing. That's how it should look, right?
Look at that land between like it. Yeah. Oh my gosh! Look at how much land is between right that area Witz is talking about. There's a huge mass of land there. I mean, could that be there now? Is there any way like because Hawaii's down there, like that's like between Hawaii and then Alaska and Russia, like in that whole quadrant, there's a huge mass of land on this map.
When that plane disappeared, you guys hear me all right?
Mm-hmm.
So when that plane disappeared, I'm thinking it landed. So they took it off the radar. So there's ocean there, but the plane landed. That's why it disappeared.
Okay, that would be like that's basically the North. That's the North Pacific. So there's the places land could be hidden, could be North Pacific, but South Pacific would be a huge place as well.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that this map does have like quite a large landmass there, almost like an entire continent.
What is this place right here?
Crazy.
I don't even know what that is.
It's like Cook Island or something.
Is that Christmas Island?
Where is it?
St. Lawrence Island. Let's go back to
So but see, this other map shows a massive landmass there. I mean, that landmass looks as big as what is that? Maybe a quarter of the size of the United States, maybe roughly, on this map. So
look, this is where people aren't really flying, right? I mean, let's see. Are they flying right over that thing? Because how would
No, they go the long way around.
Yeah, you got it zoomed in there. Yeah, what does it say? What is the name of it?
I don't know. I don't know how to get it to flip. So it's very annoying. It says there's just some random language. I mean, GIAPONEISOLA, which I think this would be island, right? It's much like Isla, like island, like isle. Yeah. So this is something island, obviously, but I don't know.
Go up to the left. Do you see where the tools are? Are you on the actual website?
No.
Oh yeah, go to the website one and like the one that's the actual map. Yeah, and you can actually flip it. You can rotate it. See the tool thing on the left? It's under the little 3 down. Oop, a little to the right. No, it's on the yeah. See how it pops up when you go down a little. Yeah, right there. Yeah, rotate. Because then we could see that continent like zoomed in right side up.
Can you zoom in good on this?
Yeah, this is like the full one, I think, the most detailed one.
Oh, this is terrible for what I'm seeing.
I'm not seeing clear quality either. But this is on the web.
It's just slowly loading.
Oh yeah, same with mine, yeah. Because this is the full one, right, from the site, like on his collection. So it says it lets you save image as. I think I do have a high def one of this, but it might be worth seeing about saving this one because this is also the original.
Well, I have this high def. This is pretty damn good right here. Obviously, like the one that Shane dropped. But you can't flip it. I mean, I could save it and flip it and all that stuff, but we'll just let this load. I wonder if I should flip it one more time.
It says Giappone Isola. Giappone Isola is the name of this whole continent right here.
Yeah, there we go.
Wow.
I mean, 1587 is when this claims to have been done. I mean, so what? The whole continent's just gone, or?
Yeah, I mean,
It looks like where that plane disappeared, though.
Yeah, like this big it does. It's where the plane disappeared. And by the way, I think what that means is that the radar just doesn't read there, right? But like,
Well, no, I think it picks it up. They shut it off when they get on the ground. They turn it off. They land.
What are the chances
that
that this is here? What are the chances that this is here? Like, how much actual flight is done in that area, and how much control do they have over the airspace?
That's what I'm saying. I was looking at the flights, and it's like nothing goes right here. This would be that area, right here.
Well, put your mouse on
Goes
Google.
that
Like,
plane again.
I don't know if you can draw on that version. Or that's flight radar, but like, what would it? See if you can like match up where that is, because if it's right in this area you're talking about, I mean, there's a time zone little glitch there, and it happens to be right where this whole continent is on this old map.
I guess it is decently far down, right? So
I think that's right where the moon map from way back when put Lemuria, which is interesting.
Well, yeah, actually, this is exactly. Like this whole Hawaiian land, as far as I know, is some of the only Lemurian land that's above water that we have access to. Now, if this whole continent's there, that would be unbelievable. And then also like Fiji, parts of Fiji, and some of those other islands. So yeah, that is the ancient legends of Lemuria, and they called it Mu, like Mu, the motherland.
well, this is where the globe would be handy, maybe. Let me reopen the globe. Because then you can kind of get an idea of where it's going to look compared to here.
Right. It would kind of fit. Oh, look at how big. Look at that. On the globe there.
Yeah, why is it? Yeah, it just sucks it's not interactive. So it's all the way down. Yeah, that's crazy.
That's huge.
This is BS, right? So like, who really knows? I'm trying to think. I mean,
this does show the Tropic of Cancer. Sorry, the Tropic of Cancer, and it looks like this thing is within that Tropic of Cancer. So on Google Earth, like see how the little Tropic of Cancer, you see that little crab on it on the old map? That line
right here. Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's the Tropic of Cancer. So this landmass would be just kind of north, maybe 5-8 degrees starting, maybe north of the Tropic of Cancer, and then up in that, it would be in that whole area. So where's the Tropic of Cancer on that? Does it show 20? Yeah, there it is, all the way down there. So it would fill that whole area. Wow.
It's crazy. It's just all empty, right? So
Right.
from Japan to California flights.
It is like if you look at like some of the flat Earth projections, that's like a quarter of all empty space. Where it looks like there should be another continent. I always thought there should be,
Right.
but it's just empty space, or it's like a slightly sunken continent, maybe.
We would need flights right here. Okay, I guess this is kind of those flights right there, right?
I mean, is it possible that this is
further
actually
south with it.
Is it possible that this is under, because there are a lot of flights to go here. So is it possible that this landmass is now underwater? Like the water levels are higher? I will say this Monty map, there's a lot of land on this. So like in a way, I wouldn't be surprised if some of this land is covered by water now, because doesn't it look like a lot of land?
That was my first point. Is like why I didn't use it very much, because there's a lot of land around the outside and all over.
And then check
right
out the
here is
top.
where it would be, right here.
And on this, yeah, it would be all in there, and there's tons of flights there. It overlaps Hawaii, or no? I thought Hawaii was further south.
That's why right here. So I guess it would be, yeah, it's like right in this area then. So right, it'd have to be somewhere in here if we're looking over here, and this is the Tropic of Cancer. Then, yeah, Tropic of Cancer. It's got to be like right in here.
The other thing on this Monty map is that the Tropic of Capricorn, I'm just looking at it, it like goes over the landmass in Antarctica. Like that would all be, and then you see how close the Tropic of Cancer is. I'm looking on the globe one's a little harder to tell, but see how it's going over land. If you look at the actual overhead one, like that Tropic of Cancer is going over like tons of land, and it's really close. It would make sense that all this Antarctica region would all be warm because the Tropic of Cancer is like, close to it.
But putting it on a globe is a terrible idea because there's way more room in the south. So like, there's no way for us to really grasp that, right? There's way more room out here, right? So
yeah,
like, the globe is just like tricking our eyes. As you get out here, you have way more land.
Well, they must have had to cut parts off to even put this thing on a sphere. So they must have on that globe. Must be all hacked up. Yeah, but see that Tropic of
right here.
Yeah, but if you follow that all the way around, it goes over like land that is in the southern region, like in the Antarctic region. Like, see over there.
Mm-hmm.
Check that out.
Look at the size of that.
I mean,
a lot of it is underwater.
Well, so this is also a AE, right? So is this the same longitude lat system as Gleason does the globe, right? Which is meaning that those I mean, it looks like it if you trace it. Those coordinate grid squares are huge compared to the middle.
Well, it doesn't though.
Yeah.
The north doesn't match though. The north doesn't match. So like you say the Earth actually is flat. You can use a longitude and latitude system, right? It's just not going to match the globe. Like this northern region doesn't match the globe though.
Well, that looks like Hyperborea in there, maybe? Is that what that is? The inner circle?
Yeah, yeah. But like even this area, like, because this is what brought this whole thing to, our attention, is this area is not the same. Right? This area is not the same. These coastlines are different and they're closer.
Yeah.
Do we know what coordinate system it uses?
Mm-mm.
It was before all the rest of them, right? So yeah, maybe it's not. Maybe that's the closest thing we have to reality.
Which is what that guy's saying in his presentation. He's like, how convenient that the old maps show that they're much closer and the time zones work perfect.
What about the idea, at least just with them being closer, what about the idea that if the water levels did come up, would a lot of that be underwater now?
Yeah, no, I agree.
It's possible as well.
Yep. And then like it's just like that combined with, I don't know, like they control this thing so much, this Google Earth thing. If we don't have people that can privately go right here, I don't trust anything. I don't trust a damn thing, dude. Like if there's a personal person going here, I don't care what they're talking about.
Yeah, I'm so glad all the Globers shut up for a while and let us hash the shout. They were super interruptive and awful.
Anytime you get close to this Arctic Circle, dude, you're in like no go territory. Like they're watching. They have this locked down. Like they have lied about all this. So this is right on the brink of that, right? So
they're
it's
scrambling.
like one of the main inlets when you think about it.
Wow, look at that. That's like the mouth to the North Pole when you think about it.
Yeah, like towards the North region, the Arctic Circle. And this is like, what's crazy is this is where they set the trip line up right here, 55 degrees. Yeah. Yeah. So they're watching. They're not taking any chances. Like they literally, like this area that we're trying to figure out, this is right where they put the trip line.
Yep.
To this day. Yeah.
I'd like to see the shipping lanes, just where the ships are.
I don't know how to do that. Does anyone know a good website?
Yeah, the Globers are probably all have spiral meetings right now.
Ooh, that's cool. That'll work. Go figure.
Go figure. Nothing there.
No way.
And you know how the
Yeah,
whole
right.
the Russia war thing is such a beautiful narrative for them. They've been keeping it going for decades.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to see whether they like that's private airspace. Look at all those boats that just go there and stop. It's just like the flights. Stop there. What are those even doing? Like
It's even more
like
pronounced,
they're
right?
turning around or something.
They're just they're
turning around. They're
There's a-
they're offloading their
Oh,
ships
this is
and turning
awesome,
around.
guys.
yeah, there's
Right?
like a barrier there. They just can't get past.
No, they're
Actually,
they're offloading,
This is a
and then they're just headed back.
this is a region right here. We're talking about going all the way to the North Pole, going to the South Pole. Like, how about we try to get to the bottom of what's right there? Like, Alaska is right here.
Some of this could be done. I mean, with not even too much. I mean, you have to have a boat and a crew, but with a boat and a crew and a pretty good way to like survive and keep track of all of the tracking you need to do. There's a lot of stuff we could do in the oceans in terms of verifying traveling all over. Now you could potentially say you'd be risking your life or risking something because if you on more like the level of kind of more the conspiracy route in terms of that there could be these entities that don't want you doing that. So, in a way it could be a kamikaze mission, really. Even if we have all the money, all the crew, anyone who's going to do it, they would have to pretty much realize, okay, yeah, something crazy could happen to them. Because probably no one else is really doing it. I mean, yeah, there's some of these like world record
Where it's missing.
boat routes, and then there's a lot of these ones that show here.
Dude, every single time, dude, there's boats everywhere, and you get right here, and there's nothing.
Nothing.
Like, are you kidding me?
Wow.
That's pretty compelling.
I wonder how do you play back? This is supposed to have free playback.
Why wouldn't they go?
Is that also the same place as the planes disappeared?
Yes.
Is it the exact same like area?
Is this the Bering Strait?
I feel like
Yeah.
if you
Or
went past
Bering
that,
Strait?
Just below the Bering Strait is where we can't get anything.
I feel like if you went
We could
past
go
that,
right
there'd be
off
some like
Alaska and just fly.
See, these things
Why don't
fly
do
right
so?
here, or like if a plane flies from here, it'll go all the way down through here. But we need it to go across here. That's what we need for the time zones. We need it to go from here across here.
Jeremy, you were a little low, but we could hear you. If you want to say that again.
no fishing boats going there or anything.
No, I don't know. I mean, I just
I
looked
feel
up.
like that's like good fishing up in there.
Hey, this is weird, dude. I'm looking on my Gleason's map, the blue one that I got from Flat Earth Banjo, and I'm zoomed in on this area, and it's like marked with a 1 and a triangle right where we're looking at, and then like a 44 in the circle. I've never seen this before. I never zoomed in this far. Hold on, I'll put it in chat. Someone help me out with understanding what the hell this is.
I just wish I could get free playback. Like I'm not paying for it. Fight me. Playback is cool though because you get to watch what they're doing over time, right?
I think that what they're doing up there is they're offloading their ships, their container ships, to supply all the land that's there with goods and stuff, and then turning around and going back.
Well, I can assure you that there's boats and planes.
See
That
the track.
The thing is, Jeremy, there's like a glitch in the time zones in this area. So that's if you just got
you see where these ships are gathered right here. You see where the ships are gathered. That's about where that plane disappeared. I think it landed.
I'll find this again.
You see where they're gathered.
Oh, there we go.
Bitsit, what video were you showing as example with the maps and such, with the time zones, with the French dude, the sailor?
It's on Taboo Conspiracy. I'll drop it in the chat.
Thank you. Did you see also the video where this French dude was talking about Google GPS and that it shows like longer distances in the northern half round?
Okay, this is not it. This is what the other guy. This is the wrong video in my history. This is a Glover sent me this. Abort. Okay.
Ça illustre.
Your computer like freezes there and it just won't go away.
Okay. This is it, and then let me drop it.
Is this the only video you've seen from the guy? Or
I dropped the wrong one. I just redropped the right one. Yeah, how time zones hide the flat Earth.
The Australian time zones are all fucked up.
Dude, look, we just buried. I've talked everyone's head off about it, but simply put, like if you're gonna turn a flat Earth into a globe, then what you have to do is you have to stretch out the north because the north is going to be tighter on the flat Earth. So what they did, you have to, if you fold it right to a ball, then you have to make the north wider and you have to make the south smaller. And so when they did that, they had to like make up for the time zones. And so what happened was right here, you have them stretching out a one time zone all the way over 3 time zones. And then you have a gap right here where this is one longitude on the globe. You have 24 hours. So like say it's midnight here, then 3 hours over here. So it's 3 a.m. There's a 3-hour difference in one longitude. This is how they hid the flat Earth in this. Because on a globe, it should be equally 24 hours, right? So, like on the north and south, it's the same. So
that other map is like a Mercator when you stopped at it, or you're just looking at it. Can we what if we just like converted that to AE so we could see what it looks like all fucked up from the globe?
Oh, that's a good idea. I don't know how to do that though.
Yeah, let me screenshot
to see how. Yeah, that would be interesting to. I mean, that would be like if they cut it up. It's like multiple projections and then cut up and then put back on it. That would be.
Jeremy, this is the craziest part of the whole thing, dude. It's like, okay, so in the flat Earth, you would have like smaller time zones in the north. Then you would have 24 right here around 40 degrees, and then you'd have wider time zones in the south, because of course longitude gets wider and wider as you go further on a flat Earth. Like this right here, like the north, like say United States would have smaller time zones, but as you get out to Australia, they'd be wider. And literally on the Earth, that's exactly what they did. They hid the flat Earth with the time zones. It's like insane. So they have 19. They have like 32 time zones in the south. They have 19 in the far north. So they subtracted them in the north to make up for the flat Earth. Then they have perfectly 24 right where it would be on the flat Earth, and then they have 32 in the south to make up for how they're bigger.
So you said they needed to shrink it in the north. So you think there's more land in the north?
No, they had to stretch
telling us?
they had to stretch it in the north. Like on
There's less land.
Well, yeah, or it's closer together.
No doubt.
You know, if you take a 24,901 circumference, the radius to the north is 3959. And you know how if you take on a plane, that's what it is. But if you put it into a sphere, by bending that radius becomes like 6,225 miles. So it adds 2,000 miles. Now that doesn't mean it's 2,000 miles worth of land. I'm not making that relation. I'm just saying the radius changes from 3959 to 6225. So because and like showing on that animation, as you bulge it out like that, it kind of spreads, and it spreads into more land because of making it spherical like that.
Yeah, it stretches the land. But think about how brilliant what they did is. All you have to do is here to Earth. Like you can fudge a little bit here. No one knows anything about up here. So, you know, this could be all kinds of land that's real compressed. You just can't go up here. So it's beautiful. I mean, it's like not beautiful, but it's like ingenious what they did.
Is there other ways to get up in there besides that one little spot?
Well, you can go through Greenland, which is completely uninhabited, like for the top 70% of Greenland, and I guess you could go in here. You come up from the UK and then die right around here.
Dude, you remember that national park we found in Greenland, like in the north?
Just die.
Yeah, that random national park in Greenland, like they really let you go hang out there or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like up here.
Yeah, there was like 3 reviews.
Yeah. Yeah, it's up here somewhere. They have an Air Force base right up here too.
Dude, I think they have that place. Like, yeah, those trip lines you're talking about. I mean, those are just dead set. Like, they definitely have like the most clandestine parts of the military that keep that completely tracked. And they're not going to let you in there. I mean, unless you did
I mean,
something
how?
to get in, you know. But
There it is. There it is. It's yeah, whatever that is.
I mean, we could walk up in there. Like our land is connected to that area.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what we're
There's
talking about.
gotta
Like,
be.
we've really fallen down the rabbit hole here because we're like, let's go to the North Pole. Let's go to the South Pole. Let's go to Alaska and see what's going on right here.
That's brilliant, man.
I bet you they got military presence in that part of Alaska, bro. And they're gonna justify it by saying it's so close to Russia.
No, I'm not
Well,
sure
that's
if
what
you're using the same program, but I saw David Wise with Jeranism dude make a video, and they were like using the calculator for distance around the North and South Pole, and it wouldn't work or something like that.
No, yeah,
Hey,
yeah. Trying to make a circle, it turns into like a square.
Geo just mentioned the radius being like the 4,000, like
crescent.
8,000 diameter, and that's interesting because when you do that's how Gleason mapped out his flat Earth was with like a 8,000 mile diameter. I mean, 16,000 mile diameter, and it comes out to like 50 something thousand miles around the border or around the rim, and but anyway, the square miles is exactly like it's within 500,000 miles of the globe. It's in the video that I just posted in live text. It's at the end, but it's like 136 million square miles and some change, but it's almost exactly like the globe. So that's what I'm looking into right now for my last two videos in my series, Celestial Navigation on a
Yeah,
flat
when
Earth.
you your map, you're falling for the trap. That's why we're literally
No, dude, this fucking maybe so. I've considered that, but dude, it's this map. When you realize that the two hands, like they ripped them off, and one of them is a longitude calculator, and it you spin it around for whatever longitude the celestial body you're tracking, and then it's got little lines on it all the way down to the end with latitude. So it literally is made for fucking celestial navigation, and it's made for a clock. It's in the video I just posted. It's interesting shit, dude. This thing, dude, they hijacked the fucking that map to make a globe, dude. I'm telling you, man. If the more you look at it, the more you see, dude. This thing was made for cell nav.
The Gleason map is not right in my opinion. There's slight difference. The north is more compressed, and the south is more wide. I mean,
Yeah, so he says the middle northern hemisphere should be 49 million square miles roughly on the globe. Each hemisphere is 98 million square miles, and on the Gleason's map in the south, it's like 147 million. So it goes from 147 in the south to 49-ish in the north. So it's like 3 times bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah. But look at this.
No, it's 1/3. It's 1/3 bigger.
Can anyone tell me how ships can go into the ice in Antarctica?
Icebreaker.
No, this is impressive.
Hold on, Realm.
Somebody's hot micing.
Yeah, Realm, you're hot micing. I don't know if you're about to say something, if that's why you want muted, or you're just hot micing.
I think it's just hot micing. With it, if you're going down the path of ships going down into Antarctica, are you going to talk about the Kiribachi?
I don't know what that is. I'm trying to figure out how in the world a ship got into the ice. I mean, Dave Weiss has already shown that their ship, and not even, you see how it's saying it lost signal, but he's shown it where it's like this, where it's picking up the signal. And then I think once he put it on his app, they probably fixed the GPS, where now if it's going out in here, it's gonna say it lost signal. Well, they're not gonna let you catch them again. Oh, look at that! Look at that!
There's a couple right there.
Well, the funny thing about what Dave Weiss said was that if you are actually paying for this website, you can actually track down the owner of the ships. And I think some of those ships were related to the island Kiribachi or something like that.
There must be inlets down there, guys, right? That's probably how they got there. Traveled down a river.
No, there's no inlets, man.
No, I know, dude.
There's more land down there, man. I mean, there's more area. And dude, look at CellNav. The lowest star for celestial navigation is Acrux, like the lowest star in the Southern Cross, and it's like 63 degrees, dude. So there's almost like a third of their fucking whole world down there. A third of the Southern Hemisphere or not quite a third, but a little less than a third, that there's no stars to celestial navigate by. I mean, everything you think about that would happen, it pretty much does. Every prediction you'd make about it being bigger down there is a reality.
That's right, including the time zones.
Man, I'm trying to
Yeah,
figure
the
out
time
how
zones
to
work perfect on the AE, man. The clock, it's a fucking clock.
how do Globers go to the site, see like 4 ships in the middle of the continent of Antarctica, and just go, no big deal.
Oh, I got you, Shane. Refraction.
It's gravity and refraction, brother.
The ship, that ship actually went over the curve.
Dude, that's what it looks like when you actually
Yeah.
go over a curve.
Yo,
FaceTime.
Brian, are you there? Hey, you're working on Celestial Nav. You said, have you ever heard of this document called the explanatory supplement to the ephemeris and to the astronomical ephemeris and the American ephemeris and the nautical almanac? And basically what it is it's a document that explains how they derive their corrections. You ever heard of that?
No, what do you say it's called again? Can you repeat that?
The explanatory supplement to the astronomical ephemeris and the American ephemeris and nautical almanac. I'll send you a link to it.
Yeah, do that, man. I've been studying into this.
It's badass, dude. This dude's gonna come do a presentation tomorrow or on Friday on the ADL server and talk about what he found. Basically, all they did was derive everything from right-angle triangles using the sun and the moon and assuming that the Earth's a plane, and then they came up with an equation where they can adjust for the quote-unquote flatness factor, where they, you know how they say it's an oblate spheroid or whatever, so they can get away with the stretching and the flattening and all that shit, like Austin was saying with the maps. So they just apply this equation that they have with this flattening factor, and from that, they turn a geocentric planar disk with right-angle triangles with the sun and the moon into a. They use their equation to fit it onto a spherical coordinate system.
Yeah,
it's fucking crazy,
I
dog.
think it's the equation that's similar to Trulon's. It's a transform. Basically, they transform the fucking flat map, and you just got to reverse. You got to reverse transform it. And dude, this navigation works fucking perfect on this AE map, dude. It's ridiculous. It's fucking so easy. It's like, man, this shit was in front of our face the whole time, dude. The last 2 videos in this series are gonna be fucking epic. But I want to see that dude's presentation. You say that's tomorrow?
No, it's on Friday, and it'll be. Let me check the time real quick. I think it's at 11 EST. But yeah, I talked to him the other night, and he had some gravy.
Man. The planispheres work. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, so Friday at 11 p.m. EST on the ADL server.
This Friday.
Well, it just turned Friday for us people. Or no, it's Thursday for us.
I was gonna say, dude, Brian should definitely be there for that one. Also,
I will.
Who is that guy, Alan?
His name is Canadian Bacon. So he came on. He hit me up the other night when I was streaming, and he asked me to like look into this, and I didn't do it because 500-page document, don't give a shit. So I just kind of backburnered it for a minute, but I hit him up later the next day, and I was like, hey, we're gonna stream or whatever. If you want to hop on, and we'll talk about that thing or whatever. So he came on Discord and walked me and Jim through it. So the document, he has highlights and stuff for it and a couple of bookmarks if you want to go over them. I'll send them to you, Brian. But yeah, basically he just gave me like the highlights of it, like that equation, a couple of diagrams where they're showing the sun and the moon and how they derive the eclipse angle shadows and all that shit. It's all from a plane. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is from a plane. Hey, can you DM me them?
Yep, sending it to you now, brother. So there's
awesome.
Put them in chat.
Awesome. Dude,
so crazy.
20 million kilometers.
So one of the hands was a longitude. It's for longitude, and it's got the latitude lines on it. And then the other hand is for time. And there was a clip, like a little snap washer or a spring washer on there. And so you could compare your time to anywhere else in the world. And the whole thing, they turn together as a clock, so you can compare your shit to like Greenwich. If you're UTC -5, then you just put your hand on where you're at, and then you put the other hand on the prime meridian, and then the whole thing spins like a clock. It's basically a clock, bro. They literally fucking hijacked this bitch. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, that's crazy. So Brian, if you open up that document and go to page 217, you'll see this really all. Actually, I can just send a screenshot to you. If
I'm writing it down anyway.
yeah. Oh, I sent you the
Dude, Canadian bacon. Is that like bacon but Canadian? Like our bacon?
dude.
That would be
It's like
hilarious.
ham.
Yeah.
No, I meant like because we have
There's
bacon.
only one bacon.
Yeah, but then maybe there's a Canadian you, man. That's what I'm saying.
Canadian
seeing
bacon
this?
is round. It's like cylindrical. It's like
Oh,
a
yeah.
sausage.
Yeah,
Like
I saw it.
more tastes like ham than bacon.
No, it's cool. It's cool. So,
Gio, have you seen this before?
are you doing the square, the area of a
Yeah.
continent, showing that the
Yeah.
poles are all fucked? You know the global response to this, right?
I don't care.
Oh, what is it? I haven't heard it. I'm just curious. But what do they
Obviously,
say?
Google Earth is programmed with a Mercator projection, which is warped at the poles. That's why the poles warp the same way
Do
into
you
a
think they
ridiculous
find their shoes
crescent.
on their own, or like I don't know, but
I'm showing this to them, and they were like, "Nuh-uh." And then I tried the North Pole, and they were like, "Well, that makes sense because it's it's the map projection type. It's probably easier mathematically for them if they
Yeah,
just project it as a
dude,
Mercator."
it's so easier.
They were globe apology on the
You know
spot.
what? You know what's also easier when you do what's it called? What that guy major in flat Earth seismology? It's just easier when you just assume the Earth's flat and
Yeah,
major it, and then like do
Yeah,
your whole
Tony.
profession based on that. Yeah. Shout out to you, boy, dude, the true flat earther.
Dude, I
He's
think
more
he
flat
was-
than all of us, bro. He got a fucking PhD in it. Like, give
Dude,
the man some respect.
I clarified that with him the other day. He was making like smart ass comments, and I was like, "PhD Tony, one question: what was your PhD thesis in again?" And
Oh, what did he say?
He was like flat Earth seismology. He went through it
Oh,
without a
nice,
shame
nice.
of guilt, and was like,
Yeah, just
matter of
no ability to see it, huh?
fact. Yeah, it's pretty funny.
That's tight, dude.
Look at that
Vincent,
crescent.
Vincent, could you try like
That's crazy.
something from the South America latitude, like a bit more up, like make a perfect circle or something?
Make it big,
Something bigger, something
like
bigger.
encompassing
Around
Antarctica and the tip of that. Yeah,
Antarctica,
yeah,
so-
exactly.
I was
See what
looking for
that is.
the times in way down like in Argentina to looking for some anomalies and shit. And the first thing I looked at, they're like
wow.
two
Fascinating.
Oh, cool. So the whole bottom half's fake, not just the lower bottom half. That's cool.
Sorry, Brian.
Is there a
Sorry.
gap there?
No,
Oh,
I
sorry.
was checking it out too. But so I was checking sunrise times because their time zones are all fucked up, like Austin was saying. And I was checking the sunrise times, and they're off by like the two cities I could find that were closest to directly apart on each side of South America down south. The sunrise time was off by like about almost 50 minutes of what it should have been. And it's like
what latitude are you doing that at? That's interesting. You got 22,000 miles. What about what latitude or is that?
I don't actually know. 50s, maybe 40. I don't know. I can't even close the shape, dude. I'm salty, bro.
It won't let you do the whole thing.
Does seem the bigger you make it, the more ridiculous the shape.
Can
So-
you do it on like the side of the glob though? Will it work on the side?
Just a sec.
Just side glob it.
Yeah.
It works everywhere except the poles. Like already, I can tell you, it works every place except the poles.
Yeah, it'd be super interesting if you could get a big one on the side of the glob too. And then, the excuse would just be it's like really easier just to do it, in the way that it doesn't work out.
Dude, this thing generally perplexed me, and then I like brought it to Globers, like, guys, what do you think of this? And they were instantly like, oh, you know what it must be? Is this globe apologist nonsense? And I was like,
Yeah.
whoa.
Dude,
You
with
guys.
the Antarctic Treaty and the distant early warning cutoff, it's like 35% of the fucking world is basically off limits with just them two
Yeah.
things.
Yep.
Yeah, but I mean that like 20,000 mile distance, like down at like the 55 latitude south, that should be pretty easy to test. When I say pretty easy, I don't just mean like you gotta have a crew and a boat and the equipment to do it. But I mean,
Or
on an
plane.
AE map that stretches out like that in the south, it would be way larger than that to where
That's
you would.
why I said, man, we needed 2 planes. All we need is 2 planes and to leave South America and Australia at the same time and go to their respected bases and then cross and go to each other's bases and pass each other on the way. But there's like a east and a west Antarctica. And I believe that's why when I made my little model, I drew 2 Antarcticas, like one over toward Australia on the AE map style.
Done.
And then one over toward South America, like I believe that's where they're at. Like they're on separate sides of the world, and they on the globe they have it connected. But dude, if it's connected, they should be able to get to the Australia base in about 4 or 5 hours.
Don't even let me connect the shape anymore.
They're on to you, bud.
Did they just fix it in real time or whatever?
You
They're
used
on to
your
you,
mouse.
bud.
CIA patch.
That's only 12,000. They
I
don't
just stop doing stuff, man.
They're on to us, man.
I want you to do that where
fucking
the
on
Bering
to us,
Strait is,
man.
where that
Better
land's
run.
missing. Do that where the Bering Strait is. Try and.
It's not working anywhere now, so.
You know what? We've decided this function is broken.
Oh, it's still kind of curving in.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you did it
Yeah.
before, when you grabbed the continent that was like touching it, the path that was touching it like curved outward in a way.
What the?
Yeah, like that. Do something like that.
Yeah.
Mm.
Why does it still keep curving? This is just Canada, bro.
So you know they're kicking people out. That people can't move up to northern Alaska anymore. The people that have like homesteaded there for years, like their family members are dying off. There's like, there's only a few people left in northern Alaska, and they're not allowing anyone to live up there. You can't like go there and move there.
Every time, it's so funny.
I'm being trolled. Like, no, I'm not here, buddy. They don't even have to hide anything nowadays. That's what's so crazy.
Well, they can just explain away nonsense, and then people on the internet will defend the nonsense with more nonsense.
What if you make like half a circle just before the North Pole?
What do you mean?
Half a circle just before the North Pole, like
in here.
Yeah, just before the North Pole, something like really close to it though. No, not over. Just
A half circle, like with like a straight line with a curve on top. Which way would the straight line face, and why?
south.
Oh, so it curves up towards the North Pole.
Down from like the longest straight part being like along the North Pole, and the rest being half rounded.
I don't know, man. Everything you try to do
why is
seems
it-
to end up in this.
Yeah, it never goes all the way around, which is interesting. It like indicates that this is piecemeal together. It's like
Why can't you close that?
Yeah, it's like a plane that's stitched together. Because I'm doing it too, but it just won't let you do it. It might just be the way the graphic system is, but it could indicate that there's actually a difference in the plotting points. It's the plot points that they have programmed in that actually plots on the ground that doesn't let you actually make a 360-degree circle. But I was able to get about 14,000 miles at the 55th degree parallel. And on an AE map, it would be way larger. So yeah, that's about 14,000 is what we'd be comparing to at 55th.
On the Gleason's map, it's 49,000. I just posted that in live chat.
This thing wants to fight me, bro.
Well, see where, okay, see where it says 50 north there? The one on the latitude or the longitude ones, I mean? 50 down to the right there. So 40, 50, so yeah, 55. Like we can go to 60 basically? Or wait, this is in the north. What are their limits? The south, what can we
55 they start watching you, bro.
What?
55 they start watching you.
Where do you think the point is? 50, 55? They're probably watching you at 25. But,
yeah, I'll give you 55. 55, you're like, what is this retard gonna do out here just in the ocean? Like, whoa. You getting past 55, you're getting too close for comfort, bro.
You could enter that race, dude. Just enter that race and just kind of sneak off on in, dude. When you're going around Cape Hope or like the tip of South America, just kind of sneak off out of the race, man, and track down there. But even if you're in that fucking race, it's gonna take you 100 damn days to get that little short distance that they're claiming.
Okay, Visit, what if you take it from...
So, sorry, we can't even legally get to the ice because the ice is beyond 60. So, like, we as the people right now can't even go there. That's the deal?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I posted a link in live chat to a little documentary about a guy named Jarl Anderhoy who tried to go there
I read
3
all
times.
about it, bro.
Yeah,
It's a good one, dude.
Homie was
It's a good one.
definitely not allowed to go there, you could say.
Yeah, they fucking reamed his ass, bro, and his partner died. They kicked him off where he threw anchor, and Jarl and his other buddy went inland, and with the court case, bro, they weren't worried nothing about the 2 dead people. They wouldn't release any fucking evidence to try and help them find the boat. They were just worried about prosecuting Jarl.
Yeah, dude. Had to
He
set
was
an
bent
example
on
for your
going there.
boy.
Wait, I'm really curious. What if you take it from 10 degrees west to 90 degrees west to 60 degrees west, like the right side only? 10 west?
What?
Start at 10 west?
Okay, what
Yes.
longitude?
Like across the equator, the big line there, just next to it. Yeah, there. And then do 90 west. Yep. And then 60 west. No, 160. Yeah. A bit more left. Like right next to 170. But just before the pole shift.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, there. Bit more left. Bit more left. Bit more. Yes, there. And then link it up. Okay, still doing weird shit.
Blows you out of that zone. It just doesn't even let you measure Antarctica. It's just like, we'll just wrap you around.
How do ballers sit through stuff like this and just like pretend nothing's going on?
They all left. Oh wait, Bacon came in.
It's just wild. It was.
I was able to get one right across the middle, and from 60 degrees south, east, or 50 east to 50 west. Like basically just no. I'm just saying the 60 degree latitude, 60 degree latitude, 180 degrees across on this, and it's 4,000 miles.
Yes, they don't care. Obviously, they don't really care if you get here. Obviously, right? Because that's the closest to 60 degrees that you can get.
Well, that's 60 right there, right? Because that right where you are is 60, right?
That's right. So that's 250 miles. That's the closest you can get. So obviously, they don't care about you coming from like this. What is this, Africa? Like coming right down to this. They don't care about that. But like, dude, over here, bro, they're not playing with you, bro. You got 1,000 miles, bro. You're not gonna see this. They don't want you to see this. This is like 600 miles, I think.
Yeah, and the bases are like it should be. The bases are only in 2 areas. They're not like what's interesting about Antarctica on Google Maps like this. When I've looked at it and skimmed around and everything, really only like half of it is even used. So whatever this jacked up version of whatever it is, it's only like 2 areas and it's only half of the whole thing. It's kind of interesting.
You see, like that's the base right there where they like, yeah, everyone come look at Antarctica. You know what I'm saying? That's where they want you to go.
Right.
Dude, it's like Area 51 of like the southern, Maine.
They just let you touch the tip and that's it.
Yeah. It's that thing they want you to know about.
Look, you're here. It exists. It's just like we said. Now go home.
My grandma took a cruise.
Yeah, see, there's that one. Yeah, see, it's those 2. It's only like half of it's only that little stretch of the whole thing. The rest of it, like, what is the rest of it?
Right, so this is the side that we want to know about. And
right,
convenient
nobody goes south from Africa.
Exactly. This is where you have this whole empty ocean.
See, there could be more land in the southern Atlantic and in the southern Pacific.
Absolutely, there's more land in the South America. I don't think you have to get to Antarctica to find more land. Who's gonna travel that, bro? Who's gonna?
Oh, you're not allowed to go further down to the 60-degree parallel or something, right? And then you have
Look at
to
that
submit a
landmass.
form or something.
Is that like topographical? Yeah.
That's a globular growth.
French Southern. What does it say? French Southern and Antarctic lands. What is that?
What? That's like a continental shelf of some sort, and that's like the tip that's just above the water. Because if you zoom all the way out, you can see that. Yeah, you can see that's like a whole continent that's underwater, and then that's like the tip that's above water.
Oh,
you're
a landmass.
Different color.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Did you think they just covered it up with water though, and just left the
They
little
might have.
tip out?
Well, that's interesting too. But this is at 50 degrees, so I don't know whether people are there or what the deal is, but
the flat Earth guy, who said that they hid the flat Earth magnetic declination and time zones, he says this is where he went all the time. He stayed around 50 south latitude. He said this is where you see the sun just like goes away so fast. He's like, there is no like dusk and dawn. It's just like boom, it's gone.
Is that someone from history or is that the modern day guy?
That's that same flat Earth guy.
Do you know what?
Wait, there's McDonald's Island.
That
There's McDonald's Island.
prolonged sunset is exactly what you'd expect everywhere in a globe, isn't it? Right? Because as soon as it curves over the curve, you shouldn't see twilight. It shouldn't be anything. It's all its light should cease, right?
No, there's only refraction. It's called northern hemispheric refraction.
Wait, I just believe that. Is that real?
Yeah, you never heard of northern hemispheric refraction?
Did you make that up?
That's
the
question.
It's bad that I can't tell.
It sounds so sciencey.
Right?
Like,
Yeah.
it could go either way. Like I almost believe in it. I'm about to start teaching it.
I was like, wait a second, that's real?
so it only happens.
Everyone else.
It only happens in the north because the globe is lopsided.
Yeah, it's because it's tilted and wobbling every 7 years, and so the northern portion, because it's tilted, there's northern atmospheric refraction. Yeah, it's called the northern hemispheric refraction because of the tilt.
How many beers has the Earth have to be tilted and wobbling the way that it is so much?
Obviously, not enough that you can actually measure.
23.4.
It's been
Not
just,
as many as I had the other night.
it's on at least beer number 23.4.
Dude, ask the follower, hey, do you believe the Earth is wobbling? And then ask them how they know it's wobbling.
That they're actually forced to submit to unique wobularity, and that they have to praise that the wobular nature of the globe is a big tenet of what they believe in.
Yeah.
I'll bet
It's
they're
a
having
core
some
tenet
pretty
of their
stiff
belief
drinks
system.
over there on the Glover side.
Yeah, if you're gonna believe in globularity, you have to go along with the wobularity too. You can't have wobularity without the globularity.
You want to know how they know that the Earth is wobbling? Because scientists know thanks to slight wiggles in the movements of the stars across the night sky that have been recorded for thousands of years.
You mean the star trails that never intersect and all appear to be on the same plane?
No, but they wiggle, dude. They wiggle, which means the Earth is actually wiggling. And this is
yeah,
They
that backwards
slightly-
extrapolation.
They
Yeah.
slightly wiggle. That's how we know. That's
Yeah.
solid fucking
They
rock
got a
solid
slight-
proof.
the
right there.
wiggularity.
The wiggularity.
Dude, there's wiggularity, wobularity.
Did someone
The
put
funny
these
one
people
is
on this picture, dude, or fight me, bro? Someone put the wiggles on here. Is slight wiggles. Dude, I always ask, how can we measure the wobble? And they're like,
We just know it's there.
Yeah, so scientists did it.
Like, well, it's rotating and wobulating, and
I swear, if they told you that, if they told them that the Earth is accurate, they'd be like, yeah, for sure. It's like, it doesn't matter what they say.
It has
Shit,
it has a high wobulation factor.
I was gonna say, you know, when the Earth goes into wobulation, like it's like it's when it's wobulating like more than it
Oh yeah,
normally does.
my annual wobulation.
Yeah.
Annual.
Yep.
Just make
Yep.
it worse, bro. It's all you gotta do.
I think that's what Dayton Miller might have detected, the annual or wobularity of the
Now this
of
is
the
a good time
glob.
to say- this is a good time where you can actually say those are just words. You're just using words.
Yeah.
At this point, it is word salad. We finally reached it.
finally.
For all future reference.
Salad, yeah.
But it's still kind of
videos.
checked out.
Dude, it's funny because the wobble is actually a death blow, dude. I blew Kosho's mind when I brought up the wobble to him. We started talking about it. And dude, he was just like, whoa. I'm like, I did not think this is what they said was happening. I have to read into this. Oh my god, this must be bad.
I think they're all in a meeting right now. They're all meeting about what
a meeting.
what you just showed, man. They're all having stiff drinks and they're thinking, "Oh shit, how are we
Yeah, they're gonna have to
explain
do
these
better on
time
time zones.
time
Yeah.
zones?"
Right, they're all gonna have to
Holy
have a
shit.
meeting. They're gonna meet about Witsit. They're gonna like confer. Xanax gonna get
They're
with
shitting
McToon.
bricks.
He's gonna get with FTFE. They're gonna come up with this resounding sort of rebuttal, and they're gonna act like they've been saying it the whole time.
You know what's so cool about it though,
Yeah.
right? So I have it coming every week. So it's like
Right.
I
It's
didn't even
hilarious.
know what my show was gonna be about until like late in the day today. It's like I just on a whim, I'm like, you know what? Let's cover this, and then they like frantically implode for a week, and then it's like time for the next one.
Well,
Dude,
so they
keeping
don't
them on
watch,
their toes.
but flat earthers like Alan and myself will go take that stuff and rub it in their faces and everywhere that we contact them, so that they force to come up with a rebuttal.
Oh, very bold of you to say they don't watch because let's use a few examples.
Oh yeah.
NASA shill, right? Like one
They're
of
watching, man.
dude. He. I'm like you should have watched my School in the Globe. She's like, yeah, I watched it. I'm like,
Oh.
He's like, I watched and I took the quiz and I passed it, by the way.
Dude, he watched it at half speed.
Yeah. Dude, I don't know. They watch it through this lens that's like, must not look stupid, only half listen, but not listen. I don't know.
Yeah, they're just like blind fury about how much they hate me the whole time.
You just missed that Rob guy was doing this an experiment in his garage. You missed it. We were just playing along with him. He showed up about just right in time.
That Robo guy's
I
a
don't know if
real
you've seen
tard.
the garage
I hate that
experiment.
guy.
Oh, the Dell guy.
No, Rob Noxious or
Yeah,
whatever his name
Robo
is.
Noxious is his name. I had the displeasure of interacting with him the other day. He's a real douchebag.
But he comes on. He tries.
Yeah, we both did.
Yeah, he
Ever
comes
heard of
off all
solar phase?
innocent.
Yeah, he like probably shouldn't be allowed. He's like one of the most disingenuous, time wasting people I've ever encountered.
Yeah, dog.
Walk him around your children vibe. It's like you're being tactically deceptive, bro.
There's a
Dude, that guy
ban
told me
button for
yesterday.
that, right?
That guy
I was
told me
gonna stop
yesterday
with
he was
it. and I
going to
said,
adjust
no,
for.
this is too precious. Sorry.
Yeah, that guy told me yesterday he was going to adjust for Coriolis, and his adjustment was going to be to account for Earth curve.
I'm not sure that guy can do math.
The old Coriolis curvature adjustment,
Make sure they adjust for the wobble.
He's not adjusting for shit.
The W factor.
Well, so that 23.4 degree wobble, do we think that's made up, or is it has some nugget of truth in it? What do you guys think?
I think they just invoke it for the so they can claim that it's a sphere.
I don't know, man. If you look at Biswin's model and you like look at it right and you do the right angle, the ecliptic path of the sun that he puts above Earth, it has a slight tilt, and that's the tilt that makes like the seasons work, I think, or like
Talking about like the analemma, or
no, like the sun's track above flat Earth is like on a tilt. It's not a perfect circle. It's not like flat to the base, right? It's on an angle, and wouldn't you know it, it's on the 23.4 degree angle. Of course, he says that he, takes the globe, makes it flat Earth. But if they took the actual observations to make the globe, then we must think that the sun's axis isn't quite level. You know what I mean?
You want the real gravy? You want the real gravy? So actually, what they found, like with CMB and stuff, was that 23.4 degree tilt extends way out into space, and it's not supposed to, right? Because it's supposed to be the Earth. Yeah, like that, like tilt.
So we're aligned with the CMB at a 23 point whatever axial tilt.
Yes. Completely debunks their model. They
No.
Yeah.
GG. Where do you have a paper for that or anything?
Yeah,
Like, I mean, obviously, I believe you, but
been like
like,
3 years.
that's fucking sick, bro.
Yeah.
Wow.
Coach did not like when I brought that up like 3 years ago.
Dude, that's so fascinating, man. I was just talking to someone about the CMB, and I kind of was like, didn't really go the way I thought, but yeah, being in line with the Earth alleged axial tilt of the potential sun and all that. So yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, because it has to just be local, right? If it's the Earth,
right?
Yeah.
Or it was designed that way.
Yeah, it can't apply to the stars in the heliocentric model, bro, because we don't go around the stars, or the stars don't go. I mean, that's crazy. I want to see that too. That's fucking insane.
Yeah, I'll find it.
Matthew, were you trying to say something?
Yeah, I was just saying that it debunks the naturalistic explanation. However, for those of us who believe in intelligent design, it could be that God designed it that way.
Just because?
Well, I don't know why. I mean, ask God.
Just to trick everyone into thinking that the Earth is geocentric?
No, I wouldn't be for that reason, I don't think.
Well, that's what it does.
Does anyone have a wobularity meter?
No, the cosmic microwave background is irrelevant to whether the Earth is geocentric or not.
Do you just like get your new dose of like baller medicine? You come in here like full head of steam, and you got about 20 minutes, and you're like,
Wait, so you know that the CMB was not discovered until fairly, in the recent decades, right?
Yeah. Did you know that they discovered that that's alleged 23.4 degree tilt of the Earth actually isn't local to the Earth? They saw a way out in space.
Right, and so it might have been designed that way. But I'm saying that the CMB was only discovered a few decades ago, and people were believing geocentrism way before that.
Yeah. Yeah. What the? Yeah. Because all observations ever show us that.
Well, like the 23.4 degree, they had to make the globe tilted. That's the distance between the equator and the Tropic of Cancer, and then it's also the distance between the equator and the Tropic of Capricorn. So that's why they account for they use the tilt to account for the distance between the equator and the tropic.
Yeah, the ecliptic.
Right.
That's right.
Yeah, I think it's an important like actual observation that they kind of bogarted and put into the globe model, so we laugh at. But I think it's valid, right?
Well, yeah. Well, the tilt, they had to tilt it in their model because, of course, the sun, like on the actual Earth, like whatever one thinks the Earth is, when you look up at the sky, there's essentially like a band in the sky, like 3 lines, if you want to call it that. The Tropic of Cancer, the equator, Tropic of Capricorn, and of course the path of the sun. The reason it's called that is because in the sidereal time, the original time, you have the sun is in the actual constellation of Cancer or Capricorn during, when it's in that inner and outer, or, if you just look at it as a band, like on the one side of the band versus the other side. So, and then all of the wandering stars, like the sun, the moon, and then all of the, what they call the planets, the luminaries, the wandering stars, and the sun and the moon, they all move between that band. So they have to make the globe tilted to account for the seasons and to account for the fact that the sun and everything is moving in that band. They had to tilt it and then make the ecliptic the path of the Earth around the sun, make that the planar surface that it's now tilted going around. But over like an AE, yeah, but like over like an AE map, we just have those 3 bands, those 3 layers, and so they had to account for it. They had to.
That's why it's so easy to cell nav with using the sun with an AE map, because it's just the sun over Capricorn or over Cancer or somewhere in between. With a globe, even if you had a globe out there on the water, bro, it'd be almost worthless back then, dude. They had to make it tilt. That's
Well,
the
so
only
if
way
you,
to-
not
using the map.
If you think that the sun raises and lowers elevation throughout the year, which I think it does, and I think Gleason says it does. I think he measured it and put some measurements in his book. But if you think that for it to do that, then its path would have to be at like a tilt, right? Over flat Earth to go higher and lower, higher on the right side or lower on the east side. Not over a day. It's not tilting over a day. I think over the course of a year. Here, I think I made a GIF for it.
Well, so then there's that. So like an ecliptic over a planar Earth is the actual plane of the sun's path above the Earth, like above the planar Earth. So like you have two parallel channels or parallel surfaces. Yeah. So it is interesting. Like what is that actual, and then the sun and the moon, because the 6 degree difference that they claim the moon's orbit around the Earth, that 6 degree tilt, that between the sun and the moon essentially is what it works on a planar Earth. It's between the sun and the moon. So like above us, the plane of the sun and the plane of the moon are tilted at 6 degrees. And that accounts for eclipses, because when they line up is when the eclipse actually happens, like when those 2 planes actually intersect. And if those two planes are not intersecting, you don't get an eclipse. You just get a regular fuller new moon.
Right. So if I just took from Bisman's model, and it shows the path of the sun over the 3-year period which he uses for data for the model. So I just went from the beginning day, it's like January 2017, to all the way, and you see that like that's the same day, but the sun's position moves, but also its height and altitude changes, and you can see that the path it takes is tilted ecliptic, right?
And
so that would.
And Raphael's ephemeris, the dark moon was on the front cover where they charted it. They were charting it or some shit. It was on the front page of the fucking ephemeris of Raphael's ephemeris, 17 or 16 and 17.
There's also the idea like, is
this the sun moving in the vortex of that's what it's doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, that corresponds with the equinox chain.
It's a reason for the equinox, right? Like, so yeah, it corresponds with all of it, the solstice and everything. But it's because
dog, GG, man. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, boys. It's over.
Again,
we
it's
win.
been over 3 times.
It's over again for real, or whatever. God damn, that's hilarious.
Like, is the sun's path a perfect circle or is it elliptical?
Elliptic, I think, right? And that's how they say that we have to make an elliptical orbit. So every observation that we have, they just backwards compatible it for the globe, right?
Wow. Yeah, dude, Kepler's law is a blah blah blah. Yeah, dude. The elliptical wobble.
So, Gio, are those 3 bands the same size? The 3 bands of the sun?
Well, so they would be spaced apart the same distance, but the actual like circumference of them would be different. Yep. And just for an example, like in the 1920s, there was a lot of discussions like being done talking about the Earth being flat, being a planar surface, etc. I was looking at all these maps from like the 1920s in particular, because that was like after World War II. So they really crushed a lot of this. Like that was likely what World War II was about, was to bring in this cosmology and all this other stuff, because Einstein and everything else came right after that. And the 1920s, the roaring 20s, it was kind of this unique time where there was still a bit of like rebelliousness and freedom going on, even though there was like prohibition, all the other things that were going on. So they were locking down, but then there was still stuff going on. Anyways, I only say all that to say that there's this map that I had found, and I was reading, there's a whole text on the left side of it, and I was reading it, and it said, it was saying a lot of the same arguments we've been saying for years. I mean, this is not like we're just picking up where they left off, basically before
the air map, right?
Before the Great Depression, World War II is when they just whopped people. But in the 20s is like in 2015, we picked up from like what they were saying in the 20s, basically, because in between that, there was like very little actual advancement in all this. They crushed the world with the Great Depression and World War II. It was so smashing. They came right out of it with, NASA and the United Nations and space travel, the whole, Werner von Braun, the whole thing. And they rolled out the whole like education system and the military, the whole from the 50s onwards. But anyway, So my whole point is to say that this map in the 1920s, you had to like mail order it if you wanted to, order it. You had to like send your money and they would like mail it to you. And anyways, but it says exactly, Matthew, what you just said. It's saying like the globe is absolutely, false, and this is provably so. And they were saying that it said something like, if the globe believers were so confident in their globe, why don't they just sail around the Tropic of Cancer and map the distance, and then go ahead and sail around the Tropic of Capricorn and map that distance, and they'll see that there's a dramatic difference in the length.
Yeah, it's the air map, right? They use it for air travel. It looks kind of like the AE, but I can
dude, the Globers like swear to me that they're the same size, because on the globe they have to be, and they laugh at us for showing that one much bigger than the other.
Brainwashed, and they just believe in GPS.
They're the same size.
That's it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
GPS.
So what validation do you have of that, Matthew?
After I said he was going to say it.
Without even any shame,
Yeah.
dude, he loves it.
You guys are incredible, man.
Wait, what's your reason, Matthew, for believing that?
Yes, GPS.
Flight times, GPS, measurements, like that's just how far apart the continents and oceans are.
So you correct. So in the northern hemisphere at Cancer, you correct north as you're going around the circumnavigating, and then at the equator, you go straight, and then you go south of the equator, and you start correcting north again. So
yeah, it's
everywhere
symmetrical.
except that the equator, you're constantly having to turn left to go to curve around and do a circle around your globe. Wouldn't it be the opposite? Why are we correcting north, south of the equator? I think you got to correct north anywhere if you're following a compass. Even the equator.
You guys think that?
Let me see real quick. Matthew, can you see the chat?
Yes.
Okay. See how those latitude and longitude lines? Do you see how they from the north they all expand out? They hit an equator and then they expand in at one of the 4 corners.
Yes, I see that.
And that, you know how that's what it would be on a globe?
I don't see. I mean, this is a square map that has like weird, like what are these 4 corners?
Yeah. So if you were to cut out the middle sections and wrap it. You could wrap it down around a sphere. You just have to cut out the South Pacific, South Atlantic, etc. You'd have to just take a piece of scissors and just cut out those little parts. My point is the latitude and longitude lines, they expand from the north, they hit the equator, then they compress going south. But this is on a planar surface. So I'm pointing this out to say that what they can do with the globe map is they can still have the latitude lines converging in the south, even though it's over a planar surface. Now, the place where this would be revealed is in the deep southern oceans, but that's a whole question. How many people can go there? Who has gone there and actually measured that? Do you even get GPS signals in that area? There's a whole bunch of questions. So do you see how this could be a part of this whole puzzle?
Yeah, I haven't been to the Southern Ocean, obviously. So,
But you just believe it, though.
yes.
Yeah, but it'll tell you that. That's
Hey,
why I like Matthew.
Matthew, do you think it's a coincidence that there's so many like random coincidences that stack up in the South? Like that there's no undersea cables from southern continent to southern continent, or that whenever these really fast boats travel in the South, they go like 1/5 the speed because it takes so much longer to go the short distance the globe claims, or how the time zones there are 32 time zones in the South, but only 19 in the North.
They're what?
The Analema width is like 110% bigger.
You're gonna start calling us coincidence theorists.
Matthew, if you haven't heard this yet, bro, get ready. Get ready to expand your mind.
Matthew might be a flat earther after this, bro.
I doubt it.
It might be.
Can you see my screen? Matthew, I just want to say ahead of time, like, we're here for you, bro.
Yeah, we're here for you, man. We're here to save you.
No, I think it's the opposite. I think you guys will, like, especially Witsit, will end up being a globe earther again.
Well, there's yet to be a rebuttal for this as well yet. So if you want to attempt it, you would be the first.
Let's give it a try. Come on. Any takers?
The world record 24-hour spans are freaking are off by 200 miles in one day from north and south.
Can we get left lane stage, please?
All right, Matthew, do you agree that if the Earth were flat and you are going to make it into a globe, that you would have to stretch out the land in the north and then compress the land in the south?
Yeah, of course.
Right. So like this depiction right here, whenever we turn this into a ball, it's going to stretch out the north and then compress the south, right?
Yeah, and then Australia will be the right size, which is about the same width as the U.S.
All right, so we see this right here. It's stretching out the north.
Let's stick on this one topic. Let's just let Witz and Matthew go back and forth. I mean, if someone else wants to jump in, I guess it's all right. But let's mostly kind of let them actually, because actually be able to go back.
I guess I'll allow it, but we'll see.
If you don't allow it, you can just ignore it.
Matthew, do you agree that on a globe, it's symmetrical in both the north and the south?
Yes, that's why Sydney and Los Angeles have symmetrical seasons and sunrise and sunset.
Yeah. So then you agree that there would be 24 one-hour time zones in both the north and the south on the globe?
Ideally, I mean, obviously we switch the date line so that certain countries can stay in one date and that kind of thing. But ideally, yes.
In reality, though, it would be 24-hour equal symmetrical time zones, right?
Right.
Okay. So when we come over here and we look at the actual time zone map, let's take a look at it. So again, to make the flat Earth a globe, you would have to stretch out the north and then compress the south, right? All right, so you see this section right here where it says, okay, first of all, let's start at the bottom. You see how it's labeled? These are parallel longitudinal sections, right? So you have 11, 12, 13 hours, 14 hours, all the way up to 24. Then it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right?
I see, yeah.
So this would be like the ideal mapping of the globe, right? Like these parallel lines would be longitudinal zones that would give you the 24 1-hour time zones.
Yeah, so 24 in the north and 24 in the south.
Right. So if you look at this right here, if we come up, we're at 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. If we go up from 6, we see that this time zone right here starts in 6, right? And then it goes over into 5, and it goes over into 4. So what's happening here is as we go further west, we're stretching this time zone out over 3 different longitudinal zones. We're doing the same thing for this 4-hour little pink section. Okay.
Yeah, because they want to keep the provinces in the same time zone in Canada.
But that's a very exciting story. So then, as we keep going over here, we end up getting this dateline discrepancy where we have 24 hours, which means if it's midnight here, then it's 3 a.m. here, right?
Right.
So this is just one longitudinal zone. It should be the same time on the globe, but it's a 3-hour difference. All right, as we move over further west, you see that we have 21 hours and then we have 19 hours. So we're missing hour number 20. We come over here, we go 19 to 17, so we're missing 18, right?
Right.
Okay. Now we come down a little bit and you see we added the 18 right here. We added the 20 up here. So right around this area, we're starting to add in the missing times, right?
Yep.
And you see how this is starting to line up with the actual 6 hours down here. It's starting to line up right around this area. Everything's lining up.
Yep.
Okay. I can feel that you know what's about to happen. So.
I don't.
Okay. Well, for starters, this area right here is super sketchy, right? Because this is where they fit in 3 hours that don't belong there. Now, to actually map, it would look like this, right? It'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. Conveniently enough, it looks like this, where there's this huge 3-hour discrepancy within one longitudinal zone. Okay, so we're gonna.
But those are just political boundaries. Who cares?
So it's just based on different people's, different like cities or more so like countries, personal preference of time, right?
All right. Canada wants to stay. I mean, all of Alaska wants to stay on the same day as Canada, and all of Russia wants to stay on the same day.
So it's just random.
Well, they draw the date line between those two countries.
Yeah,
it's not random, but there's a purpose.
Each country gets to just arbitrarily choose out of their own personal preference.
Right.
Why not? Why is that such a big deal?
Can you shut up, dude? Okay. So as we continue, what we find for starters right here, it's very interesting that when I went to 24/7 flight radar, no flights go right here. And
yeah, there's hardly any cities right there.
And no ships go right there. So if you were to try to, pull some wizardry with distances, you could have pulled it off right here because nothing goes there. In fact, I actually videotaped me watching a playback of the flights. A plane starts going up this way, and then it just stops and it disappears.
Yeah, so you just click on that flight and see, after it lands, you can see the full flight path.
That's what's up. So just put all that in your pocket. Like no one travels across here, conveniently enough. Just a coincidence. So they stretched it out west, missing 3 hours here, hide hours over here. Okay. Now,
Wait, so I would think that cargo planes from Japan or China to Anchorage, Alaska would go in that area.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you fly all the way down here south over, this doesn't help us. We need this area specifically right here.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to find any commercial flights that go there.
So that's just a coincidence. It's just a coincidence.
No, it's just that those are really unpopulated places with snow and polar bears. And
yeah, but I mean, it's just a coincidence that that's the area that we have the 3-hour discrepancy. So that's
no, it's not a coincidence. It's because there's so few people there that they can make these big time change things.
That's a non sequitur. We're talking about how if you wanted to try to stretch out the flat Earth into a globe, you would have to make it wider and create more area. Where they actually did this with time zones, the biggest difference that reaches the date line, where there's a 3-hour difference, that very area, no one can really verify distance. No one goes there. Okay, just a coincidence. Okay, now we're going to move forward here. Actually, when we look at the older flat Earth maps, the time zones work perfect, and they actually have this area closer together. Just like this ancient map has it closer together. But then we look at Gleason's map, who had to patent it with the longitude and latitude system of the globe coordinates, and now we start getting messed up. And this is why it says publicly available and it was allowed to be patented. But the old maps show it being closer. But unfortunately, we can't verify anything there, just conveniently. Okay, here's where it starts to get really interesting, though. We're going to come forward here. So as we add these up here, we find out that in this most northern portion, we have 19 time zones. So we've subtracted 5. Okay, so we're missing.
Yeah, you
right
stretch some, and so, but there's still technically 24 different perfect time zones, right?
Okay, just listen. So we subtracted 3 right here. We subtracted 1 right here and 1 right here. So 5, which means in this northern portion, there's 19. Okay. Now, as we move on, right here, there is exactly 24 across this section. They are all lined up, and it's exactly 24. 8, 7, 6, 5. It's all, there's 24 right around the 40-degree latitude. Okay. In between these two areas. So now remember, on a flat Earth, to make it a globe, you're going to have to stretch the north, and then you're going to have to compress the south. There's going to be a middle area closer to the north where it's going to match the globe, right?
So I would say it matches everywhere, but
No, there's a flat Earth. There's an area that the flat Earth is going to match the globe, meaning you can have the 20.
oh, like on the equator or something.
Well, no, north of the equator.
Yeah, it's not necessarily at the equator, but it's like the proportion. It's almost it's like a band between the north and the North Pole and the equator. I mean, 40 is about halfway when you think about it of 90. So it's like that's the part where if you were to take that animation of that globe, like that's the part that would have the consistent latitude lines or longitude lines. I mean,
You see right here, it's going to be getting smaller. It's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Right around here, it's going to match the globe right here. It's going to match around 40 degrees latitude. That's where they're going to match.
which is interesting because that's like half the radius roughly.
Okay.
Okay, so we've taken 5 out of the north. Now this is just based on people arbitrarily choosing out of convenience and preference what time zones they want for political reasons.
Right. There's still 24 real time
I just want
zones,
you to,
but they're only using 19 of them.
Yeah, I just want you to keep that in mind that that's your argument. Okay.
Right.
So we've taken out 5 in the northern portion, just like we would need to do if we were going to make a flat Earth a globe. We would have to stretch the land out, just like we did here, where we started stretching out and stretching out. Just a coincidence that we did exactly what we have to do to make the flat Earth a globe. We stretched it out. Just a coincidence that right below that, at the very portion that would match the globe, we have exactly 24 time zones. And then when we get further south, we have 32 time zones. So we've actually added multiple time zones in the south, which is what we would have to do on a flat Earth, making it a globe, because they would get wider as they go further south. So we've now added time zones right where they would need to be added to make sure you can't tell the time zones are getting bigger on the flat Earth, right? So basically, are you claiming that coincidentally, with all these people making their own individual decisions, they all chose their time zones in such a way that just happened to land in such a way that it removed time zones from the top, which is what you would need to do to make the flat Earth a globe. It matched up perfectly in the middle, which is what a flat Earth would do if you're turning into a globe. And then they added time zones in the south, which is what you would do to turn the flat Earth into a globe. That just coincidentally, all these people in this section chose the perfect time zones to have 24. All the people north of that chose the time zones to where they removed the time zones needed to turn the flat Earth into a globe. And then all the people south of this just happened to choose way more time zones to turn the flat Earth into a globe. It's all just a coincidence.
So shoving time zones to the left and right due to political boundaries is understandable, but it doesn't mean that there aren't those time zones. It's just they don't use some of them in the north. And in the south, I don't know where you get 32 from, because once you get past 24, it starts wrapping around. And the Wikipedia map that I looked at seems pretty clear to have 24 all the way up and down.
No. So there are 32 in the south, and actually that's a minimum. It goes all the way up to 38. You can just look it up. So
It has 38 different time zones.
Yeah, I know your religion is really dumb. So if you look right here, you have 2.5 hours.
Okay, so how come time and date, or how come
Dude,
world clock doesn't show 38 different times?
So I was just going to say this is from timeanddate.com, Matthew. It says currently 38 different local times in use.
Yep.
38, dude.
Okay, yeah. Some of them are half, some of them are a quarter, but they don't. They're different time zones because they split it up, but they don't span more than 24 different hours. Maybe
I showed on SunCalc in a few videos ago that it keeps skipping like your 0 UTC, 0 UTC, 0 UTC for like 2 extra time zones in the south, and then it jumps to -1, and then it goes back to 1, and then back to 0. It's like all over the freaking place, dude. You got to look into this.
Yeah,
So
but
there are
by saying there's 38 time zones,
there are officially only 19 time zones in the very northernmost part of the globe, and at least 32 in the south. And there's exactly 24 in the middle, right around 40 south latitude. If you look right here towards it, they added most of the zones right in places where no one can actually access or have access to. So you have like southern Pacific Oceans. You have the middle of the ocean where you have 2.5 and 3.5 all in the same longitudinal zone. You have over here, like with Australia, you have 20, 21 all in the same zone. Then you have 20 over here, or 20.5, right? And then you have 21, which is in the 22. So in the south, they're adding multiple half time zones. All of a sudden, we're adding half time zones everywhere. And they're overlapping into all the other ones, which means that literally their actual like noon isn't even right. That doesn't even make sense. They're just doing it. They're just ignoring noon and adding half time zones, but only in
they're making it closer to noon.
No.
It used to be that we would have every city would have their own time zone, so we'd have 100 different time zones, so that we could get closer to noon.
You don't get it.
Yeah, he still doesn't get it, but it gets even worse.
Did you know that Boston and New York used to have different time zones?
This gets even worse for you though. So,
You didn't know
Will you see this right here? Do you understand? Do you not understand the concept yet? Right here, there's 4 time zones in America. That's because it's further north, which means on a flat Earth, they're smaller time zones because the longitude diverges out as it goes away from the center. So that's why we have 4 time zones in America. When you get far enough south, those same 2 time zones are going to be way wider because the longitude diverges out. So they're way wider in the south.
Wait, so you're saying a time zone is wider in the south than the north?
Yes.
At the same latitude, like Sydney and Los Angeles?
Do you agree it would be on a flat Earth?
On a flat Earth, yeah, but that's not what happens. The time zones at like 34 degrees north and 34 degrees south are exactly the same width.
They're not though, because say say we have 33 degree north in the United States, and we have 33 degrees south in Australia.
Yeah,
they're
like
right around
Sydney
the
and LA.
same width. They're right around the same width, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah. USA and Australia are about
why
the
do they
same.
not have the same amount of time zones though?
Because the political boundaries again. If you look at the Wikipedia map I posted.
But you just claimed that they were the same. So again, we're just going to come back to the final, and this is right here. You can look at it. What they did. You have the smaller ones in the north, so they subtracted some of them, and then you have exactly 24 as you get further out. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way to 24, right where it would be on a flat Earth. And then as you get to the south, they have 32 to 38. So 32 of them broken up into a bunch of half hours all of a sudden. Now, it seems like no one else, now the north and the south are, remember, they're symmetrical, but no one else wanted to use half hours. It just when we got to the south, all of a sudden, we got half hours. So back to the main question here, right? This is exactly how you would hide a flat Earth with time zone. This is literally what you would do. So you have to, are you arguing it's just a coincidence that everyone arbitrarily chose, just coincidentally, the way that they would need to choose to hide a flat Earth, where they remove time zones at the top? It's exactly 24 where it would be on a flat Earth, and then it's extra time zones in the south where you would have to add time zones to hide the fact that they're wider.
Yeah, but splitting up time zones doesn't mean there's more than 24 hours in the south. Is that what you're saying? That there's actually 32 hours?
Basically begging the question, Matthew. You're not answering my question. Is it just a coincidence?
Yes.
Really? So you think it's just a coincidence that there's 19 in the north, and there's exactly 24 in the small portion that there would be 24 on the flat Earth, and then where it would match the globe at 24. And all these countries just so happened to randomly pick, and it just worked out that way. Not one of them chose not to do it. And then
I would say they chose them for political expediency according to their borders, and that there was not a conspiracy to hide the flat Earth.
Nothing to do with the sun.
Okay, so Matthew, you're basically saying we should add it to the coincidence list?
Yeah.
Nothing to do with the sun. So
a lot of these are added out in the ocean that's not habitable. So what countries, for political reasons, chose to break up different time zones into half hours outside of their longitudinal zones in the Southern Ocean where no one lives?
Yeah.
So in the Southern Ocean, there's some islands, and that's why they make the international date line go, left and right. If you look at I don't know what you mean about which part of the globe is not, or which part of the map is not inhabited, and they just add a bunch of extra stuff.
Okay.
Wait,
yeah.
what?
Yeah, you're gonna invoke a little baby island here. I guess the islands chose to hide the flat Earth with 2.5 hours here and 3.5 hours here within the same zone.
Yeah, it's only 1 hour difference from one side of Australia all the way to the other. And then, like Austin was saying, at the 33rd parallel in America, same width, it's 3 hours difference from one side to the other. So it's double. And if you look at the sections he keeps showing, that's exactly what you'd expect. And I think they're going more by the sun.
Are you talking about? So Australia has 3 time zones, and USA.
Yeah, it's only a 1
has
hour
4?
jump though. It's a half hour then an hour. It's a 1 hour jump from one
What are you
side to
talking
the
about?
other, and it's a 3 hour jump in US.
Well, okay, it's actually 4 different hour zones in the US. You have 8, 7, 6, 5. Okay. Now these are the same width. They're right at the same width, and they're right at the same latitudes, corresponding latitudes. Over here you have, what does it say? 9, 9.5, 10. So you have 8, 7, 6, 5, but then you have 9, 9.5, 10. Why would they not be exactly the same? They're the same width and the same latitudes.
Okay, so what if we said, okay, all you guys, you can't do this for political expediency, and we just erase all the time zones and do just straight up and down longitude lines?
It wouldn't
We'd
work.
have celestial navigation then, wouldn't we?
No, it wouldn't work, Matthew.
Sure it would, because the sun goes around in 24 hours everywhere on Earth.
Yeah, but this is
Doesn't-
what it would
doesn't
actually
take
look
38
like.
hours.
No, it wouldn't work for the globe though, because this is what it would look like. This is why this is the way it works. It's not a coincidence, dude. Okay.
Yeah, so that one that has
wider
the
time
bands.
zones in the south right here, and you have smaller time zones in the north.
So you're saying that at the same latitude in the north, like 34 degrees where LA is, that the sun is directly overhead 500 miles to the east 1 hour earlier, but in Australia it's not
No.
symmetrical?
No. Sunrise and sunset is not what we're talking about. We're talking about how you would change the time zones to hide the fact that the longitudes actually get wider in the south in reality. You would break up the time zones so no one can tell. Right? The fact that we
but I'm talking about time zones are based on
limited azimuthal grid of vision. So everyone's just going to have the same limit to their view when it comes to the sun. So that's not gonna help us either way.
Yeah, because it's just passing over. Like if that was the face of a clock and you have an hour hand, a minute hand, imagine like the sun and the moon are moving like that, then it's still making that whole rotation once every day.
I guess that's
Right.
really. I guess the whole debate's over right here. You think it's a coincidence?
Of
All
course.
this-
I mean, okay, right there, this one right here, see the light blue and dark blue bands? Those are the true time zones. That's
Right.
all that matters. There's 24 on the top, 24 on the bottom. That's all that matters.
Yeah, this is assuming a globe, and we put it on. It's on a map. They're parallel. Okay,
Right.
that's what now. That's what it should be. It'd be.
That's what
really-
it could be if we just
I know
dictated.
that's what
that-
you believe, but if you just keep saying that, doesn't mean anything, dude. My point here is that you have to believe that it's just a coincidence that all these random countries making their own decisions for their own political biases, or because one state spills over to the left or to the right, All these random decisions that people are making arbitrarily just so happen to line up in such a way that in the north they remove time zones, which is what would be needed to expand the land from a flat earth to a globe. Right where it would be the same, they all just arbitrarily decided to be right with the 24-hour zone. And then in the south, they all just arbitrarily chose to add time zones up to 32, where you would need to actually contract the land or to turn the flat earth into the globe. It's just a coincidence that all around the earth, everyone arbitrarily chose in the north to remove them, and the middle to keep them 24, and in the south to add them.
Right, because shoving a time zone to the left or right for political expediency, or adding a half an hour here or 3/4 of an hour there just to make it so the sun is at noon in your little country, adding those things doesn't change the fact that there's 24 actual time zones, the 24 different spots where the sun is at noon, at 24 different places.
You're not answering the question. You just keep basically asserting the globe position as if
because it's true.
Dude, it's called a religion. So
no, it's called rationality and logic.
This is the logic, dude. I'm asking you, Matthew, point blank. I'm asking you, dude, what is different about the north, the middle, and the south? That all
nothing. They all have 24 time zones, except that they shove them around a little bit.
I need you to really listen to the question, please.
I'm listening.
What is different about the north, the middle, and the south that made all these countries coincidentally and arbitrarily choose less time zones, exactly 24, and then more time zones? What is the common variable between the north and the middle and the south that caused them to all just happen to choose it the same way?
Nothing. There is no common variable.
It's just a coincidence.
Right.
Well, that also... So, okay, do you know, Matthew, that after the sun sets, like after that actual yellow circle of the sun is no longer visible, there's something called twilight, which is the amount of time, the amount of daylight, or the amount of light that remains, after the sun has set?
Yeah, which depends on the angle that the sun is setting.
Did you know that in the south, when it's their summer, so the sun's at the Tropic of Capricorn, when the sun sets, there's very little twilight. It's like, boom, it's dark quite very quickly. And this is measurable. Experience. You can put a clock on it.
Yeah.
And in the north,
same in the north.
When it's the north's summer and the sun is up on the over on the Tropic of Cancer, for the north's summer, there is a large amount of twilight. Sometimes hour and a half, 2 hours. There, you can get incredible extended twilights in the north, which does not happen in the south. If the Earth was a globe and those were the same, you would not expect there to be a difference. If the Earth is a plane that extends out from the center, the distances and the position of it would fit that, because if it's on the outer ring, as it were, at the Tropic of Capricorn, it's really bending around the corner to the point to where, like, it's also making a faster ground speed. It's not a faster rotational speed, so you still have a 24-hour day, but it's making a faster ground speed. And so it makes sense. And people, even in observing it and even with camera footage, it really does look like it's like moving off to the left. Like it actually has that direction to it. And the twilight is very minimal. Whereas in the north, when the sun's in the inner ring like that, because it's on the inner ring and it's making a tighter arc, the Arctic, it's making a tighter arc in the Arctic versus the anti-arc, which is the wider one. That's the opposite, the anti-arc, Antarctic versus the Arctic. So in the Arctic, it's the arc. And since it's making a tighter arc instead of the anti-arc, on the tighter arc, you're going to get a much larger amount of twilight because of that closer position, and you get much more of that light that exists after the sunset.
Okay, so you're saying that the time it takes twilight to get dark is not dependent on the latitude and season? Because I think that
dramatically at the same latitude and the same longitude, either north or south, it
exactly symmetrical.
Yes.
Do you agree then that if in the twilight is different in the north and the south, that would debunk the globe?
Of course.
Ooh.
It's already a thing, dude. This is it, right? I mean, it can be easily verified.
At Los Angeles and Sydney are about the same latitude and longitude, and they're exactly symmetrical in like twilight and sunsets and sunrises and all that type of stuff.
Those are different.
Just off by 6 hours.
Dude, the time.
6 months, I mean.
We're talking about the twilight. We're not.
Yeah, twilight.
We're not talking about sunset and sunrise.
Okay, so the twilight is dependent on your latitude and the season, and they're exactly symmetrical in the north and the south.
So then you agree that if this guy's telling the truth, who sailed the 50th south latitude for 20 years, if he's telling the truth that when you're in the south, as soon as the sun begins to set, it sets much faster, and then boom, it vanishes into obscurity. But when you're in the north, there's a long like layover of twilight, and it's noticeably and drastically different. You admit that if what he's saying is true, it debunks the globe.
If it's the same latitude, 6 months apart, then yes, that would be strong evidence
Real
against
quick,
the
he
globe.
said Los Angeles lines up. So from one side of Australia all the way to the other, you're talking about almost 2,500 miles, which is about what one eighth of the way around. You've got a 1 hour change, in time, bro. In the north, it should be a one every hour should be a time zone basically. Every hour.
Sydney and Perth are 2 hours apart.
Matthew,
the phenomenon of the twilight is
there's 2 time zones, bro. They're 1 hour apart.
On what map are you looking? Australia
There's
has
only
3
2
time
time
zones.
zones in Australia,
Sydney
bro.
and Perth are 2 hours apart.
There's only 2 time zones, bro.
I just dropped a picture of another time zone distribution of Australia, by the way. So it's eight,
Matthew,
1.5, and 10.
Matthew, it would not be very hard for you to validate that, right? To check the twilight time like that. I mean, that's within the grasp of anyone to do. We could even do it right now.
Okay, yes, we could. Now, let me just quickly say that Sydney, it's 4:39 p.m. and Perth is 2:39 p.m. So I count that as 2 hours.
So there's more than 2 time zones then. Why is it showing 2 time zones on the time zone map?
It shows 3 on my time zone map.
Well, one is half an hour.
Right.
Yeah, the half hour doesn't count. That's just 2 total hours.
If
you're laughing.
Yes, because Sydney and Perth are 2 hours apart on everybody's mind except yours. I don't know what in the world you're talking
So that must mean the United States must have 8 different time zones then, right?
Wait, hey, is 4 twice as much as 2, Matthew?
4 is twice as much as 2.
Okay, is the United States twice as wide as Australia?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Are there 3 time zones in Australia? Yes.
It's 8 3/4, so it's just over 2. It's not 3. It's 8 3/4. So it's 2 1/4. So
Okay.
no.
So Perth is at +8. Adelaide is at +9.5, and Sydney is at +10.
I just dropped it. It's no. It's at +8 3/4, and then it's +9 1/2, and then it's +10.
Yeah. So there's +8.
That's
8.3, 8.75, 9.5, and 10. So there's 4 time zones in Australia.
Oh my god, dude!
Look at the Wikipedia
how
map.
many hours there are.
Yeah,
Look,
2
this is
hours.
so insane, dude. This is I don't know. I think there's like something metaphysical about it. But anyway, I'm gonna show it one more time on my screen because this is mind blowing to me at this point. So again, in the United States, we have 4 different times. We have 4 in the United States, right?
Right.
Okay, so 4 hours.
3-hour difference. 12.
There's 4. Okay. Is there 4 different hours?
Yes.
Okay.
12, 1, 2, and 3. So 12 p.m., 1 p.m., 2 p.m., and 3 p.m.
Right. So that's 4.
4 hours with a 3-hour difference between New York and Los Angeles.
Okay. So there's 4 in the United States. And there's how many in Australia? Total hours?
3.
How is there 3 total hours?
+8, +9, and +10.
It's not +8. It's 8 3/4.
Okay, well they shoved it up a little bit different, but there's different. I mean, they're still 2 hours apart.
Okay, so is 2 half of 4?
2 is half of 4, and 2 is 66.6% of 3.
These time zones are about as hacked up as the Zapruder film was.
It's so obvious too, dude. Like I will say this:
All it is cutting with scissors and putting different stuff on film. Like what this?
if anyone can get past the obvious part, then like there's nothing to do here, right?
Yeah, let me just
1,
ask
2,
this.
3, 4. You have 1, 2, 3, 4. You have 1, 2. When you actually map it out on the parallel times, like the longitudinal zones, you have 20th hour, 20 and a half hour, 21 hour. And actually, Australia, the 21 hour spills over into the 22. Okay, and this is when you actually map it on the parallel times that would be based on longitude that's symmetrical on a globe. You have 24, you get 20, 20 and a half, 21. So you have 1, that's 20, and you have 2, that's 21. When you actually map it properly. When you then come over here and do the same thing for the United States, you have 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, so let me ask you this. It's noon in Sydney. How
That
long
is
do the people in Perth have to wait until it's noon in Perth?
This is so on point. This is like a litmus test if you can see truth or not, right here.
I know, dude. It's
I
like
know, I agree.
almost
The
perfect sense. It's not
rationality we're
not like
experiencing.
it's not irrefutable where you just have to say nuh-uh. It's where you just like can't see it.
Yeah, simple question. Noon at Sydney. How long will it be before people in Perth experience noon?
It'll be the same as the United States.
I'm asking a number.
It'll be the same. The same as the United States. Because I've already answered this question. I already
You
told
don't think it's going to be 2 hours?
Didn't I already tell you that sunrise and sunset doesn't help you?
That's what the time zones are for, to split up when you
I
experience.
thought you just said it wasn't about that at all.
That's what the real time zones are. These political maps are different.
Oh,
my
but now
question
you want
is-
to go back to the political maps.
No, like what? So it's noon in Sydney. What time is it in Perth?
In 2,500 miles, and that means at Sydney's latitude, that it should be 12 times 2,500. So it should be about what 32,000 miles around right there.
Well, I don't know where that came from, but so,
Or
but
about
yeah,
a little under 30,000 miles there. That's bigger than the equator, bro.
yeah. Sydney and Perth. How far apart are they? And like, how far apart are their times?
Like I said, aren't they in Australia like 2,500 miles wide?
Yeah.
So if there's only two time zones, if they're only 2 hours apart, then that means for the other time zones, if it's roughly 2,500 miles across, then multiply that times 12, 2,500 times 12 to give you your full distance around, and that would be that'd be over 30,000. That'd be bigger than the equator. That would point towards a bigger southern hemisphere. Any way you look at it.
Okay. In Sydney, it is 4:46 p.m. right now. What time do you think it is in Perth? 4:46 in Sydney. The other end of Australia, what time is it? I'll tell you, it's 2:46.
Okay. So wait,
three
do you
time
not
zones
understand the
away.
argument still?
3 different time zones.
Matthew, they subtracted 5 time zones from the north by stretching out the time zones over the land, which is exactly what you would need to do to make a flat Earth a globe. You would have to stretch the north, right at 4 degrees latitude, where you wouldn't have to stretch it at all. That's the one place in the world that we have exactly 24 hours across the board. Then when we get south, they have 32 time zones that they added to the 24. Which on a flat Earth, it would be wider, so they then added more time zones. You think that it's just some cosmic coincidence that the whole world arbitrarily and politically selected their time zones in such a way that they all cooperated inadvertently in the north to subtract them, in the middle to keep them exactly 24, and in the south to add them.
But by saying that there are 32 time zones in the south, it sounds like you're implying that there are 32 separate hours. And there just are not. There cannot be. There can only be 24 hours because the sun returns to the same spot 24
That ain't got
hours.
nothing to do with it,
Oh, dude, it's not.
Like I
Yeah, it's
said.
not about the hours of the sun. It's about the land and the way the land is actually plotted amongst the tracking of the sun. That's the whole point. The sun is the regular period part of the equation, and then that's just like the slices of the pie, if you will.
Yeah, so what if we sliced up the pie in the northern hemisphere instead of having 19 time zones? We split them up, each of those time zones 10, and had 190 time zones every
Right,
60
but it's
minutes.
about comparing it. But it's about comparing it to the amount of land that's available and how they're actually the sizes of them. It's not just how many you break it up into. There's discrepancies in terms of the way that the land masses are lining up with the coordinate system. Like there's a fault in the system.
Well, okay, so if that's true, then you're basically saying that you don't trust the map, and that's
Well, there's that, of course, there's that. But the thing is, the map is not authentic. It already has all of these flaws and issues, and even they admit, like even the Mercator map, they admit it's not the real one. Like, so a lot of these they even admit, those kinds of things as well.
There's
But
a whole gamut of things too. I just made a video with 10 of them, and the race, the Southern race, 24-hour world record over 30 years and hundreds of freaking days. It's like a 200-mile difference from the north and the south. And then you look at the Analema, the southern loop. I'm not talking about the length of it. I'm talking about the width of it is over twice as wide. Then you look at the no undersea cables between the continents. You look at the freaking dude. It goes on and on. You look at the hours logged by some of the old captains and Cook and the Challenger and a couple other ones. I mean, everything about it, everything you would expect, and then all the way down to the roads being dead straight, and all the major highways in the southern hemisphere. The further south you go, the straighter the roads are. The further north you go, they're windy with hardly any exceptions. I couldn't find even one exception.
I've heard you say that, which is interesting. I guess that would have to be looked into more. But that
Don't you think that has to do with the topology? Like if you have flat deserts?
Dude,
or
you're a
mountains?
coincidence theorist, Matthew.
I think they build roads in deserts straight, and then they build roads in mountains curvy.
What else would we expect?
You think
We'd
everything
expect
First of all, why would there not be symmetrical weather anyway? Like, you think that everything is just a coincidence, bro. I can't even fathom thinking that the time zones being 19, 24, then 32, exactly as would be needed to hide the flat Earth by transposing a globe, is just a coincidence. Like, I can't even fathom that.
Yo, for what it's worth, I had what you're showing right now on your screen. I just screenshotted it, converted it to AE, and put it in chat.
Nice. There you go. That's perfect. You see it. You see what they did.
Bacon's the man. He's my favorite glober.
Dude, look what they
Can we
did.
see two, please?
They did, dude. It's smaller in the north, so they made it work to get a globe. It's so obvious. Dude, it's so brilliant too, because when you combine the trick of magnetic declination in the south with this trick, dude, even people selling in the south, they're never going to be able to figure it out. They're just following magnetic declination charts.
Can you stream that on your screen, please?
Yeah.
I had to dive in pretty deep to find out that the magnetic declination in the southern hemisphere doesn't correct toward magnetic north. It's random, and there's like 6 poles down there, literally 6 minor poles, no major poles, just a bunch of minor poles. And I had to literally get in a debate with Ruhif and study, and I finally lined up Sydney and found out that if they were correcting the magnetic north, they wouldn't be deviating at all in Sydney, because it is exactly lines up with magnetic north. And that's how I found out that they just they declinate the shit all over the place. There's no way to verify it without using the heavens, and the heavens is what you use to make your damn map. So anybody could make a model if you're just gonna declinate what you need wherever you fucking need it in the southern hemisphere.
Earlier, you were talking about the twilight. I think that's an interesting thing to look at. And basically, you'd need to look at a certain point on the Earth and then look at the symmetrical version in the southern hemisphere of the same latitude and see if you get the same twilight time and sun. You could look at the time and date thing to see what angle the sun sets at.
I watched a sunrise live at Sydney from Mitchell from Australia, and it came up quick, dude, way quicker than it did when I set my strings for the equinox.
Yeah, well, this was saying he's saying you need to get close to the 50th south latitude. So, like, basically, what if we just used a solar filter? No, that's no good. That's no good. So, if we set up the same exact cameras at the same exact corresponding latitudes, right, 50 degrees north and south, and we videotaped the sunset, and then the south is different, and it gets darker way faster, you agree that would debunk the globe?
To be clear, exactly 6 months later. It's symmetrical 6 months later in the south.
Yeah. It would at the
yes,
that
would be a strong evidence against the globe if you do that.
Yeah.
The peak of the solstices.
Or you could do any
but
day.
but opposite solstice. So we'd want to do the north during the southern solstice and the south during the northern solstice. That's where it'd be the most obvious.
But you could do any day of the year.
He said in the solstice, it's so obvious that when you're in the south, that the sun that it just turns to obscure like obscurity is how he phrased it. Obscurity super fast. And this dude's been sailing in the southern oceans for many years.
Yeah, so this effect is most pronounced in the time of year. Yeah, like in the south, when it's the southern summer, at the peak of that summer, right at that solstice where the sun is right at the Tropic of Capricorn, pausing right there ideally, or just in that area. Then in the north, when it's at the Tropic of Cancer, when it's on the inner ring. And the way that, like, I would say there's two different kinds of light. We have the light, let's say, from the sun, like that yellow circle, as it were. And then there's the blue or the skylight, like the blue daylight, as it were. I think that's like indirect lighting. Now, even from a globe model, it could still be the case. You could say that's the atmosphere and the gravity, and it's kind of like doing this indirect lighting activation with the gases.
Yeah, Rayleigh scattering, yep.
Yeah. So you can still describe it on a globe, but over a planar surface, it's even more, I think, like incredible in terms of the layout of it.
Yeah, but it's just so bad if it's different. Everything needs to be symmetrical. That's actually the death blow to the globe in every way. The magnetic field's not symmetrical. The shipping route's not symmetrical. The underground sea cables from continent to continent, it's not symmetrical. The navigation times are not symmetrical. The plant and animal life is not symmetrical. The weather patterns is not symmetrical. The twilight is not symmetrical. The time zones.
Yeah. Hardly any of the equinoxes line up due east in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, and we're adding time zones to the list. Wow, that's the.
So I would say that obviously the north and the south aren't symmetrical with the continents and the oceans, and that would affect shipping times and ocean currents and undersea cables.
Yeah, that's why I brought up the boat races, bro. The world record 24 hours. You'd think over 30 years with races lasting 100 damn days each and with hundreds of contestants, you'd think they'd get one day in the South that would match the the top 20 record conditions in the North. And yet there's 200-mile difference in 24 hours, a 200-mile difference. Plus, dude, hardly any places in the Southern Hemisphere line up with a due east equatorial sunrise.
And this is
hardly anywhere.
Right, not this. I feel like there's a scattergunning going on. There's a lot of different topics there. I mean,
real fast. I was like, what he just says, very profound. If you think about it, because this is with sailors' firsthand testimony that it's like optimal conditions.
Yeah, depending on ocean currents and winds.
Optimal conditions.
But I'm saying they're going to be different according to the topology of the continents.
What's going to be different? What topic is this?
Ocean currents and winds.
Boats moving. Like whenever the people in the South sail, they're like, this was a perfectly sunny day. We didn't really have to fight wind. It was optimal conditions, and their maximum speeds they attain are way lower than in the North. And of course, they're getting their speeds, quote unquote, based on how far they assume they traveled. So like if you think you're going a short distance, right, but you're actually traveling much further on a flat Earth, then you're going to think you're going slower than you actually are.
Right, and you'd think if you're circling the entire globe, you'd find at least one day in them 100 days over 30 years, one boat even, to match any of the top 20 records for the north 24 hours. I mean, it's just
It's so obvious, dude. I think this is one of those things, man. It's just like it's eyes to see type of thing.
Well, so the weather and the ocean currents don't affect the sun. That's why I think that if you want to make this argument, then the thing about the twilight times and the angle of the sun going down, that would be your best argument.
Okay, well, again, like the whole sunset and like the sunset times and where you see it, maybe the angle changes, but since it's in your limited field of view, it's not really going to be very noticeable. To do the angle, you'd have to have super precise measurements and solar filters because you're within your personal grid of vision to even have a chance. But the actual like twilight time is very damning to the globe. Like there's actually no way it can be explained away.
I've never seen a single twilight time that debunks the globe. What are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying like if that's true, if the person is telling the truth about how consistently when he sells 50 south latitude, and he said that it's best during the solstice when you see the sun so clear.
Well,
Boom.
feel free to gather that evidence and present it.
Yeah, he said in the north. He said in the north, it's like you have twilight for a long time. He's like in the south, and like comparatively, it's like boom, obscurity, like way faster.
So he's talking about 50 north and then 50 south.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take it on my show. He doesn't speak English.
6 months apart.
He does speak English, but not well.
We just need like a time lapse of a sunrise and sunset in the way south, and then side by side with the north. Globe debunked.
I mean, you could look at.
Can we have
Sydney
Kyle
versus
translate?
Los Angeles on
Dude,
time.
guys, you remember when
Can we find those videos already on YouTube, like of sunset and sun, whatever? We can just find YouTube videos, people living there, right?
has to be far enough south?
We can check it real fast.
You need the times to correspond within 6 months of each other, like 6 months inverse, and then you need the latitudes to be corresponding. But you know what's super funny? It's like you remember when I made the joke about northern hemispheric refraction?
Yeah. Is it real?
They're gonna end up saying it.
Yeah, dude, they're gonna quote it now. They're gonna invent it and then recite it and then regurgitate it to us as if they made it up. Yeah,
they're gonna go hit up.
Good answer. Good answer.
it was. To be fair, it was a great on the spot answer, dude. You're a better globe apologist than any of them.
Yeah.
Northern refraction. Oh.
I unmuted just so you guys could hear me eating popcorn. I hope you heard me eating popcorn because I was cooking it right when we got this guy on the stage.
Is it the?
I was happy.
Is it the dark northern lights that makes it refract around the?
Yeah. Yes. It's the
dark light.
Oh yeah, the dark light.
The dark light.
The dark light with
That's what it is.
the dark matter and the dark energy. It's the dark globalist overlord.
The dark glow.
Good answer.
The dark glow that just extends the sun in the north, just miraculously.
They actually come together as like a super saying of refraction. There's really no way around it. It's just
no, but Matt, yeah, kind of the last part I was going to say about that. I'm glad it kind of came back up because I think the last thing I was going to say is that's the thing, man. Like, so like I was saying before, if you have the sunlight, like the circle of the sun, and then there's the blue or the daylight, like the sky that seems to emit its light, like indirect lighting, the blue from the sky. So when the sun sets, the sky sometimes can still be blue, it can still be different colors, and that you still get all that indirect lighting. And there's even still some light coming from where the sun is too. So the thing is in the north, that's way more pronounced, like we were discussing at those solstice times. And it lasts for much longer, and you can literally just time it with a clock, with a watch. I mean, there's an actual time, and use meters to measure the luminosity. Whereas in the south, now it does depend on what your horizon point is. Like if you have like a mountain that the sun's going behind, like you should be on like level land, so you can get like a deal over the water where you can get like a full sunset. And it's not something that's behind a mountain. Nonetheless, yeah, in the south, that the fact that dissipates where that blue light and all the light, the twilight is so much shorter. If you were able to see that validated yourself, which anyone could do just by flying to those places, or if you just know people in those places that can do it for you. If you saw that, what would that actually do for your globe belief currently? Because that is something that's actually quite easy to do. It's not It's not beyond the realms. Like that's one of the most closely accessible things. So what would that actually, how would that change your perspective on the globe Earth?
I think there's a lot of crickets going on.
He may not be at his.
So bad for them though. It's just like it's so brutal. It's like you can go look at the time zones. It's 2 hours. Go look at it late on 24. 24 hour time zones. 2 hours for Australia. Hey, if you have 303 and 503, how many hours is that? I think that's 2 hours. Yeah, that's 2 hours. Yeah. I was just thinking about it. That's 2 hours. So, okay, yeah. So 2 hours, and then you got 4. So 2 and 4.
That's an easy equation, isn't it?
Yeah, 2 and 4, but the width the same, and they have the corresponding latitudes.
Yeah, you smashed their globe into a million pieces just in the last, I don't think it took you 4 weeks, man. I think you smashed it. Smashed them really hard.
Yeah,
I'm
so
eating
Perth
popcorn,
and
man.
Sydney are
I
2
don't
hours apart.
eat popcorn unless I'm just real happy. I just start making me popcorn. I'm watching a movie, man. I think we
Okay,
made a good
so
movie.
I posted what the sun does in Los Angeles versus Sydney 6 months apart, if anybody's interested.
That's okay. That's just showing the sunrise and sunset times. It's not showing twilight.
Showing the angle is the important thing. They're symmetrical angles. And angle determines the twilight time.
Well, look at the one on the left. Look how it's cut off and it's much smaller. And the one on the right is much larger and more expansive. This actually shows exactly what we're saying, bro. Like exactly.
No, so in Sydney, it rises at 114
Look at how
south.
small. Look at how like small. I mean, is this cut off? Like, is this image cut off? It looks like on the right. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's more like under the line is what I'm saying. There's more under.
Plus, it's
Yeah,
off
I hear what you're saying.
by
But
11 degrees, bro, from magnetic north. Sydney lines up perfect with magnetic north, and it's off by 11 degrees from what they tell you on SunCalc and time and date.
yeah, but I'm saying the angle of the sunrise and the angle of the sunset are symmetrical.
Hey, how many hours is 11 to 3?
I mean, this is like one of the easiest things to prove.
3.666667.
I'm pretty sure 11 to 3 is 4. And then what is 3 to 5? Oh, it's 2. So it's half. But it's the same with corresponding latitude. They hit the flat Earth with time zones and magnetic declination.
Yep.
Yeah, but Alaska is farther west than the continental U.S.
Done and done.
So it's 3 hours difference between LA and New York, and it's 2 hours difference between Sydney and Perth.
Why?
Just to let you know, Matthew, I think when you do finally give up on the globe, I think it's going to be a breakthrough time in your life. So you have nothing but goodness to look forward to.
Likewise, I think that you guys will eventually see the truth of the globe and come back. So I would say the same thing. You'll
Are we? Wait. Okay. So do you think we're gonna go through transformations where we wake up to the globe? Is that what you're saying?
I'd say a few of you, like Geo, Witsit, a handful of you guys are smart enough to eventually come back. I would say, but not everybody.
I mean, I went to grad school, and one of the main focuses was the entire heliocentric model and cosmology and Copernicanism and the whole history and lineage of the whole thing.
Yeah. So I think you have the capability to come back. I'm not sure about people like Alan because of the videos he's made.
Yikes.
Yeah, destroying your entire worldview would give you that connotation of me.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, after that relativity.
Yeah, I would never go back
Hey,
to your
Buck,
worldview after I fucking destroyed it by reading about it for like a month and then, just realizing it's all made up.
Yeah, I mean, Matthew,
they didn't read about it. That's how they know it's real.
Do you really think like
Matthew, you didn't mention me. Do you think I'm going back to the boat?
Yeah, like,
For real, dog.
do you really think we're all going to be like the next Ranty, like one at a time, like just following in the Sean G Ranty and maybe one or two others? Like we're all going to start popping like flies back to the globe.
Hold on, Witsit, can you show that time zone discrepancy again, where there's
Yeah.
like 19 in the north and 38 in the fucking south, real quick?
Yeah.
So Gio, to
Let
answer
me
your
see if I'm
question-
gonna hold on a second, please. Just gonna take a look at this real quick. See if I'm gonna go back to the globe. Yeah, I want to see if I want to go back to this belief system real quick. Give me 1 sec. See if I'm
Oh, yeah,
smart enough.
Matthew, I'm headed
Hold on.
right back.
Let's see, 19, and then so
Not-
if it's a globe symmetrically, there should be 23,
24 in the top,
24.
middle,
So there's way too fucking many. Yeah, I'm not going back to that. Sorry.
Yeah, so I would say
Thanks for trying,
typically-
dog.
Typically, people leave.
You get real condescending when the globe is proven false, dog. I've noticed that.
Yeah.
When I was talking about it the other night, you got super salty. Now you're gonna tell me I'm not smart enough to come back to this fucking dog shit, bro.
I think probably not, unfortunately.
You're too fucking stupid to leave it, bro. Actually, sorry for getting upset with you.
So
You're
it
a good guy,
actually-
dog.
It actually
I apologize.
takes people to leave the community that they're part of first. So you'd have to like give up your Discord friends and give up the Flat Earth community first before you change your mind about the facts of the matter. That's typically how people leave.
Well, you know what's
these-
funny
these
though is
kinds
we're
of-
the ones that actually did change our mind. You've yet to even be able to do that. So
Right.
We had no choice in the matter.
So I think you're capable of changing your minds back, is what I'm saying.
Matthew, do you think I know more about the heliocentric model than you do?
Probably so.
Do you think I know
But-
more about relativity than you do?
Definitely. I don't know much.
You think I know more about Newtonian mechanics than you do?
No.
Do you think I know more? Wow, you're wrong.
Well, I mean, didn't you say that that rockets couldn't work in a vacuum of space?
Yeah. I know I can say your answer more articulate than you can, and we've actually had that exact same thought experiment. Hey, do you think I know more about like the core of the Earth model than you do?
Probably.
What about the magnetic field model of the Earth?
Yes.
What about the atmosphere of the Earth?
Yes.
What about the layers of the Earth?
Probably so.
What about the tilt, wobble, and spin?
I think I know probably about as much as you do.
You think you can shuck and jive with the wobble?
Yeah.
The wobblation. So like so you think I know more about the model than you do, but
Matthew, when is the Earth ovulating the most?
I'm just confused.
Well, you know what's interesting? We're talking about like people dropping like flies. Here's what's interesting. So the globe thing was all like impregnated with all the indoctrination, right? All of our lives were just brought up with it. And then obviously like pretty much since around 2015, I think it might have been the December 21st, 2012. I do think that was actually the shift point. And then it just took like a year later until everything really started shifting. That's like a cyclical shifting point. And well, what I was saying, so we all are under the globe thing. And then what has been dropping like flies are globe earthers, meaning it's been like one after another, just people, the whole flat earth coming to the earth being stationary, flat, planar, etc. Look and just reconnecting with the cosmology that was the complete default since the dawn of time, other than this globe aberration thing. So what's dropping like flies are globe earthers. However, if you want to use the term flat earther, there aren't flat earthers dropping like flies at all. There's, of course, the very few people, and we all know them. We could count them on one hand, basically. So now there are some people that might be on the fence for a while. That's fair. But people that come to the conclusion that it is stationary and planar are not going back to the globe. and any numbers whatsoever. So one side is losing massive numbers and the other side is not losing any. It's only collecting more.
I think there are more globe earthers this year than last year.
Okay.
Well,
Just
yeah,
like,
because of babies or whatever.
Yeah, the population grows faster than the number of people converting to flat earthers. So
Yeah, but
the number of globers is always increasing.
Gio, you want to know what his take is? He thinks that it takes 10 years and that once because I'm like, oh yeah, so we have like 99.9% retention for the first 7 years, but you think all of a sudden we're all going to start changing? He said, yeah, I think it'll take about 10 years and then
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah. That's
because there are
Look.
hardly any flat earthers who have believed it for more than 10 years.
Hey, what's it? I want to read you this. It's Amos 8, 11, and 12. The days are coming, declares the sovereign, when he will send a famine through the land, not of bread, not of water, but you can't hear the word.
You're breaking up, bro.
I'll bet. They don't want me. Just read Amos 8, 11, and 12. Now's the time to read it, Witsit. Read that one. What's it say? Amos 8, 11, and 12.
Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, saith Yah, that I will send a famine in the land, not a famine of bread, nor a thirst for water, but of hearing the words of Yah. That's crazy. And they shall wander from sea to sea, and from the north even to the east. They shall run and to and fro to seek the word of Yah, and shall not find it. Yeah, that's pretty relevant. Just in general, right? Because the word of
You can't convince everybody, but
yeah.
Matthew, if you're trying to say that no one's gone longer than 10 years, just because if you're talking about 2015, the fact that we're in this current time, that's really not valid in the sense that, as far as we know in all human consciousness, the earth has always been known to be stationary and planar, with the heavens above, the dome, the sky, the firmament, all the different conceptions of that. So that's been the foundation forever. And then there's this globe thing, which they claim, is what it is. So when you're saying no one's gone 10 years, dude, 99% of all humans that have ever lived have lived their entire lives having the earth be stationary and planar. Their whole lives. Like the majority percent of all humans that have ever lived were not globe earthers. Like if it was even a percent, I'd be shocked. It's got to be a fraction of a percent. Even if you add up this whole last 150, even if you add up the last 2,000 years, doesn't even matter how much you add up.
So you're saying 99.99% of people are flat earthers?
Who have ever lived in the history
For all time, yeah. Yo, I'm headed to bed. Sorry about earlier, Matt. No hard feelings.
Oh,
man.
no, it's okay.
All right, peace, brother.
You too.
what's it left before I could thank his ass again?
So, I mean, in that sense, the globe earthers are the minority in the history of all of humanity by a dramatic level. And then that's already shifting. So, I mean, you don't see that that's what's coming?
Yeah, I don't. I mean, if you're talking about all of history, it's hard to know how many people have lived in all of history. So who knows what the percentage is. But I do think that Proverbs 14:33 is relevant. It says, wisdom rests in the heart of a man of understanding, but it makes itself known even in the midst of fools. So wisdom will win in the end. The truth will win in the end, I guess.
For sure, dude. Yeah. I mean, I think about like the shamanic traditions, which like shamanism comes way before any of the modern day like religions or even spiritual systems, even before the Vedas. I mean, the shamanic traditions go back, to the very beginning. And they were the medicine men of the forest and the wisdom holders for many generations. they utilize these different plants of the forest to gain knowledge and deeper understanding and wisdom, and learned a tremendous amount from these plants and healed themselves and healed others on very deep levels. And they were very connected to cosmology. And at the advanced levels of those tools and practices that, within those traditions, I mean, it's not just having like one out of body experience. It's in some cases, it can be the capacity to actually navigate. So you can choose to leave your body if you would like to. And then at any point, or maybe go into a meditative state, lucid dreaming, there's many different ways to access it. But essentially where you can just freely, in a sense, leave your body, quote unquote, meaning not focus on your body and be able to then, journey, access different realms, dimensions, interact with various beings. There's a whole bunch of different components of what can happen there. And because of that ability to leave their bodies and access the spirit worlds, they're able to have access between the physical plane and the spiritual plane. And therefore they know the connection between them. And because when you leave your body, and if you're in the astral plane, if you want to use that term, even though it's kind of a modernized term, but if you're in the astral plane, you actually see the earth as a plane. Like you see it from elevated levels. So
yeah, I hadn't heard that. I've never experienced the astral plane.
And all those traditions who were accessing those astral planes. And like I said, yeah, a lot of them were using plant medicines, very potent plant medicines, but these are some of the most powerful healing plant medicines on earth that only bring beneficial effects. But also, if you talk about ones that contain things like DMT, then you can have very, very deep journeys. So as well. And none of those traditions have Earth as a sphere. It's always a plane that's like essentially surrounded by a sphere.
Yeah, I don't have a problem saying those traditions are incorrect.
That's a coincidence.
So those traditions, going back to the roots of humanity, the deepest wisdom medicine carriers of humanity, are the incorrect ones who are actually leaving their bodies and actually having very elevated types of experiences spiritually and so on. And instead, these like Jesuit, Werner von Braun, JPL, Walt Disney, just all these criminals and just war criminals, NASA, this whole, like, those are the ones. And they even like these alchemists that they claim, like the Newton situation and Copernicus, these guys that even the claimed histories of those. And then the whole Jesuit connection of the globe. I mean, it's ultimately a Jesuitly run campaign. So those are the guys you're gonna put your trust in.
I'm not gonna put my trust in them, but they happen to get the shape of the Earth right, where all these ancient traditions have gotten it wrong.
So do you think that NASA is in any way shady, or do you think they're
no.
legit?
I mean, like any big organization, there's people, a whole range of people in there, but they're not. I don't think they're shady. No.
So you would believe that, like, okay, that there might be some scandals, but just only small things, and otherwise, like you're claiming that the rest of it's just on the up and up.
Sure. I mean, like GE or Apple or Walmart or something. There are greedy people in every organization, and there are good people in every organization. But yeah, I wouldn't say that NASA is evil as a whole. All right, I gotta go. It's my bedtime. Nice chatting with everybody.
Yeah, bro. Yep. Have a good one, Matthew. Cheers, man. Have a good night.
Take it easy.
Well, that's been a powerful stream, fellas. Extremely powerful, man. You guys are incredible. All I gotta say.
I don't know if Shane's still here, but man, thank both of them. It's amazing. I appreciate it. I'm out. This is amazing. I was just kidding around.
Dude, that was a lot of that was the last couple hours on here have just been on fire, man. That was incredible. We just like ventured into many new territories. That's lit.
We just smashed their world into a million pieces. They don't like it. They're like blackboard problems now. Yeah.
Atomizing.
They're trying to break out their guns, man. They're going to try and bring out some, like, I don't know what they got left. McToon? Come on.
Oof.
Yeah, think about that. Think about the opposition we got to deal with. They're just like, well, yeah. I mean, who do we talk to? Can't talk to any of these clowns that pretend to hate or anti-Glovers or anti-Flat Earthers. I mean,
well, in a way, one of the ways I see it is that like we have. Okay, so the way I see it would be this. Let's say from like a God's point of view type of thing. If there's all these, like from some kind of like, I just mean more like God mode where you could just zoom out and see the whole thing. I'm just meaning that. If you could see the whole thing in that way, that we're all, like let's just say truth, like real truth, not stuff that's masquerading as truth, but fake truth. But I'm saying the real truth. And especially in today's world, with this whole scenario that we're in, this whole situation, as it were, it's like it's disseminating at a particular rate. And that rate is probably being regulated by much higher forces than we could even imagine, like different, on that high level. And it is getting out there because every time like people hear any bit of information that is true, like truth information, it is planting seeds and it's in their mind and it may come back later. They might look into it right away, whatever it may be. And because there's so much deception, it would make sense that like in a way the antidote is actual truth, but there's so much deception going on and so much kind of the indoctrination and like essentially it's like brainwashing types of effects on people and like their ego state just from this whole system that's been set up. People are going along with that and they're going along with that narrative. So my whole point was just to say that I think that like the creator is regulating the truth as it's disseminating out. And so it's all happening in its own perfect time, So like, even though it might seem like it's not like hitting some kind of mass critical level, I think it is slowly. It's just a slower roll. It's gonna build up over the years and crescendo.
I feel like I just took the test and passed it with 100%. That's what I thought. I used to get 100% on all my papers. Even I didn't do homework. I still got 100%.
That's what's up.
I was like tenacious. But it felt like I got 100% today.
For sure, bro. That's
amazing.
Every day that you get 100% of life is a excellent day.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give it 100%, man. And you ain't gonna get here where we're at. You're gonna be not hearing the word. You're not gonna hear it from no man. Well, what does that tell you? Yeah, you better stick together with your brothers, ones who believe the word. And you better stick together. And I mean stick together. Then we'll be safe. And that's all you can do, man. You can't be mean to people, but man, I've taken so much abuse from that side. Now it's time. I started eating popcorn, man. I said, oh my God, I couldn't get enough of it. I was just sitting there eating popcorn going, man, this is amazing. Yeah, good job, Shane and Witsit, man. I pray that they protect themselves with a contract, because I'm just telling you how the world, you think you found the truth. You better declare your authority in some way. You better write it down. It's like a will, basically. Letting them know, hey, don't bother me. I'm part of the postal union. Don't leave me alone. And that's already, they'll listen to the contract. They're not going to listen to the man because they're a fiction. They only exist on paper. They're all actors. But if your papers are better than their papers, they will, I shit you not, they will leave you alone. And I send all you guys the contracts. Do it your own way, but I just suggest put value on it. If you got to glue a piece of gold to it or make it out of gold paper, I don't care what you do, but you better declare your authority here and now. Because I mean to tell you, these people are beyond your imagination evil. So you better I'm just telling you now.
Well, I think if
do it legally, do it whatever, put value in it.
If more information gets out about what's really going on, I think people will slowly stand up. I think it'll just take time, and it'll happen in various ways because it can be activated at any time. So
you can join the postal union at any time too. You can.
It's kind of cool. It's cool to think of too. Like, it's cool to think of the ether as like an actual space that we're filling up with our thoughts, our ideas. Like even these words I'm speaking right now that are resonating, into my microphone. These words are going into the ether. Now, I'm not saying just a sound wave, because obviously the sound wave is only going whatever 30 feet, 50 feet, whatever it is. But beyond that, it's interesting to think of like that there's an actual ether space where our thoughts, our ideas, our minds are actually existing. And when we're saying things and contributing things, we're contributing something to that actual field. And like the butterfly effect, adding one thing to that field can have an effect and can like spread in a sense and can be accessed by many others, and vice versa. We can also get those from others as well on that level.
Just surround yourself with like-minded men. Yeah. No one else. No cartoon believers. Don't even go near those folks. Well, you can if you love them, but the ones that are on here in the chat just tormenting the shit out of us.
Dude, yeah. I just thought of like cartoon
those
believers.
People scare me.
What was that song by like the Monkees?
Yeah. Hey, we're the Monkees.
Believer. I just thought of like you do like a parody on it, like cartoon believer as like that Monkey song.
Yeah,
Daydream believer. Daydream believer. That's what it is. Daydream believer. Yeah. So like, we could do somebody funny if you did a parody on that and made it like cartoon believer as the lyrics. That's what I thought of when you said that. Daydream believer. Yeah, that Monkey song. It's funny.
I hope you guys shared that Glover's whatever, spilling Glovers. I hope you shared that. The time zones. That's just craziness, man. It's so crazy. How that kid figured that out, man, and so quickly. Just smashed them. This is a death blow to these people. I don't know how they're going to answer that without making up some crazy stories. I mean, crazy stories. But I got my bag of popcorn ready because I'm going to hear them. I guarantee you I'm going to hear them. I'll bet Zanuck will be on her tomorrow just, oh man, spilling his guts. I don't know. I hope they all go away. I hope they just all leave us alone so we can figure out where we're at. How about that? How about quit bothering us? Let us just do our business.
Yeah. Well, if you're talking about that, well, I think I get what you're talking about if I'm thinking about the same thing you are. But yeah, dude, no, sometimes some of the Globe Earther guys, they can get aggressive and very, I feel like actually just it seems like the whole server in a way has kind of been fending off the worst ones, because at the end of the day, if those, it's like only a few that kind of ruin it for everyone else. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like it just seems like just naturally over the last couple of weeks, it's just more and more productive, like just on fire conversations where we can actually get a lot of new ideas on the table and still some debate too. I mean, it's still fun to have that, but I guess it just comes down to moderating in a way that actually can be productive. Because when it goes into the tactics, it's just the tactics and the fallacies, and then it's like, now they're just like running people in circles with fallacies. So it gets pretty.
It's abnormal behavior. It's not right.
And then having an open panel.
Make any sense, man.
But having an open panel means that like it's open, so because it's not like a cult to where we're just like banning people or like shutting people out, like everyone's welcome in this particular live stream at this time in this way. I mean, if we do other shows and things and events, I mean, there's different types of things that can be done, but I'm just saying on this particular live stream, being an open panel, I think it's fair to give everyone a voice, in my viewpoint. So, but then, there's a fine line though. Cause like, I think maybe what you were alluding to, that can be like that extension of giving everyone a voice. Like some people like go over that, and try to do some other tactic or agenda. So it's a whole thing.
When Robo was trying to do his experiments in his garage, I thought, okay, maybe this guy ain't an agent, right? Ain't paid off, and I didn't want to say nothing. I'll remain silent until I actually, know who the hell they are. But the arrows come and they fly, man. So they fly from all sides. It's been a roller coaster. 7 years of my life, man. Almost 8. But these people, I mean, I don't hate their guts, but I just think it's just total abnormal behavior. It's disgusting behavior. We've all witnessed.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, dude. I mean, because that's the thing about like, depends on how like we don't always moderate very strictly, obviously, because we're so which is, nobody really wants to do that even. So we just have to keep some kind of a flow going, and but sometimes if we do more moderation, those things can't happen. Some of the stuff you might be alluding to, because at the end of the day, dude, like it is interesting to hear other people's perspectives, and if they're being respectful, there's the idea of like being able to sharpen one's sword by hearing other ideas and by letting everyone bring those ideas. They're out researching, they've heard things, they've looked at things, they've done things. And so to have something to, especially in today's world, like have the truth put up against the falsities, I think there is a component of that that's productive. Now, it doesn't mean every stream has to be like that, because there's other streams you can have more of like a building convo or more like a podcast style, like we are right now, more where it's like a building thing rather than a debate. I kind of see it as like a building one is like the anabolic, where it's like building up, and then you have the catabolic, which is the debate, which like breaks things down. You're like breaking down the ideas in a debate rather than in a discussion. You're trying to build ideas.
Yeah. So look, what was I gonna say? I lost my train of thought. Go ahead. I gotta think for a second.
Yeah, no, my bad. I was probably being long-winded, but I was just wanting to say that. But
So, anyways, we had 100 years of our lives just wasted over some crazy nonsense. How about we just start all over again? We use our talents and we just take off where they left off. We just figure this place out.
Well, that's the thing, dude. Like moving forward, there's two things that need to be done. We need to explore more and figure out more of what the Earth actually is and what's going on. And then I would say that there has to be a dissemination of more of that information and more discussions, because like you're talking about some of these like really, let's just say rigid globe guys in a sense, or globe enthusiasts, whatever the term would be. And they're really, really like not only rigid, but they want to debate it, and they even get a bit aggressive. Like they really want to assert it in that way. The thing is, like, there's many, many millions of men, out there who some of them are, professionals, scientists, even non-professionals, degree, no degree, out there who are going to have those similar thoughts and ideas, especially even some of the professionals in these fields. So It's like the things that they're bringing is what's going to be at the front of the discussion in the coming, let's say decade. So all of these different factors. And I don't think it's only going to be done through talking and kind of live streaming. It's not the only place it's going to happen, but it's one of the main centers of the sort of exchange within the group mind that is occurring in terms of these truths coming more out into the world.
This might sound stupid, Gio, but what if they really are hiding the creator? Might sound stupid.
No, they're trying to suppress all spirituality. And I mean, they've co-opted and controlled spirituality and turned it into religion, basically. Or they've tried to.
So, Gio, do you think it's over?
I mean, there's components of religion that are positive, though. It's a mixed bag, but yeah, there's also the part that's. No, dude, I think we're just at the beginning, bro. I think we've already won.
Right.
We've already won.
Well, yeah, right. But now we got to move on with ourselves. We got to start using our talents in special ways to improve this place and live together. And just quit being a dead man. Believe in some fantasy stories and cartoons and some crazy man's devil language and handouts and debt notes and craziness. I could go on for an hour.
Did you know it's pretty like
about
intense?
crazy?
Like one lens to see this through, which is pretty intense to think about, but it does involve like the spiritual and even like the concept of the demonic levels of reality in those sense, to where like how much of this whole, let's just say this deception, this run on deception that they've done, how much of it in your viewpoint, or I'm just putting it on the table, how much of it is akin almost to like a demonic possession where this demonic energy came in and just swiped the people in a sense. You talk about, and then you think about like the resets and some of the Tartaria information and all of that. It goes even deeper. Like if there was a big thing like that actually occurred, or even several of them.
I'll tell you what the dark matter is. Do you want to hear my definition of their dark matter?
Because you have masses that are believing their deception. So what really is going on there?
They're the dark matter, dude. We're the light over here. They're the dark matter.
Yeah, I know, dude. They're
saying dark matter, dark energy.
I know. No, dude, it's right there. You're right. Exactly, bro.
I keep asking them who their covenant, who they swear a covenant to.
Lucifer. I know. Well, their Luciferian, their twist on the Lucifer.
I worship Lucifer. I just know personally, I worship Lucifer.
Okay, then.
Twice a week, and then 3 times it's Yahweh. And then,
dude, you remind me a bit of the way you speak. Reminds me a little bit of John Lennon.
I am John Lennon.
Oh, that's great, man. Yeah, you've got it.
No, he's a clone. He's a clone of John Lennon.
But he was a clone of me. He was a clone of me.
Yeah.
No, I mean, if you have a mass group of people that are believing a completely false idea, there is some level of mind control going on there. Whether you call it spiritual mind control or mental, whatever layer you would see that as. Wouldn't you agree even with that? If that's the case, you would agree that there's something in that realm going on.
I agree with you.
If they're willing to deceive people to their levels, and try to hide it from people so bad, it doesn't sound like such a crazy question. No.
Well, what's interesting about the globe? So here, okay, let's say you're trying to do like a kingdom, and you're trying to be the totalitarian ruler of a land, right? Then you have all the peasants, and all of that. Well, what's the one thing that those peasants could do? They could just leave, right? Now, unless you're imprisoning them with like fences and all that. Okay, if you're imprisoning them, it's a different deal. But if it's a massive, large amount of people, they could just leave and be like, "Fuck this guy, we're leaving. We're gonna hike. We're gonna go find new land," right? But the globe eliminates that. Now, where can you go? Where can you go? It's a globe. It's limited. So there's an idea that like the globe is actually a totalitarian mind control cosmological tool used to hide the other lands and to trap people in their totalitarian system and make us convinced that there are no other continents to go to. So we just have to be under their control in one of their major countries. And they've slowly been taking them over the years.
I'm going to make a t-shirt. I'm going to make a t-shirt that says, not up, sideways. Not
Gio,
up,
can I have the number for your dealer? What's the number for your drug dealer?
Quit looking at the sky. Just go east or west. Just north, south, whatever. Just go in one direction on a single, just keep going.
Gio, give me the number for your drug dealer.
I'll meet you in the desert. We'll do a spirit walk with peyote. How's that?
Yeah, actually, why not, man? And then we can do some DMT, some ayahuasca afterwards.
Well, it's good to leave some space between those two, but yeah, ayahuasca's amazing.
We're doing space. We're gonna mix them together. What are you on about, lad? We're playing them both together. You're talking about being John Lennon. I'm gonna show you how high you can get, my man.
I need the magic eye drops, bro. You never sent me that thing again.
Yo, what's up? Oh, yeah, dude.
Magic eye drops. My eyes are suffering, bro.
The thing that gets me high is another man, a righteous man. That's what gets me high. It gives me
bleach. Take that bleach and pour it in your eyes. It's really good to moisten your eyes. I do it sometimes.
No, that's bad advice. Terrible advice. Yeah, Ron, I will. I'll DM it to you. That was a while ago. I gave you those links, so I'm gonna have to go.
That account, I lost it.
But I mean, I'll go back through all my information. I'll get the best links for you, basically.
Thank you. Yeah.
But just give me a little bit of time because I need to. I need to double check and double check all my resources to get the best ones for this current time.
Thank you. Yeah, because I'm like, damn, I wanted to try them, but I had lost that account. I'm like, oh no, all those DMs gone.
Yeah, dude. I mean, this is like very deep shamanic medicine. So
spit in your finger, spit in your hand, and rub in your eyes.
I usually use species.
Oh my goodness. So there's
I don't know, man. Like he wants to be sarcastic. I could one up him.
Yeah. Well, we were on a bunch of good topics though. What were we just on? Oh yeah, these guys are going down. Though their deceptions, yeah, all that shit. Yeah, we were on a bunch of different.
You said the globe is a tyrannical grid, and I don't understand how it makes sense that if the peasants would want to leave, why would they be able to do on a flat Earth? The flat Earth is finite as well. Where would we go? We go to the edge, and then the king would come back and get us, and put us in a cage again.
All right,
at least on the Earth, you can keep running around. You can keep running around.
Check this. Okay, so check this. That there's an idea that originally, when they were trying to control people more, they started telling them the Earth was flat and you would fall off the edge. So perhaps
exactly.
That's where this comes from. And that is how they kept their totalitarian control. That's how they kept everyone on their land, because they claimed if you went out in the ocean, you were going to actually fall off the edge and die. Now, so now that old flat fall off the edge of the flat Earth, that's still like such a meme that is being kind of put.
Because it's funny, Gio, just admit.
Yeah. Well, it is a whole thing. But let me just say this, just finish it real quick. Whereas now it's the globe, and the globe eliminates being able to go anywhere else. So it's like, have they just perfected their totalitarian control cosmological model in order to control people?
They've had 6,000 years. Of course they have. They've had 6,000 years to perfect it. It's the same people ruling us now that was 6,000 years ago. It's the same families, the same people. The same people who are selling drugs today are the same people who were selling drugs 500 years ago. The same people who are doing slavery today, because slavery still exists. It's the same people. It will always be the same people.
Yeah, so if you, dude, that's awesome that you're in tune with that. So, I mean, you just haven't seen yet. You just haven't. Hold on, let me just finish. Hold on, you haven't seen yet that the Earth being a stationary plane has been the cosmology since the beginning of time.
I have seen Gio. You are tuning
those guys. Hold on, man. Let me finish. It's these guys you're talking about that you're already tuned into. They are pushing the false globe, bro.
Gio, you guys all assume a lot about me because I just act stupid. Well, I am stupid. Sorry, I am stupid.
Do you really know what's up? Do you, dude? That would be awesome if you really knew what's up, man. Because you could be a potent voice for the truth, man. You have a good like radio style voice for sure.
I have an amazing voice. Sometimes I record myself and listen to it.
So,
It's kind of
anyways,
sexual though. I have to be careful because it gets kind of sexual when I listen to my own voice.
we were talking about dark matter and dark energy and what it was, and whether or not they might be hiding our creator from us.
Yeah, that was. There's
That's
so
what we
Someone
were
is
talking
hiding the
about.
creator. There is a God. There is a creator, and they
Hold
are
on.
hiding it.
Okay, look, but look. Funny thing is, we can't go north or south. All right.
What do you mean you can't go north or south? Have you got no legs?
Well, I'm talking about polar navigation, man.
Wait,
This
do we
is
have a?
fudge.
This guy.
So, anyways, yeah.
The fucking drum soundboard, the cymbal.
So, anyways, that's where we got to focus our efforts, I believe, and you just got to do it. You know, I already told you the story. I ain't gonna keep saying it. I gave my advice. I've sent Witsit all the things he ever needs. If he just studies, he'll learn soon enough.
You're
But
hoping
yeah,
for
you
much.
should protect yourself because we're gonna have to do some things. It's not gonna be an easy thing to fight the devil, man. If you think it is, you have no fucking idea who you're dealing with.
Yeah, but dude, like humans are very potent. We actually are stronger than them. We have much more light than they do. Although I do hear what you're saying. They're like a.
We gotta stick together, or it ain't gonna happen. I promise you
They're a
that.
virus.
There's
Yeah,
gotta
they're
be
like a virus.
people
That's what they
sticking
are.
together.
Yeah, dude, that's funny we said about dark matter. Like they are the dark matter. It's like there's like this whole vacuum of space.
96% of them are.
Yeah, they take the Earth, they invert it from what it really is, which is a stationary plane surrounded by a celestial sphere. They take that sphere with a plane in the center of it that's stationary. They invert it. They put the globe on the outside of the sphere and make it spin. And then they make this like infinite light years, this outer space thing that goes, and all these balls and gases out in space. And then with that, they say, oh, but we don't know this huge percentage of it is dark matter. Yeah, they are the dark matter. They're like the liars just, floating in their fake outer space, controlling people.
You're making me want to get high, Jay.
So look, when I was younger and I was 27, I was praying a lot. I was studying the Word, and I had a drug issue, and I prayed to Yah for it, and He gave me golf instead. I asked for it, right? I said, let me just be good at golf, and I'll just give up all that shit. And from that day, and when I was 27, when I prayed, I woke up that day and said, I'm never going to loan money to another man as long as I live. I'm going to give it away freely if I have it. And so I went and I started playing golf, and I got really good at golf, right? But I'm driving down the road, and I'm hearing Obama talking. Every word that come out of his mouth was a lie. So I started praying heavily to the Heavenly Father, right? But that's how I came to the earth. The question that we all have right now, and I think it's over, but yeah, it was through loving my Heavenly Father is how I got here, right here before you today. And if you don't stand for some kind of covenant, you don't have a contract. You're chattel. You're chattel. You're a slave. You're not worth nothing. You're carrying around debt notes, for fuck's sakes. If you don't have gold and silver, you're gonna be in trouble. You better have some kind of value in you. They'll just wipe you out because they just think you're worthless. These people are ruthless, man. You have no idea who you're dealing with.
So Elasma, what do you think about that the globe is actually like an entrapment? It's like a prison for the mind that's actually trapping people in order to keep us from knowing that there's actually more land and more to the earth that they're hiding from us. Doesn't that make sense at that very, just on a logic sense level?
I do believe that they're lying about the map and stuff. I do believe that there are places on the map they're not telling us. However, your philosophy, it wouldn't make sense. Whether it's flat Earth or globe Earth, it's still a prison because we're still controlled by the same people. They still have the same electronic surveillance. They still have the same money. So until we can break out that, it doesn't really matter if there's more land or not. What are you going to do? Are you going to go settle the land? Go settle the land and proclaim your own nation, and you know what's going to happen? You're going to have F-22s turning up within half an hour and bomb you to oblivion. That's what's going to happen. So Unless we can get over that, it doesn't matter. But yeah, there is something going on. Of course, there's a control matrix going on because there's
I think they're only
99%
get about 1/3 of us.
There's 99% of us, and there's 1% of them. And out of the 1%, there's another 1% that's at the very, very top.
Yeah.
So, of course, there is some kind of control going on. They have to control us. There's too many of us. But I don't know if that's dependent on the shape of the Earth or no. It doesn't really matter because whether you're on a flat or on a globe surface, you're still trapped.
Well, let me run.
I hear you. Let me just say real quick. I do hear that because, of course, yeah, they do have their control. They have the military, the police. I hear you. However, let me say this: the globe. Okay, I know. Okay, from the perspective, hold on.
Let me quickly interject. Let me just change my answer a little bit. The mainstream science model is a prison for the mind. Yes, the globe isn't, but the mainstream science model is because it claims that we know everything and we don't. Does that change your perspective? Like, do you understand what I'm saying?
What if you could imprison someone without paying any prison guards? Like this is what Gio was getting at. If you ever seen the movie the Truman Show, right? When he realizes he's in an enclosement, he starts looking for the exit. How do I get out of here, right? And that's what the aliens have done. They tried to drill down. They went to Antarctica. So they've tried both ways. They tried CERN, trying to open a portal. So they're desperate to get out of here. They know they're encased. They're enclosed. The elites know.
Where are they going to go?
Well, what I was going to say too, though, well, there's a lot of different directions those conversations could go. But the one thing I was going to say is that the globe being a lie, being not the case. The fact that the mainstream system, the fact that the globe is so woven into the whole mainstream world, from the education system for children to the little toys they put on children, cribs. You look up at the planets, the whole programming, the whole thing, to the point to where. I'll just use the word if just to be neutral for the conversation. If the Earth is not a globe, then just the understanding of that, the truth of that, will naturally dissolve this entire control matrix that they're running because they are the globalists in a sense. Like it's even called globalism, the globalists. And just the truth that the Earth isn't the globe, I think enough people would stand up and say, what is going on? What is going on? What is going on? And as humanity, we would get to the root of it. Hopefully, non-violently and as safely, whatever kind of disarmament that can happen, so we can actually get our sovereignty back. Because these entities are just completely, they're like a predator on the human race right now, and we're letting it happen because they're deceiving us, and we don't have the truth. That's the key that connects it.
It's the moment where you see the emperor has no clothes, right? The little boy can see it because he hasn't been tainted with lies, right? But everyone else has been brainwashed, and they see a naked king, and they don't dare admit what they see. You go to the beach and you see a flat horizon on the water. You don't dare say it. But like also, if there was more land, like the Iron Republic, what would happen is all your productive people, like your doctors and the people that you rely on, the people that keep the system running, if all of your productive people bailed out, they left, they went on strike, whatever, your whole system collapses. It requires a certain amount of productive people. And when they know the truth and they want to bail out, they're like, wait, this is bullshit. These people have been lying to me. They've been sucking every ounce of life out of me with taxes. I'm done with it. And if they want to opt out, then how do you have a productive slave system without them?
Okay, I'm going to coin a phrase. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to coin a word for these people because they're word nerds. Okay, you know who we're talking about. I'm gonna call them a quinkydink. What a quinkydink! Every time I see them, I'm going to call them a quinkydink because of all their coincidences. Yeah. So I coined the phrase coinkydink. You're just a coinkydink, man. No longer a glober, now you're just a coinkydink.
And you're just an idiot.
Yeah, I get it.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I am an idiot. I'm a private person.
Well, Elasma, I mean, that's why I was kind of rebutting when you were saying, why does it matter? But I think it's the most important. It's actually it's like the shape of the Earth not being a globe. I'll say this right now. It will be like the actual like vehicle by which humanity gets our sovereignty back, because the globe is such a massive lie. It's a transgression of such great proportions that it will dissolve in a, essentially, just
I hope you're right, and I hope you're right, because this is bullshit. What's going on now? I'm tired of this shit, and I think everyone else is tired of this shit too. So let's hope you're right. God
We
willing,
are.
you are right.
But if you could reveal them as liars, right? If you could unequivocally destroy any shred of credibility they have, right? Right now, the people appeal to authority, like, oh, they're the authority, right? Once the authority has no credibility, then you could start winning the trust. You could start waking up the masses, like, oh my God, I can never trust these people. Look what they lied this big. Well, I can never trust them. They'll get to the point where we are, the majority, and then we win. Then the game flips.
Right. And like I was saying earlier, like there's more people realizing the Earth is not a globe, way more than people who are realizing that it's like not a globe and going back to the globe. You know what I mean? Like virtually no one's going back to the globe, and a ton of people are leaving the globe.
I mean, how could you? The argument carries no weight. There's not one shred of truth for the globe. How could you even possibly, right? How could you ever go back?
It's impossible, man. It's like virtually. I don't know how you could ever go back.
Yeah, because it's like I think about it as like spatial awareness. So if you view the world, as physical and etc., meaning not some kind of like simulation, virtual reality or something. I'm not really using those ideas. I'm saying, that we really do live in either on a ball or on a plane, however you see it, like in a ball, whatever, like in a massive system in that way. Then one's spatial awareness would be one's own truth or understanding of what is true related to the actual space that they inhabit and what they can experience and test themselves, and what they've seen, but then also what they're hearing from others, because they're obviously not able to like necessarily test and measure the whole thing, in that way. So it's just interesting to think about like one's connection with this is like the level of like spatial intelligence, it could be said, like the actual a level of intelligence of being aware of what your actual spatial dimensions and proportions and the layout is and the geometry of the realm as well.
Well, just be 5% of the light, not 6% of the dark matter. Right? You ain't got much to worry about, but don't think this is going to end nicely. Don't think that. Not one bit. You don't think this ain't going to end like peacefully, nicely. So you just better buckle up and do it. Please, I beg you, if you believe.
Why don't you flat earthers pay me? I'll show you flat earth for you.
No, we ain't shilling nothing.
I'm trying to handle it peacefully. I just want to write some contracts and tell them leave me alone. But you're talking about the devil that wiped out populations of people all over the earth.
I would say shilling's a bad idea all the time.
Yeah, shilling is a sense of fraud. We're not about fraud at all. When you act as a shill, you're a phony bidder in an auction. You're just shilling something.
You know what I love about you Americans? You have absolutely no conception of sarcasm.
Oh, we do. I do.
Oh, yes, I do.
Taking the piss
Oh,
out.
yes, I do.
Bless you, Americans, though. Bless you.
It's all the psychological warfare, it deadens the senses. Is anyone able to give me perms so that I can try to load a video? It might be too long, but is the server boosted where I have this video where they took footage from 50 years ago where the globe is spinning behind the astronauts in space, like super hella fast. And then it like changes from one direction to the next. And then we have footage from like recently where the Earth doesn't move at all behind the astronauts. So like, have you guys seen that already?
Can I finish with Geo just for 1 second, and you can do that?
Nice. Hold on. No, that's cool. Yeah, I'll give you the role. You can post it. We're in the live stream.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just got a short thing to say to Geo. Hey, Geo, don't fret, man. No, just declare your authority on the earth. Don't fret. Just get it done, man. I don't care how you do it, but don't fret. Don't be in fear of the conspiracy Don't fear what a man can do to you. Don't fear nothing but your father.
Yeah. Well, I do think
and an AR-15.
if you're
Seek him out, man.
yeah, like if you're spiritually protected, that will protect you physically as well.
I agree with that. I've been stabbed 3 times, man, and I didn't die. I've been stabbed up pretty badly, and I got stabbed in the neck, man. My friend got stabbed in the neck, and he died. I got stabbed in the neck, and it missed my jugular vein by 2 millimeters. Check that out. If that's not God protecting me, I don't know what is.
That's why I like you, man. We had that good convo.
Oh, was that with you?
Yes.
Oh, right. How you doing, bro? You good?
Yeah, I'm glad you survived, man. I've never been stabbed in the neck. But thank God you survived. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you have a good awareness, but once you go a little deeper down the rabbit hole, you'll understand the significance. Because we've got them by the balls. The spinning water ball, we've got them by the fucking balls. This is the one thing that could dethrone them with a velvet type revolution, where they would totally, when they lose legitimacy, then they can't govern the people anymore. When the government
it's over.
My brother, they lost legitimacy for me a long time ago. I realized, I woke up many, many years ago.
You sound like you're intelligent. When you're not taking the piss out of us, you do sound like you're aware of the situation.
Of course I am.
And well, that's good, because
I'm not taking the piss. The only thing I'm taking the piss of with you guys is your flat earth belief. Everything else you say is true. All this thing about spirituality, about people controlling the world, about them trying to infringe a control matrix on us, the fact that they're trying to hide the creator, the fact that there is a creator, the fact that we are a lot more significant than what they say. Yeah, I do believe all that because it's true. You can prove all of it.
The thing, if you hear us out, if you just hear us out without any bias, just try and weigh the evidence without a preconceived bias.
I do.
It's bit by bit. It's a bit by bit thing. It's not going to be in one go, but eventually you'll
honestly,
come up.
I'm intellectually honest as well.
You'll come up with no proof for the globe. I wouldn't bullshit you, but I mean, sometimes you got to swallow bit by bit. It's like, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. You take one bite of truth and another bite of truth, and pretty soon you got all this truth on one side of the scale and nothing on the other side of the scale, and you have to come to reality and realize that we're not bullshitting you.
Is that what your husband says? Swallow a bit at a time.
Oh no! See, now you gotta.
I'm joking, bro. You're right. You're right.
Taking the
But
piss.
Gio was onto something there, though, right before Ayala came on and asked for the video. What was he saying, Gio?
To me?
No, he was talking about. He brought up something very important.
He said, if you're spiritually protected.
Oh yeah, I heard that. Yeah, what about it?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's about 5% of the light, and there's like 95% darkness. And you got to kind of stay away from that darkness. Is that the light shineth and the darkness know it not.
I've never heard him get mad. I've known Gio like 7 years.
There's also that saying that says in the Bible, he who sitteth in darkness sees many things. That's completely irrelevant. I'm just joking.
I've rarely seen him pissed in 7 years.
I'm done, though.
He's one of the most level-headed people, so he doesn't really get frustrated often. And one time he did, this Indian guy, he was taking the piss out of him. That was the only time Gio got pissed. That was pretty funny.
I'm thankful to Gio for letting me be in this server because everywhere else I'm banned. Everyone bans me all the time.
I like you. I think you're funny.
Thank you. Want to marry me? I have a wife already, but we can work around it. Don't worry.
I mean, dude, the thing is, like, no, I think, no, I mean, we were talking about the Earth, dude, originally, and like, just think of it in this context. So, as far as we know, the entire history of humanity have always been on a planar Earth foundation with the heavens above, either seen as a dome, the firmament, the waters above, the heavens, the ether, all the different conceptions of that. And then there's this one like globe lineage thing, which, you know, that if you want to try to claim like the ancient Greeks or Pythagoras was the first guy, even in their story, that's what they're going to claim. So, I mean, depending on how long you think humanity's been on Earth and how many years it's been going on, the globe is a very, very like tiny snapshot at the end of eons of time that humanity had the Earth as a plane, as stationary, and as like the foundation of this realm. So from that perspective, it's just a matter of unwinding the components of the globe model that were sold to you, but are not actually valid to what the Earth actually is.
Well, there's a few things, and there's still no one has been able to explain it to me beyond reasonable doubt. And the thing is, I am intellectually honest. My mind is open. If you can prove something to me, I will take it into account. It's like the other day we had I think it was yesterday, when they had the discussion where they did this thermal imaging of the universe, and they found out that it's actually spread out over a plane. Yes, it is. It does look like it's a flat plane. I mean, and there was some other glober, so to speak, in here. He was like, no, there's an explanation for that. No, there isn't. That is exactly what we see. And, I have no problem conceding when I'm wrong. However, pardon?
I was going to ask you, can we move to another aspect that the Earth is moving? Like, there's things inside your ear. There's fluid inside your ear that senses which way up and down is, and it senses motion. Like, that's why you'll get a lot of times nausea or seasickness from the motion of the fluid in your ear.
Yeah, I get vertigo. So yeah.
Yeah. So in other words, the liquid knows which way is up and down because the liquid is always on the bottom side. And when it's not level, it feels your body at a tilt, and it tries to right itself. Your body, like if you see people do gymnastics when they're doing all these incredible flips really fast, and then they know how to land on their feet. They know which way is up.
Basically, there's like a gyroscopic function that's involved with the inner ear. It's like the inner ear. It's like the inner ear functions as a gyroscopic, which has a very set up, down, XYZ axes of coordinates.
Yeah, it's like, think of it as a plumb bob. It's like a plumb bob, and the liquid serves as the level to tell you which way is up.
I know exactly what you're saying. I know exactly what you're trying to. So, but where's your point?
It would detect any motion of the Earth. You would be unbelievably
an incredible design.
If it's moving slow, you know how fast the Earth is
designed
moving.
to live on a stationary Earth.
Rotating. So you look at your clock right now. Can you see how fast the seconds are moving on your clock? The Earth is rotating at half of that speed.
No, it's moving supersonic, allegedly. Supersonic, faster than the speed of sound.
That's if you take a point at the equator. Any point at the equator, the tangential velocity will be 1,000 kilometers an hour or whatever. But that's not the rotational speed of the Earth, because you don't.
It's not linear,
measure rotation of the Earth or a sphere in kilometers. You measure it in rotations per minute, and the Earth's rotational speed is what 0.3 rotations per minute or some shit like that.
No. But on the surface crust, you got to look at the surface speed, my friend. It does. I mean, on something that large, the surface speed is supersonic speed. It's like the cracking of a whip. It's supersonic. You're going faster than the speed of sound at the surface. That's all the television. It's not one singular motion. It's at least 4 motions combined. It's a rotation. It's a spiral, a corkscrew. It's a forward motion. It's many motions at once.
I don't get what your point is, bro. Like, no offense. What's your point?
If your inner ear is sensitive enough to tell you if you're doing a backflip, which way is up, it'll make you seasick if there's any motion at all. It would detect any movement whatsoever, and all these different wobbly motions would be detected. There's no way we could live on something moving all these directions at once.
That would only be if you were on a sphere that was small. If you're in a small sphere and that happened, then yeah.
It's all relative to the size. It's the surface speed that matters. The speed. If I take a weed whipper, right, my gas edger, right, the gas powered string trimmer, right, the string it's just whipping really fast, and the longer I make that string, the faster the speed at the tip. Even if I spun it only 1 time per minute, the outside speed, if it was 24,000 miles, it would be ripping. It would be ripping supersonic speed, spinning it once. So we live on the outer side. We live at the tip of the whip. We are on the tip of the whip. We're cracking the supersonic barrier, allegedly, and we feel none of it.
Bro, when you go to sleep at night, this is what they say in the heliocentric model. If you sleep for, let's say, 8 hours, They claim that when you fall asleep, okay, 8 hours later you wake up, you are like 700,000 miles in a different position in space.
Yeah,
So just think deeply about that. When you go to sleep and you wake up, do you think you're 700,000 miles in another position in space, or are you in the exact same place you went to sleep at?
No, I believe I could be somewhere else because that's how God works. God works in a mysterious way. The universe is fucking huge. It could be.
He's a
Why not?
quinkydink.
That's a good
Hold
answer.
on. He's a quinkydink.
It's a good answer.
He's a quinkydink.
I call it a good answer.
He's a quinkydink.
I mean, sometimes you
I
gotta.
think you know what that means.
Yeah. Coincidence theorist.
He's a quinkydink.
About coincidences. Never said anything about coincidences, so I don't know where you got that from, my man. But whatever you say.
We're trying to lay out two coincidences that don't make sense, and you're still obfuscating, so you're a quinkydink.
No, I wasn't saying it because you said it, Elasma. I wasn't saying you said it. He said coinkydink, which usually is like short for like coincidence, or it can have it can be connected to the idea of like somebody says, "Oh, that was a coinkydink," means like that was a
There was no coincidences here, so I don't know what you're on about.
You're a coincidence theorist. It's a short way of saying you're a coincidence theorist. That's all.
Well, and he's believing the official narrative. It sounds like he's skeptical of every other narrative that's the official narrative, except for
No, I'm
this.
skeptical of that too. I'm skeptical of that too. But you have to prove it. You can't just say, "Oh, because they say that you are 700,000 miles over there." Yeah, like you need to bring proof. Do you understand? If you bring me proof that I cannot refute, I will change my position. I'm honest like that.
Time zone.
Dude, with the interferometry, with an interferometer, you can pick up the movement of the 15 degrees, like basically the sun, the sky, etc. You can pick up.
You mean like you come with a gyroscope?
With an
So you
interferometer. Hold on, man. Hold on, let me just finish. Okay, what I'm saying is that with an interferometer, you can pick up the drift of the sun, moon, and sky is all moving at a general speed. They're slightly varying, but for the most part, it's that general 24 hours, etc. All those wandering stars. So, yeah, like.
Don't they call that sidereal rotation?
Yeah, and so you can pick that up with an interferometer. Exactly, you can pick up the sidereal rotation with an interferometer, but you can't pick up the motion of the Earth around the sun or the whole motion of the solar system through. You can't pick any of those motions up, and it is sensitive enough that it should be able to pick them up, and it doesn't.
Well, I haven't seen this, but if it is the way you're saying, then yeah, it is strong evidence for the fact that it's stationary and there is no movement.
Yes.
That it's the sky moving around us. Yeah, it is. I haven't seen this though, so I can't say yes or no.
Oh, it's no. I mean, if you know anything about Lorentz contraction, they had to create the entire Lorentz contraction.
Yeah,
which is it's never been measured. It's a fabricated concept that things are bending and warping.
Concept. Yeah, it's just in mathematics. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's the pseudoscience. It's the pseudophysics.
Well, the thing is, look, I am honest enough to concede that, for example, let's take the mainstream model of gravity. It's incomplete, because if the mainstream model of gravity was complete, it would work on the quantum scale, it would work on the macro scale, it would work on every scale, but it doesn't. So it's not incomplete. I mean, I know that the mainstream narrative is incomplete, a lot of it. And I know that a lot of it they're probably lying about.
You're a reasonable person, and that's what some of these people are just toxic trolls that have been here for years, and they'll never concede when they're wrong. Now, you see this little meme of the Georgia Guidestones? This is the reason I believe they destroyed it, because it 100% proved that the Earth is not moving. It was built into the ground, cemented in the ground for 40 years, and it did not deviate 1 inch from Polaris. It did not deviate 1 inch. It would tell you every single day when it was high noon, and it would also track the sun's movement across the horizon year after year.
You do realize that Polaris, you do realize that the wobble of the Earth only shifts 1 degree every 72 years.
It's not just Polaris, my friend. It's also the sun. It tracked the sun perfectly across the horizon year after year, day after day. It told you when it was high. There was a slot. There was not just Polaris. It was 3 different motions of the lumen. It was Polaris.
I know. I've seen it. Yeah.
Well, what does that tell you? If it lines up every day with that slot in the roof at high noon, right, for 40 years, and every single night you look through that hole, there's a core hole drilled through it. It lines up with Polaris year after year for 40 years.
So can I ask you? Well, you know what? I'll tell you what the answer is. If I could see that going on for a little bit longer, then I would agree with you with what you're saying. But I don't know. We have to see it for a little bit longer because the precession of the stars and the movement in the sky is something that happens very, very slow. So I can't say for sure. What you're saying, yeah, everything you guys saying is pointing towards the fact that it's stationary and not moving, or rather that the sky is moving around us.
Hold on now. We're supposed to be moving around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, right? But every day at high noon, it lines up with that hole in the roof. And it also tracks a horizontal line across the sky. Perfectly, it tracks this horizontal line. It never deviates. It goes across the same horizon line for 40 years. What does that tell you, aside from Polaris?
Tells me that we're not rotating. Well, that the Earth isn't rotating. That the sky is rotating around us,
and the sun as well. Yeah, it's got a fixed rotation around us, and it's like it's predictable. It's predictable to where you could cement it in the ground, drill a slot, drill a hole, make a slot, and it will be there every single day like clockwork. So that tells you we're not moving in all these fantastic directions. It's like, okay, we need to destroy this fucking thing. It's being used. We hoisted them on their own fucking petard, man.
And then they try to use the only way they make this, because they made the globe model out of the sky. So since they did that, like they had to invert the geometries, and so they used the massive distances of quote unquote a light year, and a light year is related to what's called the astronomical unit, and the astronomical unit is linked to assumptions that they made about Venus and the transit of Venus. So there's this whole history of this pseudoscientific system of just taking assumption upon assumption to build this this model that they've built.
Well, that's kind of like what the flat Earth does as well.
No.
In most cases, from what I see. Okay, sorry. Maybe I'll rephrase that. That's what most flat earthers do. Let me rephrase that.
What have we gotten wrong? Name one thing we've gotten wrong. Start with one.
Oh man, it's too early right now. Can we do this a bit later? Like if we're going to specific
one thing, my friend, just one.
No, it's like 9:20 in the morning, bro. My head's not working yet. But like, well, because no, because the thing is, I don't like saying stuff because without then actually showing evidence for it. You get me? If I say something, I want to show evidence for it, and if I don't, then it's gonna bug me as well as much as it's gonna bug you. Well, what I personally have learned is whenever I ask most flat earthers, it's just what if this, what if that, what if assumptions. Well, give me something concrete, because I want to learn. I'm always open to learning, every day, 24/7.
All right. Here's what I would. Okay.
Don't look at the time zones.
We talked about the movement issues and all of those. Okay. Let me just say real quick with curvature. I'll just gonna say this as easily as I can, and it's just me to you. If you go out yourself to the Earth, okay, and get like either a good high zoom camera, telescope, whatever equipments you have, and do observations over long distances from all different environments and all different sets and settings.
Right.
Or you also could analyze other things that other people have done, but you can also do it yourself. Do a mixture of both is what I did, is to look at all of the as well. But if you do that and you carefully study all of the components of what's going on in the layers and the way that these long distance observations are, when you look at a wide range of them, it is, in my viewpoint, an absolute closed and shut case that the planar geometry of the Earth is the actual foundational geometry, and that any indication of any curvature or any spherical nature to the Earth is not present to be seen, observed, or measured anywhere on Earth.
Well, from what I've seen, you're right. From what I've seen, you're right. But then I've seen things that, can't explain. For example, if you do go with that analogy, go up on the tallest mountain, right? So You can see the moon with a telescope at night, right? I'm assuming I don't know if one of you looked at the moon. I looked at the moon when I was a kid through a telescope. So you can see that. And the moon is, I don't know what distance away. So why can't you go up on a tall mountain with a good telescope on a clear day and look out and see at least 500 miles out over the flat earth?
Well,
You know what?
you can. I mean, the world's longest distance world record photography, it's in the Guinness Book of World Records, is Canigou, which is 273 miles. So that's, yeah, you can see.
You know what?
Dude, there should be like a 3-mile hump of water that should be blocking the mountain. We see the whole thing as an extended plane, dude. All the geometry meeting right at the horizon line, all due to perspective. It's all coplanar points.
Well, this is what I've been asking, and no one has ever. No, this is the first time I'm hearing what you're saying, and I've been asking this. And if that's the case, then I'm wrong.
You can do one better. There's a guy named Jay Tolan Media who has an infrared camera, and he goes on airplanes, commercial airplanes, and he can see hundreds of miles with infrared because it looks through the clouds and stuff.
Yeah, so there's no refraction with infrared.
Is the air that we're looking through obscures our view. Once you can get in a different light spectrum, you can see hundreds of miles from up there.
I haven't seen this, but if you say so, then yeah, I believe you. I haven't actually seen it.
You need
I'm gonna have a look. I will. I'm gonna have a look as soon as I get home. Now, I'm gonna have a little look because this is interesting. Because many times.
I just tagged you. I just hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on, just real quick.
Please forgive me.
Fuck off.
I just tagged you.
I asked for forgiveness, man.
I don't forgive. I don't believe in the Bible. Man, I'm joking, bro. Of course you're forgiven. Go on, Gio.
I apologize.
Awesome. Yeah. So I just posted. This is the world's longest record photography is the 273-mile one, the Guinness Book of World Records. That's a different one. I have several. Hold on. Yeah, well, I have several of those I can post. I have all of those. However, this one is looking the other way. So this is.
Can you help me, Gio? I don't have my glasses on, so I can't see the little labels. Are those names of like different peaks and stuff?
Yeah. You can look at it later too. You can look at it.
Sorry. Yeah, go on. Sorry to interrupt you.
That is what it is, though. Yeah, it's all of those are labeled, all the mountain peaks, and then down on the right, it shows the Earth curve calculator, the amount hidden. It shows all of the distances correct and the altitude and so on, and it shows all of the actual missing curvature. Whereas what we actually see on the infrared photo is just planar from left to right, straight front, back. XYZ ramping up in a perspective way that matches everything right at the horizontal.
I have to have a closer look at this. Yeah. Sorry, I can't see it that well because the image quality is a little bit thingy, and I ain't got my glasses on, so I can't really see properly.
There was video from an English company called it was the dog.
That's the
dog
more
cam
full
video.
one. That's the more full one, by the way. That one's a little bit more full.
Here's the Jay Tolan video. It's the guy we're talking to, the Englishman. This is 760 miles view across from Texas to Baja, California.
This video.
Yeah.
Is this an infrared spectrum?
It's an infrared, yeah.
Yeah.
He's an engineer. This guy's very intelligent. He mathematically calculates all this shit. He shows you the math. It does all that.
I know who he is. I've been on his website, I think. I had a little look regarding something else. All right. Well, I'm going to need my glasses for all of this.
I think that last one I just posted is actually the high def one. So, or it's one of them. That was one that Oh no, yeah, that's that one. Yeah.
Let me save this one. Save to gallery. There we go. Right, I'll have a little look on the computer when I get back because I can't really see that well on the phone screen and without glasses.
Yeah, dude. There's so many, man. There's so many. I mean, this one's in Hawaii. This is seeing Oahu from the Big Island. Also, there's 16,500 feet of curvature that's missing.
Oh, that's nothing. 16,000 feet, like 3 miles.
Yeah, it's a little over 3 miles.
And
I
that's
know these people are
I
nuts.
agree.
Man.
I agree there with I just seen what Dawn said as well. How high was the observer? That is a good question. For the picture that you sent with all the mountain peaks and stuff, the grey one. How high is the observer, did you say? Does it say that? Because I can't see. I can't see in the picture if it says how high the observer's height is.
Yep.
Can you see, Dawn? If you can hear, can you see?
And then this one has all the calculations. This is the world record one right here. This is the Guinness Book of World Records long distance. And it's got a little text on there. It explains exactly 275 miles. The height is 2,840 meters. So that one has the height right there. Parabolic drop is 119 miles. Where the
So Jay, one day you said the elevation is 2,000 whatever. So from that elevation, of course, you would see that far. That's why I'm like.
Oh no, not according to the globe. The line of sight would be impossible.
Yes.
The curvature would obstruct the line of sight.
Ah, you're saying because the curvature, because you said it would be 3 miles or whatever, and the elevation. Okay, I get it. What you mean?
This would be more than that.
They're saying that 275 miles. They're saying the horizon should be at 119. So like roughly halfway should be just water. That's it. That's the curve of the earth. But that whole thing, if you were to measure, if you want to call it a hump or whatever, between the observer and that mountain.
No, don't call it a hump. Don't call it a hump, please.
Let's call it a bulge. If you want bulge, a 3 mile
curvature. A curvature.
That's what it says on that thing. It says there should be a 3 mile bulge of sea and sand, totally obscuring the tops of the French Alps. Yet we see down to their bases.
Yeah, I agree. That is a bit strange. I mean, the fact that you can see the base of it, especially the fact that you can see the peak of it, isn't really amazing. Because from an altitude you can see far, and with the right light refraction, you can see even further. But the fact that you can see the base of it,
yeah, dude, all the water ramps up to it. That's all.
Yeah,
like planar perspective. It's stacked. It's a stacked planar extension.
Not only that, but there's no curve from left to right across the horizon. The horizon is still a flat line. There's no bending to it. There's no high spot in the center as it should be on a ball.
No, that depends where you're looking at it from. That depends where on the Earth you are. If you were at the very north,
Earth,
you were looking,
it would always
to
be
Earth.
detectable. On any body of water, it would be detectable left to right curvature. The center should always be higher than the edges. In every photograph I've taken, it's always equal. All the way across is equal. There's no deviation in the center. The center should always be taller than the edges, should be higher.
Well, then I'm going to do science, and I'm going to try to prove this wrong. And if I can't prove it wrong, then I will concede, and you are right.
Good, man.
Simple as.
I like that, man. I like that you don't you do your own experimentation, and a lot of times I did my own experimentation, and just to guarantee to myself that I'm not wrong, I'm like, you know what? Let me do my own experimentation to make sure that I could possibly be wrong. So let me check, and I came up with.
And I know what Dawn is saying in the chat, but Dawn, we have to examine every claim because we can't just fall to that standard. We have to examine every single claim, don't we? And yeah, you can see further from a mountain, but I'm still going to examine this because that's the kind of person I am. Because this is going to bug me now. I need to find out what the reason is. And if I
I got a lot of respect for a man that's willing to look.
Yeah, dude.
I'll come back and concede.
He's a reasonable person. He's
I
reasonable.
got a lot
He
of
likes to do
respect for a
prompt.
man who is willing to take a look.
That's what I like, and he's also skeptical of the other stuff. So are we? So you know what? He wants to certify that no one's bullshitting him, just like they bullshitted us. We once fell for the same bullshit. All of us here. We all
Just
bought the same.
intellectual honesty, man. That's about it. Be intellectually honest, and you got nothing. No, you got nothing from me.
There's no shame in being wrong, man. They fooled us all.
No.
We were all fooled at one time.
I've had to admit it so many times in my life that you're not perfect, man. Nobody is.
No, their propaganda is good. Their propaganda has fooled 99.9% of the world. Their propaganda is fucking solid. I'll give them that.
it's
me
pretty,
for
it's
44
pretty
years,
ingrained.
bud.
Yeah, it's pretty ingrained. Like they've ingrained it into people at this point to where it's like the baseline when you start a life, basically, in this current era we're in. So when you start there and your whole life is built on that, then even confronting that it's not the case is like a total transformation of your of your understanding of what the earth is, like on a very foundational level. So yeah, I think it's safe to say that everybody who has come to the realization that we're not spinning and there's not curvature on the earth had to do so through their own very honest and direct willingness to think independently and to look at the information with sound logic and not use assumptions and only use the actual like real physics and actual empirical.
That's because most people don't care about science. All people care about is being right. I've seen it so many times, especially on these servers. Yeah, I only joined Discord about a month ago, but all I've seen is sophistry and people wanting to be right, regardless of where the science takes you. See, I'm not like that, because to me, it's I find it insulting when people do that. I want to actually learn. I want to know what the truth is. So I'm going to investigate all of these claims. And, anyone else who doesn't, that's their own problem.
Here's a small experiment I did. This was on Saginaw Bay, near Lake Huron on the Great Lakes, and I was on where was I at?
The Great Lakes, that's in America, but where is it? Where in America is it? I don't remember.
You know the part that looks like a mitten? It looks like a mitten. It's Michigan, surrounded by the Great Lakes. I was in the thumb.
Yeah, Michigan. Yeah, okay, yeah, go on.
I was in the thumb, okay? Between the thumb and the mitten, that little gap is called Saginaw Bay. It's very clean, still water, very still water, like glass sometimes. Now, this is a photo from this. This is a screenshot from a video I made. The pink line represents a plumb line with water levels. I put 4 water levels, and I put the string exactly even with the water. Now, some of it evaporated overnight, but it's the same relative distance from the liquid to the string. Like if you were to take a measuring tape and measure, it's equal distance all the way around. Now, what I did is I took my camera and I filmed it from all angles, and from every single angle, it matched the horizon identically. There was no deviation. There was no high spot in the center. No matter if I looked at it from any angle, east to west, it aligned perfectly.
What deviation
can I
should there
clarify
be?
what you meant? Sorry, can I clarify?
There should be a high spot in the center. In other words, if the water is high, the string is basically pulled taut. It's pulled straight. It's pulled. It's a straight flat line. The string, right? If anything, the string will sag slightly. The weight of the string should have a little sag to it, but they're 30 feet apart. The post from side to side.
Okay.
Are you trying to say the horizon is flat, or what?
So the water is parallel with my string line, which is also it's a level plane between all those points of reference. So what I did is the front string aligned with the string at the back. You know how you would align a rifle sight or crosshairs, right? You align the front string with the rear string, and you have 3 points of reference: front string, the rear string, and the horizon. And they're all equal to each other. There's no deviation.
Boom.
Does that mean that the horizon is flat? Like, is that what you're trying to get at?
It's parallel to a flat plane. So you tell me.
Okay, so please, then just answer with the word yes. Correct.
The word yes is evident, isn't it?
I wouldn't necessarily say the
horizon.
horizon. I wouldn't necessarily say the horizon is always flat. Actually, myself.
Yeah. It's not. And
because
you guys need to accept that it's not, regardless of the shape of the Earth.
Well, no, it has nothing to do with Earth curve. It has to do with, like, for example, if you're looking out, like one of the ways, there's multiple ways, but one of the ways, I'll say this. Let's say you're looking out and it's clear at in front of you, okay? But off to your left, it's like cloudy and there's like a storm coming in. But off to your right, you can see much further. That horizon, quote unquote, what we call the horizon, if it's a formation, it's a point at which the ground and the sky meet. And over an extended planar surface, that's going to fluctuate depending on how far you can see. The furthest point you can see is where you're going to get the ground meets the sky.
But it's never
so that being the case, like at all points.
Are you cutting out? Gio?
I don't hear him.
You're cutting out, Gio.
Oh, can you hear me?
Gio, you probably got to come back
No,
in or
no, I got
something. My mic's getting monkeyed with too.
Oh,
He cut out for 1 second. Yeah, explain it again.
He's all right.
Yeah, so I was saying over a plane. Okay, if you have an extended planar surface, just water, level water, all going out, and the meeting place of the ground and the sky is connected to how far you can see, and that's that meeting place. So what I'm saying is that if you have over on the left lots of clouds, lots of rain, even, or a lot of like thicker fog, whatever it may be, the place that your horizon is going to meet is going to be much closer on the left. Maybe only 2 miles or something. Whereas over on the right, if it's more clear blue skies or there's a storm passing through, whatever it is, and over on the right, it's more open, then you'll be able to see further over on the right. So the fact that it's further on the right and closer on the left will make like an arc. It doesn't mean it's the curve of an Earth. It's the curve of the actual difference in the distances and the fact that you're seeing different distances along the planar surface.
Yeah. What was I saying a minute ago? If Wolfgang is claiming that it's a flat horizon, and I would assume that he would say that it's a flat horizon in every direction, the only way that can happen is if the horizon is at eye level, at horizontal.
Well, that
Right?
happens if you have
join it
clear,
up.
if you have clear and consistent atmosplanar conditions. Then it
See,
will.
see how clear it was? This was during the summer solstice. It was beautiful. Beautiful, clear day. The water was calm, and the visibility was excellent.
Okay, but do you understand that if you're saying the horizon is flat in every direction, then it must be at eye level. Do you get that?
It's no. It's also that the dog cam. Look at the dog cam footage. It's 110,000 feet in the air, and it's also 90 degrees to the observer. It's 90 degrees to plumb from that height.
Right.
It's also the same. So he spun the camera 360, and the horizon did not change. It did not descend. It should have descended, right? In other words, if you're off the surface of a ball, you should have to look downward to see the horizon, and that wasn't the case.
Well, we'll get to that in a second. But do you understand that if you turn around in a circle, it means that your horizons must match up, right? If you turn a 360-degree circle. Yeah?
If I hang
match
from
up.
a plumb line and the horizon does not deviate from that plumb line, it's hanging from a balloon as a plumb line, right? The camera is moving. It is bobbing a bit, but the horizon is not changing. It's staying uniform.
Don't
all the
worry
way
about
around.
dog cam. This is just a thought experiment. If you turn 360 degrees, the horizon must meet up to where you first started, right?
Edge to edge, it should, yeah.
Yes. Okay. Do you understand that can only happen if it's straight? If the horizon is flat, that only happens when it is at your eye level. That only happens when it's at your eye
Always
level.
at eye level. That's the point. It's always at eye level, regardless of the altitude. That's the point.
Okay,
That wouldn't
okay.
happen on a ball, my friend. Listen to what you're saying.
Okay. So
It's
now
at
here's the
eye
killer.
level
Here's the
always.
killer, Wolfgang. The horizon is not at eye level.
No.
Measurably not. Measurably not.
Go look at the footage of the Red Bull. The guy.
How
Red
about
Bull,
look
he
at my
opens the hatch.
measurements down to the horizon? What measuring instrument did they use in the Red Bull jump or the dog cam? Please tell me what measuring instrument they used.
Okay, if he's in a capsule that's hanging from a balloon, it's acting like a plumb bob. So a plumb bob's always going to point 90 degrees. It's always going to be straight vertical.
Floating around in the wind, right?
Right? So he's in
Floating
the wind.
around
What
the wind, yep.
I'm saying is the horizon matches up from the portal. When he opens the door, the hatch door, it's directly in the center of the hatch, just as it was on the ground. Nothing has
Okay, what measuring instrument did he use to establish that it's at zero?
My fucking eyeball with the camera. Don't you understand
so
how much it descends from there? You shouldn't see it.
If I point my
shouldn't
camera
be
at the
visible.
floor and take a photo, is the center of frame the same as eye level?
If I'm looking 90 degrees out the hatch and I'm
How would you
100,000
measure it?
of Earth, above the Earth, the horizon should not be visible from 90 degrees
it
out my
should.
hatch. It should be down below my
Not at-
line of sight.
It's not at 90 degrees and it is measurably below eye level. Measurably. Please concentrate on that word,
It would be-
measurably.
It would
measurably.
be possible to view. It would the curve would go below your line of sight. It would be below
Measurably. Okay. How high was Felix? 120,000 feet, something like that.
the Red Bull jump. I'm not sure the exact height.
Okay, 120,000 feet, I think it was. What do you
He's
think the
higher
angle
than the
down
dog
to the horizon
Holy
is?
shit!
Huh?
He was higher than the dog cam. He's 10,000 feet above that. I don't know about that.
Okay, so what angle down to the horizon would you expect on a globe?
I'd have to do the maths. I don't want to just guess, so I'd have to do the maths. But I know it wouldn't be even like it is there. It's dead even. If you look out
Is
the
it
door,
dead
it's
even?
dead even.
How are you
Yes.
measuring it, Wolfgang?
Because from the
Measurements.
same reference point on the hatch door, from the rear camera to the same reference points on the door, equal. Someone already did it. Someone already did it. One of the German flat earthers. He matched it up, and it was identical to ground level. You remember
And
Hans?
how do we know
Remember
ground
Hans, Gio? Hans made a video, and he put it in Photoshop, and he matched it up with the front hinges and such on the door, and it matched up equal to the ground.
Okay, what ground was he looking at? Was it at
When
eye
he
level?
launched the balloon, when they launched the balloon, he was at the ground level. And the rear camera, there's a rear camera in the capsule, took a picture out the front hatch,
Okay.
right?
And what was the angle to that
was at
ground?
the same relative position as it was at the 120,000 feet.
So
The
maybe
same
the ground that you're looking at wasn't completely flat. Maybe
you
you raised it up.
Ruhif, have you seen the new Sky Free video where they use they set up a horizon line with little cities, little items, buildings basically, and it's just the flat ground of like a fish tank type thing. It's and it's filled with water, and so it's obviously just a flat bottom, and then it's got these little figures on it, right? And then they add sugar to it, and when they add sugar, it does two things. Number one, it makes it look like the Skunk Bay footage, where it floats up and down, it wavers, and it kind of extends and squishes, right? It does that, which is what we see on the Earth. It moves, and the other thing it does is it shows bottom up obstruction. Not
Okay.
just
How long did they leave the sugar to settle for?
overnight.
Anyway, I want to. Yeah, overnight's good. Wolfgang, do you trust measurements over eyeballing it?
I mean, you hold on. Let's at least let someone, if anyone want to respond to what I said, to just blast off into your topic because you're
go do it.
Let him
finish his point.
Well, does anyone have any response? Does anyone have any response to that?
I will in a second. But I want to ask Wolfgang: would he prefer a measurement with a precise instrument, or would he rather eyeballing
Why is the camera not precise if it's bolted in the same spot it was when they launched it? It hasn't moved relative to the front of the hatch, right? And the position of the horizon has not changed relative to the ground position. In other words, when it's in the air at the high altitude, the horizon, just by any logic at all, it should be below the same point. Like if you've ascended and you're looking downward at a downward sloping horizon, how is it at the same relative position? Relative to the camera, relative to the front marks on the door, on the hatch door. The same.
How do we know that the ground that he's looking at out the hatch is at eye level? How do we know that?
It's the same as it was at high altitude.
I understand.
So he was at a slope. Either way, it's matching up. You can assume.
How do we know?
Okay, so his capsule was tilted. Is that your point? It wasn't.
Maybe we don't know. We don't have a measurement, Wolfgang. Measurement. I asked you, do you trust the measurement over eyeballing
something? A reasonable person could use their own discernment, and you could look at the dog cam footage, and you could look at all the high altitude footage, and you could use discernment. It's called logical deduction. Use it.
Or we can use a measuring tool that actually measures something relative to horizontal.
Crosshairs, crosshairs measure on a theodolite, right? You use an instrument. And that's the same. It's the same principle. You're lining up the front points on the door. Just I'm lining up two strings are the crosshairs with a third point. I'm lining up 3 points of reference, and they all line up the same. There's no.
How do we know the first 2 points? How do we know that they align horizontally?
Because they're fixed points. It's bolted to the capsule.
They're fixed points, Wolfgang. How do we know they are horizontal? How do we know they are perpendicular to down?
How do you know that?
Hey, Gio. Can I
Yes.
ask
How do you know that?
the Winky Dink down there? Can I ask him a question?
Sorry, to me or to Wolfgang?
No, that was to Rufy. You're a Quinky Dink, right?
Oh, sure.
You're a Quinky Dink.
Well, Ruhif, I posted that video. So it shows, dude, they're just adding sugar to water and looking over a planar surface, and it shows the exact skunk bay fluctuation. So that means that doing any like measurement of angles to the horizon is not going to be an accurate way to measure the shape of the Earth. Now, there's ways to, in terms of the reason I've come to the conclusion of it being planar has to do with several other components that is not only related to that part of it, but the wavering is a thing. So you can't measure those angles and have that be a measurement of the shape of the Earth because it's a refractive effect. And then this also shows bottom-up obstruction. So shows another example of how this can happen over a planar surface.
Yeah, we're just talking about how to establish whether something is above or below or at eye level.
That's the point, though, dude. It can fluctuate. That's the thing. So eye level. Okay. Oh, here's what I would say. Over a planar surface, eye level would be this. You've got a dude over an absolute flat plane, right? He's 6 feet tall. His 6 foot height is going to be angled if he's looking at the horizon. He's going to be angled not necessarily exactly level. He's going to be at some angle, which is called the dip angle. Well, it's what's called in celestial navigation. His 6 foot, his 6 foot height makes a triangle with the horizon, from his feet to the horizon, from the horizon to his eyes, and his eyes down to his feet. That's now a triangle. And if you're 6 feet, it's a dip angle. If you're 12 feet, if you're 30 feet, it's going to be a bigger dip angle. But that dip angle, and that's not necessarily level or horizontal. It differs from level and horizontal depending on how far you are up above the plane. If you're at the ground level, like right there, then it's very little, if virtually none. If you're all the way there and it's perfectly, really flat kind of surface. And then as you go up from there, that is going to continue to be a factor.
Okay. Can you define what dip angle is? The difference between what and what? Difference between horizontal and the horizon. So you fight it out with Wolfgang, right? Wolfgang thinks the horizon's at eye level.
It is.
It's not. Geo, what's the dip
90
angle?
degrees plumb. It's 90 degrees to plumb, and it hasn't changed from the ground. It was also 90 degrees.
Well, Ron, what would you say if I said this? Okay, here's what I'm saying that might kind of sum it up in a way. Okay, when we're looking out at the horizon, because we're 6 feet above the ground, or whether you're 30,000 feet up above the ground, if you're looking perfectly horizontal, if you were to like make your head like a gyroscope to where you're looking perfectly horizontal, what do you think about the idea that the horizon is going to be just under your level, depending on what your altitude is? So if you're 6 feet, it's going to be so minimal that it's virtually eye level, which is the whole idea of like the horizontal of the horizon, which is what the word horizontal is based on. But technically, because you're 6 feet above the ground, it is just very, very slightly below. And as you go up in an airplane, it slowly, the more and more you go up, and it depends on how far you can see. But if you get really far vision, that does lower just under level, and that has been measured as well. Is that your understanding of it? That it basically is level, but technically due to that dip angle, it's going to, if you have your head horizontal, the horizon line, because the horizon is horizontal, but you're 6 feet above that. You know what I mean? So you're viewing it from a 6 foot height, so it's going to be slightly off kilter because of that, versus being right on the ground level.
It has to do with the way your eyes function. Your eyes are like whatever distance apart they are, and then everything is. My point being that there should be a descent to the horizon. It shouldn't be at relative. We're not going to split hairs. We'll call it eye level, just for the purposes of argument. You could split hairs and say, well, it's actually a 64th of 1 degree. Then you're really picking fly shit out of pepper. What I'm saying is, there's no dissension angle. There's no dissension. If you count the number of miles. No, you should have to look at an angle, let's say 15 degrees downward to even see the horizon, because you're looking at a relative 90 degree angle.
Degrees. 15
you're looking
degrees.
at a 90 degree angle to plumb. If you're hanging from
what's
a pendulum,
your elevation? Sorry, what elevation do you need to be to see the horizon at 15 degrees?
At 120,000, I mean, I'm just using a number like that. It could be more. At
It's not.
120,000 feet or 127,000 feet, right?
Yeah, it's
Relative
not
to a
15
9,
degrees.
relative to it's 10 degrees. Okay, 10 degrees.
It's
So
5.
it's 5. Okay,
I
so it
just
should be
want to ask.
detectable.
Less
I
if
just
there's
want to ask
clouds.
Rupee,
Yeah.
what time zone were you in?
Right now, at Sydney time zone.
Rupee?
Sydney.
Yeah, how many time zones are there in Australia?
Between 3 and 4. It depends how you account for daylight savings.
Australia's at the 33rd parallel, right?
Yeah, 34 Sydney.
What parallel is the United States at?
Yeah,
America.
30 to 40. Yep, sure.
33.
30 to 40. Yep.
How come there's 4 time zones? How come there's 4 time zones in the United States and only 2 in Australia?
When you asked me that question, how many time zones are there in Australia? What was my answer?
3 to 4.
Yeah.
So
why did you just
I
tell
was
me that there are
asking
2?
rhetorical questions, Rupee, or I should start calling you Winky Dink.
Ruif, would you say that winning is important to you?
Oh yeah, I went go-karting today and I fucking smashed everyone. It was fantastic.
Well, when it comes to cosmology, if you want to be winning, you would have to take a different approach.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's also
Not sure
a half-hour time zone in Australia. What's that about? What's the half time zone?
Adelaide. Yeah, Adelaide. They're a bit silly. Most of the time, it's 3 hours between Western Australia and the eastern states. Sometimes
Good
it's
for
2.
you. You're a Winky Dink.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many
you.
time zones are there in Australia?
Oh, dude, we did a whole thing on time zones earlier. I apparently
You're gonna get wrecked.
Yeah, it's oof. It's just carnage.
Okay.
Being
You're
honest.
gonna get wrecked. That's why I call you a Winky Dink, Rupee.
For like,
That's why I call you a Winky Dink.
I'll give you a little quick taster. Okay, you know how like on an AE map, you've got, the kind of inner area, you've got the equator area, and then the southern, and it extends out like almost like a dartboard from the center.
Yes.
Okay, and then on a globe. This is our first day, by the way. So welcome. Nice to meet you. First day on the job. Okay.
Sorry.
And he's already a Winky Dink.
Sorry, Explore Flat Earth is first day or what? I don't get it.
No, I was just joking.
Yeah,
So
I'm brand new here.
Because
right.
I'm going over. I'm joking with you, Ruhif, because we're going over the most basic stuff. Okay, and then on a sphere where it starts at the top and it wraps around, it goes to the equator and then wraps down around the sphere.
Yep.
Okay.
Longitude lines get closer together as you get towards poles. Yep.
I'm just gonna say this one thing, and you can just let it just let it sit there and just see, just let it chill. No need to even react right away. Just let it chill. Kind of just look at it. Maybe just kind of begin the process, as it were, of just letting this be known in your mind. In the north, there are like north of 40 degrees. There are 19 time zones.
Geo, you're roboting. You're.
I got him.
I can't hear one word, man.
He's good. I heard him. Go ahead. There's 19 time zones.
In the north of 40 degrees in the center, there's 19. At the 40 degree area, there's a whole band where there's 24. So like the 24 at the kind of equator, it's a little north of the equator, that band right there where it matches. And then and then in the south, there's 32 time zones.
Oof. Okay. Only 19 versus 32. What's going on?
Well,
yeah.
Isn't that the opposite of Explore Flat Earth's point?
It's the opposite of the ball.
No,
the opposite of the ball
point.
The time zones are getting wider. That's why they're chopping them up so much. They're getting so fucking wide apart. They got to chop them up.
So sorry. There's too few in Australia or too many?
There should be many more. Like, no, there'll be less time zones because each degree of latitude, it gets wider and wider. The longitude lines get wider, like the dartboard, it's fanning out.
Okay, so in America, all right, which I say is approximately the same width as Australia, You have Eastern Time, you have Central Time, and Pacific Time.
And
You also have
Mountain
the Western, the West Mountain Time. Sorry,
We got 4 time zones.
right, but then you have to accept that we have like half-hour time zones if you're going to say Mountain Time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's
You've
the
got
same.
only
So
2.
you guys,
You've got
no,
2
we
major.
fucking
Then you
don't.
got a partial. You got a partial time zone.
No, Sydney and Western Australia are most of the time 3 hours apart. Just like Eastern Time is usually 3 hours apart from Pacific Time.
Good for you. You're a quinkity. Good for you. You better go study.
You got a partial time zone. You got a partial time zone, which is a half-hour time zone. It's like,
Yeah, that's fucking South Australia and Northern Territory occasionally. That's fucked.
But for every
All right,
15 degrees.
There's another video for you to.
Yeah, I've seen that.
You got some work ahead of you.
Every 15 degrees should be one time zone, regardless. It should be at the north and the south.
Not
15
regardless.
degrees south. Yes, because the line
Homework, Rupee. Homework.
Countries
You better go look.
make time zones. The reality doesn't give a shit about time zones.
Yeah, that's right. Right. And high noon doesn't care. High noon is always going to be high noon when the sun is directly south of north.
Correct. Right. So how many hours are there between high noon in Sydney and high noon in Perth?
I haven't been there to certify it, so I can't say.
Okay.
And I don't think
Tell you
you've
what.
been in areas. I don't know that you've been either.
I haven't been to Perth. No, Perth is shit all.
Look, I want
I'm
to
just
save you
saying.
some embarrassment, Rupee. Just go
Okay, champ.
research it, man.
I've looked at time zones. I personally don't think time zones have any impact on the flat Earth argument whatsoever.
No, because you could
Well, there's a
determine.
video that was just done, and you might want to go watch it.
I've seen it. I've seen Hervé Raboni. Hervé Raboni claims to know celestial navigation.
No, it was Witsit and this live stream.
Yeah.
Why are they
Julian Glovers.
They're subtracting
Episode
times
11.
from the north and adding them in the south.
Or you make a fool out of yourself. You just need to go watch that.
Which video?
Already.
I bet you if you looked into
I've seen the Taboo
time
conspiracy
zones would
one.
fit a globe, they'd fit a globe better than a flat Earth if you looked into
Did
it.
you know? Did you know Alaska should have like 4 time zones? They're taking
No.
time zones out the further in the northern regions. They're removing them.
Alaska is one state. Do you know how much of a
Yes,
pain in the
yes.
ass it would be? Yes. Do you know how much pain in the ass it would be if one state had 2 time zones? Ass tearing.
Good for you.
No, but
Good for you.
the problem, though, it's not okay. It's not just how they arbitrarily broke them up. That's not the point of this. It's the actual distance and space of land that they're claiming these time zones take up. That's where the issues are, and the inconsistency in the ways that they're laid out. And there's huge gaps that don't fit with the actual rest of the space of the coordinate system correctly.
Okay. Do you think we can actually get an accurate distance over the ground between Perth and Sydney?
Get out your ruler. Let's do it.
Maybe the overland truck drivers. You could hit the odometer and see what it is east to west.
Yep.
And get a
Do you think
rough
we can-
estimate. Good
Yes,
rough
that's
estimate.
doable, right? That's doable.
It would seem so, but you'd have to find an overhaul, one of those long haul truckers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Ruben, like-
lifetimes, yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
The point being, the time zones, right? Each 15-degree segment should be converging south of the equator. They should converge toward a south pole. They should get narrower, but
They
they're
do.
wider. They're
No,
wide.
they're not. No, they're not.
Yeah, there's like they're
Geo.
wider and there's more of them.
No,
Yeah.
they're not.
Can you explain
Do-
the sunrise
do we
and
agree?
sunset in the
Hang on,
south
do-
and in the north?
Hold on. Do we agree that we can?
You don't know the full map, though. That's the thing, So all of this, like, we don't have the correct map. Dude. I mean, if you believe the government and the Geospatial National the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, which is like a partner agency to the CIA and the FBI. I mean, if you want to trust like that's what the Earth is, but if you are in any way looking into all of this, you'll realize that that is not the correct one. And so the correct one, unless someone claims to have it and it's been verified, is still an outstanding thing that needs to be, settled, in the current
Can you
years.
explain the twilight to him, please?
Hang on.
Can you
Can
explain
we
the twilight?
Is
How
it
the light
possible
lasts
to get
longer?
a reasonably accurate distance between Perth and Sydney? That's possible, right? Yes? we can get a distance between Perth and Sydney. We can also work out when solar noon is in each of those places, right? And it's roughly 3 hours apart. Yes.
If we could determine, if we could certifiably prove, right? If we could definitively prove the distance between those cities, and then what high noon and what time it is, that would be a good place to start.
Yeah,
I don't know
this
anybody.
is doable, right? These things are doable.
I don't know who could verify it. Like if I knew a truck driver and he could verify it, and it's like, you know what, here I'm hitting my odometer. I'm not gonna fuck with it. I'm just gonna drive east to west, and this is how many miles I drove or how many kilometers, whatever.
Right.
And okay,
Or we have flights. We have several flights per day between Sydney and Perth. We can use the average speed of a plane to work out the distance.
They do funny business with flights as well.
Okay.
They don't necessarily fly straight paths, and they do funny business.
Yeah.
Okay, but we can get that distance anyway, right? We can get the distance. We can also work out when the sun hits solar noon, and it'll be pretty close to 3 hours. Therefore, 45 degrees of longitude, which is 3 hours, equals that many kilometers. We can do that, right? It should. Yes, it does. Again.
Yeah, but does it do it continually in the Southern Oceans where we're not validating, we're not able to test it? Because think about it, if you have a circle, a massive circle, and you need to figure out what the circumference of that circle is and how it links to the sun or whatever. If you've only got access to one little part of it, that is an absolutely limited amount of information that you're going off. There's many things that can branch off for what actually could be the case based upon that. And proving the actual curvature extendedly. But in terms of being able to do that, you would need all of it going all the way around to actually get the distance correct.
We will get to that in a second, Chigo.
Because I think what they're doing with all this Google Earth stuff, they're showing us planar Earth. And then there's certain components of it that they're fudging to have it fit in their GPS system of a globe model. So
like all the time zones, all those additional time zones.
It's like a patchwork. It's a huge patchwork, but it's all on the planar Earth. But it's a patchwork how they've cut it up and the coordinates and all of these the ways that they've done this, the ways that they've.
There should be 24 time zones everywhere.
Hang on, we're getting there. We're getting there. We have something that is at least doable, measuring the distance between Sydney and Perth and measuring the solar noon. We can also do that in the contiguous or the lower 48 of the United States, right? They will be approximately equal.
They should be. They should. Each time zone should be the same amount of miles apart. We've got 4. So how do you have
time
3?
zones? Solar noons, right? 4. Time zones are not relevant.
But why are you 1 behind? If you say you have 3 and we have 4.
No, they have 2.
No, you can't count mountain time.
Australia has only 2 and they got a half time zone, so they have 2.5.
No, we have 3 hours generally between Sydney and Perth.
It doesn't count. It's 2 time zones. It's gotta be a whole hour, man.
Yeah. We have 3 time zones. 3 hours generally between Sydney and Perth. Sometimes it's 2.
You're closer to a 2 than a 3.
Again, time zones are not relevant. When is solar noon?
I told you, you're going to get wrecked if you don't go watch this, man. You're going to be wrecked.
I've seen it.
Not even funny.
I've seen it. All right. I've seen it.
Is that
time
French
zones
man?
are not relevant. Yeah, it's
There was a
French guy
French
that
man
sailed
who
the
did all
ocean.
of that. Yeah, he sailed the oceans. This French guy was very, very. He plotted it out pretty concisely. It was, I thought, very convincing.
He also claims to know celestial navigation. Have you seen him do a worked example of celestial navigation?
Well, he navigated his ship, didn't he?
Right. Have you seen him do an example of celestial navigation?
Okay. Those are his claims. He's got pictures of himself running the boat race. So I don't assume he's a liar. He was on the ship.
Again, he claims to know celestial navigation.
But I mean, he navigated his ship.
I understand, and he did it. Was it around about the same time? No, it was after GPS, so he did have GPS, I think. Anyway, the question was, have you seen any flat earther do a worked example of celestial navigation where they take angles to 3 stars and work out where they are? Have you ever seen any flat earther do that?
Every seaman does that.
Have you ever seen a flat earther do a worked example of celestial navigation, taking angles to 3 stars and working out where they are?
everyone in the Navy, they have redundancy
Have
systems.
you
I
seen
was never in the
a
Navy,
flat
so
earther?
that
Have
disqualify me?
you seen a flat earther do a worked example?
Have you?
No, because they can't do it.
Ruif
I
is
mean,
an
it's
avid
evident.
observer of these flat earther folks so he's like a connoisseur.
There's not one
But
sailor,
well,
there's not one captain that has ever used celestial navigation. Is that your claim? I mean, I'm sure every
No.
captain is a
What
flat
was my
earther.
question, Wolfgang? Please
Have I
repeat my
ever seen
question
a
to you.
flat earther? Have I ever seen a flat earther celestial navigate? I'm not a sailor. I don't go to the deep
So
ocean.
the answer is no.
So neither do you. So what
I've done it.
You have?
I've taken angles to stars, figured out where I am. Yes.
So you own a
what
boat
time
and
zone
an
did you
I
end up
never
in,
said
bud?
I owned a boat. I don't need a
What
boat to
time
take
zone did you
angles
end
to
up in, bud?
stars. Sydney.
Which one of the 32 time zones were you in?
Jesus, dude.
It's going to be
Anyway.
bad for you, Rupee.
Okay,
I
I'm sure it is,
apologize.
Champ. Yep.
I apologize for calling you a quinky dink beforehand.
Okay.
He's pulling out the champ. When he pulls out the champ,
Yes, it means you're done, basically.
it means
I have done celestial navigation, and I've done other people's observations, and I've given my own observations to other people, other globers,
Good for
and they
you.
have figured out where I lived
Well,
using
he's
a
got the
globe.
credentials because he sailed in the race, dude, and you
I
didn't. You
understand.
didn't sail in
Have
that
you
race, did
ever
you?
seen him do an example of celestial navigation?
I don't need to. I trust his opinion. I don't think he has any reason to lie.
Okay, so you just listen to what people tell you. Thanks for that.
Well, I'm using more than one piece. I don't assume anything's true. I'm using it as one piece
No,
of
no,
evidence.
you're
that
just listening to
I don't
someone
see it's
agree with
even
you.
100% true, but I'm saying it's one feather in the hat. Let's say it's a piece of evidence, and I compile it as, okay, this goes over here that reboots the globe, and I put it in this side. Now, can I certify it? No, I can't certify what he's saying is true because I haven't done it myself.
Why
But
don't we
Right.
experiment?
So you're just taking someone's word for you, whatever they told you,
it's
because
32
you like
time
it.
zones. He's not lying about the 32 time zones and the
Let's
19
do
time
an
zones.
experiment then, guys. Let's do an experiment. Rufy, I'm a globe earther. You give me 3 points, and I'm gonna find out where you are. And you guys, using flat Earth cosmology, you find out where he is on the Earth.
Yeah. There's already a challenge, by the way. MC Toon put
I
out a
know,
Time
let's
challenge.
zone
do
is
it.
he in,
Let's
You're
do
bud?
it,
What
fellas.
time
I know.
zone? I want to talk time zones.
You don't need your time zone. You just need UTC.
Can
That's
you
it.
explain the time zones to us, Rupee?
Yep, we have
Please.
3. You have 3. The
Can
end.
you
we
show
have
us a
4.
demonstration? You got any videos?
no,
Can
we
you
have
show us your
4.
Time
model?
zones? No.
We have
Can
4.
you show us and prove the time zones to us, please?
As I said, I don't think time zones are
Come
at
on, man. I
all
want to be
relevant.
a globe believer again, man. Show me the time zones on the
That's a
ball.
lie.
Show
That is
me
an
how they work.
absolute lie. That's a
A
lie.
time
Show me how they
zone.
work, bud.
That's a lie. Admit you lied, and I'll talk to you.
Well,
Just
dude, I
show
don't
me
think it's
how
a
they
lie.
work.
I think that some people, no, dude, yeah, dude, some people actually like want to have it be a globe, maybe, or they want to see evidence for it. Let's say that.
Yeah, sea lining, big time.
Well, you guys have a claim.
I mean, do you
Just
really?
show me the time zones, Rupee?
Well, bro,
Yeah, time zones are not relevant.
how sure is he like of his like what does he think though? You don't even know what he thinks. You're like kind of strawmanning him.
He's a flat earther, isn't he?
Well, you're kind of assuming that. It seems
Now
like.
you're labeling me. Hey, look, I didn't get this way on purpose or
The
nothing.
name is
I
Explore
went out
Flat
and figured
Earth.
it out.
Come on.
I suggest you go study, dude.
I
Before
have
you start
I've
making
been
an
in this
absolute
arena.
fool of yourself.
I've been in this arena for at least 6 years.
Okay, how do you have 32 segments if each one is supposed to be 15 degrees? How can there be 32 equal segments?
They don't have to be. Countries
They do
decide
have to
time
be because
zones.
the sun doesn't
They
give a
don't.
fuck about
Why do they have to
political
be
stuff.
equal? It's a
That's
time
why we
zone,
have to look at
not a
solar
time zone.
noon in Perth and Sydney, not the time
I want to know
zones.
the 32 positions, solar noon in 32 locations.
Again, countries decide time zones, not the
But
sun.
the sun doesn't
Countries
care
do.
about nation states. The sun
Yes.
does not care. And
Okay.
high noon
Correct.
is so there should
Yes.
be
Sun
only
doesn't set the
24
time zone.
segments.
So let's talk about solar noon.
Why are you chopping it up into 32 parts?
Oh, because countries fucking decide time zones. You've
Really?
got Alaska, right? Which how many
Here's the
degrees
thing.
of longitude does Alaska cover? fucking
I
enormous,
just
right?
told you there should be 4 time zones because it's closer to the center of the circle in the dartboard. The segments get closer together relative to the east-west.
So Alaska is at 130 degrees west, all
6
the way
degrees north
all the
latitude.
way. If you go the Aleutian Islands as well, Aleutian Islands is Adu Station. What's that?
You have to go
In
60
Alaska?
south as well. We can't go 60 south. That's the problem. We can go 60 plus north, but we can't go 60 south.
Sorry, I forgot what the latitude of
Time zones.
130. That's right.
Time zones get massive down there. They get massive.
So you've got Alaska with one time zone that covers 50 degrees of longitude. Oh, yeah.
Right. That's what they've combined them. They're not. It's not one time zone. They've combined time zones.
Yeah, sorry, Dawn. I should turn Dawn back up, shouldn't I?
Yep. All right. Try not to annoy you.
Ruth,
There you
dude,
go.
don't turn anyone down, man. Come on, dude. Like there's not. It's a similar group of like several hundred people that we're talking to. We don't need to be like shutting each other down. Like you've known Don for years. There's no problems, dude. It's all good.
He
don't
just
want
comes
to-
in here and tries
you
to
don't-
derail conversations.
No, Don's cool. Don's cool. If you don't want to engage with them, then just maybe don't engage with them, and we can have other conversations. And if you want to
Okay.
engage with them, then engage with them. But it just
All right.
shutting them out is just it's not cool. Like, would you just shut your brother out? Don't shut your brother out.
Oh, I've shut my brother out big time. Definitely.
Oh,
he once said to me, my brother said to me verbatim,
I consider myself roasted then if that's
if you don't give me $10,000, I am not your brother.
You did that to someone?
No, my
his
brother said that to
brother
me.
Extorted you? He extorted you. You better give me 10,000 or I'm going to disown you.
Yeah, literally, that was verbatim.
Wow. That's
All right,
pretty,
So I don't
pretty
speak it.
desperate.
Ah, shit. That is.
So did you disown him? Did he keep to his word?
Well, I gave him 10 grand and told him to fuck right off. I haven't spoken to him for 15 years, something like that.
Really? Now that's pretty sad that you let money get between family. That's pretty sad.
Well, I mean,
Maybe he was desperate. He needed some
but,
money. That's pretty.
It's complicated.
Family
Why don't
comes
you just love
before
your brother
money.
and forget about the money? Just love your brother.
Family comes
Forget about the
before
money.
money. Yeah, that's pretty cheap.
Forget about it. Go and hug your brother, man. Stop it. Stop it with that.
Dude, he
Hating
said
your
to
brother,
me,
that's got to be a weight on your shoulder, dude.
he gave me a list. He gave me a list of all these things that he wanted. There was like a Hugo Boss suit and private health insurance and
Hugo Boss.
what else was it? Yeah, all these things so he can quote unquote get back on his feet. And he wanted me to like pay for some amount of his rent in the city because he didn't want to fucking commute to the city. And I'm just like, we can knock a lot of this shit out, right? Like it's a lot of it's superfluous. And he just
Welcome
argued
to
and
Earth,
said
bud.
it's definitely
Welcome to Earth, man.
absolutely required. And I
It's
just
time to start the game again.
Why did you have any liability to pay for your brother? Why were you paying for him? Like, I don't get it.
Yeah,
If
I
you don't mind
didn't
me
have
asking.
to. Yeah, I didn't have to,
Oh,
but I'd bailed
you
him
didn't
out.
think he was your brother?
Yeah, I'd bailed him out. He's a gambler, and I'd bailed him out a few times before.
All right.
Yeah, so it's a whole story. Anyway.
Yeah, you don't want
Forget about the money,
I'll
dude.
be your
Go
brother
hug
for
your
10
brother.
grand.
Older brother or younger brother?
I just posted this one that shows the comparison and how they're distorted in the North and the South. See the North America versus it shows them how
Right,
they're
it's wrong. Right, Western Australia is always at least 2 hours apart from Sydney. Usually it's 3. And this saying it's 1 hour apart. Just wrong.
I'm holding something back, dude. I don't want to do nothing. You need to go watch it again if you didn't get it.
Dude, I fucking live here. Dude. I live here.
I
know, but just time zones, man. Just research it. Just, dude,
research that graphic and tell me
like you're
at any point in
researching
time.
physics or something. Go check out time zones. Like you're gonna do a physics paper, man.
Right.
Go
Tell
really
me at any. Go and do some research and tell me at any time is Perth 1 hour different to Sydney at any time. Go and do your research, champ.
Look, man, you're gonna get wrecked. I've already warned you.
Are
I
you
told
saying there's no time zones in
Stop it.
Australia?
I know
There's
it is
three.
a friendly
Generally
one.
3.
It's a friendly warning, Ruhif, because I was saying before, like, dude, if you want to win, you're on the wrong side. Just letting you know.
Well, what do you mean? The wrong the wrong strategy, the wrong attitude, or just the wrong side of truth? You mean?
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you view this whole discussion of cosmology, if you view it in any way like a competition, or you want to be right, whatever it may be, yes, like you are on the wrong side of it.
That's what I
So
think about you,
you're
dear.
going to lose inevitably with if you continue.
That's what I think about
What do
you.
you mean
Joe.
lose?
You've lost.
I mean, we
Stop.
both think we have the
We want to
truth.
love you like a brother, just like you should go love your brother.
Okay.
That's
On my
that's
good days, I'm here to help, right? But I'm asking you to go and find whether Perth and Sydney are ever 1 hour apart.
no. You said
Ruthie,
3 hours.
that's not the end all be all, bud.
I've got another one
some
here.
advice.
This shows what it's laid on the AE map, and it fits perfectly. But on the
Again,
right,
it's all distorted. It's all distorted, dude.
Again,
There's
you're
no
showing
bad
Australia
news,
with two
man.
time zones.
Really bad news.
Again,
We're
you're
here.
showing Australia with 2 time zones and the
We're
USA
here.
with 4.
Are Perth and Sydney 4 hours apart? How many hours?
They're usually 3. I'm just trying to think whether they are ever 4 hours apart. They might be.
There's not one. There's 2 time zones, so it's like an hour and a half each. It makes sense.
Don't worry about the middle, the Northern Territory and the South Australians. They're weird on like half-hour time zones, right? But the time, the number of hours between Sydney and Perth is generally 3.
3 complete
You want to
hours.
bet?
It doesn't
Yeah.
make
How much
sense
you want
with
to bet?
3 time zones.
Hey, Rufy, how much
Darren,
you want to bet?
that's usually 3 hours. I'd bet everything on it. Yes.
What's the distance?
Sometimes
What
it's
is
2.
the
So you're
distance between
saying
Sydney and
Can
Perth?
be.
You
so
would
you're
bet it
saying
all.
that
You'd bet you're betting the whole
Yeah, it's usually 3 hours between Sydney and Perth. Yeah.
whole pie.
Would you bet a Hugo
can we
Boss?
show him? Hey,
I would
Gio,
bet
can
a
you
Hugo
bring it up?
Boss
Can
too.
we show him, please?
Yeah.
Can you share your screen, Gio?
Yeah.
Show him.
I got another one loaded
Please.
up. I'm about to post
Thank
it.
you. Thank you. Hold on there, Rufy. We're going to save you, bud. We're going to
Okay.
bring you back home. Welcome to Earth.
I'm waiting.
Well, what topic are we on at this point? No, I mean, I'm not saying I'm posting something necessarily exactly related to the last thing that was said. So if you had something else, I'm just taking screenshots, these relevant screenshots. This
I can't
shows
stream. My internet's not strong enough, dude.
Yeah, there you go. 6
can't
o'clock,
stream.
9 o'clock. There you go. It's usually 3 hours. Thanks, Terry.
What's the distance between Sydney and Perth?
Oh, that's a good question. About 3,000 Ks, something like that.
Are they basically on the opposite sides of Australia? Is that why they're using them as examples? They're on 2 different
Yes.
sides. Okay, thank you. Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
no, dude.
They're on opposite sides. They're both near the ocean.
There's a 2-hour difference.
Usually it's 3.
A little over 2-hour difference.
Oh, most of the time it's 3. Sometimes it's 2. I'm unsure whether it's ever.
Let me
4
repeat it
4
again.
hours.
What latitude is the United States on?
It's
Between
4,000.
30 and 40.
It's 4,000 kilometers.
33 degrees.
4,000
Yeah.
kilometers.
4,000.
Right.
Between
That's
Brisbane
way
and
bigger
Perth,
than
maybe?
the U.S. Or wait, it's in kilometers?
Yeah,
One-
US and Australia are approximately the same size.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
so
they're
when you
almost
look at it
exact.
with the time zones of all those I posted, they're misproportioned. It's not about how
No.
many. Yes, they're actually
There's 3 hours between Sydney and Perth most of the
There's
time.
a half time zone as well. There's a half time
Yeah,
zone.
they do silly stuff. Don't worry
Good for
about
you,
Northern
it don't
Territory and South
count.
Australia.
Yeah, don't worry
Well,
about the
time
silly
zone.
stuff. Ruhip is like, yeah, they do some funky stuff. Don't worry about that. We're just gonna
Why
brush it.
don't have you understanding time zones? They're done on purpose by humans. So that
Why are
people
there no
get
half
along
time
and
zones
use
in
clocks.
America?
This is the
I
most
don't know.
hacked up, patchworked. This is about as patchworked, hacked up, and edited as the Zapruder film.
It's supposed to be so
Sorry,
people
Terry's
can get
image.
along and work together with their watches. That's why it's
It's
done
like
like that.
moon landing
No,
level of
It's
favorite.
really bad.
Like I said,
19 in the
really
north,
bad.
You don't
32 in
understand
the
what time
south.
zones are.
Dude, the
Like we
north
said
and
at the
south
start.
are even off an hour. What the fuck?
You still think nature set, you still think nature
States
sets
and
them. It doesn't.
countries decide time zones. We should be talking about solar noon.
Is it
That's
because
I
of the
gotta start
wobble?
calling you a quinky dink man.
Is
I
it
don't
the
want to do
wobble?
that, Ruby. Stop it,
Wobble.
please.
The wibble wobble?
What?
Is it the wobble? Are you going to blame it on the wobble?
It has to be the wobble, Geo. Must be.
You know it.
100%.
It looks like some
So on the
wobbly-
top, in the northern hemisphere, there's 19 time zones. In the middle, there's
Jesus.
24, like they're supposed to be. And
Right.
on the bottom, in the southern
Let's share
portion
my
of the Earth,
Google
there's
Earth, shall we?
32 time zones, man.
Yeah, and if you take like an AE map type layout, like that general layout, and if you wrap it, you guys have seen that animation where it wraps, it turns it into a sphere, like wraps it, into a sphere, like animates. If you do that, the north, when you do it on a globe, it changes the north and the south. So obviously the south, it makes a lot smaller on a globe, but on an actual plane, it extends out. And then at the very north, where they have the 19 time zones, that like the land stretches, so they would have to do something with that. At the 24 time zone area is where it's the same in that animation. So when you do that animation, that's the part that doesn't warp very much. And then the south completely changes when they wrap it back around.
Yeah,
it's all pinched in. And here's another one. South Africa is nearly as wide as the U.S. as well. That tip of South Africa is very fucking wide.
What?
Listen,
You're seriously begging the question, Jarrett.
it's fatter. It's much fatter than depicted on a globe.
Tip of South Africa.
We're gonna get
Yes.
them on. They're done for it, man. It's over.
Oh, they're in for it, boy. They have no
It's
clue.
not you guys. It's not you guys. You guys are just the people that are. You're just in your own viewpoints. It's not you.
Dude, and go to
Right.
South America. South America has these really sliver time zones as well, and it's misshapen. What they've done, they sliced the land to reduce it and pinch it in, and you got these really narrow time zones down there.
God, time zone is not
Again.
pinching any land. It's a zone for people's watches.
Yeah, we
You're a roofie.
like I said, time
You're
zones are completely irrelevant. We
I
need
might
to be
start calling
talking
you
about
Ruby.
solar noon.
They're not. The sun does not lie.
Right. So let's talk about solar noon.
That's
Sun
right.
doesn't lie. The sun doesn't lie, but the Earth
Doesn't-
might be on a
We gotta
wobbly
quink
tilt,
it in.
mightn't it?
We got to
So
quink
you have
it
to
in now.
consider
Only
people's
dip.
watches on a tilty, wobbly sphere Earth, and then create zones. The fact that those zones exist should fucking prove to you Earth's a globe straight away. If you think about it honestly.
Oh, you're good. You're good, man. You're
But
quinky.
no, you don't. You think it's a straw man against the globe because your logic's mental.
It's
John,
not
I
straw
think
man,
if
man.
you
It's your
really
date
were-
and time. It's your date and time map, dude. It's your guys' time zone.
I
It ain't
explained
mine.
to you how
Your
it was
guys'.
made, and you're still ignoring what I said.
We can measure the distance in degrees. We can measure each 15-degree segment and then determine how wide it is, just like Australia. It should only be 2 time zones wide.
Based on the
No, it's
segments, it's
not.
based on
Wing
what
it
people's
ain't.
watches should say.
There will be about 3 hours difference in solar noon between Sydney and Perth.
You guys are good. You guys are so good.
Yeah. Pretty easy when you know what you're talking about.
The thing is, like, we're in America, you're in Australia. Who's
Oh, man.
gonna drive the whole fucking distance across the land? I mean,
Yeah, well,
that's a
if
big
you're
trip.
going to reject, just going to
I'll
reject
do
out
it.
of hand
I'll
flight,
carry a sign with
flight
me that
times.
says, "Hey, you better look at your time zone. You better go look at your time." I'll drive a
Actually,
truck with a billboard on it that says all the way across Australia, "You better check the time zones."
we've got flat earthers that live in Australia, and maybe
Yeah.
we'll round up some money to pay for all their
Yeah, they'll
fuel.
just drive
See if
for
they'll
us.
do it. See if they'll do it, and they can take measurements and bring a compass and determine when it's high noon. Say, okay, there's solar noon, and determine it, certifiably do it for us, so we have some
Yes.
evidence, not
Oh,
just
that
not
would be
just hearsay.
I'll bet
It's all
I'm not even
hearsay.
going to have to ask them. I'll bet they're just going to go drive and do the drive themselves. I bet I don't even have to ask them. They're
Yeah,
just gonna
that'd be
do it.
fantastic.
Would I don't know if you'd accept the results because you didn't do it
Live
yourself.
feed.
I didn't do it, right? So
No. I accept the flight times. I accept the flight times. The end.
Why can't you find huge blogs of thousands of people complaining that their watches are out in Australia? Why haven't you found that?
now let me ask you a question. Hold on. Why would any flight coming from Australia, right? Why would it ever go over Alaska to get to Los Angeles? If it's coming from below the equator, why would it fly over Alaska?
Australia to LA does not go
Yes.
over Alaska.
Yes, it
Does
does. Yes,
No,
it
it doesn't.
does.
I've
On
done that
certain
flight.
flights,
Do you want to know how
on
many times
certain
I've done that
flights,
flight?
on certain flights, it does
Oh,
absolutely
please show
fly
me.
over
Please show me
Alaska.
on which flights. Love to see it. I've
I'd
done
have to
Sydney to
see which.
LA. Fucking, I don't know,
I'm not. I don't want
15
to.
times.
It's one of the cities. I'm not sure which coastline it was, but it flies over Alaska to Los Angeles.
Oh, please show me. You're full of shit. Please show me.
It took a detour.
Yeah, right now I'm telling
Hold
you,
on,
you're full of shit.
let me get it for you. You're asking on
Yeah.
the second. I will fucking get it, and then you will eat shit.
Okay, so anywhere in Australia to LA, you reckon goes via like over Alaska?
It's over Alaska, and you're saying
Okay.
okay, just hold your
Yeah.
horses and look at it.
Hey, Rufy.
Completely full of shit.
Hey,
Yes.
Rufy. How come there's a 3-hour difference between Alaska and Russia in the Bering Strait? How
Again,
come there's only a one time
because
zone and there's 3-hour?
countries decide time zones. We should be talking about solar noon.
There's a 3-hour difference, man. They're only 83 miles apart.
Right, 3-hour difference
There's a
in the
3-hour
time
difference
zone.
in the time
3-hour
zones.
difference in the time zone. All right, countries
Yeah.
and states
In a
decide
single longitude.
time zones.
Yeah.
Right. What about
Yeah.
solar
3
noon?
time zones on single longitude. That don't make no sense, Bubba.
Or,
Well, if you listen,
apologize.
well, if you
or
listen,
countries and states make time zones, and the sun doesn't give a shit about that. So we should be looking at
There's a
solar noon.
3-hour
Correct?
difference on the
Difference
Bering
in
Strait.
time
There's a
zones,
3-hour
which
difference on that
countries
longitude.
and states decide time zones. The sun itself doesn't give a shit.
Good for you. You're
Okay,
good.
so you agree we should be talking about solar
You
noon?
better go research, man.
dude. Oh man.
I'm gonna call every single one of you Kawinky Dink until you show me your model, your
That's okay,
secret
champ.
time zone model.
Yeah.
Well, you guys calling each other those,
globe.
you guys calling each other those things is
Yeah, I apologize. I thought it was a term of endearment.
you should have stopped that ages
I'm
ago.
trying to
dude.
help him out.
You've got like 10% energy insulting people. It's really rude.
well, he's just gonna call you champ every time you call him that. So it's just you get the.
Okay, you can call me champ.
Yeah, I mean, what
Is that an
is
insult?
Yeah,
That'd be
just
classed as an
cranky
insult if
dink.
it's intention.
what does
You're
it
just a
even
cranky
mean?
dink because I don't understand
Champ.
time
Oh,
zones.
it's
You think he's a champion?
it's
Well, it's like mate,
sarcastic.
isn't it? Like mate.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Huh?
Yeah,
I've been
it's
trying to.
Have you ever heard
sarcastic, like
that?
mate. Yeah.
Have you ever heard that Dane Cook comedy clip where he's like, he's like, he's a whole story. He's at, he's at McDonald's or whatever. And there's the whole thing, and at one point, like the guy, the guy at the register is like, all right, bro. And then he's like, okay. Okay, Captain.
Brian Lakey.
Okay, Captain. He's like, all right, and it's like
Yeah.
a bunch of them that are hilarious. Like, it's like,
Yeah.
all right, and
What's
then
that?
the last one, he's like, all right, Gaylord.
Brian Lakey pulls out the bro quite a lot.
When I went to Glover School when I was a kid, they told me that I was really good. I was going to be really good at communication. So they're
What about comprehension?
they got ESP or something.
If you're on a phone, you're pretty good at communication.
What's your comprehension like, though? Because, I mean, I've told you 20 times, states and countries decide time zones. We should be concerned about solar noon.
Yeah, you're right. I'm a dummy.
Yeah.
You're exactly right.
So, Ruif,
I got straight A's on. I mean, I got 100% on, on my tests. So.
Why are you misunderstanding time zones as an adult on purpose then?
well, explain. So, how about this? When you are in the South, when it's the summer for the South, so like the solstice point, our winter solstice, their summer solstice. When the sun sets, when the circle of the sun is, there's very, very little twilight. Twilight is the type of light that exists after the sun sets. It's where the sky is still glowing, you can still see, and it's still light outside. So that's in the South. It's very quick. It ends very quickly. In the North, when the sun is at the Tropic of Cancer, in the North, and it's the summer solstice for the people in the North, when the sun sets, there is a very long amount of twilight, like hours, where it's still light.
Is this something that's measured or anecdotal?
This is definitely measured. Yes, this can be measured.
I'd love to see the measurements.
How dare
Can
you?
do it
I
with
reckon
your,
again. That's horseshit.
It is the case, my friend.
Well, again, show me the measurements. Yeah, happily look at them.
And you agree that would break the globe, right?
I don't think it would.
That
I don't see how it might would.
The entire South has like virtually no twilight, very, very little compared to the North in those times of year. Because on an AE map, the sun's on that wider outer track. It's so far away by the time it's setting that the light is just going to be dissipating. It's the Antarctic, whereas the inner is the Arctic. It's where it's arcing. So when the sun's in the inner part of the arc, when you're in the north, as it's going around Polaris, even though it sets in your view, it's still lighting up that inner arc. So the twilight is going to be extended.
Oh, hang on. I gotta go upstairs for a minute. I'll be back in.
On a globe, it should be even Steven on a globe.
How dare you?
Yeah, I mean, I've known about this for many years. It's cool that it got brought up today because it's a point that I've never heard a rebuttal to.
Didn't really hear what
roboted
you
like
said.
crazy, Gio. We lost you.
Less insults, brother.
You'd think, regardless north and south, if the sun is on one longitude, anywhere in the south on that longitude, and anywhere in the north on that longitude, it should be the same time.
Good for you. There's a 3-hour difference on a single longitude on the Bering Strait in Alaska.
So,
And that
And
shouldn't be.
Russia. There's 3-hour
because the-
difference, and it's like 83 miles apart. What are you talking about?
That's because
I'm
humans.
not on your model. That ain't
human-
mine.
that's
That's your
because-
time zone. That ain't
Well,
my
explain
time
it.
zone.
That's because humans
for you.
decide
Go
the
ahead.
time zones, not the sun.
I'm talking about solar noon on the longitude. It should be the solar noon on every longitude, north to south. It should be the same. If the sun is going from one side of the earth to the other, west to east.
It should be, but they've made arbitrary timelines, time zones. Everything is compressed in the north, and everything is compressed in the south. Or no, wait, to the north. They've compressed it down to 19. So we have
poles.
5 missing time zones.
Both poles are compressed on the globe model.
If you have 5 of them missing, where have they gone?
It's also because the sun isn't 93 million miles away. It's actually local, and it's actually doing tight circles around the north when it's summer in the north, and big, vast circles in
Ding,
the
ding,
south.
ding, 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 ding. And we're coming up on the solstice here. I've got pictures of the 4th of July, right? What Gio was talking about, where we have long twilights. I'm at 42 north. Okay, so and my friend who's in Florida, he's at about 35 degrees north. My sunset is about an hour and a half after his, and he's roughly in Tampa Bay, Florida, about 1,000 miles to the south, maybe 1,200 to the south of me. So he's roughly 10 degrees of latitude below me. So on the 4th of July, which is close enough to the solstice, we got June 21st. We have these really long days in the north.
But it's not like that in the south.
Even in Florida, that's only 10 degrees south of me, there's a significant difference in sunset time.
All right.
And I figured that out on the 4th of July. I'm like, this is like when I was just putting everything together, because I told him I bought a shitload of fireworks. And he's like, well, why aren't you lighting them off? And I was talking to him on the phone. I'm like, I'm waiting for it to get dark. He's like, what do you mean? It's been dark for an hour. I'm like, no, it's not. I could see the sun. And he's like, no, it's been dark for an hour. I'm like, what?
That's
Are you
globe
bullshitting me?
evidence. That's really good globe evidence you should consider.
Somebody's
Well,
robotic.
He has no reason to lie to me.
You know what it is, Don? The sky, I think it has a spherical geometry component to it. That's why they always call it the celestial sphere. Now, whether it is a dome or like a hemisphere, that's a whole question. But it does have that partially spherical geometry to it, the way that it moves. It's a vortex as well. It's like the dome piece, you know, like you have your dome in your head, and then that's just the dome of the whole world.
I agree it's spherical. I don't agree it's hemispherical.
Let me show you something. This is a picture I took on the 4th of July, right? NASA depicts the sun setting evenly. Like if it's going evenly over the horizon of a ball, right? The line of horizon should be uniform. This has a taper to it. It tapers toward the north, the band of light gets darker. Toward the south, it gets narrower. It's tapered. It's not a uniform, even sunset.
Have you posted a photo?
What's that supposed to mean?
That's supposed to mean that's because it's near the summer solstice. It's circling us, and you could see it tailing off into darkness. It's not a uniform. Let me show you how NASA depicts it.
Show us your photo. So you're using a NASA pic to prove flat Earth now. This is where
No, NASA depicts an even band of light across the horizon, an even uniform sunset line, a terminator line. I have to find it in my list of 5,000 pictures, so just bear with me.
You're posting them, dude. You're spam posting them.
Hey, Rufy.
You're
Hey, Rufy.
yeah.
If the Earth was a level plane, would you want to know?
Yes.
That's a good question, Ruf. Okay, so that's a good start. At least you want to know the truth.
Of course.
Thank you.
Why would you think that we don't want to know the truth? Why would you question that in a man?
Well,
you're about to get some.
Because
should I ask all of you, just in case, that you want truth, and if it was a globe, you'd want to know? Is it worth me asking all of you?
Why did that come across?
I've been trying to prove that for a long time, but
Or should I assume that, of course, you want to know the truth, and that's why you're a passionate flat earther?
I'm not. I wouldn't refer to myself as a flat earther.
Geo,
I would.
No,
I never have. I mean, I just never have.
I'm not a flat earther either. That's just a moniker.
Flat water, edge on a circle. That's a flat Earth, Jet.
I don't know why it.
We are all flat earthers, man.
You decided to be Ruby. I decided to be explore flat Earth.
I don't think that the term. I mean, I like the term in some ways, but I don't think the term flat is descriptive enough to give enough nuance or detail about cosmology. Like it's too simple of a term.
Neither is Glober.
I agree. But people have different meanings for that word flat.
You're happy to use it.
Globe does fit a bit more because I mean the thing is like, flat is like a surface feature. Like we're talking about a planar surface, you know, planar geometry, coordinate system, horizontal, you know. So yeah, flat can be that if you in terms of something that's horizontal and that doesn't have large amounts of variation within the features. And the idea that if you were to zoom out of the Earth on that level and it being all planar, you know, from a zoomed out perspective.
What do you call yourself then?
But the globe does go more with it because there it is. It's a ball. It's a globe kind of thing.
What do you call yourself?
So if I'm going to play a glober, hey Gio, I got to play a glober. If I was looking at it from the sun, I could see that it was level flat. If I was looking at it from the sun, it would look flat to me.
Dude, is this really Hollywood? I just unmuted him. Let me give is this Hollywood? Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's Robert Lee Pine Jr. Says, if I was looking at it from the sun, then I could see it was flat. So, yeah, I don't know what you're on about.
Can I ask you a question, Explore Flat Earth?
Yeah, go ahead.
If Earth was a globe, would you want to know?
I already told you, yes, of course.
Okay,
I've been trying to prove that for a long time. It goes the other way, though. It goes like the opposite direction. I don't get it. It's weird. Right?
Every time. Yeah.
It's weird.
If you follow the logic, it takes you further and further from the globe. The globe, okay. If you're going off
the globe.
If you're, let me say this. I'll say, I'm being honest. I'm not trying to say anything negative here. I'm just being honest. If you're willing to accept assumptions, very significant ones, for whatever reason you're accepting those assumptions, you can do it and you can be in the whole belief system of the globe. But if you're not willing to take assumptions and you're only going off the empirical, direct information, there's no indication of sphericity of the Earth.
Well, I completely disagree. And I think of it in the opposite way. But
Well, then I'm glad that we both are part of this beautiful creation.
Yeah.
I won't call you no names, dude. I'll give you time to go research.
We've done the research, dude. Trust me.
6 years.
I won't call you names. Just don't call me a flat earther, please. I'm not a flat earther. My name's
Your
Robert
name
E. Fine
says
Jr.
your name says explore flat Earth. So that means you're invested.
Yeah, and if I was looking at the Earth from the
You're
if I
invested
was
in
looking
a
at the
type of
Earth from the
Earth you
sun,
think
it would
is
look
flat.
like a level plane to me.
Yeah, level plane is flat. That's what I mean by the word flat. So did you when you put it in your name.
Yeah, but dude, if I said explore, carnivore diet or something, you wouldn't call me a carnivorist.
I'd call you.
You're endorsing it, though, right?
A meat eater.
Hey,
No,
look at him.
You're
He's a
endorsing the
carnivorist.
view, surely.
No, dude. Okay, labeling
Call you a
people.
carnivore meat eater.
I just think it's a very I'm not trying to criticize anyone by saying this. I just think it's like a lowbrow form of human expression is to do the labeling thing. It's just it's so simple, basic.
It's not.
It's like dehumanizing. Okay, if somebody labels themselves something, then yeah, of course, like that's respectful. If they say I am a this or that or a Republican, whatever, that's fine. But to just outwardly label people, it's very degrading actually.
If you really think that, we're going to have to throw the term Glober in the bin as well.
Yeah,
You
he
realize?
told me to name my name that.
Glober's
He's
gotta go
the
in the
one who
bin.
said, "Hey, why not
Yeah, we
explore
can
flat Earth?"
I'm fine with putting Glober in the bin. I don't need it.
Okay. Well, next time you
I
say
don't
it
need
and
it either.
refer to someone, hey.
But if you're looking
hey,
for a flat
Globers,
earther, I am
I'll
a
say,
flat
hey,
earther.
don't label us.
No, it's just the way that.
George is here.
Hello,
I'm
everyone.
Turns
What's up, bro?
we're all flat earthers, bud.
Good to hear you, George.
Turns
You
out.
sound good, bro. You sound good. Cheers.
Sorry.
We
Cheers.
just want
Hello,
to
everyone.
what angle you're coming from, right? What perspective? That's all.
What do you mean?
No, I think
What
what
did you think? What did you think about my point, though? Is that if you're willing to take the assumptions and take those as either true or some level of acceptance, then you could believe the globe model, and it does have enough in it that it could make sense to you if you're willing to do those assumptions, and that's why it's a pretty good trap. But if you're not willing to take any assumptions and you're only going off the actual empirical, real physics, no pseudo physics, only real physics, there's no conclusion of a spherical Earth.
I'm going to have to reverse what you said. Instead of just saying I think the opposite, I'm going to have to actually vocalize it. To believe in a flat Earth, you have to make huge assumptions and make stuff up, alternative to the logical explanation that's already been given by the Globers.
There's
But
no,
there's no real physical evidence to suggest Earth is flat. You
The
just have to
problem is
come
the
to that
everything
idea
you
and make it up.
experience from every second,
Come on.
every day,
Good for you,
24/7
dude.
for the rest
See
of your
how it was
life.
triggering? Even though I
Experience
said
of
the same thing
it.
Gio did.
Because
You say there's no
Come on,
evidence,
man.
but everything you experience is evidence of a flat Earth.
You
It's
just
ridiculous.
misstated.
Gio, look, your speech reversed on
Don.
them. 4 people
It's
get mad.
self-evident.
No, it's
Don,
all
can
good.
I ask you a question?
Okay, no, dude. I mean, if you made that's fine. But now you would have to actually back that up because, dude, I can show observations long distance all day long of an extended planar surface, none of them showing sphericity, and we can falsify the curvature of the Earth with direct observation of the Earth all day, every day, anywhere on Earth.
Okay.
Please show one of those long distance observations.
Are explained on a globe, and we can measure
Not
water
everybody at
curving
once.
all day, every day.
All right, you
Please show one, Gio.
A bunch of people spoke at once there, so I don't know.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, please show one of these long distance ones.
I was saying there's no detection of rotation whatsoever that's valid.
That as well.
Theories.
You robotic.
That's absolutely the case. Yep.
It's self-evident
Gio-
that we're stationary.
Like, for example,
Gio-
like the interferometers, they do pick up the sidereal rotation, which is the sky moving, but they do not pick up the motion of the Earth around the sun or the whole solar system, any of those motions. And it is sensitive that it should be able to detect those.
Absolutely.
You brought up long distance observations again, Gio. Please show one.
Are you guys still looking for the curvature of the Earth?
A bunch of them.
Can I just ask Don a question? Can I ask Don a question, please?
Gio's assertion first.
Hey, Don, can I ask
Yeah,
you a question?
those long range ones can be explained on a globe with
Don,
refraction,
can I ask you a question?
refraction and being on a mountain.
Which globe are we talking about?
And I can measure, we can measure, the royal we can measure water being curved any day of the week.
You can.
If the world
I missed
if the
that.
world was actually a plane, a level plane, would you really want to know, Don?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Where
No,
do
he
you
can't.
met?
I've got a
Butter?
question
Thank
for
you.
Explore Flat Earth.
He's just having fun
Can you
gaslighting.
take
Explore,
us?
Yeah, I'm gaslighting.
Even
You're
Explore
right.
Flat
better
Earth.
You guys are
water.
good.
Explore
You
Flat
guys are
Earth
good.
said he wanted to know what shape the Earth was. He would want to know if it's a globe. Correct?
Yes, I would. If
Okay.
that was
Can you see my
that was the
screen?
evidence, I would be on board.
Okay. I've got a way to measure drop. Would you like to see it?
Good for you.
Good
No,
for
not
me. Is
until
that it?
you
So you
show me
don't
your
want to know?
calendars or your not your calendar, your time zones.
We
Why
wouldn't give
why
a
there's
fuck.
3 hours
Sorry,
missing?
hang on.
Why is Alaska and Russia in
For the
one time zone?
45th time, countries and states determine time zones. The sun doesn't give a shit. We should be looking at solar noon. Do you agree?
Good for you.
So you don't agree?
How many would that give
Can I
Not
turn him
till
down,
everybody
Gio?
comes and tells me, hey, the reason we have these crazy, wacky, everybody on Earth has to say it. How about that? They gotta come and tell me, yeah, we made up these wacky time zones because we wanted to.
Oh, you can Google it. You fucking Google the Wikipedia and see how they were designed.
And how many people
Can
live
you
south
show
of
it to
the
me?
equator?
Child.
How many people
Can
relative
you
to
show
the
it to me, please?
10%? 10% of the population
I'm sorry,
lives below
Gio. I'll shut up.
How are flat earthers truth seekers yet they can't handle the truth?
Hey, it's
That's what I wanna
DJ
know.
Jazzy Jeff.
They can fudge things all they want, and they over the open ocean they chop them all up. They chop time zones all to pieces.
It's beyond hacked up. It's like I said, it's about as hacked up
Have a look at the chat.
as the Zapruder film.
Have a look in the chat. 1893, the time zones. That's the chart. And so I don't know what they're talking about.
By the way,
Explore
Ron.
Flat Earth.
By the way, real quick, Ron, this is kind of a side topic, bro, but we were looking at this earlier. You know this map, this Monty map? Check out that huge landmass, dude. That's like north of the Tropic of Cancer, in between Russia and Alaska. Look at that massive continent there.
Let me see.
It's supposed to be 1587.
There's the missing land between Alaska and Russia, right? There's probably a shit ton of land there we don't even know about.
That's where they're hiding the 3 time zones. That's where they're hiding the 3 time zones.
That's what I mean. What if there is a massive piece of land that they don't depict on the globe? They're just like, oh, this is what it looks like, but it really looks like this.
I agree. There's a few bits.
That's right where they're hiding the 3 time zones.
Yeah. We got to understand near the center of the dartboard, the segments get closer, right? So on a wide piece of land like Alaska, yeah, there would be a lot of segments because the pie is very narrow there.
You guys do realize that the geology of Earth changes over time and that land masses can sink and rise from the ocean.
Much like Hawaii, right? With volcanic eruptions.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So you can have stuff that appears, disappears. You have ice ages that come and go. Because I mean, there's the Piri-Reis map, for example, that depicts it. I don't know if it's the Antarctic or North Pole without any ice. So
Well,
it's
you know
obviously
what?
a time when it wasn't covered in ice.
Off the coast of
You
Florida.
guys like time so much. Let's talk time zones. Let's talk about the time zones. Why is there three hours in the same longitude next to Russia and Alaska? Why is Russia and Alaska in a single time zone on that longitude?
And then the other thing is that planes don't fly in this region and boats don't either.
No man's
Thank
land,
you.
yeah.
Is it a military zone or some kind?
Well, we should be able to get to the bottom of it fairly easily.
It's actually there's
Shouldn't
not
be
a lot
that
of
difficult.
living there. So I'm sure there are like Eskimos and shit that live there, but they don't have technology like internet.
I mean, this also could be the Earth when the water level was lower. So maybe all that landmass is underwater now.
That's what I'm thinking, because off of Japan and off of Florida, they found cities underwater with streets
That's what I'm
and
saying.
arch buildings and blocks. And it's like
That's what I'm
obviously
saying.
they didn't build them underwater. The shit was once on dry
I'll
land.
see it. I'll believe it when I see it. How about that?
The ocean levels are higher than they were then.
I'll get a submersible and go down there and check out the city if that's the case.
but I just want to fly over it, man. I just want to say.
If you go
hey, look, there's ocean down there.
Huge cities underwater. If you go outside the coast of Indonesia and look underwater.
Dude, what if you go down in Antarctica in the deep oceans and you enter into some like underground like blue hole connector pipe that just takes you to a whole nother world?
To the Iron Republic?
I'm gonna put out my hand and say, "How you doing? My name's Robert. How are you doing?"
You're just in the blackest water ever, and you're just going and going and going. All you just have your lights just to light up your local region. Hopefully, you don't run into anything. You go slow, and you just keep going, and then eventually, you'll start to see some light. You go up to the water surface, and you're in a whole nother area with a.
I would love it to leave this realm and go to the Iron
You're
Republic.
in the Chamber of the South, man. You get into this Chamber of the South, and you go, "Holy smokes! What have I been doing?"
Gio, you are tripping. I will have what you're having.
No, you know what? The Germans called it New Schwabia. They went down to Antarctica.
That book, Journey to the Center of the Earth. I think that's what that person, that gentleman who was talking about. Is this true or no?
How about this?
How about
we all just how about we all just agree that everything's perfect as it is? Because if they, whoever they are ever acting like they're forced to tell us it's flat, it's because that's what they wanted all along, and we fell into their trap, and they're going to use it against us. And the people that are convinced that it's a ball still because of the reasons that they're giving, we don't really want them on our side anyway. So all the information
long and hard about
anybody that's inquisitive enough, that has intuitive enough skills to figure it out, that they're not on a spinning ball, that's perfect. Let them figure it out. If everyone knew, it might be a mayhem that we never really want.
Look! I don't want my fellow man to be enslaved by any other man on earth. No matter how much money they got, no matter what they got in their blood. I want to tell every single man you can explore this place, man. I don't care what the ramifications are.
You're never going to allow that.
What are we going to do? Just be slaves for the rest of our life?
We're not slaves. That's your choice. That's your opinion of what. You don't have to be a slave. It's your choice to be a slave or not. All the information.
You're on point there. If I may say, you're on point there. I'm absolutely with you, but it's not applicable to the guys in this panel, though. Everyone here is a flat earther. There is no proof of a globe. Let me put it like that. They're just embarrassed to admit that it has to be flat. That's why they're still here, in the hope that maybe someday a white knight will come in and will save the day. But it's not going to happen.
George,
but George, would you agree though that But would you agree though that like that they're looking for something that's definitive?
No.
Yeah, obviously, but it's not going to happen, because what's happening is that there is more and more realization that it must be a flat plane. We use a Cartesian system, a coordinate system, longitude and latitude, that it requires a plane is navigated like that.
Yeah,
so the surface must be a plane of reference for elevation angles, for any type of navigation.
Yeah, it's been debunked.
And stationary for that matter, stationary as well. For any intents and purpose, any type of navigation, you need to account the Earth to be flat and stationary. Full stop.
Are you Italian?
Let George keep talking. Let George keep going.
I want to know if he could read the Monty map.
Is that the question for me?
Yeah, you sound Italian. Can you? Are you Italian?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay. Because I wanted someone who could read the Monty map that one Geo posted, and it's written in Italian. He sounded Italian.
Apparently, that map is like in real life. It's a 10 foot tall. It's 10 feet tall, and it has like a 60 page. It has like a 60-page manuscript with it.
Yeah,
like a giant was reading it.
I know people that can read Italian, so I got to ask them to decipher it.
Well, that's what I was saying, George. Like the only thing that the globe has going for it is if you accept certain assumptions.
Of course,
I wouldn't even say
them.
it's not even going for it. But I guess if they're trying to convince people, then that's the only way they're doing it. Is that they push the assumptions as if those are the authority that you have to believe those. Once you believe those first like core tenets of the pseudophysics or the false concept, then the rest of it seems to be able to trick these people.
Wonder if they're hiding giants.
Because we thought different. We all went through the school system. Every single one of us. We all studied the globe. So by default, all of us were globers at some point. And by questioning the globe and not being capable to prove the globe ourselves, but not just ourselves, in cooperation with others trying to reach the same results, and the failure of that and the exchange of that information worldwide, it's what makes us all realize the nature of reality. It couldn't be any other way.
It makes
Internet
common
is
sense all the
amazing.
more.
It's inevitable, man. It's going to happen anyway.
It makes common sense all the more valuable because it's a war between common
Just like
sense.
Bill said earlier, it's inevitable.
It's a war between common sense and consensus, right? And if the consensus doesn't have common sense included, that makes common sense all the more valuable.
Unfortunately, common sense is not common anymore.
Is it not at all, right?
That's true.
But the globe goes
Well,
against
the
all
common
your
sense
common
of
sense and all your
the common
sense.
sense of the majority is that they believe it's a globe.
Yeah, but you know what's interesting? Just even
they
that
have no reason to. They have no reason to doubt it, isn't it? It's taught at school. Come on.
Yeah, but like even the term common sense, like what senses do we all sense that are all common? We're not spinning. There's no curvature. Like that's common sense. That's what we all commonly sense.
Yep. That's the only thing we have in common is that we don't sense anything about the globe, and you can't include interpretations of.
That's so funny. The one thing we have in common, the fact that none of us sense a globe. That's
yeah.
Oh man,
that's correct. It's one of the globe proofs, isn't it? We know that we're spinning because we cannot feel it.
You know it's real because it looks so fake.
Of math. Right? Because math is the only thing you need to figure it out. Who cares about the common sense?
We can measure the curvature, but we're not expected ever to see the geometry of it.
We could take Elon Musk when he said, "You know it's real because it looks so fake. You know it's curved because it looks so flat." Right? The contradiction, reality.
We can measure up to 5%. We would be 5% off of the measurement, of the real measurement. But where did you get the real measurement from?
Like if you were in charge of like say you're like a troop leader, right? And you're in charge of all the kids at the campground, and you want the kids to stay in one area, right? So you tell them these really fallacious stories, but you back it up with seemingly real reasons that they shouldn't go away from this one area. Now, some kids are smart enough to figure out that's not really the case, and they got to go into the main area where there was a lot of candy and a lot of extra food and stuff. But there was only a few of them, so they were cool with those kids that figured it out. It didn't give them a hard time, right? But they were happy that most kids fell for the fallacious math trick that made them think that they just have to stay in that one area or big trouble. So it's kind of convenient that it works that way. Kind of, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you believe in the world that is exposed to you. That is one of the quotes of the Truman Show. You know, you believe in the world that is presented to you. Why would you think otherwise?
I
will
have
let believe it like that.
Common sense leads you away.
I question how authentic it is because it doesn't have any signs of age. That paper looks too new. The ink looks too new. The paint. It might be some kind of forgery, some kind of modern replica.
No, just wait for a light spot to miss you from the sky when it falls.
The paper looks too new. It doesn't look oxidized.
What you want to be when you grow up? I would like to be an explorer. Explorer. Here's the map of the world. Everything is being explored already.
The Truman Show.
Yeah. Sorry. Sorry to mess up your dreams, but you cannot be an explorer anymore.
Oh, sorry to piss on your parade, but it's all been discovered. But you know what? Admiral Byrd said, you know what? There's land beneath the South Pole. He said that. Larger than America. It's never been seen by human eyes before. I'm like, huh? He called it, what do you call it? Middle America or Little America?
Yeah, but if you think wisely, there is land beneath the oceans. We call it ocean beds. You can actually dig. There's still land.
Well, land is dry land, right? Land is considered above water.
You wouldn't consider the land below the sea level.
I wouldn't call that
not
land.
To be dry land.
I wouldn't call it land, though. There's land and there's sea. Anything below sea level is not considered land.
Yeah, you have a point there. But the Earth is the realm that we live in, correct?
The entirety of it. The entirety.
Yeah, it's the realm that we live in, composed of three main things: the land, the sea, and the air. So there is land under the pond. The pond is just on the surface. It's just a puddle. You know, the water accumulated on that spot, but there is land underneath it because it's a big
substance. Yeah,
you know, and we don't know if our what we call big pond can be actually small pond compared with other ponds.
I've seen that the outer rings, and I've wondered that as well. When I've seen a double rainbow, I'm like, okay, maybe there's one containment and a second one and a third one that we don't see, and maybe there's 7 realms. You know how they say the 7 heavens? Maybe there's 7 separate domes over all these different realms, but our eye can only detect. Like I can see 2 rainbows, but my nephew, who's younger than me, he told me he could see a third band that my eyes couldn't pick up. My eyes are not as good. He's got young eyes. You know how a dog can see in different color spectrums. Maybe young people can see in a different spectrum that I can't detect. It was too faint. It was too faint for me to pick it up. Because it's a wider arch. Each additional, like Russian dolls, each arch gets bigger and bigger, and it gets more and more diffuse. The more the light has to travel, the weaker the reflection back is. It gets more and more diffuse. So maybe there is a third band that's undetectable to me.
But why aren't flat earthers exploring? You say there's more land,
well,
and that it's being hidden. And why aren't you getting? Well, why aren't you getting out there? Because it's all documented that you're here, and if you go, if you disappear trying to do it, then it's all documented.
Like you don't know the answer to that. There are borders we cannot breach. There are parallels we cannot go to. It's a no-go zone.
Does he think we have unlimited finances? He thinks like we have some billionaires club. Oh, why don't you guys explore? As if it's so feasible.
But
it's funny that they laugh at the flat earthers and they say, "What is the edge? What is the edge?" Well, the edge is those areas that you cannot go. That is patrolled by the military. You cannot go to certain areas.
I'm not
talking
about
the world is
the
big
edge.
enough for you to go around. There are areas you cannot go.
I'd never said anything about the edge. I just said that you guys claim that there's more land.
No, they say it's a possibility. It's a possibility they're hiding land. And
it's not a possibility. It's definitely more land.
Okay, so why aren't you going to find it?
Listen, any pond needs to have an edge. Any pond of water needs to have an edge. Yeah? It needs to have what we call a shore, isn't it? Where the water ends. Now, what people call an ice wall was described by Admiral Byrd as a plateau. It sits on a plateau. So it's high ground. Just because it's covered with snow, it doesn't make it ground. Yeah, it's just it must have a shore. It's a large pond.
So
the water needs to be contained. The water needs to be contained.
Well, the land I'm speaking of is in like the South Pacific, where they just show giant open ocean with nothing there. And I think there is land there, probably between Australia and New Zealand. There's probably pieces of land that are not shown on our maps.
I live in New Zealand.
I don't know if I'm expressing myself properly. Yeah. Imagine a massive pond.
We agree with Antarctica, giant circle.
Yeah, I mean the pond, the extremities of the pond, the shore. It might be covered with ice or not. It doesn't matter. The extremities needs to happen, needs to exist to contain the waters within.
There has to be shoreline. Yes, I
exactly.
Agree.
Correct.
60,000 miles of shoreline exist.
So that means more land. Full stop.
What I was referring to is like more usable land, like the barren wastelands of Antarctica, right? Of course, there's a shoreline, and they know it. The distance between these bases is huge. They have 3 separate South Poles. They have 3 separate South Poles.
It's amazing, isn't it? When you come to realize these things.
Yeah, and the extent that they go to, the people, the powers controlling things, the extent of that they go to maintain the lie is so enormous. The amount of resources to maintain this lie, to suppress it, it's huge. So why are they trying so fucking hard? Why so hard? It must be important if they put so many resources toward this. Entire fake space agencies.
For all
that
we know, they have an agreement, isn't it? They reached an agreement back in the day. Admiral Byrd was just the link. He was the communicator. He was the messenger.
and that's when it was 1958. NASA came about. So before that, there was no such thing as this nonsense. No such thing as going to space. The lies are layered. The Big Bang and evolution you could lump in with the globe. They're all tied together. They're all tied together in one bow. Each one relies on the other. And if it's like dominoes, you knock one down and they all fall. So they can't afford to give up any of them because the whole system falls down.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? They have an agreement. That's why. It's convenient. Whatever the agreement is, they have an agreement. You know, you don't let yours come here. We don't let you.
It's obviously beneficial for them, right?
Yeah, of course.
George, you would have thought over the hundreds and hundreds of years, though, that who was next in the chain, because you do know that governments get voted in, that they'd have to pass down the lie and say, all right, you're Prime Minister now, don't be a fuckwit, don't cock this up for us. And then
hold on a second. So I picked the numbers and I put them in the bag, and you choose from the numbers that I put it in the bag. So you think that is democracy?
That doesn't really point to what the fuck I was saying. You have elections in your country, don't you?
Well,
yeah,
supposedly they count the votes, but we don't know that. So we're not.
Here's what they offer. Here's a list of pre-approved puppets. Pick one of them. Pick one of the puppets. But here's the list.
Okay, so they're going to have to go through an interview process to make sure that they're not going to tell the lie, and then they're going to go, fuck, this is a big lie. I could make a fuck ton of money off this because it's that big a lie. No one can kill me.
No one steps out of line. Isn't that funny that not one of these countries step out of line? There must be someone that has them by the balls. They got them iron grip on their balls with vice grips.
If George W. Bush pulled me aside and said, look, Jazaconda, we didn't fly planes into the World Trade Center, I would go, keep telling me more. I would go, keep telling me more. and I would go straight to all the news organizations and go, this is what that guy told me. I've got it recorded.
That's the other trick. They got you thinking that the news actually reports real news.
Yeah,
No,
who do you think owns them?
That's not what I said. I said if I was told that, if I was on the inside and I was told that, I would go, you've literally just made me a billionaire. Thank you very much.
But they don't
Because
publish
it's
real
such
news.
no,
either.
hang on.
They don't publish real news.
Hang on. It's such a big lie that it's impossible to be a lie. And if
That's
it was, and if
part
it
of the trick.
was,
That's
no
part
one,
of the trick, the psychology of it. You
the
think that there's no
government,
way it could be that big.
the government would never kill me for speaking out
They
because
would never,
just
no
go
one would
back
ever
against
believe you
them.
anyway.
You
They
want to
would just
bet?
call you crackpot.
Maybe you wouldn't have the chance even to open your mouth once that you reach the station and you tell them about the material that you possess. You know, just before you get the chance to go on air or to be recorded or to be listened. You know, just the content, just the content of what you're about to expose could be enough for them to stop it
Hey,
right there
Gio.
and then.
Gio, I think we need to start with the service announcement here.
There's hundreds of hours of debunking the globe that is very convincing that no one sees because they don't allow most people to just go and they don't put it on the news. They don't put the real news on the news.
It is convincing if you never understood anything to begin with. I agree.
That's not true. That's like a 2015.
Absolutely true.
People that are flat earthers understand the globe more than most globers.
No, they don't. Otherwise, you wouldn't
Yes,
be
they
flat
do.
earthers.
That's ridiculous. You're not paying attention, Jazz. You haven't been paying attention since 2015.
We all
You
studied
come
the
in here
globe,
like
man.
you're brand new every day. Like you're just coming into this argument with brand new arguments that we've already had like 4 years of getting rid of.
I've been here since April the 15th, 2015, and there's one question
It seems like you just got here.
Can I ask you one question, just real quick? Very, very simple question.
If I can ask you one.
You haven't even thought of the question yet.
Can I ask the question first?
Spit it out already,
Yeah, but
bro.
you don't even know what the question is.
Okay, so in terms of the atmosphere, that I know you guys hate that word.
Please let me answer.
You agree that there's a pressure gradient?
See what I'm saying?
Well, you have
your
to.
question? Hold on a second. Is that your question?
Work on a flat
Hang on. It's a 3-part question. You have to because there is. You can't deny it.
Of course. So what's your point?
Okay, so the atmosphere goes from atmospheric pressure, which changes daily, all the way up to the top of the atmosphere where it's next to zero.
Okay.
So,
okay, you agree with that?
Yeah. What happens when you go below sea level? When you go to the bottom of the swimming pool, the pressure is higher than the surface. It's the same thing. The more air you stack, the more density.
Well,
the more
no,
pressure.
it's
Wait. Let him finish his question.
Hang on. It's the complete opposite because the atmosphere is pressing down on the water, creating more pressure.
Well, right, but I'm saying as you ascend from the bottom.
So hang on.
Let him finish his question, man.
Hang on. So what I was trying to say to your perspective is, so you agree that from sea level, there's sea level pressure. It changes daily, and then it goes all the way up to whatever 1,000 feet. It changes every day, 60, 50,000 feet, where the Kármán line, let's say, let's call it that the air pressure gets close enough to zero, which is the vacuum. They say allegedly. Agree?
Okay, now you go ahead.
Your question. What's your question? You said you had a question.
Okay, so when in the past, present, or future has there been a requirement for a container to contain nothing?
You're going to have to define nothing. Yeah, and containment as well, because
exactly. I just said
you are saying that the container somehow it starts at the Kármán at the Kármán line. Yeah,
I know you're
calling the Kármán line. Are you? I'm just asking you to clarify your question. Are you calling the Kármán line a container?
No. I'm calling the Kármán line where we interpret as space is where the atmosphere becomes so little that it's literally nothing. It's a vacuum. So where in the history, past, present, or future, have you needed a container to contain nothing?
Well, how do
But
you have?
you just described one. You just described one. That's why I'm asking. I was asking for you to clarify because you are saying this is what I heard. Correct me if I'm wrong. You are saying that there is pressure until a certain area, and from this area onwards, Kármán line, yeah, it's a different system. So you are basically describing a container.
Sorry. At the Kármán line, I should have described that better. At the Kármán line, it's described. The Kármán line is described as the atmosphere being nothing or next to nothing or a vacuum. When do you need a container to contain nothing?
What's stopping it is my question to you.
Every other billions and zillions of molecules beneath it.
Hey, can I ask you a question now?
What is the air pressing on? Because you say there is pressure. It's pressing on what?
It has mass, so it's pressing on the one little teeny tiny little molecule of air is pressing down on the two molecules of air below it at the Kármán line.
No. And what about on the top? It's pressing on what?
Because nothing's pressing on it. That's what I just said. When do you need a container to contain nothing?
To have pressure, the gases need to have collision with the walls of the container in order to reflect back and to have pressure. So they need to press. Yeah.
The
gases of the atmosphere that you were talking about on the top, what are they pressing on in order to have the gas pressure, and then in order to have the gas pressure gradient?
What you answered him, George, you answered him. Good job. Hey, can I ask you this one question?
Hang on, George.
Can I ask you one question? Let me ask you one question. It'll be 2 seconds.
Go.
Please. If the Earth was a level plane, wouldn't you want to know that? Yes or no?
Yeah, I would. And you guys have done nothing to prove
that was all. That's it. Yeah. I'm not going to hate you if it turns out to be other than what you believe. I'm not going to hate your guts for it.
Well, I hope you don't hurt yourself when you find out that it's not a level plane.
What? We already did. We found out earlier today.
No.
How'd you find out?
Pretty much. Just go do your research on time zones. Just start there.
Oh, snap.
There should be a public service announcement, Gio. We should just say time zones.
You mean
then we ain't got to start telling people their quinky dinks and shit.
That stuff?
Yeah, there's proof of a flat Earth all over us. There's many different fronts that you can prove the Earth to be flat, because the fact is the fact, and whatever you use today, it needs to be on the flat and stationary Earth. Otherwise, it wouldn't work.
Just because you don't accept it does not make it not true.
George, I still want to know why you need a container to contain absolutely fucking nothing. That would lead me to believe that the Earth's flat.
Asked and answered.
Well, I don't see the relationship on your question, because the container has nothing to do with the Earth being flat or not.
I think he gave a pretty good answer, George.
Is a claim that we can do today. We can do that claim, the Earth to be flat, and we have proof of it. We have the Cartesian system that we use even today with lines of longitude and latitude that pinpoint any place over the surface. Well, George, but that is one of the proofs that we have.
George,
and that is based on a lot of things.
George, you answered his question, man. Don't keep you're banging your head against the wall, bud.
He didn't. George,
you answered his question already.
Oh, you didn't, George.
I heard it.
I heard what he
I'm not sure. I didn't hear it. I did not hear the answer.
You didn't answer the question because
ahead,
you
George.
guys still claim that you need a container to contain the atmosphere.
Okay, let him answer your question now. Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt, George. George, go ahead. Tell him again. Don't interrupt him.
Right. I asked you, what is the gases of the pressurized gases that we are breathing in? What are they pressing on the top?
They're not. That's
What do
the
you mean they're
funniest
not?
thing.
Listen,
They're not, but there's
You
no
just
pressure
agreed
up.
to a
be
pressure
pressing
gradient.
to have pressure. They need to be pressing.
There's no pressure at
and
the
to have
top,
gas
George.
pressure, it needs to be pressing on the walls of the container. So
And right,
what are the gases pressing on?
and
Nothing,
right
but the
just
pressure's
before the Kármán line, George, there's
So it's
one
pressing on the
molecule.
Kármán line.
Hang on, listen. Just before one molecule every kilometer is pressing on 2 below it, and then pressing on 3 below that, because molecules have mass. And I don't know how or why the fuck that is, but that's what, at the top of the atmosphere, there is nothing above that one molecule. That's where the Kármán line is, and said to be space. So when in the history, past, present, or future, do you need a container to contain absolutely fucking nothing?
He's double speaking, not nothing, because you have a supposed vacuum of space. Yeah, and nothing in between
You're
a
not
pressurized system.
understanding what I'm saying.
You have a vacuum of space, next to a pressurized system, and the gases that we are breathing in, the atmosphere is pressing on a vacuum.
Jimbo, are you able to?
Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
Now he's answered your question twice. Now what else?
No, he hasn't.
You got any other questions?
He doesn't understand what the fuck I'm saying, because he still doesn't understand, or neither do you two. How do you need a container to contain nothing? You don't.
Mate.
Good for you, man. Cool story, bro.
Listen
again. It is a cool story because it's not fucking science and rockets.
The nothing that you are saying, that you're calling nothing, some people call it a vacuum of space. Yeah.
Now, it's not a vacuum cleaner.
That vacuum of space cannot be next to a pressurized gas system. Yeah.
It's not
without
a vacuum cleaner.
Now,
let me jump in.
If
George.
the sky was a vacuum, you would need 2 containers, one for the sky and one for the gas.
No, you would not. Okay, so listen, George, just pay attention. Okay.
No, you would not.
There's a gradient, right? There's a gradient.
A gradient.
Okay, so no, but hold on, please.
You need to remove the barrier between both of them and
There's
keep
no
the
barrier,
gases in
George.
one side. But that's what I want you to show us.
I just explained, George, that
2
there is
containers,
no barrier.
one with a vacuum and one with gases. And
You're
I want
scared,
you to
George.
remove the barrier in the middle. Remove the barrier in the middle, and I want to see
Keep going,
the 2
George. Fight
systems
through it.
to
They're
remain.
scared.
We can actually do an experiment. It's not that difficult. If you could get a centrifuge,
you don't know what that is, man.
So if you get a centrifuge,
just let him talk.
right, you can kind of simulate gravity, basically, in a sense. So if you get like a drum that's airtight
Like I said,
and you spin it fast enough, you could technically have kind of a vacuum or a pressure gradient at the center and a greater pressure at the walls of the cylinder. So you could literally simulate this. It's not that hard. You could even have
You said gravity. What's that?
Gravity is a word that we have for an effect that we perceive. It's called acceleration. A very specific number.
No, that's not what it is. If you Google gravity, it's the bending of space-time.
Yeah, that's
gravity
the mechanism.
is not a force. No,
that is a mechanism.
It hasn't been a force since 1915.
No, but you're confusing
You
a
don't know what
mechanism
you're
with
talking
something.
about.
No.
Mister,
You are confusing
gravity,
mechanism with what gravity is.
Hasn't been a force since 1915.
Right. Did I say force? I said
Right.
acceleration.
So,
okay,
no,
so hold on.
It's
I
the
said
bending of
acceleration.
space-time.
The
bending of space-time is not an acceleration.
Right. We observe an acceleration, do we not?
Hold on for a sec. Could you guys leave a little more space and let each other speak? Because it's very quick, and then the interruptions. Just let it breathe a little bit, because it's a good conversation. But go ahead, 3D.
Yeah. So we observe an acceleration, don't we?
But that is not gravity, though, because gravity is the bending of space-time.
Okay, so let's call it gravity. Okay. This is a new
No, we're
word.
not going to call it gravity.
I'm inventing a new
Gravity is
word
the
right
bending
now.
of space-time. No.
No, I
Sorry,
said
man.
gravity. Okay, it's a new word I'm inventing. Okay, it's this word.
It's a new word.
This new word.
Can we have a citation then for that new word, please?
I'm coining
You are the
this
citation.
phrase because apparently I'm the first person that has noticed a constant acceleration towards the Earth.
And I
towards
am the
the Earth, like my
citation
helium
for hearing
balloon.
that from 3D.
Like my helium balloon. Or when I boil my kettle and I see the steam going towards the ground, correct?
Do you
Or
understand
like
how buoyant?
like the cloud formation, yeah? The cloud
Do
formation
you know
is
what
also
buoyancy
coming
is?
to the ground, correct?
George, do you know what buoyancy is?
If I know what buoyancy is, I thought you said it's gravity. What's the name? Not gravity. What was the name?
Do you know how you measure the force of buoyancy, George?
A force of buoyancy.
Yeah.
What this has to do with any of this?
Okay, so there are
You
basically
said
two
gravity for
variables.
starters, the
There are two
bending of
variables.
space-time.
It's
You don't know what you're talking about, man. You are way over your head.
The displacement, right, and gravity. Those are the two things you need to
Man,
calculate.
gravity again.
Right. Yeah. Right. Exactly. So you know
Why are you
something
invoking?
interesting? No, but here's something interesting. If you get like a balloon.
Why are you invoking?
Wait, hold on. If
Why
we
are
get
you
a balloon, if we get a balloon,
for
right,
space,
a
man?
helium balloon, and we put it into a chamber, and if we take the air out of it, so we have a vacuum pump, you're going to notice that it's going to go back down again. Why? Because at that point you've lost the buoyancy.
Hold on a second.
Right?
You said that it's an experience.
Yeah. Do you know how buoyancy even works?
You said that
what do you think causes it?
Where do we
you think
observe
causes a
vacuums
balloon
in
to
nature?
rise?
Mate,
George, what do you
hold on
think
a
is
second.
causing a balloon to rise?
Where do we observe vacuums in nature for us to do this, what we call an experiment?
Have you heard of a vacuum pump?
Now, where do we observe vacuums in nature? Because this is not science.
Why the hell would I? What? That's not relevant.
It is relevant.
How is it relevant?
Why are you bringing up vacuums? Where do you see this vacuum?
It is okay. So
where do you observe this
I'm gonna walk it for you.
vacuum that you're talking about? That the balloon is going to behave inside of it. Where do you observe it?
So here's the thing. I actually know how buoyancy works.
Can you answer my question,
hold on.
please?
I'm answering it. So I actually understand how buoyancy works all the way to the molecular level.
That is not not the answer to my question.
Wow, you're good.
So
my question to you is: you mentioned about an experiment involving a vacuum and a balloon.
Yes.
I would like to know, where do we observe vacuums in nature, or where do we observe vacuums to have balloons inside to do this test?
Right. So we don't have to observe it in nature. We can create the vacuum artificially. We're manipulating a variable, George.
So it's you're doing then.
Yeah, we're manipulating the variable. Yeah, the pressure.
What's that?
The air pressure.
What is a variable?
It's a value that can change.
A value in what? Is this a scientific experiment? Is this a scientific experiment?
I'm asking you a question. Those questions are making me question your intellect.
Is this a scientific question you're talking about?
Yeah. Do you know what the main things that exist in an experiment are called, like independent and dependent variable? Have you heard of that?
Tell me all about it, man. What are those?
I don't need to tell you because you don't even understand it. It's irrelevant. And it's irrelevant at this point. It's irrelevant at this point.
No, it's not. It's very relevant.
But it is irrelevant.
It's very relevant.
Because fine. I'll explain it for you. I will explain it for you. I'll explain it for you then. I'll explain it for you like you're a fifth grader. All right. So the independent variable, right, is a variable that you manipulate. So in this experiment, the experiment would be who the fuck what? Anyways, the experiment would be to manipulate the pressure in a chamber. It could be a cylinder, whatever, and you attach a pump to it. The variable that you're manipulating, the independent variable, is the air pressure, right? The dependent variable with the behavior of the balloon. right? So there's cause and effect relationship in an experiment. You're trying to isolate the cause.
Yeah, but I think you're forgetting the main thing here, aren't you? What is the first step, the very first one, please? Because you're already talking about the manipulating, yeah? What is the first step?
Hypothesis?
Wrong.
Observation.
No, you don't have to necessarily have an observation.
Yes,
but it's
you need
okay.
to have
But it's
an
okay. Well, hold on.
observation
I'll
of a
answer it. I'll
phenomena to
answer it.
study.
I'll
No,
answer
you
it.
need to have a
I'll
phenomena
answer
to
it.
study.
I'll answer it.
No, no.
The phenomenon.
The answer
the
is
phenomenon
you
is the
need
balloon
to
going
have
up, dude. The
the
observation is
balloon
the balloon
going up.
going up. Yeah, that's it.
That's a phenomena.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're
So
studying why a balloon goes up.
right. So the idea is that there's a pressure gradient, which means that there's going to be more molecules, right, and more pressure at the bottom than on the top of the balloon, right?
Can you be more precise,
That
please? The
that
pressure
that
gradient
mean that
where?
means that wait, hold on. The pressure gradient in the
Where?
atmosphere is what
Oh, okay.
causes is
And what
literally
about the balloon?
right. The balloon is the object that the pressure
So it's a
gradient
difference.
is exerted
It's a
on.
differential
So
between both pressures, correct? The
right,
pressure of the
the
balloon and the
pressure
pressure of
that
the outside
alternates
of the
with
balloon.
height.
The
Right. So
differential of those two pressures will
you're
dictate the
interrupting
balloon
me.
to
You
go
asked
up
me
or
a
down.
question and you don't let me answer.
We understand that.
Right. I don't think you understand it though.
You guys got to just go one at a time somehow, like, if you can.
Chucky,
All
you
right.
don't
Yeah,
understand shit.
So
Just
like,
calm down a little.
if you have a
We also have to just remember to stay concise though and pass the mic, because if you go on too long, then someone's going to want to interrupt. So try to give a concise point. Boom, send it back to George. Let George go. Let him give his full point. But if you guys both stay concise enough and go back and forth, we can actually hear what's being said.
yeah, okay, so if you have a pressure gradient, right, and an object, would there be more pressure on one side than the other if a pressure gradient exists?
If pressure gradient exists, it does exist. Depends on what type of pressure
So
you're
would there be
talking
more
about.
pressure on one side than the other?
No, the pressure
really
more in one side than the other.
Yeah.
You need to be more precise in your question.
Yeah, if there is a pressure gradient, will there be a net force on the object?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, cool. That is actually what buoyancy is. I want you to understand.
Buoyancy is the differential between both pressures. In this case, your balloon and the atmosphere. The difference in those two pressures will dictate the balloon to go up or not.
Yeah. The force of
as the balloon
buoyancy is
goes up,
constant.
and as the balloon goes up, and if you observe carefully the balloon, at different altitudes will behave differently depending of the density of its surroundings, the pressure. So the differential on two pressures. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
What this has to do with what you were saying of the
we're talking about the
of down
experiment.
to the floor?
I'll connect it. Easy. So we're talking about an experiment, right? An experiment is really critical. So
you're
we're
going to do an
trying
experiment
we
to
have
see
a
if the balloon's
theory.
going to go up.
So we have an observation.
Hold on a
The
second.
observation. I'm explaining, for fuck's sake, man. So we
Yeah,
have an
no,
observation.
you should clarify, man. So we are studying the phenomenon is the balloon goes up, correct? We are studying the cause as to why the balloon goes up.
We have a
correct?
hypothesis behind the cause. Yeah, the pressure
We
gradient
are studying
hypothesis.
the cause for why the balloon goes up, correct?
We have a hypothesis, and we're going to experiment on the hypothesis.
We're going to experiment as to why the balloon goes up, correct?
Yes, we're trying to find a causal mechanism. That is correct.
All right. So, observed phenomena, balloon goes up.
Yeah.
Done. Right. Next step, please.
So the next step is the hypothesis, which was the pressure gradient, right? So the next stage, the hypothesis, the quote unquote educated guess is.
Yeah, hold on a second, man. Hold on a second. Let me write it down, man.
Why are you're like a fucking trained sophist magician or something? You're just trying to fucking interrupt my train of thought every time.
When do you mean train of thought? Cause why balloon goes up?
Yes.
So go ahead.
Right. Pressure gradient causing a net force. on the object.
Pressure gradient. So pressure gradient, balloon goes up.
Yeah.
What's the null?
That the pressure, when the pressure gradient doesn't cause the pressure gradient is not the cause of the balloon going up.
Can you show a situation with pressure gradient not causing?
I don't know if I can show that.
Well,
we're gonna experiment,
science,
right? Well, hold on.
Science,
I don't know the answer.
If it's science,
in the sense that
well,
hold on. I know what a null experiment is, dude. I
it needs
fucking
to
took
be
statistics. I know
repeatable.
what a null hypothesis. I know. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay. Reality will determine if it's going to be null or not. Okay. If it's going to be alternative hypothesis. So it's about which hypothesis.
Stick to the
results.
script, man. Stick to the script. Don't start
Hypothesis. I don't have a
man.
script, man. I'm a fucking third-year university student. Anyways,
well, it doesn't sound like it.
Well,
you missing fifth grade science, because this in fifth grade you need to know the scientific method. But
right.
Just
which I know infinitely better than you.
Not just apparently this is not science.
No, actually, it is science. So what we're trying to do here is we have two hypotheses, right? And
so
null,
what are
right,
we varying?
Right? And
so
which, by the way, is the null is generally used for statistical hypotheses. I just want to clarify. So in statistics, we have what's known as confidence intervals. We have standard error estimates. We have standard deviations. We have all of these things, right? So like, it is important for studies to make sure that the difference that we observe is not due to chance, right? So null hypothesis is generally used for those specific like population study hypotheses, because we're trying to figure out if the difference. I'm teaching you something you could learn.
No, that's wrong.
The whole idea is that, you know, the effect could have been by chance. If it is by chance, then you do not reject the null hypothesis. Okay.
So it's not science.
You do not reject if it is not significant. That's how it works. Now, we don't have significance when it comes to this kind of cause and effect experiment, okay? So in this cause and effect experiment,
hold on a
we
second.
have a
Let me interrupt you for a second. You should know very well, yeah, that without the experimentation, there is no science, yeah?
Is that why you're trying so hard to prevent me from getting into the experiment that I initially proposed,
because
which was the vacuum
you are
pump?
not experimenting with anything.
Why are you so afraid of that experiment?
You are not experimenting with anything, man.
All right. Do you understand that I am proposing a mechanism that isolates the variable that is pressure using a pump?
A balloon going up is not a phenomenon. First of all, I wouldn't call it a phenomenon. It's just a dispersion of gases.
What is it?
Dispersion of gases, I wouldn't call it a phenomenon.
It's an observation. It's an observation.
Of gases dispersing, yeah.
You're making
why
causal
do gases
claims, George.
disperse?
That's not very scientific. We need to do the experiment.
They disperse. Right. They disperse because they have available volume to
what diffusion is, man. Don't even get to diffusion.
But that's not
science.
Way
out of your